What if the most powerful beings in the world all lined up outside one tiny tavern? In a chaotic fantasy world filled with magic, monsters, and legendary heroes, there was a man named Lin Ming. Unlike everyone else chasing power, treasure, or glory, Lin Ming had only one simple dream. He just wanted to run a small tavern, a quiet place, a few drinks, some customers, that's all. But things didn't go as planned. Because the moment Lin Ming started serving his drinks, the entire world went crazy. First came the wandering adventurers, then the famous mercenaries. Then, the legendary races began to appear. Elves traveled thousands of miles just to taste his wine. Dwarves abandoned their forges for a single cup. Even mysterious witches visited his tavern in secret. And one day, a dragon quietly landed outside the tavern door, just to order a drink. Soon, the tavern became so crowded that even Lin Ming was stunned. Dragons, heroes, nobles, and legendary creatures were all packed together, fighting over a single cup of his wine. Watching the overflowing crowd, Lin Ming rubbed his chin and sighed. Looks like it's time to hire a few more waitresses. Far away, across the continent, a strange rumor began spreading. They said that somewhere in the world, there exists a mysterious wooden door. It appears suddenly when you least expect it, in a quiet alley, in the middle of the forest, or even right in front of you. And if you are lucky enough to see it, you must push it open immediately, because behind that door lies a place unlike any other. A place where dragons drink wine, heroes forget their worries, and legends are born every night. A place that many now call paradise. And at the center of it all is just one ordinary tavern owner, who only wanted to run a small bar, but accidentally created the most famous tavern in the entire world. This is the story of the tavern where even dragons line up to drink. He opened a tavern. Now dragons line up to drink. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven. Have you made your decision? In the dimly lit space shrouded in mist, a gigantic golden eyeball hovered in midair, its gaze fixed on the lonely figure below. Do I have any other choice? Lin Ming smiled bitterly. He had once been an ordinary bartender, working at a poorly managed bar that went bankrupt, forcing him into unemployment. After half a year of wandering and helplessness, he finally mustered the courage to leave his home with hope, seeking new job opportunities. However, just an hour ago, he had stepped out of his house when a BMW ran a red light and struck him, shattering his dreams of the future. He lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in this unfamiliar space. The owner of this space was the gigantic eyeball before him, offering him a chance at rebirth, but at the cost of his own soul serving it. This condition, though harsh, was, for someone already dead, leaving no room for negotiation. Then signed the contract. Without further ado, the eyeball conjured a shimmering parchment scroll before Lin Ming, densely covered with incomprehensible writing. Lin Ming looked up in confusion, bewildered. How was he supposed to complete this step? Sensing his confusion, the eyeball advised, touch the parchment scroll and silently say your name. Lin Ming did as instructed. As his fingers touched the scroll, 2 Chinese characters suddenly appeared, forming his name, before the entire scroll vanished. Now it's done. Enjoy your new life. As the final whisper echoed in his ears, Lin Ming felt his consciousness gradually fade, finally sinking into a deep stillness. In the ruins of a desolate northwestern desert, towering stone pillars, eroded by wind and sand, lay broken and crumbling. A section of the pillar had broken off and fallen to the sand, its uneven surface resembling an unhealed wound, exuding an unsettling, ugly aura. Jessica huddled within the dilapidated wall, the collapsed bricks forming a stable triangle that perfectly concealed her figure. Her face was contorted with resentment, yet she dared not move. Her golden hair was stained with dust and sweat, a disheveled sight, as if she were fleeing, hiding from something. Damn Keith, damn the Thunder Lion Adventurer Group. When I return to Black Gold Rose, I will annihilate you all. Jessica cursed venomously in her heart, but the pain in her body pulled her back to reality. The Thunder Lion Adventurer Group was hunting her, and Keith was their leader. Her wounds were still bleeding, the blood seeping through the cloth, gradually turning it crimson. Jessica gritted her teeth and endured the pain, hastily bandaging the wound with a strip of cloth. She knew that fainting in this desolate region would bring countless uncertainties, especially while being pursued. She had to remain vigilant. Quickly, chase after her. Take what's in her hand. The middle-aged man's rough voice echoed through the desert, followed by hurried footsteps. Jessica held her breath, afraid to make a sound, painfully bandaging her wounds, her hatred for the Lacey Adventurer Group intensifying. Fortunately, Jessica was positioned with her back to the pursuers, who hadn't yet noticed her hiding there. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Jessica cautiously peeked out. There was no one outside, she was safe for now. But the danger wasn't over. She glanced resentfully in the direction the footsteps had disappeared. Jessica immediately dragged her injured body in the opposite direction, trying to create as much distance as possible before they could react. However, Jessica didn't notice that a black portal suddenly appeared in front of her. Jessica stepped inside. Ding-a-ling. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang. "Welcome to Dawn Tavern. What would you like to order?" Lin Ming, who was wiping glasses behind the bar, stopped what he was doing and looked up at the bewildered customer. "Where is this? And who are you?" Jessica looked at Lin Ming warily. "What's going on? Wasn't she in the Northwest Desert? Why has she suddenly ended up in this strange place?" "This is Dawn Tavern. As for me, you can think of me as the manager." Faced with Jessica's questioning, Lin Ming remained patient and calm. A tavern. Jessica suspiciously scanned the tavern's surroundings. The spacious interior contained several clean sets of tables and chairs, and a huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, emitting a bright amber light. Next to the spiral wooden staircase leading to the second floor, a nearly 5-meter-long semicircular black stone table completely surrounded the man. Jessica didn't know that this stone table was actually a bar, and even if she did, she probably wouldn't care. Behind the man was a huge rectangular cabinet filled with various bottles and jars, some containing unidentified liquids. Jessica wasn't sure what they were, but judging from the shop's name, she could guess that the bottles probably contained alcohol. It seemed the man wasn't lying, this was indeed a tavern. Slightly relaxing her guard, she tentatively walked to the bar and pulled up a strangely styled high stool to sit down. However, her eyes remained fixed on Lin Ming, indicating she hadn't completely let her guard down. Although she didn't believe the man who called himself the tavern owner was an accomplice of the Lei Shi adventurer group, because only a spatial magic user could transport her here from the Northwest Desert without any resistance. The man before her was undoubtedly a powerful spatial magic user, at least a level 7 or higher. Spatial magic users were renowned for their rarity and power in this world. She didn't believe that an ordinary silver-rank adventurers group like Lei Shi could recruit a high-level spatial-type professional to deal with her. The only thing Jessica didn't understand was what the man's purpose was in pulling her into this tavern. Meanwhile, Lin Ming remained completely calm regarding Jessica's actions. In his eyes, Jessica was like a wildcat in an unfamiliar environment, ready to pounce and hurt someone at any moment. In this situation, all he could do was wait for Jessica to adjust. After a while, seeing Jessica looking around with some relaxation, he pushed a menu across the table. "Madam, would you like a cocktail?" Then, glancing at Jessica's wounds, he suggested, "Given your condition, I think you should have a mojito." "A cocktail? A mojito?" The two unique terms Lin Ming used filled Jessica with confusion. With a desire to find answers, Jessica picked up the menu. Menu-like items were common in the Adventurer's Tavern in Rhine City, so Jessica was familiar with them. Unlike the crudely made menus in the Adventurer's Tavern, the one in her hand was exquisitely crafted. It was smooth to the touch, like a book. She flipped through the menu, there weren't many items. She quickly found the cocktail section and saw the name Mojito. But when she saw the price listed after it, her pupils constricted sharply. 30 gold coins? Jessica was shocked by the price, not because she couldn't control her emotions. Rather, she found the price utterly outrageous. Keep in mind, as the leader of an adventurers guild, she earned at most 20 gold coins a month. A typical family of 5 in Rhine City spent no more than 12 gold coins a year on expenses. In this tavern, a single drink costs 30 gold coins. Jessica said she had never seen anything so outrageous in her life. Was this wine brewed with water from the fountain of life? How dare they sell it for such a high price? Jessica naturally dared not say this to Lin Ming's face. Angering the man before her would not be a good thing for her. She didn't want to escape one danger only to fall into another. At this point, Jessica was completely treating Lin Ming as a powerful, high-level professional. But that wasn't an excuse for him to treat her like a fool. Jessica looked up and saw Lin Ming's calm expression, speechless. "Madam, have you made your choice?" Lin Ming saw her put down the menu and assumed she was about to order. Jessica shook her head and tentatively asked, Director Lin, are you sure the prices on this menu aren't wrong? Is the unit gold coins instead of silver coins? If it were 30 silver coins a cup, the price would still be a bit expensive, but Jessica wouldn't say anything. In this world, the exchange rate between silver coins and gold coins is roughly 100 to 1, meaning 100 silver coins can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. The value of silver coins fluctuates depending on their quality, but it's generally roughly the same. Lin Ming's words shattered her illusions. "No, ma'am, please don't question our prices. Everything is clearly priced. I believe you'll find it worthwhile after you try it. But I don't have that many gold coins." Jessica blushed slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. She only had 10 gold coins on her, which was all she had. Although she earned a considerable amount of gold coins each month as an adventurer, her expenses were also high, especially on weapons and protection. As a result, she naturally didn't save much money. Hearing this, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He took the menu and lightly tapped a spot on it. "Then try the beer. It's a bit weaker than a mojito, but much cheaper. Jessica looked where he was pointing. It read, refreshing beer, priced at 5 gold coins. Jessica gritted her teeth and slammed 5 gold coins onto the table. Okay, 1 beer. She was curious to see what kind of beer could cost 5 gold coins a glass. Lin Ming put away the gold coins and took a beer glass from the shelf. He then filled the glass with beer from the dispenser and handed it to Jessica. Is this the beer worth 5 gold coins? It didn't seem special, similar to the ale in the adventurer's tavern. Jessica realized she must have been drunk, otherwise, why would she have spent 5 gold coins on something like this? But there was no going back now. Jessica took the beer and gulped it down in one go, as if venting her frustration. But when she tasted it, her eyes suddenly changed, becoming filled with surprise. This beer actually tasted quite good. The first taste was a rich, creamy foam, followed by a cool liquid that flowed smoothly down her throat. Unlike the sour malt beers of the adventurer's tavern, this beer in her hand was slightly bitter at first, then sweet, a delightfully refreshing sweetness. Most importantly, after finishing it, her mouth was filled with the aroma of malt. This gave Jessica the illusion of being surrounded by fields of wheat. At that moment, she felt like a newly sprouted wheat shoot, reaching out 2 slender leaves to explore this strange and beautiful world. The bright morning sun shone on it, a gentle breeze caressed its leaves, and dew nourished its body. In that instant, Jessica seemed to forget even her own pain. Wait, this didn't seem like an illusion, she really couldn't feel the pain in her wounds anymore. Jessica quickly removed the bandages, revealing the wounds underneath. The sight inside surprised her greatly. Several deep wounds, exposing the bone, were slowly healing. Although not completely healed, at least the bleeding had stopped. This beer actually had healing properties. It was amazing. The healing effect was equivalent to a healing spell cast by a level 4 priest. And this only cost 5 gold coins. Keep in mind that the church's greedy priests always charged at least 10 gold coins for a single treatment. The effect might not even be as good as this glass of beer. Jessica suddenly felt that the 5 gold coins were well worth it. She became increasingly delighted as she looked, but her face quickly turned cold. However, this wasn't due to the beer, but rather her own condition. The wounds gradually healed as the beer's healing effects took hold, but the area around her wound was stained with a black substance. This black substance fiercely resisted the healing power of the beer, weakening its effects. Jessica knew exactly what this black substance was: black agate snake venom. The black agate snake is a highly venomous serpentine magical beast that inhabits the 9th level of the dungeon. Their venom slowly erodes the nerves of other magical beasts and humans, eventually exhausting their prey to death. Moreover, removing black agate snake venom is extremely difficult, taking anywhere from half a month to a month to completely eliminate. Jessica hadn't expected Keith to go to such lengths to kill her. It seemed they were truly eager to obtain that item, but she would never let them have their way. Master Lin, another beer, please. Jessica slammed her last 5 gold coins on the table. Now she could only pin her hopes on the man before her. Regardless of his motives, at least for now, he meant her no harm. Hearing her words, Lin Ming, who was wiping glasses with a white cloth, stopped. Wiping glasses during lulls in business hours, when no customers were ordering, made him appear less idle. This was a common habit among many excellent bartenders, and Lin Ming was no exception. He placed the clean glasses back on the rack and turned to look at Jessica. If you're thinking of using beer to get rid of the toxins in your body, I advise you to forget about it. Light beer has no detoxifying effect. Undoubtedly, Lin Ming saw through Jessica's thoughts. How could this be? Jessica lowered her head dejectedly. She had been too presumptuous, thinking 5 gold coins could solve her problem was laughable. Isn't there any other way? Jessica was somewhat disheartened. There is a way. Lin Ming replied casually. Really? Curator, you have another way? Jessica instantly became excited. The way, I already told you from the beginning. After answering, Lin Ming wiped another glass. Cocktails, mojitos. Jessica remembered Lin Ming's initial suggestion, but at the time she was intimidated by the price of a mojito. Now that she thought about it, even a regular beer costing 5 gold coins had such miraculous effects. Then a cocktail that could sell for 30 gold coins couldn't be much worse. Now she had a solution, but the problem was she had no money. The 5 gold coins on the table were her last reserves. Should she use that item? Using it could indeed cure the poison in her body, but she really couldn't bear to part with it. The price of that item was far beyond 30 gold coins. If she could sell it, the price wouldn't even be 10 times higher. Besides, it was precisely because of that item that she was being hunted to this extent. She was waiting to rely on it to take revenge on the Thunder Lion Adventurer group, so she absolutely couldn't use it lightly. But selling it, Jessica's fingertips touched a few hard objects in her purse, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Master Lin, do you buy magic crystal cores here? Magic crystal cores are crystalline substances found on magical beasts, representing their strength. Let me see them first. Jessica's words elicited a slight reaction from Lin Ming's otherwise calm expression. This was the first time someone had sold magic crystals to him. It was undeniably a brilliant idea, but whether he accepted them or not wasn't up to him. Jessica emptied all the magic crystal cores from her money pouch. These were the spoils she had obtained from killing monsters during her dungeon adventures. At this moment, Lin Ming's eyes were somewhat glazed over, as he was communicating with something in his mind. "Assistant, come out and do some work, help me appraise them. Please wait a moment." A soft electronic voice sounded in his mind. A panel appeared before his eyes. This was his tavern assistant, essentially the system from his previous life. It was provided by the person who signed the contract with him, to help him better manage the tavern. A faint light swept across the magic crystal cores, and then a series of information appeared on the panel. Tier 4 Crimson Flame Lion Magic Crystal Core, in excellent condition, worth 5 gold coins. Tier 4 Gale Wolf Magic Crystal Core, in excellent condition, worth 5 gold coins. Tier 4 Black Horned Rhinoceros Magic Crystal Core, in excellent condition, worth 5 gold coins. Tier 5 Berserker Bear Magic Crystal Core, in excellent condition, worth 10 gold coins. 3 Tier 4 Magic Crystal Cores, and the rest were all low-level Magic Crystal Cores below Tier 3. To Lin Ming's surprise, there was even a Tier 5 Magic Crystal Core among them. Jessica cautiously asked, "Master Lin, how many gold coins can these be exchanged for?" Lin Ming didn't answer, but simply picked out the Tier 5 Magic Crystal Core and the 3 Tier 4 Magic Crystal Cores, pushing the rest back to Jessica. "I'll take the ones above Tier 4. You can take the rest back." "Oh, okay." Jessica happily took back the low-tier Magic Crystal Cores. She hadn't really held out much hope, but Lin Ming actually bought them. "As for the price, I'll give you 5 gold coins for each Tier 4 Magic Crystal Core, and 10 gold coins for each Tier 5, is that alright?" Lin Ming gave the price based on his assistant's suggestion. The price of Magic Crystal Cores increases exponentially with each level of tier. Sure. Jessica quickly agreed. The price Lin Ming offered was reasonable, and she had no objections. 3 4th-tier Magic Crystal Cores and 1 5th-tier Magic Crystal Core, totaling 25 gold coins. Adding the 5 gold coins she had left, it was just enough for a cocktail. Why did she feel like she was being taken advantage of? Jessica shook her head, trying not to think about it too much. "So, do I have enough for a cocktail now?" Jessica asked expectantly. "Yes." Lin Ming nodded, then picked up a highball glass from the glass rack. This was a type of glass often used for long drink cocktails, slightly larger than a standard cylindrical glass. Ding-a-ling. Just as Lin Ming took out a lime to cut, the tavern doorbell suddenly rang. Another customer. Lin Ming looked up at the door. A beautiful woman in a purple off-the-shoulder dress pushed open the door and walked in. Long, waist-length purple hair cascaded down her shoulders, with a purple rose adorning her left ear above her bangs. Jessica had always been confident in her appearance, but upon seeing the woman before her, she understood the true meaning of self-consciousness. The woman entered and curiously surveyed the entire tavern, seemingly a first-time visitor. "Welcome to Dawn Tavern. What would you like to drink?" "Order from me." Lin Ming offered his usual greeting, his hands continuing their work. He skillfully cut the lime in half, then chopped one half into small pieces and placed them in the glass. He took out a pestle, twirled it in his hand, and then vigorously mashed the lime pieces in the glass to extract the juice. At that moment, the woman who had just entered sat down at the bar, watching Lin Ming's actions with curiosity. Lin Ming ignored her, took a few sprigs of mint from under the bar, pinched 2 sprigs between his fingers, patted them in his palm to release their aroma. Instantly, a cool fragrance filled Jessica's nostrils, instantly invigorating her and making her much more awake. Jessica asked curiously, "What kind of plant is this?" "Mint." Lin Ming answered casually, then pinched a sprig of mint, ran it around the rim of the glass, and finally placed it in. He then took out an ounce cup, a measuring tool. He poured 25 milliliters of syrup into the glass. Turning around, he took a bottle of golden rum from the shelf and poured 45 ml into an ounce glass. Then he poured it into a glass. Next, he picked up half a lime from the table and used a juicer to squeeze the juice into a highball glass. Next, he scooped up a large spoonful of crushed ice to fill the glass halfway, then poured in soda water. Using a long spoon, he stirred the rum, soda water, lemon juice, and syrup together, perfectly releasing the bubbles. Finally, he filled the glass with ice cubes, inserted 2 bamboo straws, and garnished it with a sprig of mint. A classic mojito cocktail was now ready. "Your drink, please enjoy." Lin Ming gently pushed the glass towards Jessica. Jessica stared at the simple yet beautiful cocktail before her, momentarily stunned. She had never imagined that a simple drink could be made so beautifully. The ice cubes and lime mint in the glass complemented each other beautifully, like a splash of green born in a snowy landscape. The mint garnish on top bloomed like vibrant flowers. Jessica felt hesitant to drink it, she didn't want to spoil this unique beauty. Fortunately, she didn't linger too long. After all, she had spent 30 gold coins on it, and it would be a waste not to drink it soon. She took a small sip through the straw. The sake went down her throat, first with an intense coolness, then a refreshing sweet and sour sensation. The coolness of the mint ice cubes intertwined with the sourness of the lemon and the sweetness of the sparkling water, exploding in her mouth. Finally, a subtle aroma of sake lingered. This unique taste, like a refreshing summer breeze, made Jessica's face flush slightly, and her eyes become dreamy. The mojito likely originated in the old days of the romantic Cuban Revolution, or even earlier. Its exact origin is unknown, but most believe it stemmed from Drageo, a pirate drink. It's also said to be related to the legendary British pirate Drake. However, none of this is relevant to the present. Lin Ming shifted his gaze from the blissful Jessica to the new customer. "Madam, would you like a cocktail? Is this a bar?" Isabella asked curiously, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, this is our menu, please take a look." Lin Ming handed her the menu. Isabella took it but didn't open it. Instead, she pointed to Jessica's glass and asked, "What is she drinking?" "Our signature cocktail, the mojito. It's on the menu." Lin Ming replied calmly. "Then I'll have the same drink as her." Isabella looked at Jessica with interest, seemingly intrigued by her appearance. "Madam, I suggest you look at the menu before making a choice." Although the probability of this woman not being able to afford it was small, Lin Ming, adhering to professional ethics, still reminded her. Hearing Lin Ming's reminder, Isabella realized that the menu might contain something unexpected, and just to be safe, she opened it. She also saw the prices listed. However, she didn't expect Jessica to react so strongly. Apart from a slight raise of her eyebrows at first, her expression remained unchanged. "Just give me the same drink as her." Having looked at the menu, Isabella made her choice. At this point, Lin Ming didn't say anything more. From the moment Isabella entered, he could tell that the woman before him was definitely a young, wealthy woman. Repeating his previous actions, there was nothing more to say here. Isabella rested her elbows on the bar, her slender, pale fingers cupped around her cheek as she elegantly watched Lin Ming's fluid movements. "Young man, are you the owner of this hotel?" "No, I'm just the manager and bartender." Lin Ming's answer surprised Isabella. Manager but not owner? What did that mean? However, seeing that Lin Ming didn't intend to answer, Isabella didn't press further. "Then, Mr. Manager, how should I address you?" "Lin Ming. Any other questions, ma'am?" Lin Ming pushed the prepared cocktail towards Isabella and asked, "Just call me Isabella, Mr. Curator. No need for all the madam formalities." Isabella took the wine glass, her gaze still fixed on Lin Ming. Suddenly, she added with a twist, "However, others prefer to call me the Bohemia Witch." She looked at Lin Ming expectantly, wondering how he would react to that name. Unfortunately, Lin Ming simply responded with an "oh," as if the name meant nothing to him, just like it did to everyone else. On the other hand, Jessica, upon hearing Bohemia Witch, jumped up instantly, her right hand on the dagger at her waist, her eyes warily fixed on Isabella. Jessica's dramatic reaction caught Lin Ming's attention. It seemed Isabella was quite a figure, probably with a bad reputation. Sure enough, their next words confirmed his suspicions. "Oh, it seems this young lady recognizes me." Isabella chuckled, glancing at Jessica before picking up her glass and taking a small sip through the straw. Isabella, the Witch of the Purple Thorn, legendary strength, the culprit who destroyed Grim City 10 years ago. With each name she uttered, Jessica's expression grew increasingly grim. She truly hadn't expected to encounter a legendary witch in a tavern, especially one with such a notorious reputation. Witch, a synonym for evil and chaos. Some say they are the darlings of the world's will, wielding the power of laws, living as long as the gods. Others say they are the incarnations of demons, despicable thieves who stole the power of the gods. But one thing was undeniable: witches were powerful. A fully fledged witch was like a god walking among mortals. Even the Holy See, their adversary, dared not easily provoke them. Isabella was one of them. At this moment, Isabella squinted, enjoying the pleasure brought by the alcohol. What an intoxicating pleasure! She now understood why this tavern dared to charge 30 gold coins for a single drink. Besides the incredibly enjoyable taste, she also detected a familiar aroma in the drink. It seemed this tavern was indeed no ordinary tavern. It seemed to have some significant background. Then, she looked at the wary Jessica and chuckled, "Little girl, don't be so tense. I won't do anything to you." Hearing this, Jessica relaxed slightly and sat back down in her chair, still somewhat doubtful. To be honest, she didn't want to clash with Isabella either. After all, her opponent was a legendary figure who had risen to fame 30 years ago, while she was merely a mid-level level 5 professional, several levels below legendary. If a conflict broke out, she would undoubtedly be the one to die. In this world, strength was also divided into levels, from 1 to 9 low, medium, and high. Levels 1 through 3 were low, 4 through 6 were medium, 7 through 9 were high, and above those were legendary, saintly, demigod, and true god. She still needed to go back and seek revenge on the Thunder Lion Adventurer group. She didn't want to die here without knowing why. Watching her cautious movements, Isabella found it amusing. After Jessica sat back down, Isabella recalled with some emotion, Grim City, what a memorable name. Isabella seemed to recall something, her expression slightly unnatural, but when she saw Lin Ming behind the bar, silently and calmly organizing his tools, she asked, puzzled, "Mr. Curator, aren't you curious?" Lin Ming replied without looking up, "I'm just an ordinary bartender, all the commotion outside is none of my business." Puffed, haha. Isabella was amused by his answer. True, it's been so long, why bring it up again? Isabella's previously awkward expression relaxed. Jessica, watching the two of them, was exasperated. "Just tell me already. I'm interested." Jessica was a very curious person. Hearing Isabella mention Grimm, she was also eager to know the truth behind Grimm's destruction. Very little information circulated about that disaster. Only one widely circulated story was that the people of Grimm angered a witch, who then destroyed the city in a fit of rage. The witch in that story was none other than Isabella, the witch of the Bohemia. But whether this was true or not, no one could be sure. Since the parties involved had no intention of continuing the conversation, she had no choice but to dejectedly drink the rest of her cocktail. From the very first sip, Jessica noticed that the drink had a remarkable healing effect on her wounds, even dissolving the black onyx snake venom within them. Not only that, Jessica finished the rest of the drink in one gulp. She was pleasantly surprised to find her depleted magical energy being rapidly replenished. And the speed was increasing, with surrounding magical energy gathering around her. With a snap, an invisible sound rang out, and Jessica felt as if some shackle within her had been broken. She leveled up, from level 5 to level 6. This sudden, unexpected joy filled Jessica with immense delight. She had been stuck at level 5 for 2 years. Jessica wasn't old, only 25 this year, still relatively young. But in this world, there was a saying, if a professional couldn't break through to level 6 before 30, it meant they hadn't touched upon the legendary talent. Legendary, what an alluring level. In this world, only those who reach the legendary level are qualified to stand at the pinnacle. Legendary status is a watershed, below it, all are mere ants. And now, Jessica sees hope for advancing to legendary. Although she's only level 6 now, not even a high-level professional yet. But she has 5 years to break through to level 6, and she believes she can definitely reach high level within 5 years. There's still plenty of time. Jessica is incredibly excited, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looks at Lin Ming. "Director Lin, thank you so much." Whether it was rescuing her from the Thunder Lion Adventurer group's pursuit, healing her injuries, or now helping her break through to a higher level. After all this, Jessica's gratitude towards Lin Ming is beyond words. If it weren't for her inner pride, she would have sworn brotherhood with Lin Ming. "No need to thank me. I didn't do anything, and Mojito didn't have any special abilities. It's all thanks to your own hard work, sir." Compared to Jessica's excitement, Lin Ming remained calm. As a bartender, he naturally understood the characteristics of each drink. If his drinks truly had the effect of breaking through levels, his bar would have been overrun long ago. Besides, leveling up isn't easy, talent, magic, and hard work are all indispensable. Unlike the games of his previous life, where you could level up just by grinding, breaking through with a single drink is unrealistic, otherwise, what's the point of working hard? Jessica's breakthrough was mainly due to her accumulated experience. On this point, Isabella, one of only 2 people in the room who had drunk a mojito, understood it better than Lin Ming. As a legendary witch, she could clearly sense that when she drank the cocktail, a few strands of magic would condense within her. Although this amount was significant for Isabella, not much, but it's enough for a low-level professional like Jessica. Plus, Jessica's own resources are already quite substantial. Therefore, the magical enhancement brought by the cocktail was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. With everything falling into place, an upgrade became inevitable. However, Jessica still couldn't understand this, and Isabella had no intention of explaining it to her. Let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. It's quite a bargain that such a magical cocktail only costs 30 gold coins. Isabella picked up an ice cube and happily chewed it. Was this the joy of getting a good deal? Isabella was in high spirits, feeling like she'd gotten a great deal. "Well, anyway, thank you." As expected, the unsuspecting Jessica didn't suspect anything, simply thinking Director Lin was being modest. Jessica's expression was complicated. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a bottle of emerald green potion from her purse. "Director Lin, how many gold coins is this worth?" Lin Ming glanced at it, using his assistant's appraisal skill to scan the potion's information. "Living spring water, diluted twice, with good efficacy, worth 50 gold coins." 50 gold coins. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. This potion was more expensive than his cocktail, it seemed to be of good quality. However, the name Living Spring sounded familiar, but Lin Ming couldn't quite place it. Jessica, on the other hand, was quite taken aback by his offer. "Director Lin, are you sure you didn't misquote the price? This was the spring of life." She knew how much she had paid for this bottle, yet Lin Ming was only offering her 50 gold coins. This was utterly unacceptable to her. Jessica was originally the leader of a guild called the Purple Gold Rose Adventurer Guild in Rhine City. Like the Thunder Lion Adventurer Guild, the Purple Gold Rose was a mid-level adventurer guild, and Jessica herself possessed the strength of a 5th-tier professional. 5th tier, in the Adventurers Association's ranking system, wasn't very high, it was considered mid-level adventurer. However, in Rhine City, a remote western city, 5th tier was already considered a core force. Their city lord was only a recently advanced 7th tier professional. Originally, there was no conflict between her and the Thunder Lion Adventurer Guild, as both the Purple Gold Rose and Thunder Lion were equally powerful adventurer guilds. No one wanted to create an enemy out of thin air. A few days ago, she accepted a ruins exploration quest. Seeing that the quest description said it wasn't too difficult, she led a 3-person team. The quest went smoothly, with some minor hiccups, but ultimately, nothing went wrong. Most importantly, they found an unexpected windfall in the ruins: a high-level recovery potion. At market value, it could be sold for nearly 300 gold coins, equivalent to her adventurer group's annual income. Jessica was naturally overjoyed with this windfall. However, on their way back, an unexpected event occurred. They encountered the Thunder Lion Adventurer Group, who were also heading back to the city. The Thunder Lion Adventurer Group's leader, Keith, upon seeing Jessica and her companions and learning they were returning to Ryan City, warmly invited them to travel with him. Jessica initially wanted to refuse, but the Thunder Lion Adventurer Group outnumbered them, and she felt awkward refusing Keith's offer, so she reluctantly agreed. For the next 2 days, she and the Lei Shi Adventurer Group remained at peace, except for the occasional attempt by the group's leader, Keith, to fawn over her, which was to be expected. It wasn't that Jessica was arrogant, she was known as the Little Golden Flower of Rhine City. It all started last night when one of her adventurers, while drinking with the Lei Shi Adventurer Group, got drunk and inadvertently mentioned that Jessica had obtained a high-level recovery potion during her recent mission. If it were just that, it wouldn't have been a big deal. It was just a high-level potion, and the Lei Shi Adventurer Group would at most feel envious and wonder why they didn't have that kind of luck. But the problem was that one of the Lei Shi Adventurer Group's appraisers, based on his subordinate's description, deduced that the potion Jessica possessed wasn't an ordinary recovery potion, but rather a life potion mixed with the water of the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life is a sacred object of the elven race. Its water is said to heal all things, possessing extremely powerful healing effects. It is a divine object coveted by many professionals. However, since the elven race retreated to the Silvermoon Forest, living in seclusion, very little of the Fountain of Life has flowed into the human world. At auctions, every bottle of Fountain of Life that appears is immediately met with frenzied bidding. Each bottle fetches no less than 1,000 gold coins, and they are generally unavailable. Even if you want one, no one will sell it. Of course, this refers to Fountain of Life diluted no more than twice. As for undiluted life essence, even among the elven race, few have come into contact with it, let alone a human of a different race. Jessica has probably never even seen one. But according to the appraiser from the Thunder Lion Adventurers team, the bottle of Fountain of Life in her possession has likely been diluted twice. The market price is generally at least 1,000 gold coins, which is one of the reasons she was being hunted by the Lei Shi Adventurer Group. Yet, this bottle of life spring water, worth a fortune, was only worth 50 gold coins in Lin Ming's words. This puzzled Jessica, and she began to doubt whether the bottle of life spring water in her hand was genuine. Jessica's original intention was to sell the bottle of life spring water to Lin Ming if he offered a reasonable price. She also wanted to do him a favor and repay Lin Ming's kindness. As far as Jessica knew, Keith had tried to steal her life spring water because he knew that the city lord of Rhine City was searching for life spring water for a powerful figure. He wanted to use this connection to propel the Lei Shi Adventurer Group to new heights. Unfortunately, Jessica was determined not to let him have his way. "Director Lin, are you sure it's not only worth 50 gold coins? This is life spring water," Jessica asked again, unwilling to give up. "May I take a look?" Before Lin Ming could speak, Isabella, standing beside Jessica, showed interest in the Fountain of Life in Jessica's hand. Jessica stared at her for a moment, hesitated, and finally handed over the Fountain of Life. Isabella took it, shook the potion, and the emerald green liquid swayed like water. Then she opened the lid and smelled it. A rich aura of life instantly filled her nostrils. Indeed, this rich aura of life is unmistakably the Fountain of Life. It was an incredibly comforting scent. Seeing her sudden action, Jessica immediately and anxiously questioned, "What are you doing?" You see, potions like this, once opened, easily evaporate and spoil if not used quickly. Isabella saw her concern and smiled reassuringly. "Don't be too nervous, the Fountain of Life won't evaporate or spoil so easily. The Fountain of Life is essentially a concentrated manifestation of life force. It possesses strong stability and won't decay or spoil like alchemical potions. Unfortunately, her words did little to comfort Jessica. Jessica snatched the fountain of life back. However, Isabella did confirm one thing for her. The fountain of life was real. Director Lin, look, this really is the fountain of life. You must have been mistaken. Jessica still believed that Lin Ming had given her the wrong price. Lin Ming looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. I didn't say it wasn't the fountain of life. Then. But I didn't give the wrong price either. He quoted the price given by his assistant. Ah, this time it was Jessica's turn to be dumbfounded. Puffed, ha ha ha. Isabella, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at their conversation. The curator certainly didn't give the wrong price. You're just taking the fountain of life too seriously, young lady. Jessica looked at her, puzzled. Isabella composed herself slightly and said seriously, perhaps the fountain of life is indeed very precious to others. But to the curator, this thing might not be so precious. You probably didn't taste it just now, but the cocktail you were drinking actually contained the fountain of life. I should say, Isabella turned to look at Lin Ming, the curator's drinks are all brewed using the fountain of life as a raw material, right? How could that be? Hearing her explanation, Jessica's first reaction was disbelief. How could anyone be so extravagant as to use the spring of life to brew wine? However, Lin Ming, the person involved, didn't respond to the argument, he simply continued quietly wiping his glass. Jessica couldn't glean any information from his calm face. But Isabella's words completely jolted her awake. She looked at her now healed wounds, the ugly cuts had vanished, even the stubborn toxins had been cleared away, replaced by skin smoother than before. Jessica couldn't believe it. Yes. A cocktail with such miraculous effects couldn't possibly be made from ordinary ingredients. Even if it wasn't a raw material of the spring of life's caliber, it wouldn't be much different. But this very conclusion made Jessica feel like a clown. Not only her, but also Keith and the Lei Shi adventurer group in her eyes, they all became clowns. The life or death struggle between the two adventurer groups had become a ridiculous farce. Her own invaluable life-giving spring was nothing special in someone else's hands, merely a raw material for brewing wine. Lin Ming's extravagant behavior dealt a huge blow to Jessica's values. At this moment, Jessica became somewhat dazed, as if she had lost her purpose. Isabella noticed her unusual state, a glint of insight flashing in her eyes. She suggested, young lady, I have a suggestion. Would you like to think about it? What suggestion? Jessica snapped out of her reverie, her brows furrowing slightly. Her wariness of Isabella hadn't completely dissipated. Isabella, unfazed by her wariness, gently stirred the ice in her glass with her straw, a relaxed expression on her face. She smiled and said, the life spring potion you have is worth about 1,000 gold coins on the market. How about this? I'll buy it for 800 gold coins now. Although my price is 20% lower than the market price, you'll save the risk of finding a seller, and I can pay you in cash. Once we're out of this tavern, you don't have to worry about me going back on my word, right? Isabella chuckled at Jessica, her face radiating confidence, while simultaneously asking Lin Ming to refill her cocktail. What seemed like an exorbitantly expensive cocktail to Jessica appeared trivial to Isabella, a subtle reminder that she could easily afford the 800 gold coins. Hearing her suggestion, Jessica was caught in a dilemma. Naturally, Jessica would want to sell her potion for as high a price as possible. But she also knew that for a newly level 6 adventurer like herself, the life spring potion was a hot potato. The pursuit of her by the Thunder Lion adventurer group was the best proof of that. And indeed, it was true, just as Isabella had said. Although she could find an auction house outside and get a higher price, that would take time, involve paperwork and risks, and the amount of money she would receive wouldn't be as much. Most importantly, she didn't have that much time. The Thunder Lion adventurer group was already eyeing her covetously, any further delay would only attract more hostile attention. In other words, agreeing to the deal with Isabella now was actually the best choice. Another reason Jessica felt comfortable making the deal with Isabella was that this place was safe enough. Looking at the magical tavern door behind her, Jessica knew that before entering this tavern, she and Isabella had been in different places, even different cities. Even if Isabella wanted to back out after the deal, she couldn't kill and rob her. After thinking it through, Jessica replied, I can agree to the deal, but I have one condition. What condition? Tell me. Isabella looked over with interest. Jessica straightened her expression and said solemnly, I don't require all 800 gold coins to be paid in gold, but it must be exchanged for a high-level item. Jessica made her new request. For her now, money wasn't the most important thing. Converting her money into greater combat power was her more pressing need. She hadn't forgotten her revenge against the Thunder Lion adventurer group. She also believed that Isabella, as a legendary witch, must possess many high-level items she didn't need. These items might be useless to Isabella, but for Jessica, they were rare treasures that money couldn't buy. And Isabella had no reason to refuse such a proposal. It must be said that Jessica, as the leader of a mid-level adventurer group, was quite clever. Isabella simply smiled and readily agreed, sure, no problem. After confirming the terms of the transaction, Jessica handed over the potion. Isabella put the bags away, and then 4 cloth bags and a scarlet blood-red necklace appeared out of thin air in her hand. In this world, most high-level adventurers had their own storage methods, so Jessica wasn't surprised. After all, she had her own storage items, and her space was just enough to fit these 4 large cloth bags. Each of these 4 bags contains 100 gold coins. You can count them if you're unsure. Isabella pushed the bags of gold coins in front of Jessica, then emphasized the scarlet necklace on the table. This necklace is called Crimson Thorns, a high-level level 7 item. It contains a level 7 blood magic, Blood Thorns, which can be used once every 7 days. Its power is decent, but it's more than enough for you. At normal market prices, this necklace would cost more than 400 gold coins, but I personally admire you, so I'll take a loss and just charge you 400 gold coins. Isabella's eyes were full of a merchant's cunning, and her smiling appearance didn't seem like she was being taken advantage of at all. Jessica had no time to pay attention to these things. She carefully counted the gold coins, then picked up the necklace. Sensing the magic within, she put it around her neck. The cool touch brought a sliver of clarity to her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a surge of hatred. The Thunder Lion Adventurer Group, Keith, you just wait. Thinking of the tragic deaths of the Purple Gold Rose Adventurer Group members, Jessica clenched her fists. Jessica wanted nothing more than to tear the entire Thunder Lion Adventurer Group to pieces, but she knew she couldn't rush things, she had to plan carefully. After all, Keith, the leader of the Thunder Lion Adventurer Group, was a level 6 adventurer just like her, and they also had a level 5 vice leader. Outnumbered, a surprise attack was the best option. Jessica turned to look at Lin Ming, who was idly fiddling with glasses behind the bar. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Director Lin, will I have another chance to come to the tavern? Jessica felt that coming to the Dawn Tavern today was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her. In her heart, coming to the Dawn Tavern was already a serendipitous encounter, and she didn't want it to end so quickly. Her question also piqued Isabella's interest. She continued sipping her drink, but her gaze was already fixed on Lin Ming, her ears waiting for his answer. However, Lin Ming didn't reply immediately. He looked down and pulled a silver metal plaque from under the bar. The inscription on it, written in a formulaic tone, explained, anyone who makes a purchase at this tavern can become a free member. This is the tavern's membership card. You can choose to upgrade it. A recharge of 500 gold coins will make you a silver member, and a recharge of 1,000 gold coins will make you a gold member. Platinum and Emerald memberships will be available later. Bronze members only have basic entry and exit privileges. Silver members enjoy discounts on drinks and access to higher-end dishes. Gold members enjoy more benefits on top of silver members, such as receiving a free gift with each purchase, at the manager's discretion, and being able to bring other customers who are not on the tavern's blacklist. After explaining, Lin Ming looked up at Jessica and continued, you can recharge to become a tavern member at your own discretion. The tavern's opening hours are from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. Please note the tavern's opening hours when activating your membership card. After explaining the important points, Lin Ming sat quietly to the side, remaining silent. Director Lin, please just give me a bronze membership card first. Jessica looked slightly embarrassed. After listening to Lin Ming's explanation, she did have a slight desire to upgrade, but unfortunately, she was short of money and lacked the resources. Upgrading to a silver membership required at least 500 gold coins, but she only had the 400 gold coins she had traded with Isabella, which was far from enough. Besides, she had a very important use for this money. Lin Ming didn't say anything about Jessica's unusual behavior, but simply took out a bronze card and placed it on the table. This is your membership card, please keep it safe. You can input your own magic power to authenticate it. After authentication, this card is only for your use, no one else can activate it. Jessica picked up the card and, following the instructions, input her magic power. Instantly, the card seemed to activate, surrounded by a ring of golden light. She carefully examined the membership card in her hand. The bronze card had a cool, metallic feel, and was engraved with an exquisite design of a wine bottle and a wine glass. On the other side were 4 golden characters Dawn Tavern below, which was a string of numbers QT000021. Jessica didn't yet know what this number meant. She treated it like a precious treasure, carefully placing the membership card in a box before tucking it into her bosom. Hee, could you upgrade my membership to gold, Mr. Curator? Isabella, who had been listening attentively to the two, finally spoke with a smile. She was already quite interested in this tavern, and besides, she wasn't short of money. Having just traded 400 gold coins with Jessica, she effortlessly produced another 1,000, as if it were just a few silver coins. One could only say she was worthy of being a legendary witch, her resources were indeed abundant. Lin Ming, surprised, put away the gold coins and then produced a gold membership card. Compared to Jessica's bronze membership card, Isabella's gold membership card appeared far more luxurious and exquisite, shimmering with a subtle luster. After activating it with her magic, the card also displayed a numerical code, but unlike Jessica's, her card code was HJ000001. As a legendary witch, Isabella naturally noticed this different number. Curious, she asked, "Mr. Curator, could you tell me what this number means?" Lin Ming replied calmly, "This number is a unique code for every member of this tavern. HJ is an abbreviation for gold, and the following numbers indicate your membership number. For example, your 000001 means you are the first gold member of this tavern." "I see." Isabella's slender fingers lightly toyed with the card in her hand, a slight smile playing on her lips. "I never imagined I'd have the honor of becoming Mr. Curator's first gold member." Lin Ming ignored her teasing remark, focusing intently on his work. Isabella didn't bother to make a scene. Feeling the time was almost up, she finished her drink, a drop of ice water sliding down her lips and onto her fair neck. Placing the glass back on the table, she still smiled lightly. "Mysterious Mr. Curator, thank you for making my evening so pleasant. See you tomorrow." With that, she left the tavern with her evening's haul. After she left, Jessica bowed and also left the tavern. Once the two were gone, the tavern returned to its usual tranquility. Lin Ming tidied up their glasses and stood behind the bar, quietly waiting for the next customer. Golden Lion Empire, Western Coast, Coal City. Tulip Castle, located in the city center, has stood on the western coast of this empire for over 300 years. During this long period, the castle has had 4 different owners. The latest owner is said to be a young and wealthy woman from the distant eastern Qin Hai Duchy. Many of Coal City's young talents reportedly want to enter the castle to meet this mysterious lady, but all have refused. At this moment, on the second-floor corridor of Tulip Castle, the cool moonlight, like a veil, poured into the dimly lit castle, condensing into a soft glow that dispelled the darkness of the night. At the corner of the marble spiral staircase, the surrounding fine white light slowly coalesced into a graceful figure. When the light dissipated, it revealed Isabella's beautiful face. Sienna, who had been waiting idly in the manor's living room, suddenly caught a familiar scent, and her small cat ears trembled sensitively amidst her short black hair. Then she transformed into a black streak of light, and in the next instant, Isabella felt a soft, warm object in her arms. "Sienna?" Looking at the petite figure clinging tightly to her, Isabella smiled gently, her right hand slowly stroking Sienna's head. Feeling the gentle touch on her head, Sienna looked up, revealing her adorable face. "Lady Isabella, where did you go? I couldn't find your scent anywhere." Sienna's childish voice betrayed a hint of worry, although she believed that with Lady Isabella's strength, she was unlikely to encounter any danger. But the sudden loss of contact and the inability to find any trace of her still made her very anxious. Isabella patted her head, comforting her. "It's nothing, I just went to an interesting place." "What interesting place?" Sienna tilted her little head. "Lady Isabella, can you take me with you next time?" Isabella chuckled softly. "Sure. Hee, Lady Isabella is the best." Satisfied with the answer, Sienna happily buried her head in Isabella's arms, rubbing against her. "You little rascal." Isabella looked at the kitten in her arms with doting eyes. "Oh, right, Sienna, could you go to Sivana Manor for me tomorrow?" Isabella suddenly reminded her. "What are you going to Sivana Manor for?" Sienna asked curiously. "Isn't our Earl searching for the water of life lately? Go tell him I have what he wants." Isabella took out the potion she had traded from Jessica. The emerald green water of life reflected a dazzling green arc of light under the moonlight. Sienna also looked at the potion in her hand, but she didn't ask about its origin, simply replying, "Yes, Lady Isabella." Meanwhile, in the northwestern desert, the cold, bright full moon still hung high in the sky, but the pursuers were no longer visible. Jessica, however, remained cautious. She concealed herself in the shadows of the ruins, and only after confirming that no one was nearby did she emerge and run towards the city. As dawn broke, the outline of Rhine City gradually became clear in the rosy light. After showing her identification and being cleared by the guards, she returned to the city, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after her near-death experience. Although the Lacey adventurer group was a force to be reckoned with in Rhine City, they dared not openly attack her within the city walls. For her revenge plan, her next step was to gather the remaining members. Jessica secretly vowed to avenge her fallen teammates. She would not let a single member of the Lacey adventurer group escape. "Keith, you didn't expect this, did you? Not only am I not dead, but I'm even stronger. Just you wait, you'll soon pay the price for what you've done." Thinking this, her pace quickened, a ruthless glint appearing on her beautiful face. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and she darted to a corner of the street, concealing herself. A moment later, 3 men dressed as adventurers approached. Because Jessica was so well hidden, the 3 men didn't notice her, but their voices were clearly audible. "Boss, did that Jessica woman escape back to the city?" "Humph. She was so badly injured and poisoned by the black agate snake. She won't last long, she's probably still barely clinging to life in the wilderness. By the way, did you do what I asked you to do?" You mean those remaining members of that woman's team? We've done it. Those guys were really stupid. They actually thought Jessica gave them the information and foolishly came over, only to be wiped out in one fell swoop. Good. Send me the message in a bit. Knowing Jessica's loyal and righteous nature, she'll definitely come to rescue them. Then, watching the three figures disappear into the distance, Jessica clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. Sivana Manor wasn't far from Tulip Castle. In the bright morning light, Van Buren Sivana, the master of Sivana Manor, had just finished his morning training. He placed his training broadsword back in its place. The heavy black iron sword made a dull thud as it hit its rack, a testament to its astonishing weight. The sword was forged entirely of cast iron. Ordinary knights would struggle to lift it, yet in his hands it felt as light as a feather. Nevertheless, the intense morning training had left the Golden Knight somewhat weary. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, tracing his chiseled, handsome profile. It was hard to imagine that the de facto ruler of Cole, one of the 12 counts of the empire, the Golden Knight known as the Count of the Blue Sea Whales, was merely a young man in his early 20s. Van Buren Sivana's name was not only renowned throughout Colbier County but also throughout the entire empire. This stemmed not only from his noble status but also from his exceptional talent. At only 25, he had already reached the 8th tier Golden Knight realm, even faintly touching the threshold of the 9th tier. Therefore, he was hailed as the man with the best chance of breaking through to legendary status by the age of 30. Legend. A word that an ordinary person could never achieve in their entire life, yet for Van Buren, it was within reach. But at this moment, a lingering worry was etched between the brows of this prodigy. My lord, Lady Isabella has arrived. The manor's butler brought him a towel, along with a message. Van Buren paused slightly, taking the towel to wipe the sweat from his face. Please invite her to the drawing room. Since Isabella had sent word that morning, Van Buren wasn't too surprised by her arrival. He placed the sweat-dampened towel back in the butler's hands, adding, remember to fetch the can of black tea from my study to serve her. Yes, Your Excellency. The butler left with the towel. Van Buren went to the bathroom and quickly rinsed himself with cold water. When he finished dressing and entered the drawing room, Isabella had been waiting for some time. She wore a pale purple dress, elegantly crossing her legs, revealing a glimpse of her fair calves. Her slender hands, clad in lace gloves, gently held a cup of black tea, savoring it. Several maids stood quietly to the side, and the butler also waited silently, as if she were the mistress of the room. Only when she saw Van Buren approach did Isabella raise her head and offer a slight smile. Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Lady Isabella. Van Buren returned the greeting, then walked to the head seat of the drawing room and sat down, his azure eyes looking casually at the woman before him. As the Lord of Cole City, he was well aware of the strength and background of this mysterious woman from the Duchy of Kinhai. With legendary strength and the atrocity of destroying a city, Van Buren was naturally not foolish enough to antagonize such a person. Moreover, in this continent, strength reigns supreme. Even the king of an empire must treat someone of legendary strength with respect. From this perspective, their statuses were actually quite similar. Furthermore, the woman opposite him was his sister's best friend, so they could also be considered friends. Your Excellency, your taste has been quite refined lately. Isabella picked up her black tea and smiled. The warm, slightly scalding tea emitted a fresh, herbal aroma that she enjoyed. Van Buren straightened up slightly and said calmly, Ms. Isabella, I'm glad you like it. This is a fine black tea from Grilanka, isn't it? I can smell the Lancer spring water. Isabella savored it again, closing her eyes to savor the flavor. Grilanka was a small vassal state in the southern part of the Golden Lion Empire. This duchy lacked valuable resources, but due to its geographical location, it was famous for its black tea. Tea irrigated with Lancer spring water, in particular, was a highly sought-after luxury item among the nobles of the Golden Lion Empire. It's said that a can of top-quality Grilanka black tea can fetch over 100 gold coins. I didn't expect Ms. Isabella to be so knowledgeable about tea. Van Buren glanced at Isabella with surprise. It's just a personal preference, she said with a light laugh, setting down her teacup. Then I'll give you a can later, Van Buren offered. Your kindness is too much to refuse. Isabella accepted readily. Although she wasn't short of money, she naturally wouldn't refuse such a rare item that money couldn't buy. Seeing her so unceremonious, Van Buren couldn't help but smile. He then composed himself and got to the point. Ms. Isabella, you didn't come here today just for tea, did you? Of course not. Speaking of business, Isabella's expression became more serious. How is Fiona? Very bad. At the mention of Fiona's name, Van Buren's eyes darkened, his tone somber. You know Fiona suffers from the withering disease. It's not a curse, nor is it an injury. It cannot be cured with medicine or other treatments. It can only be replenished with the water of life or items containing a high concentration of life essence to replenish her depleted life force. Fiona was Van Buren's sister and his only family. Van Buren was a person who valued family ties extremely highly, so he doted on his sister. But fate played a cruel trick. Just as Fiona had come of age, she was suddenly diagnosed with the withering disease. It was a disease caused by insufficient life force, neither a curse nor an injury. The probability of contracting this disease is extremely low, and it only manifests suddenly in adulthood. Its main characteristic is a sudden and rapid depletion of life force, leaving the person incredibly weak. Treatment can only be achieved by replenishing life force externally, and the most abundant source of life force on this continent is undoubtedly the spring of life. This sacred spring, transformed from the tree of life, possesses almost miraculous life force, making it incredibly easy to cure this kind of life depletion disease. However, the problem is that since the elves secluded themselves in the Silvermoon Forest, humanity has lost all means of communication with them. Therefore, obtaining the spring of life from the elves is virtually impossible. Furthermore, the Golden Lion Empire and the Silvermoon Forest are vastly different. By the time he could travel back and forth, it would probably be too late. Left with no other option, Van Buren could only pin his hopes on the remaining potions of life still circulating in the market. Although these potions might have been diluted several times, something was better than nothing. Even if these potions had been diluted multiple times and their efficacy was far inferior to the original spring water, at least they were better than nothing. For this reason, he offered a reward twice the market price for their collection. However, to date, he has found nothing. The water of life currently existing in the world is simply too rare. Alas, my poor Fiona, why must she suffer such a cruel twist of fate? Isabella lightly covered her lips with her lace glove, her sigh carrying a deliberate air of sorrow. To be fair, she did have genuine feelings for Fiona. She quite liked this younger sister who was much older than herself, and when she learned of Fiona's terminal illness, she had helped her search for a cure. She had even used her connections to contact the elves of Silvermoon Forest, never expecting that the mysterious tavern last night would give her such a pleasant surprise. Before even receiving a reply from Silvermoon Forest, she had already acquired a potion of the water of life. Moreover, a mere 400 gold coins plus a useless magical item was practically free money. Van Buren couldn't understand the purpose of her performance, so he simply remained silent, watching her act with his hands clasped. Seeing that no one paid any attention, Isabella didn't feel embarrassed. She quickly regained her composure and smiled. "No more joking, Your Excellency. I've come today specifically regarding Fiona's illness." Upon hearing this, Van Buren sat up straight, his expression grave. "Do you have any ideas?" Van Buren didn't hold much hope for Isabella, as he had previously inquired with her and learned that she didn't possess the potion of the water of life. He figured she probably only had some impractical treatments. Isabella, unaware of Van Buren's thoughts, simply gave a glance to Sienna, who was standing behind her. Sienna quickly handed Van Buren the potion. Looking at the emerald green potion in his hand, his gaze sharpened, as if he had thought of something. He instructed the butler, "Go and fetch Mr. Mars." The Manor's apothecary arrived in the drawing room shortly afterward. He carefully tested the potion, completing all the steps before solemnly nodding to Van Buren. Upon receiving the apothecary's confirmation, Van Buren, gazing at the potion in his hand, laughed heartily, as if he had found a lifeline. "Ha ha ha." However, Van Buren's smile didn't last long. Looking at Isabella, who was calmly sipping her tea, he composed himself and asked, "Ms. Isabella, may I ask where you obtained this potion?" "That's none of your concern, Earl, but I can guarantee that this potion is completely effective for Fiona's illness." Isabella wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal that she acquired the potion for 800 gold coins, as that would clearly be detrimental to the reward she would later demand. Fortunately, Van Buren didn't press the matter further. "Lady Isabella, your noble character is certainly trustworthy. I will have your payment delivered to Tulip Castle later." "My lord," Isabella interrupted softly, "you know, money is of little use to me." As a legendary figure, Isabella was naturally not short of money. In fact, her wealth might even surpass that of some high-ranking nobles. 3,000 gold coins might be an astronomical sum for ordinary people, but in the hands of these high-ranking nobles, it was merely a drop in the ocean. "Then, Lady Isabella, what do you desire?" Van Buren asked in a deep voice, already prepared to be ripped off. "Don't be too nervous, Count, I'm not a greedy person." Seeing his wary expression, Isabella found it somewhat amusing. "Mussolini's whale is about to migrate. I only need a ticket to the lost city of Iglesias. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Van Buren pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. The lost city of Iglesias was once the capital of the ancient human empire of Attilans during the Golden Age. This once vast empire, which dominated an entire sea, sank to the bottom of the sea due to divine punishment, ultimately becoming a tragic legend in the mouths of many bards. However, because Attilans was an empire that revered technology, it also gave rise to many treasure hunters who ventured to the Somarai Sea to salvage lost alchemical relics. For these treasure hunters, finding a powerful ancient alchemical weapon would guarantee them a lifetime of comfort. Sylvanaz's ancestors were among these treasure hunters, but they were far more fortunate. They not only found the capital of Ada lands, Igreus, but also forged a pact of mutual protection with the giant whales of Somarai. With this resource, Sylvanaz's ancestors rose to legendary status and were granted the title of Earl, becoming the renowned Earls of the Whales. However, Igreus's greatest value lay in its various lost golden technologies, which held little use for a legendary witch. Van Buren couldn't understand why Isabella would exchange this potion of life for a meaningless journey ticket. Of course, it was a completely profitable deal for him, because reaching Iglesias requires the help of the Somarai whales, and as mentioned before, Sylvana's ancestors had a pact with them. Van Buren can control the whales. The Somarai whales migrate every 2 years, which is also the time they travel to Iglesias. Van Buren takes several guards to Iglesias every year to explore. The so-called ticket is simply adding one more person, completely costless. Ms. Isabella, please forgive my intrusion, but the things in Iglesias shouldn't be of any use to you, so why? Van Buren finally voiced his doubts. Witches are a very special profession. Once awakened, they have no bottlenecks. With time, they can accumulate enough magic power to break through to unimaginable heights. Unlike other professions, even those with exceptional talent still need various methods to enhance their magic power to aid their breakthroughs. It can be said that witches, like dragons, are a species highly favored by the world. Hearing his question, Isabella simply smiled calmly. Your Excellency, you know that witch time is always very long. During this long period, one always needs some amusement to pass the time. Van Buren understood her meaning. Whether or not that Igres contained what she needed was unimportant. What mattered was whether that Igres could satisfy her desires. He shook his head helplessly, assuming that this was just the capriciousness of the immortal race. All right, enough of that. My dear Fiona is waiting for me to rescue her. Isabella gracefully rose, her skirt billowing in an elegant arc, and chuckled as she interrupted the conversation. She had achieved her goal. Now it was time to see her best friend Fiona in her pitiful state. Van Buren accompanied her to Fiona's bedroom. The spacious room was filled with sunlight. Heavy floor-length curtains, tied with silk ribbons, let in the bright light, illuminating the entire space. The air was filled with the delicate scent of perfume intertwined with subtle herbs. A large dressing mirror stood against the wall, and on the table in front of it, various cosmetics were neatly arranged by maids. Beside it was a double-door wardrobe made of oak, and through the slightly ajar doors, one could vaguely see various exquisite evening gowns hanging inside, their patterns intricate and their fabrics luxurious. Isabella's gaze, however, bypassed these, landing directly on the large bed in the center of the bedroom, half covered by sheer curtains. Amidst the soft down comforter, a delicate blonde girl leaned against the headboard. She was only 18 or 19 years old, in the prime of her youth, yet she appeared unusually frail. She leaned against a soft pillow, a thick, ancient parchment book lying open on her lap, covered by a thin blanket. The midday sun gently bathed her, casting a hazy glow on her pale skin. Hearing footsteps, the girl stopped turning the pages and looked up. Brother, sister Isabella? She first recognized her brother's familiar figure, then noticed the woman behind him, and her pale face lit up with surprise. Isabella walked lightly past Van Buren, reaching the bedside first. Fiona instinctively tried to sit up, but her weak body made even this simple action difficult, and she could only offer Isabella an apologetic smile. Gazing at the girl's sickly pale face and her legs, barely visible beneath the thin blanket, Isabella's eyes filled with deep pity. She reached out her right hand and gently stroked Fiona's long, golden hair. Poor Fiona, it's only been a short time, yet you've become so haggard. Who could have imagined that the vibrant girl who had danced so gracefully at her coming-of-age ceremony not long ago would now be so weak? I'm sorry, Sister Isabella, it's so rude of me to see you in this state. Her apologetic words, coupled with the frail appearance of the sickly beauty, made Isabella's heart ache even more, and she couldn't help but lean down and gently embrace her. It's all right, Fiona, I'm here to help you, she whispered comfortingly in the girl's ear. Then, Van Buren took a few steps forward and took out the potion. Brother, what is this? Fiona looked at the potion he offered in surprise, the emerald green liquid reflecting her pale, thin face. Inexplicably, she felt an indescribable urge to drink it all. Drink it, Fiona. Isabella opened the bottle for her and brought the potion to her lips. Fiona didn't hesitate, taking the potion and tilting her head back to drink it all. The cool liquid slid down her throat and into her stomach. Immediately, a gentle yet powerful energy spread rapidly, soothing her withered limbs and body like a hot spring. She felt a long-lost vitality rise from her abdomen, flowing throughout her body, a warm and comfortable sensation that almost made her sigh aloud. Unconsciously, a healthy blush gradually rose on her previously pale cheeks. Van Buren, who had been anxiously observing her expression, finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes brimming with barely suppressed joy. Fiona, how are you feeling? He asked hurriedly. Brother, I feel much better, so comfortable. A vibrant life force flowed through her body. Fiona felt completely recovered, but this was ultimately just an illusion caused by sudden nourishment after extreme depletion. Even so, the potion's effects were astonishing. With anticipation, she tried to get up, Van Buren carefully supporting her. When her feet touched the solid floor again, the coolness from her bare feet filled her with an indescribable joy. She could finally stand up again on her own. Unconsciously, tears welled up in her eyes. "Thank you, Sister Isabella." Fiona threw herself into Isabella's arms. Her regained health was an unforgettable blessing. Although her brother hadn't said it explicitly, she understood that her ability to stand again was largely thanks to her kind older sister. Isabella didn't speak, only smiled and gently patted her back, silently comforting the girl in her arms who was crying tears of joy. Van Buren didn't disturb them. After his sister calmed down a bit, he had the apothecary collect Fiona's physical data, then left them alone. Looking back one last time at his sister, now full of life again, a faint smile appeared on his usually serious lips. Back in the drawing room, Van Buren looked at the apothecary behind him, his expression returning to seriousness. "How is it?" The apothecary's eyes flickered with struggle, then he sighed and replied, "The potion that Lady Isabella brought has indeed been very effective. For the next 10 years, the Count need not worry about Miss Fiona's health, but after 10 years... He didn't finish his sentence. Van Buren already understood his meaning. This was within his expectations, however. After all, it was just a diluted potion of life essence, not the original essence of the fountain of life. Extending his life by 10 years was already a good result. 10 years was enough. By then, he estimated he would have broken through to the legendary realm, possessing enough strength to travel to the Silver Moon Forest. He waved the apothecary away and began his new tasks alone. Back in Fiona's bedroom, the girl, now free from her serious illness, was happily whispering to Isabella. "Sister Isabella, where did you get that potion?" Fiona asked curiously. She wasn't a magic user and had no concept of potions of life. She only knew that during her illness, her brother had sought out many apothecaries and healers, but none of them could cure her. Faced with Fiona's curiosity, Isabella simply extended a finger and gently touched her lips. "SHH, it's a secret." Seeing her smiling face, Fiona knew that asking further would be pointless, and she pouted slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. "Fine." Her good older sister was wonderful in every way, but she had this wicked sense of humor. She always liked to be a riddle teller, speaking in cryptic ways that left everyone itching to know more. Noticing her slight unease, Isabella comforted her with a smile. "All right, how about I take you somewhere fun tonight?" "What kind of fun place?" Fiona immediately perked up. Isabella's smile remained captivating. "You'll find out tonight." The city of Corrado, a northern border town, was shrouded in the silent moonlight of night. The cool glow cast long shadows across the empty streets, sharply outlining the buildings. Tap, tap, tap. A series of unsteady footsteps echoed clearly in the still night. A figure in a tattered robe staggered along the dimly lit street, his face obscured by a hood, only the outline of his chin vaguely visible. A slender sword hung at his waist. He resembled a down-on-his-luck, wandering swordsman. His steps were unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. But the man seemed unconcerned. He pulled out a flask from his robes and took another long gulp. The cold liquid trickled down his lips, soaking his clothes. The city of Corrado was not exactly safe. Especially at night, under the cover of darkness, some darkness always breeds in unseen corners. A man, a drunkard who can barely walk, is an easy target. And at this moment, the rats lurking in the shadows have already set their sights on this lone prey. Prey is scarce in Corrado City, and they have been hungry for a long time. They are now only waiting for an opportunity, and when it arrives, they will pounce eagerly and tear their prey to shreds. The disappearance of an outsider in Corrado City will go unnoticed. Finally, the opportunity has arrived. As the man steps into the deserted alley, the hunters who have been following him bar their fangs, eagerly following him, their blades gleaming. But unfortunately, they have miscalculated. The man is not prey to be slaughtered. On the contrary, he is a tiger capable of tearing a lion apart. Looking back at the rats following him, making no attempt to conceal their malice, the man's face remained calm. A flash of light, and without even a scream, several corpses lay scattered in the dark alley. The man continued his unsteady steps, but suddenly, a faint sound in the alley caught his attention. Although the person hiding tried desperately to conceal their breathing, their movements, designed to conceal their presence, sounded incredibly emotional to the man. He used his sword to pry open a box hidden by debris, but froze when he saw what was inside. Inside the box, about half a person's height, several small, thin children huddled together in fear. The wooden planks above them suddenly opened, and the timid children clung tightly to their companions, burying their heads in their chests, too afraid to look up. Only one slightly older girl stood protectively in front of them, like a mother hen guarding her chicks, her eyes fixed on the man, terrified he might harm them. Her fear was evident in her eyes and trembling lips, yet she remained resolute and unyielding. Fortunately, the man only glanced at her briefly before offering a self-deprecating smile and slowly walking away. His steps were still unsteady, but the girl dared not relax for a moment. Only when the man's figure was completely out of her sight did she breathe a sigh of relief. as if she had escaped a terrible ordeal. Turning her head to look at the several corpses in the alley, their blood still warm, the girl's eyes hardened. She gritted her teeth and scrambled out of the wooden crate. She carefully searched each corpse, one by one, until she was certain there was nothing of value. Then, she and her companions ran quickly in the opposite direction, their small figures disappearing into the night. But for the man, these were merely insignificant incidents. He continued to pour wine into his mouth as he walked, until the flask was completely empty. Is it all gone? The man tilted his head back and shook the flask. Confirming it was indeed empty, he shook his head bitterly. His eyes searched the nearby streets, trying to find an open tavern. But his gaze swept across the darkness, there wasn't a single light. Just as the man was about to give up in frustration and find a place to sleep, suddenly, a strange door in a dark corner caught his attention. He had checked that place before, it was empty. But in the blink of an eye, the door suddenly appeared before him. Filled with curiosity, he walked over and pushed open the door. Ding-a-ling. Welcome to the Dawn Tavern. A gentle male voice rang in Royce's ears, accompanied by the crisp sound of bells. This is a tavern? Royce curiously surveyed his surroundings. The bright lights and luxurious, exquisite decor were completely unlike anything he'd ever seen in any country. His deep blue eyes reflected his curiosity. He had never seen a tavern like this before. Even after traveling to so many countries and visiting many self-proclaimed high-end taverns, none had been as refined and beautiful as this mysterious one. It was even more magnificent than the royal palaces of many duchies. But having seen it all, Royce didn't remain astonished by the tavern's beautiful decor for long. He walked to the bar and sat down opposite Lin Ming. He pulled back his hood, revealing a young face, but with a stubble and a slightly weathered look. Take a look, would you like something to drink? Lin Ming politely pushed the drinks menu towards him. Royce casually flipped through the menu, raising an eyebrow slightly at the prices, then closed the book and pushed it back. What's your strongest drink? Looking at the man before him, a man with a story to tell, Lin Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned and took a blue bottle from the shelf behind him, placing it on the bar. Then he took a glass and placed an ice ball just big enough to fit inside. He opened the bottle with a corkscrew and poured half a glass of clear liquor into it. Having done this, he pushed the glass and the remaining liquor in the bottle towards him. You can try this 45 proof vodka, I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Lin Ming smiled confidently. He could tell the man before him was here to get drunk, and vodka, as a high-proof spirit, was perfect for that kind of person. However, he was still a bit conservative, only taking a bottle of 45 proof. He didn't know the common alcohol content of spirits in this world, but he figured it shouldn't be too high. 45 proof was probably considered a relatively strong spirit for them. Royce gazed at the crystal-clear liquor before him, then curiously picked it up and gently swirled it through the glass. The round, spherical ice ball bounced against the glass with his movement, producing a soft, tinkling sound. He brought it close to his nose and took a sip. The intense aroma of alcohol filled his nostrils, confirming that it was indeed liquor, not water. It was a pure yet potent scent of alcohol, one he had never smelled before, as pristine as the air at the summit of a snow-capped mountain. Royce had drunk many liquors over the years, but none had ever given him such a pure feeling, solely in terms of aroma. The cold rim of the glass lightly touched his lips. The strong aroma of alcohol made him abandon his initial plan to gulp it down. He first took a tentative sip, then immediately felt fortunate. The initial taste was crisp and icy. The transparent alcohol, softened by the ice, carried a chilling quality, like the wind sweeping across a glacier atop a snow-capped mountain. As the drink went down his throat, the expected intense heat didn't arrive. Instead, it was surprisingly smooth. It didn't taste like alcohol, rather, it was as smooth as raw milk, with a hint of grain sweetness in the middle, like rice sleeping beneath a layer of snow exhaling its last breath. The aftertaste was a delicate sweetness that glided across his tongue and filled his mouth, like a gentle breeze and a bright moon, like the taste of the first snowflakes of spring. Just as pure as the initial aroma, it was breathtakingly clean. As it slid completely down his stomach, a gentle yet resolute warmth rose calmly from his abdomen, like a slowly burning flame in a winter fireplace, dispelling the chill without any aggression. It lacked the overpowering nature of other high-concentration, inferior alcohols, offering only a soothing warmth from within, comforting every organ. Royce closed his eyes. The aftertaste was fleeting, yet transcendently pure. There were no complex layers of entanglement, no clamorous odors from the barrel, only the imagined snowfield reappeared, a vast, pristine wilderness in utter silence. It was as if all the chaotic thoughts in his heart had been washed away by this pure liquid, leaving only a distant, gentle sweetness on his tongue and a lasting, unassuming warmth in his mouth. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, muttering in a daze, "Good wine." This time, Royce was no longer cautious. He tilted his head back and downed the rest of the wine in his glass in one gulp, the wonderful and unique sensation coming on even more intensely. He grinned, revealing a genuine smile. He poured himself another full glass and gulped it down again, the bottom of the glass clattering against the bar counter. It seemed that only in this way could the frustration in his heart be slightly relieved. Witnessing this, Lin Ming, who was wiping the glasses, raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. He placed the cleaned glass back in its place, his voice flat. Is something troubling you, sir? Hearing this, Royce slightly raised his head, his gaze shifting from the glass in his hand to Lin Ming. The warm yellow light in the bar shone on him, making his back appear somewhat thin and lonely. He chuckled softly, his fingers twirling along the rim of his glass. Who in this world can truly be carefree? His face was smiling, but Lin Ming could still hear the bitterness hidden beneath his words. Lin Ming comforted him, that's true, but wine is meant to be savored slowly. Don't let your emotions control you. You're right. Royce raised his glass and smiled broadly at him. Whether Lin Ming took his advice to heart or not, Royce stopped chugging his wine and began to truly savor it, a look of bliss on his face. However, as if the effects of the wine were wearing off, Royce became more talkative. Boss, have you ever experienced watching something you wanted to protect crumble before your eyes? Lin Ming shook his head. No. Although he had lived 2 lives, he hadn't experienced many setbacks. Aside from the bar closing down and him losing his job, and a stroke of incredible luck, his life had been relatively smooth. You're lucky, Royce chuckled, then changed the subject. And I sincerely hope you stay lucky. Never experience that feeling of weakness and helplessness. His voice lowered, and his head drooped unconsciously. The tavern fell silent for a moment, until a cheerful voice broke the silence. Good evening, Mr. Manager. Isabella, dressed differently, arrived as promised. Seeing Royce drinking alone at the bar, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Looks like I'm not the first customer tonight. Lin Ming stopped what he was doing and looked up slightly. What would you like to drink tonight? His words trailed off as he caught sight of the figure behind Isabella. Mr. Curator, is there a problem? Isabella followed his gaze and found it lingering on Sienna. She wasn't alone tonight, having upgraded her membership to Gold VIP last night for 1,000 gold coins. She now had the privilege of bringing 2 non-members, so she brought Sienna and Fiona with her. Nothing. Lin Ming looked away and turned to Isabella. Want another mojito tonight, or would you like something different? Something different, I like trying new things. Isabella looked at Lin Ming teasingly. Mr. Curator, any recommendations for tonight? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he wasn't very good at dealing with people like Isabella, but he still offered his recommendations. How about a tequila sunrise? Then let's go with the curator's recommendation. Confirming her request, Lin Ming turned to Fiona, who was looking around the bar with wide, curious eyes, like a curious child. Hello, ma'am, what would you like to drink? Holding the drinks menu, Fiona withdrew her wandering gaze and looked at the handsome but oddly dressed, expressionless man before her, asking, This is a bar? When Isabella said she would take her to an interesting place earlier today, she had been filled with anticipation. Unexpectedly, Isabella had led her to a bar, but this bar was strange. Its luxurious decor was nothing like the pubs outside, reeking of sweat and cheap alcohol. Instead, it looked like some kind of royal banquet, which aroused Fiona's intense curiosity. Madam, please don't hesitate. What would you like to drink? Lin Ming's tone was calm. Almost every first-time customer at the bar asked this question, so he was used to it. Hearing his confirmation, Fiona finally looked at the drink menu. However, her beautiful eyebrows quickly furrowed, mainly because she couldn't understand it. She could understand every single word on the wine list in her hand, but when put together, she had absolutely no idea what it meant. She'd never heard of any of the various names listed. Seeing her struggle, Lin Ming sighed. He knew it was time for him to step in again. Do you usually like to drink? How's your alcohol tolerance? Fiona shook her head, a hint of embarrassment on her face, her eyes darting away. She really didn't drink much, so her alcohol tolerance was naturally non-existent. At her coming-of-age ceremony, she was asked to drink a few glasses of wine from West Virginia, which nearly caused a complete mess of the ceremony. Lin Ming noticed her expression and understood. He calmly suggested, how about a cosmopolitan? It's perfect for beginners. Oh, okay. Fiona didn't quite understand his meaning, but nodded subconsciously in agreement. Isabella, standing to the side, smiled without saying a word. She couldn't wait to see Fiona's reaction, it would definitely be interesting. Finally, Lin Ming turned his gaze to the petite and adorable catgirl beside Isabella, asking with a hint of uncertainty, this one, shouldn't she be underage? Isabella gently stroked Sienna's soft hair and smiled. By human standards, she is indeed underage. Lin Ming's expression turned serious. I'm sorry, this establishment cannot serve alcoholic beverages to underage customers. That's a pity. Isabella's fingertips brushed against Sienna's hair, her tone tinged with regret. Sienna immediately protested indignantly, Lady Isabella, I can drink too. Then she glared angrily at Lin Ming. Hey, are you looking down on me? Her angry expression, combined with her still childish face, made her look adorably fierce. Lin Ming paused for a moment before slowly speaking, I didn't mean to look down on you. Not selling alcohol to minors is an unwavering principle of this establishment. However, he changed the subject, turning to a page on the drink menu. You can take a look at these. This page is all non-alcoholic beverages. Especially this lychee sparkling water, it's sweet and very delicious. Really? You're not lying to me. Sienna tilted her head back, her wide eyes filled with suspicion. Lin Ming smiled and coaxed softly, really, I never lie. All right then, I'll believe you this once. Sienna accepted the suggestion with a hint of doubt. Seeing this, the corners of Lin Ming's mouth curved upwards even further. Isabella, who had been quietly observing from the side, watched Lin Ming smile thoughtfully. This curator Lin's attitude towards Sienna seemed somewhat different. Although she hadn't known Lin Ming for long, she could tell from that time that this mysterious curator always treated guests with a formulaic politeness, rarely even smiling. Isabella's rationality was so mechanical that she had even wondered if the man before her was an alchemical doll in disguise. But his gentle attitude towards Sienna just now made her slightly realize that the man before her was indeed a person with normal emotions. Lin Ming was oblivious to Isabella's complex thoughts. After ending his conversation with Sienna, he focused intently on his work. His first task was to prepare the tequila sunrise, which Isabella had ordered. The tequila sunrise is a sweet and sour cocktail that originated in the Americas in the 1930s. Its vibrant hues and easy drinking sweetness have made it a global sensation, a quintessential tropical cocktail, and a popular choice for beginners. Its characteristics include sweetness and rich fruitiness. The sweet and sour flavors of fresh orange juice dominate, while tequila provides a unique vegetal aroma. The grenadine syrup at the bottom provides sweetness and the signature red color. The most captivating feature of tequila sunrise is its natural gradient from yellow to orange to red, achieved through varying densities, perfectly mimicking the sunrise. Lin Ming turned and fetched a highball glass, its elegant curves like a lady awaiting her elegant attire. Several clear ice cubes were placed in the glass, clinking together with a crisp sound. Then, he introduced the star of the cocktail, tequila. As the cork was removed, a delicate herbal aroma mingled with the rising vapors of alcohol. He measured 2 portions of the clear liquid and poured them over the ice. The robust spirit served as the foundation of this fine drink. Its unique flavor, a distinctive herbal fragrance, slightly spicy yet warm, is its most important soul. Lin Ming's movements were swift yet precise and elegant, his occasional acrobatic touches making for a dazzling spectacle. Everyone's eyes were irresistibly drawn to his actions. Even Isabella, who had seen it several times before, couldn't tear her gaze away. Not to mention Fiona and Sienna, who were witnessing such acrobatic bartending technique for the first time. Fiona was completely mesmerized, her eyes sparkling. Wasn't this a bar? What were these dazzling bartending moves? And why did the drink look so beautiful? Sienna, meanwhile, stared wide-eyed, her eyes glued to his hands. As the saying goes, a serious man is the most charming. Isabella felt that this phrase perfectly described the man before her. The mixing process wasn't finished. Lin Ming picked up freshly squeezed orange juice, its rich, vibrant color, brimming with vitamin C, flowed into the glass like a torrent of sunlight, almost overflowing. The gold instantly engulfed the tequila, colliding and mingling with the ice, producing a cheerful sizzling sound. A layer of cool condensation rose from the glass. Now, the contents were a dazzling golden juice, tempting, yet still somewhat ordinary. The magic happened in the final step. He took a slender bar spoon and gently dipped it into the bottom of the glass, pressing it against the inside of the glass. Then, he picked up the bottle of deep red, jewel-like, thick, honey-like grenadine syrup and slowly, drop by drop, poured it along the back of the bar spoon. His movements were gentle and steady, his breath held. It was like performing a sacred ritual. The heavy, red syrup didn't mix with the orange juice. Like the most humble and mysterious artist, it sank, thread by thread, along the cracks in the ice to the bottom of the glass. Beneath the golden sea, it quietly spread a splendid sunset, no, a sunrise. The red, from bottom to top, faded from deep crimson to orange red, finally blending softly with the golden light in the glass. He gently removed the bar spoon, and a miracle had occurred. The glass was still. From top to bottom, it was a clear gold, then a warm orange, finally settling into a deep and passionate crimson. A complete, frozen sunrise unfolded beneath this transparent glass dome. Light streamed through the glass, refracting into breathtaking colors, so beautiful one hesitated to disturb it. Finally, he sliced off a slice of bright orange, placing it like a medal on the rim, then added a blood-red, wine-stained cherry. He pushed this world forward, the bottom of the glass making a soft click against the bar, the signal that the sunrise was about to begin. Your tequila sunrise. I looked at the cocktail that was pushed in front of me, which looked like a work of art. Isabella was somewhat at a loss as to how to proceed. So beautiful. Fiona exclaimed. This was the first time she had ever realized that an ordinary glass of liquor could possess such captivating beauty. The condensation on the outside of the glass, like morning dew on blades of grass before dawn, left a cool trace on her fingertips. The surrounding atmosphere fell silent for a moment. All eyes were fixed on the scene within the glass, a sunrise painting seemingly trapped beneath a glass dome. At this moment, Isabella finally understood why this drink was named Sunrise. The top layer was bright golden orange juice, like the first rays of sunlight unabashedly splashed across the boundless horizon. The middle layer, the golden hue, gradually melted, transitioning into a warm orange. It was as if the sun was peeking out, gently blending its warm light with the cold night, creating an ambiguous yet hopeful hue. The bottom layer, however, contained the most intense, almost molten crimson, deep, mysterious, yet incredibly sweet, like the core from which all light is born. After admiring it for a long time, Isabella finally, urged by her inner desire, picked up the glass filled with sunrise. Her movements were gentle, as if afraid to disturb this breathtaking beauty. She first sipped the golden top layer. The initial taste is incredibly refreshingly sweet, with the vibrancy of fresh orange juice instantly enveloping the taste buds, like a pure and joyful celebration, almost making you forget that this is a glass of wine. It was an unexpected and generous gift from a tropical orchard. As the glass tilted, the liquid in the middle slid into her mouth. A change occurred subtly. A unique, delicately vegetal aroma pierced the sweetness of the orange juice. That was the soul of tequila. Unlike the pure silence of vodka, it carried the earthy scent unique to tropical plants, a barely perceptible spiciness and greenness, like a breeze blowing across an agave field at sunrise, telling people that beneath this sweet illusion lay the foundation of a strong liquor. She continued drinking, until the glass was empty. The last sip was an intense, overwhelming sweetness. The exclusive, almost luxurious sweetness of grenadine syrup powerfully dominated all the senses. This sweetness was not monotonous, it was rich, deep, with a very subtle fruity astringency, bringing all the previous lightness and freshness to a powerful and complete conclusion. She set down the glass, the rich sweetness still lingering on her lips. A gentle warmth then calmly rose from her stomach, slowly spreading throughout her body. It wasn't the burning sensation of strong liquor, but rather the warm feeling of the earth gradually warming after sunrise. The sunrise in the glass was gone, but the picture painted by sweetness, sourness, the fragrance of herbs, and the warmth of the alcohol remained etched in her sensory memory. This was more than just a beverage, it was like a unique culinary pilgrimage, a sunrise ritual that ended perfectly in her mouth. Was it good, Isabella? Fiona looked at her with a mixture of nervousness and curiosity. Isabella was still immersed in the aftertaste. She unconsciously narrowed her eyes, nodded slightly, and murmured, "Good wine." This time it was Fiona's turn to be impatient. She called out impatiently, "Hey, isn't it my turn? Where's my drink? Bring it to me quickly." Faced with her urging, Lin Ming remained calm and composed, his voice gentle, "Madam, please don't rush." However, despite his words, his movements were anything but slow. Turning around, the glass bar, under the dim light, resembled a block of black ice, reflecting the hazy shadows of the bottles and jars on the liquor rack behind him. His fingers first swept over the bottles of base spirits, finally stopping at a crystal-clear bottle of vodka. It wasn't as deep as whiskey, nor as passionate as rum, it was a pure canvas, the flawless snow of the Siberian ice sheet. He measured out 2 portions, the liquid slid silently into the gleaming silver measuring cup, clear, pure, and without a trace of harshness. Then, he took down a bottle of orange liqueur, Cointreau. He tilted his wrist, and a bright orange syrup flowed into the colorless sea of vodka. A simple blend, yet an infusion of soul. It brought a rich orange aroma, a complex scent between the bitterness of the peel and the sweetness of the pulp, the foundation of this drink's sweetness, and the source of its character. Then came the sourness. He took a lime and deftly squeezed out the juice. 1 portion, no more, no less. The fresh, aggressive sourness instantly filled the air, shattering the previous sweet expectations. This sourness was the conflict of a story, the sharp, restless edge of a city night, a sobering agent that brought a slight frown yet a sudden burst of energy. Finally, there was that legendary crimson cranberry juice. He added 1 portion, and a wondrous chemical reaction occurred within the measuring cup. The colorless base spirit was completely ignited, transforming into a deep, romantic pink, like the glow of a sunset, or the most fashionable rouge on a lady's lips. It gave the drink its name, color, and visual soul. With a click, he closed the stainless steel shaker, the sound crisp like an opening bell. He raised the shaker, beginning a symphony of ice and fire. Ice cubes collided, shattered, and spun violently within the shaker, roaring like a blizzard, thoroughly mixing the spirit and syrup. His hands felt the temperature rapidly draining, a layer of frost forming on the metal casing. After a dozen seconds, he stopped shaking. He took a pre-chilled martini glass, its walls shrouded in condensation, hazy like gauze. He poured the liquid from the shaker through a strainer. A torrent of cool, pink liquid cascaded into the glass like silk, smooth and breathtakingly flat, without a single bubble. It swirled gently within the glass before settling still, revealing a clear, luminous jewel-like quality. Then came the final touch. He removed a lemon peel, twisted it gently at the rim of the glass, and a fine mist of lemon oil sprayed out, spreading evenly across the surface of the liquid. Finally, he gently placed the curved peel into the glass, like a small golden boat floating on a pink sea. He then gently pushed this work of art forward. Your Metropolis. Both the Metropolis and Tequila Sunrise were relatively simple cocktails, so Lin Ming didn't keep her waiting long. When the tiny pink ocean, confined within a glass, was pushed before her, Fiona's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was a young woman who had just come of age, at an age when she adored dreamy colors. Gazing at this dreamy pink ocean before her, she, like Isabella, was reluctant to take a bite. Fiona, if you don't like it, I can drink it for you. Isabella's lips curled into a slight smile, but her gaze remained fixed intently on the cosmopolitan. No need. Fiona instantly reacted like a cub guarding its food, quickly pulling the pink drink close to her, her eyes wary. The Cosmopolitan is a classic modern cocktail, its captivating pink appearance and perfectly balanced sweet and sour taste making it a global phenomenon. Although it originated in the 1970s and 80s, its popularity exploded in the 1990s thanks to the American TV series Sex and the City. Fiona carefully lifted the glass, the previously dreamy mist on the glass had condensed into glistening droplets, clinging to her slender white fingers. Her red lips pursed slightly, the first sip was an exquisitely smooth, icy sensation, utterly effortless. Next, the subtle sweetness of cranberries and the sharp tartness of lime danced a precise tango in her mouth. Sweet but not cloying, tart but not astringent. Vodka provided a subtle, cool backbone, while the orange aroma of Cointreau and the oily notes of lemon peel created the most captivating finish, transporting her to a glittering, glamorous city night. It was an exotic experience Fiona had never encountered before, a romantic poem about the modern metropolis written through taste. She couldn't wait to experience more. The icy liquor rolled down her throat. The refreshing tartness of lemon intertwined with the sweet aroma of orange peel, lingering on her lips and tongue, until the glass was emptied. Fiona's eyes were slightly narrowed, her face flushed with a blush of ecstasy. The lingering numbing sensation from the sweet and sour storm on her tongue, along with a pleasant astringency, remained. It was as if what she had just experienced wasn't a simple sip, but a romantic and novel urban journey condensed within the drink. The empty glass in her hand fell unconsciously, its base tapping lightly against the table like the final fell of a gavel. But Fiona remained lost in her dream, unwilling to wake up. Fiona, Fiona. Isabella gently shook her, trying to rouse her, but to little avail. Lin Ming, the instigator, paid no attention to their actions. He retrieved a glass bottle of lychee-flavored soda from behind the bar. He picked up a clean highball glass and added a few ice cubes. The bottle opener danced between his fingers. With a soft pop, the bottle cap opened, and an incredibly fresh, almost tangible aroma wafted out. Mixed with a delicate, cool vapor, like crushed ice colliding, it gently entered the nostrils. The pearly liquid was slowly poured into a glass, and countless tiny bubbles immediately rose eagerly from the bottom, gathering on the surface to form a brief, bustling cloud. A few vibrant green mint leaves were added as a garnish, and a rainbow-colored straw was inserted. A simple glass of lychee-flavored sparkling water was then placed in front of Sienna. That's it, over. The catgirl stared at him blankly, her eyes seeming to say, just like that? With the exceptional Tequila Sunrise and Metropolitan set in mind, Sienna's lychee-flavored sparkling water seemed remarkably simple. Seeing her confusion, Lin Ming, like coaxing a child, smiled gently, try it first. It's very sweet and delicious. Sienna took it with some skepticism, brought her small mouth to the straw, and took a small sip. Instantly, countless tiny, lively bubbles danced and burst on her lips and tongue, bringing a slight yet striking tingling sensation, like the tip of her tongue brushing against a piece of cold stardust. This sharp stimulation was fleeting, followed by an overwhelming, rich, and full-bodied sweetness. That sweetness wasn't a dull, cloying sweetness like syrup. It was fresh and juicy, with a delicate lychee aroma, the honeyed sweetness of a perfectly ripe, translucent white lychee, rich and elegant, filling her entire mouth. It evoked images of a sunny afternoon filtering through an orchard, and the sweet, refreshing scent of herbs lingering under fingernails as one peeled a lychee. Sienna experienced this wondrous sensation for the first time. She felt her very soul tremble in this sweet, delightful sensation. It was so sweet, so delicious, the man hadn't lied to her. As if unable to stop, she took another large gulp, the sweet and strange flavor surging once more. Within this torrent of sweetness lay a subtly exquisite twist. As the intense sweetness of the lychee reached its peak, a delicate, crystal-clear tartness, like a silver thread hidden within a magnificent tapestry, quietly emerged. It wasn't true tartness, but rather a subtle contour that framed the sweetness, making it three-dimensional without being cloying, refreshing without being bland. She swallowed this cool nectar. The sweetness slid down her throat, leaving behind a refreshing, minty sensation. The lingering tingling sensation of the bubbles still danced on her tongue, the aftertaste of lychee like a tender chorus, lingering between her teeth and cheeks. The coolness wasn't the sharp sharpness of mint, but rather as if her entire mouth had been gently cleansed and immersed in clear mountain spring water. Sienna set down the glass, letting out a satisfied, soft exhale, her breath carrying a cool, dreamy fruity aroma. She tasted the flavor of summer, feeling as refreshed as if she were bathed in the coolest stream on a hot summer day. Her half-closed eyes held a dreamy quality, her hands gripping the glass tightly, as if she had grasped the most precious treasure in the world. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Isn't it delicious? Lin Ming's gentle voice sounded in her ear, bringing her back to her senses. Humph, not bad. The catgirl's tone was slightly haughty, but her flushed, dreamy eyes and the unconsciously swaying tail betrayed her inner joy. Lin Ming's gaze remained fixed on her small, lively head, the occasional trembling of her cat ears tickled his heart. The curator seems quite interested in Sienna's ears. His intense gaze was even noticed by Isabella, who was standing nearby. She pulled Sienna close, gently pinching the cat ears that Sienna had been longing for. A fleeting, almost imperceptible envy crossed Lin Ming's gaze as he followed her movements. He said, as if explaining, "It's just my first time seeing an orc, I'm a little curious." Royce, who had been drinking alone, also looked up. When his gaze fell on Sienna, a hint of surprise flashed in his drunken eyes. Black hair, blue eyes, could it be the shadow cat? His murmured, tinged with intoxication and confusion, was muffled. Isabella turned her head, finally taking a proper look at the somewhat disheveled man. "Sir, your knowledge is indeed extensive. I do not know your name?" Isabella's gaze towards Royce was filled with undisguised inquiry. Royce took a sip of vodka, his tone self-deprecating. "I am but a homeless, wandering swordsman, not worthy of your majesty's remembrance." Isabella chuckled. "Why belittle yourself, sir? To recognize Sienna's identity at a glance, that is not something an ordinary wandering swordsman could achieve." Sienna's identity was indeed extraordinary. Her true form was a legendary creature active in the shadow realm, the Shadow Cat. Besides the prime material continent, this world also contains many realms composed of elements. Humans, elves, orcs, and others mostly inhabit the prime material continent. But there are also some wondrous elemental creatures that live in various elemental realms, rarely interacting with the creatures of the prime material continent. The Shadow Cat is the representative creature of the Shadow Realm. They are shadow elves of the Shadow World, messengers of the Shadow Goddess connecting the continent. Not only are they adept at using various shadow abilities, but they can also freely traverse between the Shadow World and the main continent. Their growth potential is extremely high. Once they reach adulthood, they can attain legendary level strength. Unfortunately, their powerful talent also destined this race to have a low reproductive rate. Coupled with the fall of the Shadow Goddess, the Shadow Elf race gradually disappeared from the sight of all species. Isabella even speculated that Sienna might be the only remaining Shadow Elf in the world. Yet, this endangered and rare species was recognized at a glance by the man before her. Anyone with a modicum of common sense wouldn't believe he was just an ordinary wandering swordsman, let alone Isabella, a witch who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. Sienna had been by her side for over 100 years, during which time they had traveled to many countries, and Royce was the first person to recognize Sienna's identity at first glance. This man's identity was far more than just a wandering swordsman. Seemingly realizing a flaw in his words, Royce fell silent, offering no further reply. Sometimes, silence is the best answer. His silence implicitly confirmed Isabella's guess. However, she didn't press the matter further. Although she was somewhat disappointed at not getting information about Royce's identity, she wasn't one to dwell on things. The exchange between the two didn't pique Lin Ming's interest much. His attention remained focused on Sienna. "Can I touch your ears?" Lin Ming finally made this somewhat embarrassing request. Hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Isabella's eyes. Sienna, on the other hand, looked at him warily. Although the sparkling water was delicious, she remained cautious towards the man before her. "No," Sienna coldly refused. "Only Lady Isabella can touch Sienna's ears." With that, she nestled her petite body into Isabella's arms, nuzzling against her affectionately. Isabella affectionately ruffled her hair, then apologized to Lin Ming. "I'm sorry, Mr. Curator, Sienna is a bit willful and doesn't like strangers touching her." "It's not her fault, it was my presumption." Lin Ming felt a pang of regret, but he also knew his sudden request had been somewhat abrupt. Isabella smiled slightly. "Mr. Curator, there's no need to be so disappointed. Actually, Sienna is easy to please." She winked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming instantly understood her implication. "Please wait a moment." He turned around and then fiddled with something on a machine that Isabella didn't understand. His usually composed movements now revealed a rare hint of urgency. Was Sienna really that attractive to him? Isabella looked down at the little catgirl in her arms. From her perspective, the tiny, delicate cat ears twitched happily, and her short, glossy black hair was as smooth and silky as silk. Her small, doll-like face was exquisitely cute, her signature large emerald green eyes sparkling like jewels, her small, well-proportioned nose and lips. She was simply the most perfect creation of the goddess of creation. As expected of my Sienna, she's truly adorable. Isabella affectionately nuzzled her head against hers, eliciting a soft chuckle from the catgirl in her arms. However, Isabella knew her earlier guess was largely unfounded. Although she hadn't spent much time with Lin Ming, she felt that this mysterious curator didn't show the same enthusiasm for women as other men, whether it was the young adventurer girl, Fiona, or even herself. She had never seen any different emotions in Lin Ming's eyes. He was like a formulaic alchemical doll. Of course, Isabella wasn't boasting, but she believed that in terms of appearance, she was in no way inferior to Sienna, and in some aspects even surpassed her. The long queue of young nobles outside Tulip Castle was proof of this. So what could be the reason that the curator treated Sienna differently? Isabella fell into thought. Could it be that the curator had a peculiar fetish? While she pondered, Lin Ming had finished his work. He walked over with something that looked like a dessert and placed it in front of Sienna. When the porcelain-white dessert was placed on the bar, all eyes seemed to be drawn to it. It was served in an exquisite, shallow glass, emitting wisps of cool, ethereal steam, like a miniature snow-capped peak, or a piece of meticulously carved, warm jade. What is this? Sienna sat up, gazing curiously at the dessert before her. This is ice cream I specially prepared for you. Meeting her inquisitive gaze, Lin Ming explained softly. Ice cream? Sienna had never heard such a strange name before, and her mind was filled with doubt. Try a bite. Its taste will absolutely amaze you, even more delicious than lychee sparkling water. Lin Ming handed her a small silver spoon, his tone enticing, his eyes full of anticipation. More delicious than sparkling water? Sienna seemed somewhat skeptical. The sparkling water she'd just tasted had completely won her over. It was the best drink she'd ever had. But could the ice cream in front of her really be even more delicious? She was torn, and finally turned to Isabella for help. Isabella patted her head and gently persuaded, give it a try. After all, it's the curator's idea. Hearing this, Sienna finally took the spoon and, under Lin Ming's expectant gaze, scooped up a small piece of ice cream. The spoon tip gently sank into the delicate, white surface, feeling a wondrous resistance. It was soft yet possessed a subtle, resilient quality, like touching a cloud enchanted by a freezing spell. The moment she put it in her mouth, a delicate fragrance wafted over, not any familiar floral or fruity aroma, but a calm yet ethereal, exotic herbal scent the vanilla Lin Ming had sprinkled on top. Next came the miracle of touch. The instant the ice cream touched her tongue, there was no sharp, icy pain as expected, but rather an exquisitely silky coolness, like the finest velvet brushing against her taste buds. It melted with a gentle yet resolute speed, transforming from a solid, icy wonderland into a liquid, creamy feast, each phase transition precisely releasing its flavor. The symphony of taste resounded completely. First came the rich, creamy aroma, full-bodied and warm, carrying a sense of childhood security and satisfaction. But just as this rich creamy aroma was about to dominate, a mysterious and noble vanilla note emerged at the perfect moment. This aroma intertwined and danced with the creamy scent, complementing each other to create a perfectly balanced, profound, and rounded taste experience. Sweetness formed the foundation of this feast, but it was never superficial or cloying. It perfectly complemented the main notes, making the creamy aroma even richer and the vanilla note more layered. Sienna unconsciously held her breath, afraid that the slightest disturbance would shatter this perfect illusion in her mouth. The cool mixture slid down her throat, leaving a refreshing trail, while her entire mouth was filled with a pure and lasting pleasure. The lingering aftertaste of vanilla, sweet and long-lasting, made her want to savor it again and again. Gazing at the pure white scene in the cup, now partially scooped away, a wave of shock, almost as if her worldview had collapsed, washed over her. Though it was just a simple sip, the world of taste she had built with the lychee sparkling water instantly crumbled, replaced by a new world constructed by ice cream. The sparkling water's former status as the most delicious drink had been directly superseded by ice cream. Isabella wanted to ask her how she felt, but seeing her standing there speechless, her pupils dilated in a daze. There was no need to ask further, she already knew the answer. When Sienna came to her senses, several seconds had passed. She lightly bit the spoon with her sharp canine teeth, her eyes flickering, and finally, like a kitten waiting to be petted, she lowered her head and leaned closer to Lin Ming. You can touch it. The deliciousness of the ice cream ultimately won her over. Between dignity and deliciousness, she chose deliciousness. Sienna knew why Lin Ming had brought out the ice cream. She wasn't an innocent child, although still a minor. She had lived in the human world with Isabella for over 100 years. Faced with the approaching head, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to place his hand on it. His fingertips touched her hair, and he was immediately enveloped in an astonishing softness. The glossy black fur was finer than the finest velvet, carrying a subtle warmth that penetrated her skin and reached her nerve endings. His large hands, accustomed to handling bottles and glasses, felt clumsy at this moment, as if afraid of hurting her. He could clearly feel the subtle curve of her head in his palm. He tried gently scratching behind her ears with his fingertips. Those usually alert, erect triangular ears immediately softened and drooped, obediently following his fingers, the softer fur on the inside tickling his skin. Lin Ming's thoughts drifted to memories. He used to love cats. He had a black cat named Xiao Qi at home. It had accompanied him through many lonely years and helped him through his darkest times. Over time, Lin Ming had come to consider it his closest family member. He just never expected the accident to happen so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he and his cat were separated by death. He wondered if his parents would take good care of it back in their original world. The reason he chose to come to this other world was because he hoped to see a real catgirl there. Now, a real catgirl stood before him. Small, delicate cat ears, an adorable face that evoked pity, and a petite, delicate body that made him want to hold her close. She perfectly fulfilled all his fantasies about catgirls. Add to that Sienna's short, jet black hair, which reminded him of his own little Chi, and he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. In this strange and lonely otherworld, he felt a strange sense of familiarity with Sienna, which was the reason for his unique feelings for her. In the words of a female-oriented novel, Sienna was his perfect white moonlight. Lin Ming's cat petting technique was professional and skillful. Although he hadn't petted a cat in a long time, his muscle memory was still there. Aside from a slight initial awkwardness, he quickly settled into the routine, his gentle movements bringing Sienna a sense of comfort. He felt the body beneath his palm go from a slight tension to complete relaxation, nestling against him and entrusting its weight to him trustingly. She even unconsciously rubbed her head against his wrist, her purring growing louder and longer, like a small motor warmed by the sun. Her long tail, always slightly curled, lazily curled up, the tip brushing lightly against his forearm, bringing a subtle, almost heart-fluttering tickle. Isabella, standing nearby, watched this harmonious scene with astonishment. As Sienna's owner, she knew how wary Sienna would be around strangers, let alone be touched so affectionately. Yet, despite it being their first meeting, they were getting along so well. Even if Fiona wanted to touch her, she wouldn't allow it. The two had known each other for much longer. Time passed, and Sienna seemed to finally realize what had happened. Recalling her earlier actions, a blush of embarrassment and annoyance rose on her face. She struggled to stop Lin Ming's movements. Enough. Don't touch me anymore. Lin Ming reluctantly withdrew his hand, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had also been captivated by the moment. He wasn't too angry, though. After all, this was only the first time, and he believed there would be other opportunities. After glaring at him fiercely, Sienna could finally enjoy her spoils, but after scooping up a spoonful of slightly melted ice cream, Sienna hesitated for a moment, then finally handed the spoon to Isabella. "Lady Isabella, please have a bite too." Seeing the ice cream offered to her in Sienna's expectant gaze, Isabella smiled slightly, elegantly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and used a small spoon to put the ice cream into her mouth. A cool sensation exploded in her mouth, followed by an indescribable blend of milky and vanilla flavors, creating a stunning flavor explosion that instantly burst forth from her palate. Her beautiful face momentarily lost in thought, and she immediately understood Sienna's feelings. Even she found it hard to resist such exquisite deliciousness, let alone Sienna. "Mr. Curator, could I have an ice cream too?" Of course, money is no object. Elizabeth chuckled softly. Clearly, the deliciousness of the ice cream had also won over this legendary witch, captivating her as well. Lin Ming glanced at her indifferently, his tone calm. "Please wait a moment." His businesslike demeanor made Isabella realize that the man before her had returned to work mode. Sure enough, aside from Sienna, the man treated everyone else with indifference. Not long after, Lin Ming brought over an identical cup of vanilla ice cream. "Gold members can enjoy our desserts for free, it's your membership perk," he reminded her. Isabella then remembered that her gold membership did indeed include this perk, a pleasant surprise. She hadn't upgraded her membership specifically for this. Picking up the silver spoon beside her cup, Isabella slowly savored her dessert. At this moment, Fiona finally snapped out of her reverie from the metropolis and, seeing the ice cream in front of them, curiously leaned closer. "Sister Isabella, Sienna, what are you eating? Is it good?" Sienna and Isabella were completely absorbed in their food and paid no attention to her. Feeling ignored, Fiona called out to Lin Ming, "Mr. Curator, I want one of those they're having too." Lin Ming glanced at her and said calmly, 5 gold coins a cup. Fiona immediately pouted. "Why don't they have to pay, but I have to?" Clearly, while she was still immersed in the afterglow of the metropolis, she was still somewhat aware of her surroundings. Seeing her agitated state, Lin Ming explained unhurriedly, "She let me touch her cat ears, so I bought her ice cream. It's fair." He pointed to Isabella, "And she's a gold member of the tavern, entitled to free desserts." Having said that, he said no more, simply looking at Fiona, his meaning clear. Fiona was almost laughing in anger, persisting, "I don't care, you're targeting me." Lin Ming said helplessly, "Miss, I didn't mean to target you. Look, this gentleman didn't either, did he?" He pointed to Royce, who was drinking alone. Royce, suddenly called out, looked up. Realizing the argument was about to involve him, he gave an innocent look and said helplessly, "Actually, I'd like one too." However, Lin Ming completely ignored him. "Then you can touch it too." Fiona leaned her head towards Lin Ming. "Hair or ears, it's up to you." It wasn't that she couldn't afford the 5 gold coins. To be honest, her monthly allowance was more than 300 gold coins, but for some reason, she just didn't want to give them up today. Perhaps it was her competitive spirit at play. Their interaction caught Isabella's attention. She turned her head, propping her cheek up with one hand and scooping up ice cream with the other, watching this amusing scene with great interest. Lin Ming looked at her with a slight headache. Is she always like this? Isabella knew who he was talking about, gently shook her head, and smiled. This is the first time I've seen Fiona like this. Fiona always presented a well-behaved, ladylike image in front of her, rarely losing her composure like this. She freed one hand, gently lifted Fiona's face to examine her, then chuckled softly. Looks like our little Fiona is drunk. At this moment, Fiona's fair cheeks were flushed with the effects of alcohol, and her deep blue eyes were unfocused, carrying an alluring, hazy quality. Clearly, she was intoxicated. Hearing her explanation, Lin Ming was speechless. This girl's alcohol tolerance was far too low. Even the most potent cocktails weren't particularly strong, yet she got drunk after just one glass. Truly unexpected. Next time, he might as well just let Sienna sit at the same table. The intoxicated Fiona became quite clingy, but she still got to eat the ice cream she'd been craving, thanks to Isabella, who, of course, paid. With a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth, she comfortably closed her eyes, becoming much quieter. Mr. Curator, the bill please. Royce finished the last drop of his drink, swirled the empty bottle, and walked unsteadily to Lin Ming. Lin Ming glanced at the bottles and glasses on the table and quoted a price directly, 40 gold coins in total. I didn't bring that many gold coins, Royce said, sounding somewhat embarrassed. This was clearly not the answer Lin Ming wanted to hear. Fortunately, the other party continued, can I use this to pay off the debt? His voice was deep as he placed a silver longsword on the bar. The entire silver blade shimmered with a faint light, and the intricate and ornate patterns on the hilt highlighted the longsword's extraordinary nature. At this moment, the system's appraisal results appeared. Silver Vine, legendary weapon, a masterpiece crafted by the legendary dwarven master Grim Ash, forged from mithril, Mandalorian crystals, silver dragon scales, and other materials. The sword is inscribed with a legendary forbidden technique, the Everlasting Fortress, capable of instantly generating a legendary level area of effect shield, the duration of which depends on the user's mana. Estimated value, 3,000 gold coins. Looking at the system's assessment, Lin Ming was slightly surprised. This was not only because it was the highest estimate given by the system, but also because it was actually a legendary weapon. Having been in this world for some time, he naturally understood what a legendary weapon meant. Price was secondary, the system's price was relatively low. A legendary level weapon was priceless, it was simply unavailable on the market. Every time it appeared at an auction, it was met with frenzied bidding, its value was never a concern. More importantly, each legendary weapon was inscribed with a unique legendary forbidden technique. Possessing a legendary weapon is equivalent to having a temporary legendary level teammate. This is the main reason why legendary weapons are so sought after. The strength of legendary level professionals is beyond question. For example, Isabella could easily destroy a city. Legendary level experts are extremely rare, which makes legendary weapons so precious. With sufficient magic power, one can unleash forbidden legendary techniques. This sword is estimated to be worth 3,000 gold coins. Would you like to exchange it all for gold coins, or deposit it in advance? Lin Ming quoted the system's estimated price. Upon hearing the price, Royce paused slightly, then smiled. Let's go with the price you quoted, Curator. Please give me 500 gold coins, the rest can be deposited here. He showed no intention of haggling, even though he knew the sword's value was far more than 3,000 gold coins. He still chose to exchange it. His decisive attitude surprised Lin Ming, but he didn't intend to say anything more and prepared to complete the transaction after receiving the gold coins. At this moment, Isabella suddenly spoke up, Curator, may I take a look at this sword? Lin Ming was puzzled, but he still pushed the sword forward. Isabella grasped the hilt, the longsword seemed weightless in her hand. The blade was about 1 meter long, entirely silver white, with vine-like patterns along the edge. Her gaze fell on 2 mysterious characters near the hilt. The characters looked somewhat distorted, unlike the script of the Human Empire. However, her extensive knowledge allowed her to immediately recognize it as the script of the volcanic dwarves. The volcanic dwarves were a branch of dwarves living in the ash volcano region. They were skilled in forging, and many high-quality weapons on the continent were crafted by them, making their weapons highly sought after by humans. Therefore, there was considerable trade between humans and the volcanic dwarves, and their script was not uncommon in the Human Empire. Clearly, this was a weapon made by the volcanic dwarves. Isabella even sensed a power fluctuation of the same level emanating from the sword. This was no ordinary weapon, it was a legendary weapon. Silver Vine? Isabella, fluent in the volcanic dwarves' language, softly uttered the characters on the sword. Her mind raced, searching her treasure trove of knowledge for information about those 2 characters. Fortunately, legendary weapons were rare, and she quickly recalled the sword's origin. The Oath of Guardian Silver Vine, meticulously forged over many years by the legendary volcanic dwarf master, Grenache. It was later acquired by the first ruler of the Duchy of Heathrine, becoming the symbol of the duchy. Its most recent owner was said to be the duchy's second prince, but a few years ago, Heathrine was destroyed by the neighboring kingdom of Isultan, and this sword disappeared along with the prince. Isabella looked up, thoughtfully glancing at Royce. You must be His Highness Royce, the second prince of the Duchy of Heathrine. Heathrine has been destroyed, and there are no princes left. Royce neither denied nor directly responded, but his attitude confirmed Isabella's guess. Failure is only temporary. I believe that with Lord Royce's strength, he will one day restore Heather's glory. From what she knew, the second prince of Heather was known as the pride of the duchy, having already joined the ranks of legends at the age of 25. The symbol of the nation had long been bestowed upon him, and he was the leader who would guide the duchy onto the golden path, a genius seed eyeing the Holy Land. It's hard to say why Isudan attacked Heathrine without the involvement of this talented prince. After all, with Heathrine growing up, the neighboring countries would inevitably be the first to suffer. There's no denying Royce's godlike talent. It's said that when Isudan attacked Heathrine, he invited 3 legendary professionals to help, specifically to guard against the second prince. His ability to escape such an encirclement is enough to prove his extraordinary strength. However, this genius now looks utterly dejected, completely unrecognizable as the once proud prince. Without my kingdom and my people, what glory is there to speak of? Royce's tone was tinged with a self-deprecating resignation. It seems the fall of his kingdom dealt a heavy blow to this former second prince. Isabella opened her mouth, wanting to offer more advice, but seeing his expression, she ultimately just shook her head gently. Her gaze returned to the sword in her hand, and she hesitated. This sword, are you really going to sell it? If you need gold, I can lend it to you, you don't have to sell it. Knowing the significance this sword carried, she could no longer treat it simply as an ordinary weapon. It was a symbol of a kingdom. Just as its name suggested, it was not only a deadly blade but also a sturdy shield that had protected a kingdom for centuries. Royce's decision to sell it meant that he had also abandoned his last vestige of affection for Heathrine. Faced with her advice, Royce shook his head, his gaze towards the longsword complex and unreadable, before finally refusing. Your Grace, thank you for your kindness, but this sword no longer has a protector in my hands. I am no longer worthy of it. These words plunged Isabella into silence. In that case, please sell me this sword. I'll offer 5,000 gold coins. She turned her attention to Silver Vine. The silvery white blade shimmered slightly, as if silently mourning. Royce sighed softly. No need. The 3,000 gold coins offered by the curator are more than enough. He didn't choose to trade with Isabella. For him now, money was only needed to meet his needs. Seeing his resolve, Lin Ming handed him the gold coins and tavern membership card he had prepared earlier, adding in a low voice, if you regret it later, you can redeem it any time. Thank you. Royce accepted the gold coins and card, sincerely expressing his gratitude. As for whether he would ever redeem the sword, he felt he would never even entertain the thought again. As he turned to leave the tavern, Isabella watched him until his figure completely disappeared from sight, then she sighed softly. It was unclear whether she was lamenting the fall of a hero or simply feeling sorry for Royce's self-destructive behavior. She returned the longsword to Lin Ming, who took it and hung it in a prominent position on the back shelf. Seeing her still staring at the sword, he said calmly, don't even think about it. I won't sell this sword to you. Isabella snapped out of her reverie and chuckled. Does the curator think I'm someone who enjoys taking what others have? Lin Ming silently replied in his heart, isn't that right? His first visit to the tavern resulted in him stealing a bottle of life potion, and now he's trying to steal a legendary weapon. He's clearly running a tavern, but you'd think it was a private exchange just for her. Of course, he wouldn't say these things out loud. His expression remained as indifferent as ever, and Isabella couldn't discern his true thoughts from his face. Leaving the Dawn Tavern, Royce returned to the streets of Corrado City. The full moon overhead had shifted slightly further than before he left, indicating that time in the tavern flowed the same as in real life. He glanced down at the membership card in his hand, carefully tucking it inside his cloak. Then, he found a clean, secluded corner, curled up, and prepared to sleep. The vodka was quite strong, even his legendary constitution was struggling to withstand it. This was, of course, because he hadn't used magic to resist it. After all, his purpose was to get drunk, and there was no need to use magic to resist it. Under the influence of alcohol, he quickly drifted off to sleep, a soft snore escaping his nostrils. The next day, Royce was awakened by the surrounding noise. He threw back the cloak covering his eyes, and the bright morning light streamed in, making him squint slightly. He stood up, feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. He hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. Last night's sleep was arguably the most comfortable he'd had in years. Was it because of that bottle of vodka? Royce recalled the bottle of vodka from last night. He hadn't expected it to have a sleeping effect. He looked up. The surrounding streets were busier with early morning traffic. However, in the distance, a curious crowd had gathered in front of a small alley, and a group of fully armed guards hurried along carrying stretchers. Soon, a strong smell of blood wafted on the wind and reached his nose. He saw that the stretchers the guards had carried in earlier now carried several cold corpses. From the blood-stained faces, Royce could vaguely recognize the bodies as those of the thugs he'd casually dealt with the previous night. He glanced at them a few more times, then looked away. He wasn't worried the guards would trace it back to him. Corridor City was located on the border of the wildlands, where death was commonplace, especially for a few notorious thugs. The guards wouldn't waste time on such things. Their mission was to defend against the barbarians of the wildlands. The deaths of a few petty thugs were simply bad luck. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Royce prepared to leave. But just as he turned, he vaguely felt a gaze upon him. He didn't alert them, merely glancing in the direction of the gaze, his pace quickening as he passed a pedestrian. In that instant of eye contact, his figure vanished. The gaze following him immediately became frantic. She scanned everywhere, but the figure seemed to have disappeared. She couldn't find him anywhere. "Were you looking for me?" Vera was still wondering how he had suddenly disappeared when a voice suddenly came from behind her. She turned around nervously, only to see Royce leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, silently watching her. A pair of calm, serene lake blue eyes peeked from beneath his cloak. But a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes when he saw the girl's face clearly. "It's you." The girl before him was the one who had led the group in the alley last night. Royce walked up to her and asked, "Why were you following me?" Vera looked up, her eyes darting nervously. My name is Vera. I came to thank you." Royce raised an eyebrow. "I don't recall helping you. Those guys last night were from the Blackrock Guard. They often bully us." Vera nervously pulled a cloth bag from her back and presented it to him like a treasure. "These are what I took from them. I thought I should return them to you." Royce took the bag and opened it. Inside were a few gleaming gold coins, but mostly dull-looking copper coins. He roughly estimated that the total value was less than 8 gold coins, enough to buy a single drink at the tavern last night. But for the girl before him, this was undoubtedly a fortune, enough to ensure she and her friends wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. The girl wore tattered burlap clothes and her cloth shoes were so worn that her toes were sticking out, the red marks from the tightness indicating the shoes didn't fit properly. They were likely discarded shoes that someone else had worn out and discarded, which she had then picked up and wore. Her face was covered in dirt and grime, her short, flaxen hair was disheveled, only her large, bright green eyes stood out. Noticing his gaze, Vera shyly put her hands behind her back and gave him a bashful smile. Watching the girl's actions, Royce was puzzled. Despite her own dire straits, she was still willing to return the money. However, Royce had no intention of taking the money. He tossed the purse back to Vera. "I pretended I didn't take it, which means I don't need these things. Since you found it, it's yours." With that, he turned and left without waiting for Vera's expression. "Wait," Vera called out hastily. "What is it?" Royce frowned and turned around. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Here, this is for you." Vera pulled 2 still warm slices of black bread from her bosom and gave them to him, wrapping them in a clean cotton cloth as if to prevent them from getting dirty. As the dark bread slices were placed in front of him, Royce didn't know what emotions he was feeling. In the past, this kind of food would never have appeared on his menu, but his years of wandering had taught him that this was the daily sustenance of the poorest people. Looking at the girl's innocent face, he vaguely recalled Sienna from the tavern last night. They looked about the same age, but one could eat a dessert costing 5 gold coins in a mysterious tavern, while the other could only gnaw on a slice of black bread costing 5 copper coins, struggling to survive every day. Perhaps this was the greatest injustice in the world, yet also the eternal law of survival. Royce accepted her gift and, under her expectant gaze, took a small bite. "Is it good?" Vera looked at him expectantly, her eyes sparkling. Royce nodded blankly. To be honest, this kind of black bread wasn't tasty at all. It was hard, dry, and had a sour, unpleasant smell. But he still silently finished it. Can I learn swordsmanship from you?" Vera's eyes were filled with anticipation and trepidation. This was probably her true purpose for coming to see him today. Royce wiped his mouth with his hand and asked calmly, "Why?" "Because I want to protect everyone," Vera said, her head lowered, her voice low. "I don't want Xavier, Keck, and the others to be bullied anymore." Last night, hiding in the wooden crate, she witnessed Royce's entire slaughter of the Blackrock Guard. Royce's graceful figure had left a deep impression on her. The Blackrock Guard were someone she couldn't fight back against. They were all professionals, capable of venturing into the wilderness to escort caravans. Yet, they were all beheaded without even a proper resistance under Royce's sword. And so, a seed of wanting to become stronger quietly sprouted within her. Early in the morning, Vera went to the streets as usual, hoping to scavenge discarded belongings, a primal instinct for orphans like her. She spotted Royce fast asleep against a wall. Although his face was hidden by his cloak, Vera recognized him. She stared at him for a long time, finally making up her mind. Vera ran back to their makeshift shelter, retrieved the gold coins she had hidden the night before, and spent 10 copper coins at Aunt Maggie's bakery to buy 2 slices of black bread. She hurried back to the streets, but Royce was already awake. Her initial courage waned, and she hesitated, unable to approach, only able to watch him disappear into the crowd. What followed was the scene from before. Gazing at the girl's innocent face, Royce's thoughts drifted to distant memories. Once, a girl had said the same words to him. In a daze, Vera before him gradually overlapped with the figure in his memory. Brother, can I practice swordsmanship with you? Cynthia, practicing swordsmanship is very hard. I'm not afraid. I want to protect Heathrine like you, brother. The memory faded, and the ornately dressed figure transformed back into a ragged girl, while the spirited young man became a dejected wandering swordsman. His voice was hoarse as he repeated his words, practicing swordsmanship is very hard. The girl's gaze was resolute, I'm not afraid. Hearing her answer, Royce felt as if a constraint within him had quietly shattered. Meanwhile, far away in the Tulip Castle of Coal City, Fiona, lying on the plain white bed, slowly sat up. Before her was an unfamiliar ceiling, and the layout of the room was not her familiar bedroom. She rubbed her head, still groggy from a hangover, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. Where was she? She remembered that her sister Isabella had taken her to a mysterious tavern last night. Then, she ordered a drink called Metropolis. What happened after that? She only remembered that the drink was delicious. Even after sleeping, she still remembered its unique taste. So, was she drunk? Fiona thought about it carefully and realized it was unlikely. Although her alcohol tolerance wasn't high, surely one drink wouldn't be enough to knock her out? Wait, where was her sister Isabella? She thought of Isabella and looked around for her, but she was alone in the room. Fiona wasn't worried, because after looking around, she recognized this as a guest room in Tulip Castle. As Isabella's best friend in Coal City, Fiona often visited Tulip Castle and had even stayed overnight a few times. She still had some memories of it. Sure enough, as if knowing she was awake, Isabella entered the room a moment later, followed by 2 maids carrying toiletries and a change of clothes. Fiona, are you awake? Seeing Fiona already sitting up on the bed, Isabella smiled and walked to the bedside. Sister Isabella. Fiona quickly got up. Wash your face first. Isabella smiled at her, gesturing for her maid to step forward, while she herself stepped back to make room. Fiona washed her face with water and, with the maid's help, changed into a pale gold court dress. While arranging her hair, Isabella curled a strand and softly asked, "How are you feeling?" "A little warm." Perhaps it was because the alcohol hadn't worn off yet. Fiona felt a warm, comfortable sensation throughout her body, especially in her lower abdomen. "That's good." Knowing the reason, Isabella smiled calmly and continued, "Do you remember what happened last night?" "Last night?" Fiona tilted her head, thinking for a moment. "I remember ordering a drink, and after that, I don't remember what happened afterward." Completely oblivious to what happened afterward? Isabella pressed on curiously. Fiona's thoughtful expression made her uneasy. Had she done something shameful afterward? This wasn't just her being overly anxious, it had actually happened before. In other words, Fiona had a history of it, and not long before around her coming-of-age ceremony. From that time on, she knew that when she was drunk, she would do things completely different from her usual self, what's commonly known as drunken antics. Since then, she had learned to control herself, trying her best not to get drunk, fearing a repeat of the past. But she hadn't expected to get drunk after just one drink last night. Thinking about this, Fiona's face unconsciously flushed slightly. Isabella, seeing her expression, naturally guessed what she was thinking. As a mischievous person, Isabella wouldn't miss the opportunity to tease her, and then, with a sly smile, she embellished Fiona's description of her behavior last night. After hearing the shocking truth about her outrageous behavior the night before, Fiona covered her face with her hands, looking utterly ashamed, even her ears turning bright red. Isabella, as if her plan had succeeded, patted Fiona's back reassuringly. "It's all right. It's okay. Just apologize to the curator tonight. Don't worry, he's a very magnanimous person and won't blame you." While offering words of comfort, her smile was unusually bright, clearly very pleased with Fiona's reaction. Fiona opened her hands slightly, peeking out, and asked weakly, "Really?" "Really," Isabella said confidently. After teasing Fiona, she got down to business. "Fiona, don't move." Isabella's fingers traced along Fiona's back, a gentle magical energy seeping into her body, subtly sensing her physical condition. "Sister Isabella, what is this?" Fiona asked, confused. Isabella didn't answer until the examination was complete, then gave her a relieved smile. "Fiona, do you feel any better than yesterday?" "My body, it seems so." Hearing her words, Fiona began to feel the changes in her body, and soon she sensed the difference. Although the potion of the water of life had allowed her to stand again and return to a normal life, she still felt weak and powerless. The weakness was less pronounced today, though subtle, it was still there. If Isabella hadn't pointed it out, she probably wouldn't have even noticed. Could it be? She looked at Isabella pleadingly. Fiona, didn't you want to know where that potion of the water of life came from? That's right, it was from that tavern. Isabella lifted her chin and continued with a smile, besides, the wine there is good for your illness. Believe me, if you persevere, one day you will definitely be cured. The setting sun in the northwestern desert painted the horizon a blood-red hue. Dozens of miles outside Rhine City, a makeshift adventurers' camp lay silently nestled among the sand dunes. The wind occasionally swept through, causing the camp's flag to flutter wildly. It was a deep blue flag embroidered with the head of a roaring lion, the symbol of the Thunder Lion Adventurers Guild. In the center of the camp, a campfire crackled, its leaping flames standing out starkly in the fading twilight. 7 or 8 tattered tents were arranged in a circle, casting long shadows on the sand. The air was filled with the aroma of roasting meat and the dry, characteristic scent of the desert. Kiss, the leader of the Thunder Lion Adventurers Guild, sat on a low wooden stool by the campfire. His tall figure, illuminated by the firelight, resembled a resting lion. His lion-like eyes reflected the crimson firelight, fixed intently on the roasting meat in his hands. His weathered face was covered in stubble, and his sharp, lion-like eyes were fixed intently on the roasted meat in his hands. Several palm-sized pieces of desert ibex were skewered on sharpened wooden sticks, glistening with fat and sizzling enticingly under the heat of the fire. "Commander, the sun is about to set," the deputy commander, Reno, said softly. He sat not far from Keith, polishing a double-edged battle axe. Keith didn't look up, continuing to turn the roasted meat in his hands. "What's the rush? What's meant to happen will happen." The other members were scattered in 2s and 3s throughout the camp. Some were checking weapons and equipment, some were talking in hushed tones, and a few younger members occasionally stole glances at the roasting meat on the campfire, secretly swallowing their saliva. But in Keith's presence, no one dared to utter a sound. In the very center of the camp, several special hostages were held in an open tent. 5 men and women were bound hand and foot with rough hemp rope, their mouths gagged, only able to utter muffled whimpers. One red-haired woman stood out, even bound. She maintained her upright posture, her emerald eyes burning with fury. These were members of the Purple Gold Rose Adventurers Guild, Jessica's companions, but now they had all been captured and bound together by Keith's scheme, used as bait to lure Jessica into a trap. Looking up at the sun's position, Keith sensed the time was right and gazed towards the camp entrance, but didn't see the figures he expected. He carried a piece of roasted meat and strode heavily to the Purple Gold Rose members. Meeting their gazes, which seemed to want to devour him alive, Keith calmly drew his dagger and made several cuts in the steaming meat. The enticing aroma wafted past their noses, but he seemed oblivious to the heat, taking a large bite. Kneeling down, Keith gave the woman a hearty yet chilling smile. "I've always heard that Captain Jessica is a man of great loyalty and honor. Now it seems the rumors aren't so reliable, are they? The appointed time has arrived, and your dear captain hasn't shown up yet. Looks like she's planning to abandon you and run for her life." Ugh! The woman's mouth was gagged, and she could only let out a series of angry whimpers. But from her furious eyes, it wasn't hard to guess that those were no kind words. Keith chuckled, gripping the woman's chin tightly, his tone turning cold. "Don't rush, Eleanor. Even if Jessica doesn't come today, I'll send her down to reunite with you after you're all dead." With that, he forcefully shoved her face away, ignoring her venomous gaze. Keith wouldn't kill her yet, because these people were still important hostages used to lure Jessica out. Although the time had passed since he'd placed the notice in the desert, he still believed Jessica would come, because that woman was a foolishly loyal idiot. Keith knew how important the Purple Gold Rose Adventurer Group was to her. She would never abandon the team he'd built from scratch. Eleanor watched Keith's retreating figure, a flicker of despair in her eyes. As the vice-captain of the Purple Gold Rose, she had stayed behind in Rhine City due to illness, only to be tricked into coming here by the Thunder Lion Adventurer Group's scheme. Upon learning of the main force's annihilation and Jessica's uncertain fate, she had already foreseen her own end. Unless a miracle occurred, she was certain to die today. At this moment, she actually hoped Jessica wouldn't come to their rescue. Surrounded by the Thunder Lion Adventurers crew and with Keith a level above her, this was clearly a death trap. She would rather Jessica live and avenge them someday. However, things didn't go as planned. Just as Keith was growing impatient, a slender figure appeared at the camp entrance, appearing exceptionally lonely in the twilight. The newcomer wore a large black cloak, the hood pulled low, obscuring most of her face. She walked slowly, but each step was steady, leaving a clear trail of footprints in the sand. Everyone's expression immediately became alert, and Keith's gaze sharpened. The newcomer stopped about 10 paces from the campfire. Surrounded by the members of the Lacey Adventurer Group, she slowly raised her hands, removed her hood, and revealed Jessica's delicate yet cold face. "Keith." Her voice was terrifyingly calm. "I'm here." Keith shoved aside the person blocking his way, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Haha, Jessica, you were just as stupid as I thought, actually daring to come to my doorstep." He let out a low laugh, filled with mockery and smugness. Enough nonsense, where are my people? Looking at that repulsive face, Jessica suppressed her inner rage and asked coldly, "Don't worry, they're all alive and well. I haven't touched them." Keith stepped aside, giving her a glimpse of the purple gold rose members behind her. Seeing her teammates bound hand and foot like livestock, Jessica's heart clenched, her anger almost uncontrollable. "Release them. Are you trying to negotiate with me?" Keith looked at her mockingly. Jessica took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "You just wanted to force me to show myself, didn't you? Now that I'm here, you should release them as agreed. Otherwise, you'll never get what you want." Hearing this, Keith's face instantly darkened. "Where's the water of life potion? Release them first." Jessica refused to back down. Keith helplessly gestured for his men to cut the ropes. Eleanor and the others, their hands and feet finally freed, spat angrily at the ground and led her team to Jessica's side. Seeing Jessica's concerned expression, Eleanor's face was filled with complex emotions. She whispered, "Jessica, you shouldn't have come." Jessica gripped her hand tightly, softly comforting her. "You guys go first. Don't worry, I'll be fine." "No, I'm with you." Eleanor glared at Keith with equal hatred, as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. However, Keith remained calm in the face of her fierce gaze. Leaving aside the fact that she was only a level 5 professional, no match for him at all. Moreover, with just a few of them surrounded by the Thunder Lion Adventurer group, there was absolutely no chance of them escaping without his permission. The night wind of the northwestern desert howled across the camp, whipping up fine sand that lashed against everyone's faces. The campfire flickered in the wind, casting distorted shadows on the tents like a swarm of restless ghosts. "Eleanor." Jessica shook her head, her blonde hair gleaming softly in the firelight. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. "I risked my life to come here, not to send everyone to their deaths." Her gaze towards her companions was filled with pleading and resolve. Eleanor bit her lower lip, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood seeping between her fingers, yet she felt no pain. She knew Jessica was right, but abandoning her leader to flee alone to save her own life tormented her conscience. "Let's go," Jessica continued, her voice gentle yet brooking no argument. "Live well. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Besides," a confident smile curved her lips, "I might not lose. They're the ones who deserve to die." Eleanor's gaze lingered on Jessica's face for a long time before she finally nodded with difficulty. She understood that insisting on staying would only render Jessica's sacrifice meaningless. "Be careful." Eleanor's voice choked with emotion. She stepped forward and hugged Jessica tightly, whispering in her ear, "If you really, I will avenge you." Jessica returned a reassuring smile and gently patted her back. "Don't worry, I will see you all alive again. Now, go quickly, don't look back." The members of the Thunder Lion Adventurer group reluctantly made way, their eyes filled with mockery and threat. Eleanor suppressed the humiliation and anger in her heart and led the other members quickly out. Their figures blurred into the desert night, finally disappearing completely into the darkness. Jessica watched them leave, only turning slowly when she was sure they were safe. Her gaze sharpened like a knife, piercing directly at Keith. Keith had stood by with his arms crossed the entire time, a faint smile playing on his lips. He didn't care about those few remaining soldiers. As long as Jessica was alive, his goal was achieved. "I kept my promise." Keith's rough voice was particularly clear in the night wind. "Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise." He took a step forward, the firelight flickering on his calloused face. "Jessica, there's no need for things to be so tense between us. If you hand over the things and are willing to become my woman, I might spare your life." His gaze lingered on Jessica's beautiful face, a hint of regret in his voice. There was a time when he truly had feelings for this woman. Jessica's beauty was unparalleled in Rhine City, and Keith had been pursuing her for quite some time, but this young woman was undeniably persistent, ignoring all his advances. The fact that the Purple Gold Rose Adventurer Group could grow into a Silver Rank Adventurer Group on par with theirs right under the noses of the Thunder Lion Adventurer Group was also due to his tacit approval. Otherwise, given his personality, how could he tolerate other adventurer groups daring to share his profits? Only a fool like Jessica truly believes that the Purple Gold Rose's success is solely due to her efforts. But when it comes to his own future, a pretty but ungrateful woman seems less important. As long as he obtains the life-giving potion and presents it to the Earl on the western coast, his advancement to level 7, becoming a high-level professional, will be a certainty. The Thunder Lion Adventurer Group becoming a Gold Adventurer Group is also possible, perhaps even going further, catching the Earl's eye and serving him. Rhine City? What does a small city on the Empire's border matter? Keith envisioned his bright future, and his gaze towards Jessica softened slightly. After all, she was a woman he had once pursued, he didn't mind giving her another chance to choose. Jessica scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "You're dreaming. Perhaps you should look in a mirror and see if you're worthy." Judging that Eleanor and the others were already far away, Jessica no longer concealed her hatred. "Keith, you despicable and shameless scoundrel. Today I will make you pay for the blood debt of all your fallen comrades of the Purple Gold Rose. Keith's face instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with a terrifying glint. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to drink the punishment. He abruptly drew his longsword, the tip pointing directly at Jessica. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson before you'll cooperate. Jessica didn't back down, her magic surging forth, forming a faint halo in the night. Sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from her, Keith's eyes flashed with surprise. You actually advanced? But quickly, his expression returned to its mocking tone. Is this all you're relying on? Too naive. Although he didn't understand how Jessica had broken through from level 5 to level 6 in such a short time, Keith remained unfazed. Not only had he taken longer to reach level 6 than Jessica, but Jessica was also suffering from the black agate serpent venom. Even with the antidote, she couldn't have recovered so quickly. I've never underestimated you, Keith, Jessica said through gritted teeth, her fingers subtly touching the necklace on her chest. But my reliance isn't just this. Blood Thorns was an area of effect spell. It lacked the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Once activated, it would indiscriminately attack all life within its range. This was precisely why she insisted that Eleanor and the others leave first. Looking around, the members of the Thunder Lion Adventurers Guild had already surrounded her, waiting only for Keith's command to swarm her. However, this also gave her the opportunity to wipe them all out. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. Keith, enjoy the feast of revenge I've prepared for you. Before she finished speaking, Jessica struck first. Keith, keenly sensing the danger, immediately shouted, "Kill her." But it was too late. The necklace on Jessica's chest suddenly emitted a blinding red light, and a complex crimson magic circle rapidly unfolded in the center of the camp, enveloping the entire camp. The members of the Thunder Lion Adventurer group were stunned by this sudden turn of events, their movements involuntarily halting. Just then, arm-thick scarlet vines burst forth from the ground, writhing wildly like living tentacles. The adventurers, caught off guard, were instantly impaled by vines and flung into the air like rag dolls, blood raining down. Those who narrowly escaped the first wave of attacks hastily raised their weapons to defend themselves, but the power of high-level magic far exceeded their expectations. Although the area of effect magic mitigated some of the damage, each strike was equivalent to a full-force attack from a level 6 professional. Besides Keith and Vice Captain Reno, who were level 6 professionals, most members of the Thunder Lion Adventurer group were only level 3 or 4. Under this level of attack, they were utterly powerless to resist. The camp descended into chaos. The piercing screams, the whistling of vines tearing through the air, and the clanging of weapons mingled together, creating a symphony of death. Jessica watched all this, her face pale, but she felt no regret. These people had all participated in the hunt for the Purple Gold Rose members, their hands stained with the blood of her comrades. Even Keith himself was struggling. He dodged a vine spike with a sidestep, sliced off another with a backhand strike, but another came from behind, slicing a bloody gash across his waist. This was already the umpteenth wound on his body. The most dangerous time was when a vine grazed his cheek, nearly piercing his skull. Jessica's magic was limited. After all, she wasn't a true mage. Blood thorns lasted for nearly a minute, but for the members of the Thunder Lion Adventurers team within the Thorny Domain, that minute felt like an eternity. Every second, a companion was taken by the eerie vines, those blood-soaked tendrils growing ever more crimson and grotesque, like deadly tentacles from hell. When the magic's effects finally dissipated, very few people remained standing in the camp. Besides the caster, Jessica, only Keith, and the vice captain, Reno, remained. The dozens of team members Keith had brought were now lying in pools of blood, some so badly their bodies barely recognizable. Witnessing this scene, a veritable hell on earth, Jessica's face paled slightly. This was her first time casting blood thorns, and she hadn't expected the effect to be so horrifying. But as a spell to clear out the mobs, it had indeed perfectly fulfilled its purpose. The campfire had long since died down, leaving only a few flickering flames in the night. The cold moonlight shone down, illuminating the haphazardly laid corpses and casting an eerie silver glow over the entire camp. The night wind carried a heavy, nauseating stench of blood. I really underestimated you, Jessica. Keith stood with his sword in one hand, his voice as cold as the night wind in the desert. Despite his burning rage, he maintained a terrifying calm. The light shone on his tattered armor, reflecting a cold gleam. This is the price you pay for attacking the Purple Rose. Jessica took a deep breath, forcing down her nausea. She gripped her longsword tightly, facing Keith across the distance. When you swung your blade at my men, did you ever imagine this day would come? Recalling the gruesome deaths of her team members, her resolve hardened. I do regret it. Keith's gaze hardened further. I regret not killing you outright. He felt no remorse for his actions, only hatred for not being ruthless enough, allowing Jessica to escape and leading to this predicament. But he believed there was still a chance to redeem himself. If he killed Jessica and obtained the Water of Life, everything could start anew. He was the core of the Thunder Lion Adventurers Guild. As long as he was alive, he could rebuild the team, even surpassing its former glory. He glanced at Reno beside him. The vice captain was in terrible condition, severely injured, one leg broken, completely incapacitated. This was understandable. After all, Reno was only a level 5 professional, and surviving a high-level magical attack was already a feat. In truth, Keith's own condition wasn't good either. He had over a dozen wounds of varying sizes all over his body, his armor was badly damaged, and more importantly, his magic power was depleted, the price he paid for withstanding high-level magic. But he remained confident. As the leader of Rhine City's strongest adventurers party, he had his reasons. Jessica, let's settle this once and for all. I will correct this mistake. Your fate is sealed to be hanged by me at the gates of Rhine City. Keith roared, wrath. Thunder Lion. The rage in his heart transformed into surging battle intent, and a torrent of magic power enveloped his entire body, coalescing behind him into a lion crackling with lightning. This was Keith's signature move, Thunder Lion, the very technique that had allowed him to rise through the ranks in Rhine City. Facing Keith in this state, Jessica felt the pressure increase immensely. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Let me see how you're different now that you've advanced to level 6. Keith, in Thunder Lion form, moved with astonishing speed, leaping in front of Jessica in a single bound, leaving only a deep footprint in his wake. Jessica hurriedly raised her sword to parry. With a clang, a heavy force jolted her, numbing her hands and forcing her to take 2 steps back to dissipate the impact. Keith sneered, "Is that all you've got?" No different from before. Jessica remained silent, her expression grave as she readjusted her defensive stance. This time, you won't be so lucky. Keith attacked again, his speed almost imperceptible, only the crackling of lightning echoing through the air. Clang, clang. Jessica managed to parry a few blows, but she knew that simply defending wasn't a solution. Keith's attacks were not only fast but also powerful. Continued defense would inevitably create an opening. The best defense is a counterattack. She seized an opening in Keith's attack and instantly counterattacked. Rose Sword Rain. Dense sword light wove a vibrant rose pattern in the air, the fine attacks raining down on Keith. This was her signature technique, Rose Sword Rain, renowned for its high speed, continuous thrusts, as beautiful and dangerous as a rose. Such frequent attacks made it difficult for Keith to completely defend, and his body was immediately covered in numerous fine wounds. He still grinned maliciously. "Is that all? It's like tickling me." While the Rose Sword Rain attack was frequent, its power was insufficient. Keith looked disheveled, but his injuries were mostly superficial. Jessica knew perfectly well that her main goal was to deplete Keith's magic power. The Rose Sword Rain consumed relatively little magic power. She hoped to buy time through continuous counterattacks, forcing Keith to dispel his Thunder Lion form before her own magic power ran out. As an experienced adventurer, Keith naturally saw through her intentions. Would he let Jessica succeed? Just as Jessica's attack slowed slightly, Keith suddenly unleashed his power. The ferocious attack transformed into a savage, lightning-infused lion, biting down on Jessica's sword blade. At the same time, Keith's figure suddenly vanished from her sight. Jessica sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around. Sure enough, the next moment Keith was already behind her. She struggled to pull back her longsword, barely managing to block the attack. But before she could even feel relieved, Keith's figure flashed again. Taking advantage of the moment before his attack ended, he delivered a powerful kick to Jessica's abdomen. This time, she had no time to block. The heavy kick landed squarely on her stomach, the sharp pain causing her to involuntarily arch her back with a muffled groan and fly backward. Jessica crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times on the sand before regaining her balance. She gritted her teeth against the pain, using her sword to prop herself up, her eyes darting around, searching for Keith. She heard a faint whistling sound behind her, and instantly swung her sword to block. With a clang, she blocked another attack. But Keith repeated the same move, kicking out again. The desert night wind howled across the desolate camp, whipping up fine sand that rustled against the tattered tents. The cold, bright moonlight shone down, illuminating the haphazardly laid corpses and pools of congealed blood. The campfire had long since died down, leaving only wisps of smoke rising in the night, carrying a heavy, nauseating stench of blood. "Damn it!" Jessica cursed under her breath, struggling to her feet. Her once neat clothes were now stained with mud and blood, her long, golden hair plastered messily to her sweat-drenched face, making her look utterly wretched. The excruciating pain in her abdomen made it almost impossible for her to straighten up, but she forced herself to stand. Before coming here, she had anticipated that Keith would be difficult to deal with, but she hadn't expected him to be this troublesome. Although she used the high-level necklace she acquired from Isabella to unexpectedly and severely damage the Thunder Lion adventurer group, almost wiping them out. Even after expending a great deal of energy, Keith's combat strength remained terrifyingly formidable. Even though she herself had advanced to level 6, she was still completely outmatched by her opponent in terms of combat experience. The game should end. Keith appeared before her like a ghost, his towering figure casting a long shadow in the moonlight, like an insurmountable mountain. A sense of despair finally rose in Jessica's heart. Although I don't know why you weren't affected by the black onyx serpent venom, this illusion should end. Keith's voice was cold and dangerous. He was still making a final attempt. If you hand over the water of life, I promise you I will never cause Eleanor and the purple rose any further trouble. How about it? Jessica curled her lip in a mocking smile. Let me tell you, Keith, the water of life is gone. You drank it. Keith's face instantly turned ashen. Considering Jessica's sudden advancement to level 6, and the complete absence of the effects of the black agate serpent venom, a terrifying suspicion surfaced in his mind. Jessica gave a provocative smile. No, but... She suddenly changed her tone. I sold it to someone you'll never find. She gently stroked the necklace on her chest. Look, this is what I got in the deal. Keith instantly erupted in fury. Jessica, how dare you? His bright future shattered in an instant. He trembled with rage, a terrifyingly oppressive aura surrounding him. I've changed my mind. His voice turned icy. I won't let you die so easily. I'll crush every bone in your body, inch by inch, and let vultures and wolves devour your corpse, leaving no trace. His remaining rationality completely collapsed at that moment. Only one thought remained in his mind: he would not let Jessica die a good death. Ha ha ha. Seeing his exasperated expression, Jessica burst into hearty laughter. If you can do it, then come on. In an instant, the two figures were entangled in combat again. Blades clashed, sparks flying, dazzling in the night. Both were now holding nothing back, their magic rapidly depleting, seeking only a swift victory. Just at this critical moment, Keith suddenly felt a pang of fear and instinctively dodged to the side. With a sharp whoosh, an arrow, its fletching ablaze, struck precisely where he had just stood, its tip embedded in the earth, its fletching still trembling slightly. Had he not dodged in time, this arrow would have pierced his heart. Who is it? Keith broke out in a cold sweat, frantically searching for the attacker. His gaze fell upon the direction from which the arrow had come, and on a high point near the camp entrance, a fiery red figure appeared in the moonlight. Eleanor. Jessica recognized the newcomer as the vice captain she had ordered to retreat. As if in answer to their question, Eleanor, in the distance, drew her bow again and fired 2 more arrows, aimed directly at Keith. This time, Keith, more prepared, swung his sword and deflected the arrows to the ground. Looking at the arrows broken into several pieces on the ground, Keith's face grew increasingly grim. Victory against Jessica was already assured, but Eleanor's appearance changed the tide of the battle. Furthermore, after a prolonged fight with Jessica, his magical energy was nearly depleted. If he couldn't finish the battle quickly, death awaited him once his magical energy was exhausted. In contrast to Keith's solemn expression, Jessica, seeing Eleanor return, was initially helpless, but then deeply moved. In that case, let's fight side by side again. Jessica drew her sword and engaged Keith in fierce combat, drawing his attention. Meanwhile, Eleanor lurked in the distance, occasionally firing a stray arrow, preventing Keith from concentrating on his fight. An arrow pierced the air, aimed straight for Keith's heart. He quickly rolled away, tumbling to the side of Vice Captain Reno. Eleanor, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Her bowstring twanged, and arrows rained down like a hail of bullets, sealing off all his escape routes. With nowhere to retreat, Keith abruptly pulled Reno beside him, using his body to shield him from the fatal arrow. Reno stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe that his captain, to whom he had served for so many years, would use him as a shield. Keith shoved him aside without batting an eye, as if discarding a piece of trash. Reno breathed his last in extreme resentment and bitterness. Jessica, witnessing this, stopped what she was doing and roared, Keith, you're heartless. You can even use your own teammate as a shield. Keith replied nonchalantly, he wouldn't live either if I died. Taking an arrow for me before he dies is his last act of service. You deserve to die. Jessica, enraged, swung her sword fiercely. Keith, his magic nearly depleted, could no longer maintain his Thunder Lion form, his speed and attacks were far less powerful than before. Jessica seized the opportunity, inflicting several wounds on him. While not fatal, the intense pain sluggished his movements. Finally, Eleanor, in the distance, pierced his calf with an arrow, forcing him to his knees. Jessica flicked her wrist, disarming him, her longsword resting firmly against his neck. You've lost. Jessica looked down at him, her voice icy. Keith was now a wretched sight, covered in wounds, an arrow still lodged in his leg, kneeling on one knee, his former composure gone. He knew he had utterly failed. Kill me. At this moment, he only sought to retain a shred of dignity, his eyes were utterly lifeless. Did he regret it? He asked himself silently. Because of a moment of greed, he had not only destroyed the adventurer group he had painstakingly built, but also risked his own life. Perhaps deep down, he did feel a sliver of remorse, but even if he could do it all over again, he would probably make the same choice. His only regret was not being more cautious, giving Jessica a chance to turn the tables. But now it was too late for all that. He only begged Jessica not to torture him, to give him a quick death. Jessica shook her head. Keith, don't think you can die so easily. I won't just kill you like this. I will have the entire Purple Rose group judge you, your fate will be decided by them. She didn't intend to give Keith a dignified death, because she wanted to give her fallen comrades some closure. Keith smiled coldly. Jessica, I won't give you that chance. What do you want? Jessica stared at him warily. To her astonishment, Keith suddenly pulled an arrow from his leg and plunged it into his heart. Blood gushed out, staining his tattered armor crimson. In his dying moments, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. He ultimately didn't die at Jessica's hands, instead, he chose to end his own life. Night, like a thick velvet blanket, slowly enveloped the northwestern desert. The sandstorm subsided, replaced by a biting chill. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting its cold light upon this land that had just endured a life-or-death struggle. Jessica stood alone in the center of the camp, her golden hair fluttering gently in the night wind. She glanced around, her gaze sweeping over the figures that would never awaken again, finally settling on Keith's gradually cooling corpse. A complex mix of emotions surged within her: relief, grief, and confusion intertwined. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps broke the silence of the night, interrupting Jessica's reverie. She turned and saw Eleanor standing not far away, her face bearing her usual bright smile. I didn't expect that in the end I would have to go. Eleanor's tone was light, but the concern in her eyes was undisguised. She hurried closer, scrutinizing Jessica. Are you all right? Jessica shook her head, offering a tired but genuine smile. Why are you back? She truly hadn't expected Eleanor to return, but seeing her old friend now warmed her heart. Eleanor raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with reproach. We've fought together for so many years. Did you really think I'd obediently leave you to face all this alone? Don't you know my character? Jessica didn't answer, only smiled slightly. In their loyalty and camaraderie, they were truly alike. Leaving each other to face danger alone was something they would never do. However, Eleanor glanced around, looking at the corpses pierced by crimson vines, and clicked her tongue in amazement. How come I didn't know you possessed such abilities? This level of magic isn't something you can cast. Jessica gently touched the necklace at her chest, offering no direct answer. Eleanor didn't mind, everyone had their secrets, and prying wasn't her style. She crouched down, looking at Keith's closed-eyed corpse, and asked curiously, You killed him? Jessica shook her head. He committed suicide. Eleanor was surprised for a moment, then understood. He was clever, he knew we wouldn't let him go easily, so he chose suicide. Then what should we do next? She asked, standing up. Jessica's gaze turned towards Rhine City. In the distance, only a black dot-like outline could be seen. The Thunder Lion Adventurer Group is destroyed, but their assets and wealth remain. Take some people back and inventory them, make sure everything goes smoothly. Eleanor nodded in understanding. With the destruction of Thunder Lion, the Purple Gold Rose will become Rhine City's only silver-ranked adventurer group. This means they will take over all of Thunder Lion's resources, from weapons and equipment to commission channels, from merchant guild relationships to base facilities. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the Purple Rose in this conflict, as long as its core members remain, rebuilding and strengthening is only a matter of time. Understood, I'll take the men back now. Eleanor replied, but noticing Jessica's lack of intention to leave, aren't you coming back with us? Jessica gazed at the starry sky and whispered, I want to be alone for a while. Eleanor gave her a meaningful look but didn't ask any further questions. All right then, be careful. She turned and left, her footsteps fading into the night. Once Eleanor was out of sight, Jessica found a relatively clean spot to sit down. The desert night sky was exceptionally clear, the stars twinkling like diamonds. She took out the metallic membership card from her pocket, her fingertips gently tracing the textured surface. There was still some time before the tavern opened. She planned to wait quietly there. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Mondstadt was experiencing its busiest time of day. As the most renowned adventurer town in the Golden Lion Empire, Mondstadt's nights were even more vibrant than its days. The towering city walls kept the darkness and danger of the wilderness at bay, while the city itself was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Laughter and cheerful voices emanated from the taverns lining the central avenue, mingling with the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling guards in the alleyways to create a unique symphony of the night. Breath of the Warrior Tavern was one of Mondstadt's most popular establishments. Pushing open the heavy oak doors, a wave of heat, a mingled aroma of ale, roasting meat, and sweat, washed over you. The spacious hall was bustling with people, rough wooden tables filled with adventurers of all kinds. In the center of the hall, the young waiter, Grim, nimbly weaved through the crowd. Despite his greasy apron, his movements were remarkably swift, not a drop spilled from the 3 large mugs of beer he carried. Excuse me, hot beer's here, Grim called out, deftly dodging a bearded adventurer who was dramatically mimicking fighting moves. His steps were light and steady, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Every corner of the tavern held a story. In the eastern corner, a group of adventurers, fresh from their dungeon raid, were showing off their loot. A warrior with fresh scars on his face held aloft a gem that emitted a soft blue light, drawing gasps of amazement from those around him. "We snatched this from a cave troll," the warrior said proudly. "That guy was guarding a treasure chest. It took us a lot of effort to lure him away." By the fireplace in the west, several elderly adventurers with gray hair watched the young people's excitement while smoking their pipes. They squinted, faint smiles playing on their lips, as if reminiscing about their own adventurous youth. "Green, 3 more pitchers of beer, please." A booming voice cut through the tavern's clamor. "Yes, sir, Mr. Barton." Green responded loudly, a professional smile on his face. The leader of the Iron Shield mercenary group was a regular customer. He always brought his men here for drinks after their dungeon raids. Green strode to the largest table in the center of the tavern, where a dozen or so weary adventurers sat. Their armor was still stained with dungeon dirt, and their weapons bore traces of blood, but this did not dampen their spirits as they drank heartily. "We almost didn't make it back today. That cave troll almost broke my staff in two," a young mage exclaimed excitedly, his robes torn at the cuff, but his eyes gleaming with elation. "Come on." A female archer beside him slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. "If I hadn't shot it in the eye, you'd be inside the troll's belly by now." Grim skillfully placed 3 mugs of frothy beer on the table. The golden liquid shimmered enticingly under the light, the white foam slowly trickling down the sides of the glasses. The adventurers immediately raised their glasses, no one caring about the foam splashing onto the table. "To come back alive. To the best beer in Mondstadt." The glasses clinked crisply, the golden liquid swirling within. Grim watched them drink with gusto, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, because in 2 days, once he had saved enough money to buy basic adventure equipment, he too would embark on his own adventure. Green's hometown was a tiny village within the Golden Lion Empire, so small it couldn't even be found on a map. It had only a few dozen households, their lives spent in poverty. Every evening at sunset, Green would climb the old oak tree at the village entrance and gaze at the distant, hazy mountain range. He longed to know what lay beyond the mountains, yearning for a true adventure like the heroes sung about by bards. Firmly ignited by this thirst for adventure, Green persuaded his parents, and with the few silver coins his family possessed, he and his sister, Celia, embarked on their journey to Mondstadt. Green initially believed that arriving in Mondstadt would immediately launch his adventurous career, but reality quickly dealt him a heavy blow. To become a true adventurer, one must first pass the professional examination and then register with the Adventurers Guild. And all of this required money, examination fees, equipment costs, living expenses, each a considerable expense. Fortunately, Green and his sister had maintained a solid foundation through daily training while in the village. In Mondstadt, they met a kind old swordsman who offered to teach them martial arts for free. After months of diligent training, Green finally passed the examination and became a level 1 swordsman. "Once we pass the guild certification the day after tomorrow, we'll be true adventurers." Green often said this to Celia. His eyes would light up whenever he thought of his soon-to-be-realized dream. "Green, 2 more ales." The customer's shout pulled Green back to reality. He nimbly picked up his ale and moved through the crowded tavern with the agility of a fish. As night deepened and the last customer staggered out of the tavern, most of Mondstadt's lights had gone out. Grim rubbed his aching arms, looking at the empty tavern, and suddenly felt a strong urge to treat himself to a chilled ale. But after checking the few copper coins left in his pocket, he abandoned the idea. "Just a few more days. I'll be a full-fledged adventurer," Green muttered to himself. Once he became a full-fledged adventurer, he could explore dungeons and earn handsome rewards. Then, he'd definitely buy Celia a decent shortbow and a more spacious place to live. But for now, he had to go back. Celia was waiting for him. After tidying up the tavern, Green hurried towards his lodgings. Mondstadt was much quieter under the cover of night, save for the occasional sound of patrolling guards' footsteps. Grim quickened his pace, completely unaware that a wooden door had suddenly appeared ahead. Ding-a-ling. "Welcome to Dawn Tavern." Lin Ming stood behind the bar, a familiar, beautiful figure coming into view. "Good evening, Director Linear." Jessica walked lightly to him. She had changed out of her battle-stained leather armor, now stained with mud and blood, and into casual clothes. Because water was scarce in the desert, she had only simply wiped her face with water. A faint smell of blood still lingered on her, and her face betrayed the weariness of battle. Lin Ming noticed her unusual appearance and said gently, "Looks like your troubles are resolved." Jessica gently sat down, offering him a sincere smile. "I must thank you, Director Lin. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to take revenge so quickly." Lin Ming placed a clean glass back on the rack, speaking calmly, "I don't remember helping you with anything. It was all your own effort." Without waiting for her reply, he continued, "What would you like to drink tonight?" Jessica swallowed the words she hadn't yet uttered, finally replying helplessly, "Director Lin, whatever you recommend is fine." Lin Ming glanced at her indifferently. "How about a Cuba Libre?" It's a cocktail representing freedom and rebirth, quite suitable for you. Freedom and rebirth. Jessica softly repeated the phrase, the image of Keith's suicide flashing before her eyes. The chains of hatred had finally broken. She truly needed a drink to bid farewell to the past and welcome a new life. This one, I'll take, she nodded. From today onward, she could truly enjoy her freedom and rebirth. Lin Ming turned to prepare for his work, like a conductor about to begin a solo performance. He first took a slender Collins glass, his fingertips lightly tracing the rim, as if checking the condition of this old friend. Then, he skillfully filled the glass more than halfway with crystal-clear ice using ice tongs. The ice clinked together, producing a crisp sound, like a prelude to freedom. His movements were unhurried, yet contained the precision and elegance accumulated over years. Next, he turned and took out a bottle of aged rum. The deep amber liquid poured from the bottle, kneading the ice in the glass, slowly soaking every inch of the ice surface. The 40 milliliters of rum were just the right amount, the perfect ratio he had determined through countless adjustments, enough to showcase the rum's richness without being overpowering. The most exciting step began. Lin Ming took a fresh lime, and with a swift, precise cut, everything was just right. He gently squeezed half a lime, its vibrant green juice pouring into the glass like a summer downpour, adding a bright splash of color to the dark rum. The remaining half lime was neatly sliced into wedges, ready to be used as a final garnish. Next came the pouring of the cola. Lin Ming didn't pour it directly, but rather slowly swished it along the bar spoon, allowing the cola and rum to blend naturally in the glass. The dark cola spread out like silk, creating a captivating layered effect above the rum. The bubbles rose merrily, leaving fleeting traces on the glass's sides. Finally, he lightly rubbed the remaining lime wedge between his long, slender fingers, letting its fresh aroma awaken the senses, before elegantly adding it to the glass. A slender stirring stick rested against the rim of the glass, as if inviting the taster to complete this final ritual themselves. The Cuba Libre is born in his hands, a perfect balance between deep rum and lively cola, the refreshing lime like a breath of freedom permeating the entire drink. Ice cubes gently clink in the glass, creating a pleasant sound, while bubbles rise continuously, like an endless song of life. Just like its name suggests, resilience and struggle are its main themes, freedom and rebirth. It's him, a drink of freedom, presented to those who fight for freedom. When Lin Ming pushed the glass, adorned with a lime wedge, towards her, Jessica couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. Bubbles rose steadily from the bottom, shimmering under the light like twinkling stars in the night sky. This time, Jessica didn't hesitate. She gently gripped the glass, the cool sensation spreading through her fingers. Gazing at the varying shades of amber in the glass, she seemed to see her own winding life path reflected in it. The Cuba Libre in the glass awaited her taste, the dark rum and cola blending perfectly, a lime wedge floating gently on the ice, like a glimmer of hope rising from a sinking ship. She slowly raised the glass, the ice clinking crisply, like the shattering shackles deep within her heart. As the rim touched her lips and the first sip slid into her mouth, Jessica closed her eyes. The rum's potency awakened her taste buds first, involuntarily reminding her of that night filled with anger and pain. But soon, the sweetness of the cola neutralized the harshness, like time healing wounds. The refreshing lime blossomed on her lips, bringing an unprecedented sense of invigoration. She sipped slowly, feeling the warmth of the alcohol flowing through her body. Those bloody memories seemed to fade with each sip, replaced by an unprecedented calm. She savored the complex flavor. In this moment, she tried to reconcile with herself, and the burden of revenge gradually dissipated with the drink. The ice cubes swirled gently in the glass, reflecting the warm lights of the bar, like the renewed light in her eyes. "Thank you, Director Lin," Jessica said sincerely. "This drink is very special." After finishing the drink, she felt much lighter. The huge weight that had been pressing on her heart had disappeared without her noticing. She gently set down the glass, the bottom making a crisp sound as it hit the bar. Unlike the drinks she had before, whether it was beer or mojitos, which primarily offered a sensory experience, this Cuba Libre truly evoked emotions within her. It turns out, alcohol really does affect a person's feelings. Director Lin's approach to selling drinks is quite effective. "You're welcome." Lin Ming accepted her thanks this time. Making customers feel connected to their drink was a goal he had always strived for. Now that his goal had been perfectly achieved with Jessica, he felt somewhat gratified. Ding! Detected a change in the host's state of mind. The first stage of the tavern management goal has been completed. A new task has been issued. Please complete the task as soon as possible to upgrade the tavern's level. The long dormant system suddenly appeared in his eyes. He glanced at the content and then ignored it. Just then, a slightly timid voice came from the tavern entrance. "Why hello, may I ask where this is?" Lin Ming looked up and saw a boy of about 16 or 17 years old standing in front of the door, looking around anxiously. He was wearing a simple linen-colored coarse cloth shirt, his face showing the fatigue of having just finished work. This person was none other than Green, who had mistakenly entered the tavern. "This is the tavern," Lin Ming replied calmly. "Don't be nervous, please come in." Green hesitated before walking over, curiously surveying the mysterious space. The warm lighting, the exquisite decor, and the faint aroma of alcohol in the air, everything was completely different from the breath of the warrior's tavern he knew. But was this really a tavern? Green felt his worldview crumbling. Although he worked in taverns, this was the first time he'd ever seen one so beautiful. "Please sit down." Lin Ming gestured for him to sit next to Jessica. Green sat down awkwardly, his hands on his knees, his fingertips trembling slightly with nervousness. When he finally mustered the courage to look up, his gaze inadvertently fell on Jessica beside him, and he froze instantly. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Jessica's blonde hair shimmered softly in the warm tavern lighting, a few strands falling casually over her shoulders, making her fair skin even more captivating. Although her face showed some fatigue, it couldn't hide her exquisite features. Her deep blue eyes were like a clear summer sky, and beneath her straight nose were slightly upturned lips. She simply sat there quietly, exuding an elegance that Grimm had never seen before. Grimm unconsciously held his breath. In the months he had worked in the tavern in Mondstadt, he had seen all sorts of female adventurers. There were dashing swordsmen and mysterious mages, but none had ever combined strength and grace so perfectly as the woman before him. Her seemingly casual posture revealed the alertness unique to a warrior, yet the way she held her wineglass exuded an extraordinary elegance. He had always thought Miss Catherine of the Adventurers Guild was the most adorable woman in the world, but compared to the woman before him, Miss Catherine was utterly insignificant. Jessica seemed to sense his gaze and turned to give him a slight smile. That smile made Green's heart nearly leap out of his chest. The fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes did not diminish her beauty, instead, they added a touch of mature charm born of experience. Green tried to calm his wildly beating heart, secretly examining the longsword beside Jessica. The exquisite rose patterns on the scabbard hinted at its owner's extraordinary status, further convincing him that this woman was no ordinary adventurer. Jessica noticed the boy's unease and spoke gently, "First time here?" Looking at Green's anxious expression, she inexplicably recalled her first visit to the Dawn Tavern, when she too had felt the same unease and caution. The two were standing quite close, so close that even the inexperienced young man, Green, felt a little dizzy. Green blushed and nodded. I was just passing by, I don't know how I got in." "Order a drink." Seeing his anxiety subside slightly, Jessica smiled and said, "Trust me, everything here will be well worth the price." Perhaps remembering how she herself had almost been deterred by the prices, she gave Green a heads up. Lin Ming pushed the drink menu forward at the opportune moment. 5 gold coins for a beer? Sure enough, Green was instantly shocked when he saw the price, his voice trembling with disbelief. At Warrior's Breath, the cheapest ale was only 10 copper coins a cup, but here, even the cheapest drinks were priced in gold coins. Were the drinks here made of gold? Green bit his lip, his mind in turmoil. He felt the few remaining coins in his pocket, the money he'd saved up to buy new equipment, his meager reserves. In Mondstadt, 1 gold coin was enough for him and his sister in the commoners' quarters to eat their fill for almost half a month. "Maybe I should come back another day," Green stammered, preparing to leave. "Wait," Jessica gently pressed his arm. "Young man, don't be in such a hurry. If you leave now, you'll definitely regret your choice later." As someone who had come before him, she knew Green's thoughts, but wanting him to leave with regrets, she offered this final piece of advice. Green, his hand grasped by her, lowered his head shyly, his voice hesitant as he said, "But I don't have enough money." Jessica pointed to the cheapest drink on the menu. "How about trying this iced cola? Only 3 gold coins, my treat." Jessica didn't consider herself a good person, but she still wanted to repay Lin Ming. She was happy to help Director Lin retain a customer in this way. Green shook his head violently. "No, I can't accept that." He held firm to his principles when it came to dignity. Looking at the stubborn boy, Jessica blinked. "You can treat me later when you have more money." Green looked at the drink menu, then felt the few gold coins in his pocket. Finally, he took a deep breath, as if making a huge decision. I'll pay for it myself." Green decided to trust Jessica, such a beautiful woman would never deceive him. He carefully took 3 slightly worn gold coins from his pocket and solemnly placed them on the bar. Lin Ming accepted the coins and began preparing the drinks. He took out a crystal glass, added a few ice cubes, then opened an elegant glass bottle and poured the dark brown liquid into the glass. The bubbles rose merrily, making a soft hissing sound. When Lin Ming pushed the crystal clear glass towards him, Green's eyes were immediately drawn to the peculiar dark brown liquid inside. Countless tiny bubbles were merrily rising from the bottom of the glass, shimmering like pearls under the light, hissing and dancing as if alive. Is this some kind of magical drink?" Green asked cautiously, his fingers lightly touching the cool glass, immediately recoiling in shock at the icy chill. Jessica chuckled at his reaction. "Try it. This is a special drink only available at the Dawn Tavern." Green hesitantly picked up the glass, first observing the rising bubbles with curiosity. He had never seen such a lively drink before, even the most expensive champagne in Mondstadt didn't have such vibrant bubbles. He cautiously brought his nose close to the rim, and a sweet yet unfamiliar aroma wafted up, completely different from the familiar rich aroma of ale. When he finally mustered the courage to take a small sip, the world seemed to stand still. First, the cool touch stimulated his tongue, followed by an unprecedented sweetness that exploded in his mouth. It wasn't the heavy sweetness of honey, but a fresh and lively sweetness, accompanied by the subtle tingling sensation of bubbles gently bursting on his tongue. This novel taste made him involuntarily widen his eyes. "How is it?" Jessica asked with a smile. Green didn't answer immediately, but instead took another large gulp. This time, he truly felt the refreshing sensation as the liquid slid down his throat. The slight tingling from the carbonation blended perfectly with the sweetness, dispelling the fatigue of the entire day. This taste reminded him of the clearest mountain spring water in his hometown during summer, but with an added touch of delightful sweetness and stimulation. "Amazing!" Grim finally couldn't help but exclaim, a childlike smile spreading across his face. "I've never tasted anything like this before." He held the glass as if it were a precious treasure, savoring each small sip, each one bringing a new surprise. The coolness of the ice seeped through the glass to his palm, perfectly complementing the refreshing taste of the drink. He could even feel the delicate sensation of the bubbles dancing on his tongue, an experience entirely new to him. As the last sip of cola slid down his throat, Grim gazed longingly at the empty glass, murmuring softly, Is this iced cola?" At that moment, in Grim's heart, no 10 copper coin beer or champagne could compare to a single sip of this iced cola. Even the noble lords of Mondstadt probably hadn't tasted such a delicious beverage. At this moment, Grim felt happier than those high-ranking nobles, and this happiness could be achieved for just 3 gold coins. He had completely forgotten his earlier hesitation about the price. The surprise this magical drink brought him far outweighed the value of the 3 gold coins. But what if Celia knew he'd spent 3 gold coins on a drink? Would she fly into a rage and tear him to pieces? Thinking of his impending fate, Green involuntarily shrank back. Meanwhile, outside the Dawn Tavern, under the desolate night sky, Eleanor hurried through the sand dunes. Since the battle, she had led her team back to Rhine City to handle the aftermath of the Thunder Lion Adventurer Group's affairs, but Jessica had yet to return. As night deepened, worry clung to her heart like vines. "That fool, has she gone off somewhere to show off again?" Eleanor muttered to herself, her short, golden-red hair fluttering in the night wind. She knew Jessica's personality. Behind her outward strength often lay a hidden vulnerability. Just as she rounded a section of weathered rock, an ancient wooden door suddenly appeared before her. Eleanor froze. She clearly remembered that this place had been completely empty when the battlefield was cleared. "What's this?" Driven by curiosity, she pushed open the door. Ding-a-ling. With a crisp ring, Eleanor stepped into a completely unfamiliar space. Warm light instantly enveloped her, a stark contrast to the desolate desert outside. Just as she was still reeling from this magical transformation, a familiar figure came into view. Jessica. At the bar, Jessica was sipping her drink, her profile appearing exceptionally soft in the light. Hearing the call, she turned around in surprise, a flicker of disbelief in her blue eyes. "Eleanor? What happened to you?" Eleanor rushed to the bar, grabbing her friend's shoulders excitedly. "Are you all right? I've been looking for you all night." Her voice trembled slightly with emotion, her eyes filled with concern. Jessica smiled warmly and gently patted Eleanor's hand. "I'm fine, I just wanted to come here to calm down." Only then did Eleanor notice the long-lost calm on Jessica's face. The gloom that had lingered between her brows for years seemed to have dissipated considerably, and she radiated an aura of relief. Eleanor sat down beside Jessica and finally let out a long sigh. Looking at her friend's genuine smile, she seemed to see the cheerful and lively Jessica of the past slowly returning. As if sharing her feelings, a smile also appeared on her face. "Where is this?" Coming back to her senses, Eleanor finally noticed the mysterious tavern and the other people. Eleanor looked around curiously, finally fixing her gaze on Lin Ming, who was quietly wiping glasses behind the bar. "This is the Dawn Tavern," Jessica introduced softly. "This is Director Linear. Since you're here, how about a drink?" Jessica launched into her sales pitch again, her demeanor making Lin Ming feel like his job was being stolen. However, since someone else was speaking up for him, he didn't bother to say anything more. Besides, the two seemed to be quite good friends, and he didn't need to get involved unnecessarily. Eleanor noticed the empty glass in front of Jessica and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself." Jessica chuckled. "Eleanor, the drinks here aren't like the rough ale we usually drink. Trust me, you'll definitely be satisfied." Hearing her enthusiastic recommendation, Eleanor became interested. She curiously surveyed the tavern's interior, her gaze finally settling on the dazzling array of bottles behind the bar. Tapping her fingers lightly on the counter, a sly smile appeared on her face. "So, Manager Lin, do you have any drinks you'd recommend?" Lin Ming put down the glass he was wiping, calmly meeting her inquisitive gaze. "That depends on what kind of experience you're looking for." "Oh." Eleanor raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly. Is there a specific way to do that? Lin Ming took a crystal clear glass from the shelf. If you're looking for something refreshing and thirst quenching, I recommend a mojito. The freshness of lime and mint is perfect for relieving mental fatigue. The bar's soft lighting bathed everyone in a warm, golden light. Jessica and Eleanor sat on high stools at the bar, conversing quietly. Green sat a little further away, carefully sipping his iced cola, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the commotion at the bar. Eleanor nodded thoughtfully, then heard Lin Ming continue, if you want to try something special, how about tequila sunrise? It's like a desert sunset, layered and unforgettable. Sounds good, Eleanor said, twirling a strand of red hair with her finger, but I'd like something more fitting for this special day. A knowing glint flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He turned and retrieved a bottle of amber-colored liquor. In that case, he said, I recommend the Moscow Mule. The spiciness of the ginger complements the strength of the vodka perfectly, just like a true warrior, combining strength and gentleness. Moscow Mule? Eleanor chuckled at the strange name. That's a strange name. Does it have any special meaning? It said, Lin Ming said, preparing the cocktail ingredients, that this drink symbolizes the perfect combination of strength and resilience, like some people who appear strong on the outside but harbor a hidden softness within. Eleanor paused slightly, then smiled knowingly. I didn't expect you to have such a knack for judging people. All right, the Moscow Mule it is. Please wait a moment. Under Eleanor's curious gaze, Lin Ming began his performance. He took an elegant highball glass, its surface gleaming under the light. He used ice tongs to pick up several crystal-clear ice cubes, which clinked crisply as they fell into the glass, like melodious musical notes. His movements as he uncorked the vodka were clean and efficient, releasing a pure aroma. The measuring cup tilted steadily in his hand, precisely pouring 45 milliliters of vodka into the glass, the clear liquid flowing slowly along the ice. Eleanor and Green, seeing this mixing technique for the first time, couldn't help but look over. Why is it called a screwdriver? Eleanor couldn't help but ask, leaning forward unconsciously. She was still very curious about this strange name. Lin Ming explained skillfully as he worked, the name isn't anything special. A screwdriver is a general-purpose tool. It said that it originated from a group of workers who, lacking proper mixing tools, used a screwdriver to stir their drinks, hence the name. He gave her a brief explanation of the screwdriver's history, but Eleanor was still somewhat confused, as screwdrivers didn't exist in this world. She didn't quite understand, but she didn't ask further. Lin Ming continued his work. He took several fresh oranges and selected the plumpest one. With a deft knife, he cut the orange open, revealing bright, glistening flesh that shimmered invitingly under the light. Unlike using store-bought orange juice, he chose to juice it on the spot, as this preserves the orange's purest flavor. His movements as he squeezed the orange juice were fluid and graceful. As he poured the freshly squeezed juice into the glass, the vibrant orange and the clear vodka began to blend under the ice, creating a gradient of colors. The amount of orange juice was just right enough to mask the vodka's clarity while fully showcasing the fruit's vitality. Finally, he sliced a thin orange and gently tossed it into the glass as a garnish. The orange slice swirled gently in the liquid, adding a lively aesthetic to this simple cocktail. Try it, Lin Ming said, pushing the finished drink towards her. Perhaps it will offer you a new experience. Eleanor gazed curiously at the gradient-colored drink before her, the condensation on the glass sparkling under the light. She first took a light sniff. The fresh aroma of oranges subtly carried the crispness of the spirit, reminiscent of an orchard after a rain shower. As she picked up the glass, a cool touch spread across her fingertips. The first sip awakened her taste buds with the pure flavor of vodka, only to be gently enveloped by the natural sweetness of freshly squeezed orange juice. This balance made her raise an eyebrow slightly. It wasn't as robust as the ale she usually drank, nor as delicate as the wine served at aristocratic banquets. How is it? Jessica leaned closer, observing Eleanor's expression with interest. You look quite surprised. This drink is very special. Eleanor squinted, savoring the taste in her mouth. She had drunk quite a few drinks, sometimes enjoying a small glass when bored or stressed, and considered herself qualified to comment on wine. But this was the first time she had tasted a drink with such complex layers of flavor. As Lin Ming had said, it was indeed a novel experience. How does it taste? Jessica continued to inquire. It's very good. Eleanor nodded, somewhat bewildered. Judging from her expression, Jessica knew her vice captain was completely won over. Then she uttered a sentence that struck Eleanor like a thunderbolt. Of course, it's 30 gold coins a glass, you'd better enjoy it. After saying that, she waited quietly for Eleanor's reaction. What? Sure enough, as she expected, Eleanor, upon hearing the price, was shocked. Jessica, are you kidding me? While the screwdriver drink was indeed delicious, 30 gold coins a glass seemed excessive. Her gaze fell on Lin Ming, but Lin Ming showed no reaction, proving that Jessica wasn't lying, the price was real. Eleanor couldn't help but complain, is this drink made of gold? When ordering, she hadn't checked the prices, relying entirely on Lin Ming's recommendations, but she hadn't expected even Jessica to help her rip her off. Even if this glass of wine were made of gold, it wouldn't be worth this price. Nearby, hearing someone voice their thoughts, Green couldn't help but turn to look at her, moved. Hee, this wine is more expensive than gold. Seeing her goal achieved, Jessica adopted a knowing tone. Eleanor, did you know? Actually, all of Director Lin's wines are brewed with the water of life. Jessica and Eleanor were close, but sometimes she didn't mind showing off her superiority in front of her friend. Then, she looked at Grimm and said earnestly, young man, the water of life can improve your physique and enhance your magic, and it will also make your career path smoother. So don't think the drinks here are expensive, you should know that coming to the Dawn Tavern is your good fortune. Grimm nodded quickly. The preciousness of the water of life was well known to him, a novice just embarking on his career. As a treasure kept hidden away by the Silvermoon Forest Elves, its invaluable healing abilities made it highly sought after by countless professionals. To be able to taste the water of life for only 3 gold coins was a steal for him. At this moment, Grimm wanted to lick the cup clean, he had no thought of it being a waste. A strange atmosphere filled the tavern. Eleanor stared at her glass, her expression complex as if reassessing its value. Jessica, on the other hand, sipped her drink leisurely with a mischievous smile. Lin Ming calmly wiped his glass, seemingly unconcerned about the minor commotion. Grimm, meanwhile, carefully held his cola, afraid of spilling a single drop of this precious water of life. Eleanor, in contrast, didn't appear as distressed, but she too looked at Lin Ming with a complicated expression. Are you insane? How dare you use the water of life to brew wine? Her voice trembled with disbelief. She understood the value of the water of life far better than Grimm. For a single potion of the water of life, the Purple Gold Roses and the Thunder Lion Adventurer Group had turned against each other, fighting tooth and nail. The Thunder Lion Adventurer Group was completely annihilated, and the Purple Gold Roses were severely weakened. Here, what they considered treasures was merely raw material for brewing wine. Eleanor suddenly found Keith's death utterly ridiculous. Jessica, understanding her feelings, patted her shoulder reassuringly. Thinking of how she herself had almost lost her Deo heart, she sighed helplessly. I had the same reaction when I first found out. The entire tavern fell silent, broken only by the soft sound of ice melting in glasses. Just then, the bell on the eaves rang again. Ding-a-ling. The tavern door was gently pushed open, and Isabella stepped gracefully in, followed by 2 familiar figures. Tonight she wore a dark green velvet dress, a delicate cat's eye brooch adorning her neckline, gleaming mysteriously in the tavern's warm light. These past few days, she had become a regular at the tavern. Good evening, Director Linear. Isabella smiled and greeted Lin Ming behind the bar, then her gaze fell on Jessica and Eleanor, a perfectly timed hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Oh, young lady, we meet again? Jessica quickly rose to greet her. It's nice to meet you again, Lady Isabella. Thank you for your help that day, Jessica said again. Jessica's feelings towards Isabella, this renowned legendary witch, were quite complex. She was grateful for the deal with Isabella, yet also felt regret that the bottle of water of life hadn't been able to realize its full potential. But the outcome was still good, so Jessica didn't regret it. It was just a fair trade, no need to thank me. Isabella chuckled, then led Fiona and Sienna to their seats. Fiona sat cautiously beside Isabella, while Sienna eagerly climbed onto the bar stool, her tail wagging happily. What would you like to drink? Lin Ming asked her. Any recommendations tonight? Isabella elegantly crossed her legs, her fingers lightly tapping the bar counter. Tonight's specialty is the dry martini. That'll do. Isabella nodded, confirming her drink for the evening. She didn't like ordering the same drinks twice, she preferred experiencing something new. As the 2 women conversed, Eleanor cautiously nudged Jessica and whispered in her ear, Jessica, who is this lady? You seem quite respectful towards her. Jessica smiled wryly and then quietly revealed Isabella's identity. Upon hearing this, Eleanor's mouth dropped open. Isabella's identity had clearly taken a huge toll on her. She never expected to encounter a legendary figure in a tavern. It was as if she were dining at a restaurant and unexpectedly met the king of a nation. Isabella also noticed the unfamiliar face. Captain Jessica, may I ask who this is? Jessica patiently introduced, this is my vice captain, Eleanor. Hello, Lady Isabella, I have long admired your name. Whether Eleanor had heard of Isabella's name was unknown, but she certainly adopted the proper demeanor. Isabella chuckled. Quite an interesting little girl. Her gaze lingered on Eleanor for a moment, as if assessing something. Faced with her praise, Eleanor smiled shyly and sat back down, but her posture was noticeably more reserved than before. Returning her gaze to Lin Ming, she looked at Fiona and continued, and you? What would you like to drink? Tonight, Fiona was wearing a light blue dress, and she looked much better than before. However, her gaze towards Lin Ming was somewhat strange. Before she even spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. This piqued Lin Ming's curiosity. "What are you trying to say?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Curator, I caused you trouble last night." Fiona stood up awkwardly, bowing her head and bending over, appearing to sincerely apologize. Upon closer inspection, her face was bright red, and her hands nervously twisted the hem of her dress. The others, following her voice, turned their gazes towards her. Especially Isabella, the instigator, couldn't help but watch with amusement, seeing the drama unfold. However, her sudden apology left Lin Ming somewhat bewildered. Fiona took a deep breath, as if making a great decision. "Sister Isabella told me that last time I was drunk. I did something very rude to you." Her voice trailed off. "She said I not only made a huge scene, but also, and even tried to climb onto the bar and dance." Lin Ming frowned slightly. Although Fiona's behavior last night had somewhat annoyed him, it didn't seem to have reached the point she described. "I think I've probably caused you a lot of trouble," Fiona continued, her eyes already reddening, "so I came here specifically to sincerely apologize. I really don't remember what I did, but Sister Isabella said the scene was quite awkward." "Stop for a moment." Lin Ming interrupted her, his gaze turning to Isabella, who was watching the scene unfold. "Ms. Isabella, it's probably not appropriate for you to tease Miss Fiona like this." Although he didn't know what had happened between Fiona and Isabella, it was clear that Fiona had been tricked by Isabella. At this moment, Fiona seemed to realize what was happening. "Sister Isabella, were you lying to me before?" Seeing her prank exposed, Isabella remained calm and chuckled. "Well, what can I do? Fiona's so easily fooled." "Sister Isabella." Fiona seemed genuinely angry, her cheeks puffed up. Thinking about her embarrassing performance, she instantly felt ashamed. Isabella realized she had gone a bit too far and quickly comforted her. "Fiona, don't be angry. I'll treat you to everything today, okay?" She affectionately put her arm around Fiona's shoulder. "Besides, you looked really cute when you apologized." After some gentle comforting, Isabella finally managed to appease her. After a brief interlude, Lin Ming continued his work, mixing drinks for Isabella and Fiona. Jessica and Eleanor were whispering in a corner about the future development plans for the Purple Rose. Sienna leaned over the bar, watching Lin Ming mix drinks with curiosity, her cat tail swaying rhythmically. The bar had a good selection of non-alcoholic beverages besides alcoholic drinks, but this catgirl seemed to have developed a taste for sparkling water. She ordered a different flavor today. Fiona originally wanted to order the same drink as Isabella, but the martini was still quite strong. Given her previous behavior, Lin Ming recommended a lower alcohol golden fillet instead. If she got drunk again this time, he would have to recommend non-alcoholic drinks for her and Sienna next time. After placing their drinks in front of them, Lin Ming's gaze focused on Sienna. "Want some dessert?" His words interrupted the catgirl who was enjoying her sparkling water. Sienna opened her eyes and glared at him unhappily. But after understanding the meaning behind his words, a conflicted look appeared on her face. The taste of the ice cream was still vivid in her mind, but to get the treat, she would have to sell her body in exchange. The temptation of the food and the thought of maintaining her dignity battled fiercely in her mind. Her tail swayed unconsciously from side to side, revealing her inner struggle. However, she didn't hesitate for long. After a few seconds, she uttered a single word: "Eat." In the end, the temptation of the food outweighed her dignity. He discreetly opened the refrigerator and took out a delicate white porcelain bowl. As soon as he placed the bowl on the bar, Sienna's ears perked up, and her little nose twitched slightly. It was a creme brulee, its surface covered with a layer of translucent caramel, shimmering with an amber luster under the light. Lin Ming deliberately tapped the rim of the bowl lightly with a silver spoon, producing a crisp sound. Sienna's gaze was immediately drawn to it, her cat-like pupils dilated into round shapes, and her body unconsciously leaned forward, like a kitten that had spotted its prey. "This is today's special caramel pudding." Lin Ming spoke calmly, but deliberately pushed the pudding closer to Sienna. "We used the freshest cream and vanilla pods, and the caramel is freshly made." Sienna was initially disappointed that it wasn't him who brought the ice cream, but the aroma instantly whetted her appetite. She swallowed hard, her tail involuntarily rising high, its tip trembling slightly. Her gaze was completely fixed on the pudding, oblivious to the surrounding conversation. Seeing this, Lin Ming took out a chilled small silver spoon and placed it beside the pudding. He gently shook the pudding, its soft, bouncy texture made Sienna's eyes widen even more, her cat eyes reflecting the pudding's tempting appearance. "Want to try some?" Lin Ming's voice was very soft, as if coaxing a wary kitten. Sienna nodded vigorously, eagerly taking the spoon. As she scooped up a spoonful of pudding, the caramel crackled crisply, and the smooth pudding underneath trembled gently on the spoon. She carefully put it in her mouth, her eyes instantly narrowing in bliss. She whimpered contentedly, her tail curling happily into a heart shape. The slightly bitter caramel and the sweet pudding blended perfectly in her mouth, the silky texture making her scoop up another large spoonful. Isabella noticed the commotion and couldn't help but chuckle. "Mr. Curator, I feel like if I come a few more times, my Sienna might be completely lured away by you." Lin Ming, without changing his expression, pushed another serving of pudding towards Isabella. I don't mind, I just hope you don't mind either, Ms. Isabella. He. Mr. Curator, I'm not Sienna. You can't bribe me with this. Isabella elegantly scooped up a piece of pudding with a silver spoon and put it in her mouth, her next words abruptly cut off. Sienna, however, was completely immersed in the delicious pudding, oblivious even to the caramel smeared on her lips. She savored each small bite, as if enjoying a rare delicacy, her focused expression bringing a smile to Lin Ming's face. When the last bite of pudding disappeared from the spoon, Sienna licked her lips, looking at Lin Ming expectantly, her eyes seeming to ask, "Is there more?" Lin Ming took out another pudding, but this time didn't hand it to her immediately. Instead, he gently placed it on the other side of the bar. Sienna's gaze immediately followed the pudding, her body involuntarily leaning forward, much like a kitten attracted by a cat toy. "Want this?" Lin Ming's voice held a rare gentleness. Sienna nodded vigorously, her cat ears twitching slightly with anticipation. Then, Lin Ming reached out his hand. Sienna hesitated for a moment, then finally rested her head under his palm. When Green tiptoed open the wooden door to the rented attic, moonlight streamed through the window into the simple room. He assumed Celia was already asleep, but instead, he was met with his sister's eyes, which gleamed faintly in the darkness. "Brother, you finally decided to come back?" Celia sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, her voice clearly showing displeasure. She wore a pure white nightgown, her long, slightly disheveled golden hair draped over her shoulders. She had clearly been waiting for a long time. Green froze in the doorway. "See, Celia, you're still awake?" He gave an awkward laugh, trying to brush it off. "What time is it?" Celia stood up and lit the oil lamp on the table. A warm yellow light illuminated her worried face. "I almost went to the tavern to find you. Do you know how worried I was?" Green scratched his head, like a child who had done something wrong. "Sorry, the tavern was quite busy today, so we were a little late cleaning up." Although he was the older brother, he was always the one who acted more submissively in front of his twin sister, who was only a few minutes younger than him. Celia's gaze fell on his tired face, and the words of reprimand she was about to utter were swallowed back. She sighed softly, her tone softening. "I was just worried about you. The adventurer's exam is the day after tomorrow. Don't go to work tomorrow, get some rest." After speaking, she suddenly reached into her pocket and pulled a small cloth bag, handing it to Grim. "Here." Grim took the bag with a puzzled look, opened it, and found several silver coins and a brand new sword belt inside. "This is..." Grim was stunned. "I took a temporary job moving goods at the general store today," Celia said somewhat embarrassedly, "thinking that I haven't given you a gift since coming to Mondstadt." Grim felt his eyes welling up. Looking at his sister's slightly tired but smiling face, he suddenly felt that he was a truly incompetent older brother. He was the one pursuing his adventurer's dream, yet he had made Celia leave her home and suffer with him. "Thank you, Celia," he said softly. "I promise, once we become official adventurers, I will give you a good life." Faced with his promise, Celia simply smiled and nodded. "I believe you. Get some rest, brother." Grim gripped his sword strap tightly. He ultimately didn't speak of the adventure he had in that mysterious tavern that night. As dawn broke, the pale golden sun had just climbed over the towering walls of Mondstadt, casting its warm rays upon the damp cobblestone streets. Lin Ming strolled through this newly awakened city of another world, his footsteps piercing the morning dew. His boots clicked crisply on the stone pavement, their sound particularly clear in the tranquil morning air. Having been in this world for so long, this was the first time he had truly set foot on this foreign land, experiencing its unique way of life. A thin mist, like a veil, lingered between the streets and alleys, adding a touch of gentleness to this city steeped in adventure. The mist flowed slowly under the sunlight, sometimes gathering into clumps, sometimes dispersing like fluff, making distant buildings appear and disappear, like a dreamlike mirage. Last night's dew still clung to the wooden signs of the shops along the street, shimmering in the morning sun, occasionally dripping down and creating ripples in the small puddles on the pavement. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The morning air was slightly cool, mixed with the aroma of freshly baked wheat from the bakery and the scents wafting from the blacksmith's shop, the smell of coal, and the faint fragrance of flowers wafting from afar. The streets were already bustling with early risers. A group of well-equipped adventurers emerged from the inn, checking their gear and discussing in hushed tones the dungeon route they would explore that day. The metal armor plates gleamed coldly in the morning light, a stark contrast to the expectant yet cautious expressions on their faces. The armor clanged crisply with their movements, unusually loud in the morning stillness. This exotic scene was remarkably similar to what he had seen in various anime, novels, and games, yet it felt even more real and vivid. "Check the ropes and torches." "It's me," the leading warrior said, his voice exceptionally clear in the morning stillness. His voice was steady and powerful, revealing a seasoned experience. Lin Ming noticed a blacksmith's shop by the roadside, its furnace already lit. A burly dwarf blacksmith was tidying his tools, preparing for the day's work. His apprentice was cleaning the anvil nearby, the hammering echoing in the morning air, as if playing a prelude to the city's awakening. Turning the corner, an alchemy shop had just opened, its wooden shutters raised, revealing shelves filled with bottles and jars. The shopkeeper was a bespectacled young woman, carefully arranging various colored potions in the window. A deep blue magic potion gleamed mysteriously in the sunlight, while next to it, a bright red healing potion was as vivid as congealed blood. The bell at the shop's entrance jingled crisply with each opening and closing of the door. "Good morning, would you like to see the new potions?" The girl noticed Lin Ming's gaze and greeted him warmly. Lin Ming smiled and shook his head, continuing forward. His gaze was drawn to a group of adventurers doing their morning exercises. In the small square in the center of the city, several young warriors were practicing swordsmanship. Their movements were still a little clumsy, but each move was practiced meticulously. Not far away, an elder who looked like a mage was instructing apprentices in practicing basic spells, the tip of his staff gleaming faintly. A small queue had already formed in front of the bakery, the freshly baked bread emitting an enticing aroma. Adventurers buying breakfast gathered in small groups, chatting about their experiences from the previous day while waiting. Lin Ming overheard them discussing a new discovery in a dungeon, their voices a mix of excitement and caution. "I heard a new monster appeared on the 3rd floor. I need to bring stronger protective scrolls today." As the sun rose higher, the streets gradually bustled. Vendors set up their stalls, hawking various adventure essentials. An elderly merchant with a long beard was organizing his magical items, from protective amulets to detection scrolls, each emanating a faint magical aura. Lin Ming stopped in front of a bookstore. The window displayed various maps and adventure guides, and a thick dungeon monster compendium caught his eye. The bookstore owner, sweeping near the entrance, greeted Lin Ming warmly, a newly arrived adventure guide, containing information on the latest dungeon floors. Thinking he might need it later, Lin Ming bought a copy. The book felt heavy in his hands, its pages exuding the distinctive scent of ink and old paper. Continuing onward, Lin Ming arrived at the Fountain Plaza in the city center. The clear spring water shimmered in the morning light, and several children played by its edge, imitating the actions of adventurers. Lin Ming walked through the gradually bustling streets and came to a magnificent stone building. This was one of the reasons he had come to Mondstadt today. The Adventurers Guild's gates were made of heavy oak, carved with intertwined swords and staves, symbolizing the unity of warriors and mages. As he pushed open the gates, a gust of wind carrying the scents of old parchment, ink, and metal rushed out. The guild hall was spacious and bright, the morning sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows high above, casting dappled shadows on the floor. A huge quest board hung in the center of the hall, densely covered with various quests, ranging from the simplest herb gathering to the most dangerous monster hunting missions. The papers rustled gently in the breeze. Although it was still early, a number of adventurers had already gathered around the quest board, discussing their plans for the day in hushed tones. "I heard there's a wolf pack in the northern forest. The reward for the moonlight grass gathering quest has increased again." Lin Ming looked around and noticed that the hall was divided into several areas. On the left was a row of reception windows, on the right was a rest area, and at the far end was the designated testing area. He walked towards the window marked "New Registration" and found several people already ahead of him. The people in line were a diverse bunch. A young warrior nervously checked his sword sheath, an archer quietly polished his longbow, and a mage wearing a pointed hat was silently chanting a spell. Lin Ming noticed that these newcomers all wore expressions of excitement mixed with trepidation, their fingers unconsciously tapping on their weapons or staffs due to nervousness. "Next," called the staff member behind the window. When it was Lin Ming's turn, a middle-aged female receptionist looked up. She wore glasses and a guild badge pinned to her chest, her expression professional but slightly tired. "New registration? Please fill out this form." She handed him a parchment form, on which he needed to fill in basic information such as name, age, place of birth, and his chosen career path. Lin Ming noticed that the career options included mainstream professions like warrior, mage, and ranger, as well as some special professions such as alchemist and runemaster. She dipped a quill pen in the ink bottle and handed it to Lin Ming. "What profession would you like to choose?" the receptionist asked, while taking out a thick career classification guide. Lin Ming thought for a moment. "I would like to choose the spellsword profession." The receptionist raised an eyebrow. "Spellsword? That requires passing a basic swordsmanship and magic ability test. Please proceed to the testing area on the right." She pointed to an archway on the right side of the hall, through which a spacious area could be vaguely seen. The spellsword is a special profession that combines swordsmanship and magic. Compared to a pure swordsman, a spellsword possesses a variety of dazzling ranged magical abilities. Compared to a pure mage, they also have swordsmanship as a means of survival when enemies get close. Therefore, compared to pure swordsmen and mages, magic swordsmen combine the strengths of both, making them more well-rounded. However, being well-rounded also means mediocrity. While magic swordsmen integrate the strengths of both classes, it's not a perfect fusion. Compared to the swordsman's ability to withstand attacks and deal damage, magic swordsmen are somewhat lacking in defense, and in terms of magic, they cannot unleash the devastating magical abilities of later-stage mages. Furthermore, because it follows a path combining two different professions, it requires more effort, which is why only two types of people want to pursue the path of magic swordsman. One type is exceptionally talented geniuses, who have enough energy to practice different professional paths. The other type is mediocre individuals who recognize their own mediocrity and want to learn another skill, resulting in extremely different levels of achievement. Beyond the archway of the testing area lay a spacious and brightly lit circular hall. The floor was paved with hard lapis lazuli, and the walls were inscribed with runes enhancing magical stability and physical resistance. One side of the hall displayed various weapon racks, while the other side featured several crystal pillars for testing magical sensitivity. A high-ranking warrior in a crisp guild uniform, with a resolute face, and an elderly man in a dark blue mage robe, with a white beard, were already waiting. Their gazes, almost tangible, were fixed on Lin Ming, scrutinizing and assessing him. Lin Ming, testing for the spellsword class? The warrior spoke first, his voice booming, echoing faintly in the hall. Yes. Lin Ming nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding facilities, his expression unwavering. Very good. The warrior spoke, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. The spellsword assessment consists of two parts: basic swordsmanship and magical adaptability. First, demonstrate your basic swordsmanship. Choose any weapon and attack me. Lin Ming walked to the weapon rack, hesitated briefly, and selected a standard one-handed longsword. The weight and feel were slightly different from the artifacts he had handled in his previous life. However, the moment he gripped the hilt, a sense of innate familiarity surged through him. The basic swordsmanship knowledge instilled by the system flowed into his muscle memory like an activated instinct. Lin Ming had never practiced swordsmanship or magic, but to help him pass the assessment, the system directly instilled all basic swordsmanship and low-level magic into him. He thus gained the skills of swordsmanship specialization and magic specialization. He stood in the arena, sword in hand, taking a deep breath, his gaze becoming focused. He hadn't learned the exquisite sword techniques of this world, but he understood power, angle, and timing. He propelled himself forward, his longsword tracing a clean arc, aiming straight for the warrior's shoulder blade, a non-lethal but potentially advantageous spot in combat. A flicker of surprise crossed the warrior's eyes. Lin Ming's movements lacked a fixed pattern, yet were exceptionally efficient. He parried with his sword, a crisp clang of metal striking metal rang out. Feeling the concentrated yet controlled power emanating from the blade, the warrior felt a slight chill. Not bad. Solid foundation, penetrating power, sharp eye. The warrior sheathed his sword, offering a brief assessment, his tone tinged with admiration. He then had Lin Ming demonstrate several basic parrying and dodging techniques, all executed with textbook precision, as if honed through countless hours of practice. Next is the magic test. The old mage pointed to the crystal pillar. Place your hand on the crystal, and try your best to guide the magic within you. No incantations are needed, just concentrate. Lin Ming did as instructed, placing his palm on the cool, smooth surface of the crystal pillar. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and tried to sense the hidden power within his body. Unlike the clarity of direct communication with the system, the magic within him was more like a stream that needed to be channeled, obscure and elusive. Initially, the crystal pillar remained unresponsive. The warrior and the mage exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing slightly. Lin Ming didn't give up. He recalled the focused state he had when communicating with the system and immersed himself entirely in his inner energy. Gradually, he felt a faint, spiderweb-like energy flowing through his meridians. He carefully guided this energy towards his palm. Buzz! The crystal pillar trembled slightly, and a milky white halo suddenly appeared at its base. The light was stable and pure, slowly rising along the pillar until it settled steadily at about 1/5 of its height. Magic strength, preliminarily judged as low level, but its nature is pure and stable, possessing good plasticity and growth potential. The old mage said as he recorded on the parchment, the hint of "finally, my efforts weren't in vain" in his tone becoming more pronounced. Congratulations, young man. Although your magic and swordsmanship are only at a basic level, they both meet the entry-level standards for a magic swordsman. This is your adventurer's badge and professional certification. The old man handed Lin Ming a bronze badge with interlaced sword and wand reliefs along the edges, engraved with his name and the words, Magic Swordsman, Apprentice. May your blade be sharp, your magic shine. The warrior nodded slightly, offering his blessing. Lin Ming accepted the badge, his fingertips tracing the patterns on it, his heart calm and undisturbed. Magic and adventure weren't his primary profession. If it weren't for the system's upgrade quest, he wouldn't have had much interest in registering as an adventurer. He pinned the badge to his chest, thanked the two examiners, and turned to leave the testing area. As he stepped out of the Adventurers Guild's heavy doors, the afternoon sun shone brightly on the bustling streets. He was about to find a place to learn more about Mondstadt when a slightly surprised voice sounded beside him. Lin, Curator Lin? Lin Ming turned and saw Grim, last night's guest, standing not far away, his face showing disbelief and surprise. Beside him stood a young girl, her long golden hair tied in a neat ponytail. Her features were remarkably similar to Grimm's, but she possessed a more youthful brightness and liveliness. She wore faded old clothes, but were impeccably clean. A well-maintained short bow slung across her back, and her clear eyes curiously observed Lin Ming. Grin? Lin Ming stopped, his tone still calm, but a fleeting, almost imperceptible surprise flashed across his eyes. The Don Tavern wasn't crowded, so he remembered almost all the customers. Although Grin had only been there once, the reserved young man was etched in his memory. It really is you. Grin rushed forward, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. I almost thought I'd mistaken you for someone else. Grin and Celia had come today to register as adventurers, one of the siblings' most important goals in coming to Mondstadt. Fortunately, after their hard work, they had finally become adventurers. Just as they left the Adventurers Guild, he and Celia were enthusiastically discussing where to celebrate. But unexpectedly, they ran into Lin Ming. Oh, by the way, this is my sister, Celia, and this is Director Linear. Green introduced Celia and Lin Ming to each other. Hello! Lin Ming greeted them, his tone remaining completely indifferent. Director Lin, what brings you here? Are you here to post a quest at the guild? Green asked curiously. Although the profession of adventurer seems glamorous, in the eyes of those with status and power, adventurers are merely a means of livelihood for commoners. They look down on adventurers, which is why there are so few high-ranking adventurers. The entire Adventurers Guild only has one legendary guild master to back it up. Despite the brief encounter, Lin Ming had already left a mysterious and noble image in his mind. He didn't believe Lin Ming had come to the guild to become an adventurer like himself, he must have come to post a quest. However, before his question could fully settle, his gaze keenly fell upon the brand new badge on Lin Ming's chest, its metallic sheen reflecting the sunlight. A sword and wand crossed the symbol of a magic swordsman. Director Lin, this is. Green pointed to the badge on his chest, his tone surprised. Lin Ming looked down, his gaze sweeping over the badge, his tone flat, as if stating something utterly mundane, just registered. Green's gaze flickered with complexity for a moment, then he composed himself, a warm smile returning to his face. That's quite a coincidence. We also just registered as adventurers and we're just about to head to the Dragon's Breath Tavern to celebrate. Director Lin, would you like to join us? He didn't miss this opportunity to get closer to Lin Ming, quickly extending an invitation. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Understanding the food and beverage culture of this world was one of his purposes for this trip, and having a familiar person as his guide was a good thing. Okay, he nodded, I also need to familiarize myself with this place. Great! Green also breathed a sigh of relief, appearing very happy. Led by the brother and sister, the three of them walked through several bustling streets. Following Green and Celia, the three of them traversed several lively streets and arrived at a rather large stone and wood structure. A heavy oak signboard was carved with a fire-breathing dragon, below which were written in common, Dragon's Breath Tavern. Even before entering, a noisy atmosphere could be heard. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a strong aroma mixed with ale, roasted meat, tobacco, and sweat rushed out. Compared to the tranquility and luxury of the Don Tavern, this place was filled with a rugged vitality. It was midday, lunchtime for the adventurers. The hall was spacious, yet felt cramped due to the large crowd. Rough wooden tables and chairs were filled with all sorts of guests. Some were loudly boasting about their experiences in the dungeon, others were arm wrestling, and maids nimbly moved through the crowd carrying huge wooden goblets. Inside the massive stone fireplace, firewood roared, the leaping flames casting flickering shadows on the faces of the people, some bold, some weary. There's a seat over there. Celia, with sharp eyes, pointed to an empty seat near the wall on one side of the hall. As soon as the three sat down, a burly waiter in a dark apron approached, his voice booming and direct. How many? What would you like to order? 3 glasses of ale, a roasted lamb chop, a potato stew, and 2 servings of black bread. Cecilia rattled off the order almost without hesitation, her speech quick and fluent, clearly very familiar with the menu and ordering process. While waiting for the food, Lin Ming leaned back in his slightly rough wooden chair, silently surveying his surroundings. He saw Grin and Cecilia nodding to several familiar adventurers at the next table. He heard them discussing bits and pieces of information such as the eastern passage of the 3rd level of the dungeon and the newly appeared crystal armor scorpion. He could also feel many eyes fixed on his unfamiliar face and the unusual magic swordsman's badge. Just then, the waiter brought over the food. The sizzling, caramelized lamb chops released an enticing aroma, while the steaming potato stew simmered, carrot chunks bobbing in its thick broth. Green and Celia immediately picked up their knives and forks and began to enjoy what was, for them, a sumptuous dinner. The waiter placed 3 large glasses of ale, bubbling with a thin layer of foam, heavily on the wooden table. The cloudy, amber liquid swirled in the rough wooden glasses. Lin Ming picked up his glass, feeling the distinctive roughness of the wooden glass against his fingertips and its not too cold body temperature. He observed it first. The liquid was dark, far less clear and golden than beer, with a few specks of unfiltered wheat husk residue suspended in it. The foam on top was sparse and short-lived, quickly collapsing into a thin layer of white foam. He brought the glass closer, but instead of the delicate hop aroma he remembered, he smelled a strong, overpowering, fermented malt scent, mingled with a slight musty dampness, perhaps from the wooden barrels not being thoroughly cleaned, assaulting his nostrils. Lin Ming took a small sip. The first sensation upon entering his mouth wasn't the mellow sweetness of malt, but a prominent, almost sharp, sourness that instantly irritated the sides of his tongue. Following this was a raw, unripe grain-like taste, a result of insufficient saccharification or improper fermentation, spreading throughout his mouth. The texture was rough, he could even feel the fine grains sliding down his throat. He savored it, trying to find the possible richness and sweetness of beer. But only the singular sourness dominated, the aftertaste short, leaving mostly a slight tightness in his mouth and a faint, unpleasant bitterness. Lin Ming set down his glass, his movement steady, his face maintaining its usual calm. He stared at the murky liquid in the glass, as if examining a less than successful work of art. Over-fermentation, insufficient saccharification. The water hardness was too high, resulting in a noticeable astringency. The wooden barrels used for storage may not have been thoroughly cleaned in a long time, harboring bacteria and adding an undesirable sour, rotten smell. Lin Ming calmly gave himself his professional assessment. If 10 points was the maximum, this ale only deserved a 3, a complete failure, crudely made. After just one sip, he disappointedly set the glass down, utterly losing interest in continuing. He shifted his gaze from the glass, looking around at the adventurers around him, still drinking the same beverage and chatting animatedly, before finally settling back on Grin and Celia. The two men were enjoying their ale with relish. What Lin Ming considered utterly inedible, they were regarded as a pleasant drink by the people of this world. "Director Lin, is this ale not to your liking?" Green noticed his unusual expression and asked. Lin Ming shook his head and handed him the ale. Though he didn't speak, his actions revealed his thoughts. Considering the incredibly delicious iced cola at the Don Tavern, it was understandable that this 10 copper coin ale wouldn't suit Director Lin's palate. After chewing her food, Celia seemed to remember something, her eyes lighting up. She said to Lin Ming, "Director Lin, while the ale at Dragon's Breath Tavern is ordinary, they have a homemade crimson flame berry wine, brewed from wild berries native to the nearby mountains. You can't find its flavor anywhere else. Would you like to try it?" Lin Ming remained non-committal but nodded slightly. Celia's words piqued his interest. Celia happily beckoned a waiter and ordered a small earthenware jug of berry wine. Soon, a dark earthenware jug, which looked more refined than a beer glass, and a small earthenware cup were brought over. The jug still had a slight steam rising from it, as if it had just been taken from a cool storage room. Lin Ming picked up the jug and slowly poured the wine into the cup. The color was a deep, almost blackish purple red, significantly thicker than the previous ale, almost opaque in sunlight, with only a ruby red halo reflecting off the rim of the glass. There was no noticeable foam, only a few fine bubbles clinging to the glass. He picked up the ceramic glass, feeling a slightly cool touch on his fingertips. Bringing it close to his nose, a strong, primal fruity acidity surged forth, mingled with the slightly astringent sweetness characteristic of wild berries, and a slightly intoxicating, yeasty aroma from fermentation. The aroma was direct and unrestrained, lacking in complexity, yet carrying the ruggedness of the mountains. He took a small sip. The first sensation on his palate was an extremely pronounced acidity, sharp and lively, like biting into a handful of ripe wild berries, instantly stimulating his thirst. Following this, a wild sweetness, hidden beneath the acidity, unfolded, but this sweetness wasn't pure, it carried a slight astringency from the skins and seeds, intertwined with the acidity. The texture was fuller than expected, with a slightly viscous feel from the berry pulp, but overall it remained rough, lacking the silky transition of a fine wine. The alcohol wasn't handled smoothly. After swallowing, he could feel a slight burning sensation in his throat, typical of low-alcohol wines, and a lingering, slightly bitter aftertaste, similar to unfermented fruit. He paused for a moment, his eyelids slightly lowered, seemingly dissecting and savoring the complex and primal flavor combination in his mind. Without fine filtration and clarification, it retained the pulp and some flavor compounds, but also brought sedimentation and astringency. The fermentation process likely started naturally, with imprecise temperature control resulting in a high acidity and a slightly harsh alcohol taste. However, his eyes lacked the critical eye for the ale, replaced by a different kind of appreciation. His gaze seemed to travel through the glass, as if he could see the berry-growing forest. While the process was somewhat lacking, this ruggedness and wildness were precisely its soul. It perfectly preserved the most primal flavors of the berries, bestowed by the sun, rain, and forest soil, without excessive artificial embellishment. For an adventurer who spends years traversing the wilderness, this drink might be more than just a beverage, it's a memory of the forest, freedom, and harvest. He picked up the ceramic glass again, gazing at the deep purplish red, and mentally assessed it. From a purely beverage perspective, it has many flaws, but from the perspective of terroir, it has its unique value. Compared to the rough ale, this berry beer deserves a 6 out of 10, barely passing. This was an unexpected delight. It seemed the wine in this world wasn't so bad after all. Although the craftsmanship was still crude, he could still taste a hint of soul in this cup of wine. After bidding farewell to Grin and Celia at the entrance of the Dragon's Breath Tavern, the bright afternoon sun cascaded like a warm waterfall onto the bustling streets of Mondstadt. Lin Ming didn't rush back to the tavern, but strolled towards the Fountain Plaza in the city center. The plaza during the day was a completely different scene from at night. The enormous white stone fountain gleamed in the sunlight, its jets of water drawing silvery arcs in the air, the splashing droplets refracting tiny rainbows, the tinkling sound of the water blending harmoniously with the hustle and bustle of the street. Children played by the pool, vendors hawked their wares, and the scene was full of vibrant energy. Amidst this liveliness, a clear and melodious song, like a mountain spring, pierced through the noise and clearly reached Lin Ming's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound. Beside the fountain, in a dappled light where sunlight and shadow intertwined, a young woman sat on a low stone stool. She wore a simple pale yellow dress, the hem of which spread across the stone surface like blooming petals. A small oak harp rested on her lap, her slender fingers skillfully plucking the strings, producing a clear and melodious tune. She tilted her head slightly, her long, light golden hair shimmering softly in the sunlight, her emerald eyes like jade washed by spring water, clear and deep. The tune she sang was ancient and distant, carrying a hint of melancholy. The lyrics were ambiguous, more like a casual murmur, yet it miraculously resonated with the surrounding sounds of the fountain and laughter. Lin Ming stopped, standing quietly beneath a tree not far away, covered in pink and white blossoms. The purity and emotion in her voice, in this bright afternoon light, seemed to possess a unique penetrating power. The song ended, its lingering notes slowly dissipating in the air. Cynthia looked up, her gaze naturally falling on the stranger who stood quietly listening. His calmness and focus stood out among the flowing crowd, like a devout listener, instantly drawing Cynthia's attention. Lin Ming slowly stepped forward, took a few gold coins from his pocket, and gently placed them into the open violin case in front of her. The gold coins struck the bottom of the wooden box with a solid sound. "Thank you for listening and for your generosity, sir." Cynthia spoke, her voice as gentle and melodious as her piano playing. "Your singing is beautiful." Lin Ming responded, his tone as calm as ever, revealing little emotion, but his gaze gently fell on the harp beside her, adding, "Moreover, the melody is very special, unlike any other piece I've ever heard." A clear look of surprise flashed in Cynthia's emerald eyes, quickly transforming into a gentle smile, like ripples on a calm lake in spring. "This is a fragment of an old folk song from my hometown. Most of the lyrics have been lost, only the melody remains. It's said to be about the wind from afar, and time that never returns." She paused, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Few people can immediately recognize its extraordinary quality. "Wind and time," Lin Ming repeated softly, seemingly able to sense the meaning beyond the lyrics. "It is indeed a beautiful melody, I can hear its ethereal and melodious quality." "You also know something about music?" Cynthia's curiosity was piqued. She tilted her head slightly, observing the uniquely charismatic man before her. A little, Lin Ming didn't delve deeper, instead asking, "Your singing is beautiful. Why did you choose to sing in the square?" He used to be a resident singer in his tavern, so he had his own insights into music. Music is an art that transcends language boundaries. Even without a common language, melody and emotion are enough to build a bridge of communication. Cynthia gently plucked a string, producing a clear, single note, and smiled. "Songs need to be heard, stories need to be told. People come and go here, perhaps I'll meet someone who truly understands it, just like you." Although she was there to sing for a living, finding a kindred spirit filled her with joy. Just then, a little girl carrying a basket full of flowers approached timidly, her big eyes gazing expectantly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's gaze swept over the colorful blossoms, finally settling on a bouquet of pure white flowers, elegantly shaped like stars. He bought the bouquet and turned to hand it to Cynthia. "This," Cynthia paused slightly. "Art deserves recognition," Lin Ming said, gently placing the bouquet beside her violin case. "They suit your singing voice perfectly." Cynthia took the bouquet, lowered her head to inhale its delicate fragrance, and a faint blush rose on her fair cheeks. "Thank you, this is so unexpected. I don't know how to address you yet." "Lin Ming, a passerby. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again," he replied. "My name is Cynthia, Mr. Lin Ming. Thank you for the gold coins and this bouquet." Her emerald eyes shone with sincere gratitude. "May your journey be filled with beautiful scenery and good news." Lin Ming nodded slightly, said nothing more, and turned to disappear into the flowing light and shadow and the crowd in the square. Cynthia watched his figure disappear, then looked down at the white bouquet in her arms, her fingertips gently tracing the petals, a gentle smile playing on her lips. She plucked the strings again, and this time, the ancient song seemed to be infused with the warmth of the sun, drifting into the distance with the sound of the fountain. The following day, southeast of Mondstadt, at the entrance to a low-level dungeon known as the Shadow Mine, The air was thick with the damp scent of earth, a faint musty smell, and an indescribable chill belonging to the underworld. The entrance resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, constantly spewing forth its icy aura. Roughly carved stone steps descended, quickly swallowed by the darkness. Only a few patches of faintly glowing moss embedded at the entrance provided a meager glimmer of light. Deeper within lay an unknown darkness, occasionally broken by the sound of dripping water of unknown origin, which stood out starkly in the silence. Lin Ming stood alone before the entrance, dressed in a dark, unmarked, and practical outfit, almost blending into the shadows behind him. At his waist hung the most ordinary longsword he had purchased from the guild, its scabbard plain and unadorned. Only the newly acquired swordsman's badge on his chest, a bronze background with an intertwined sword and staff, gleamed with a cold, restrained light under the faint mossy glow of the entrance. His face remained as calm as ever, his eyes like deep pools, showing no trace of the tension or excitement one would expect from someone venturing into such a dangerous place for the first time. His system task was to collect 2 plants from the dungeon, ice mist flower and lava fruit, both possessing opposing elemental powers. According to the information in the previously purchased dungeon monster compendium, the most likely habitat for these 2 rare plants pointed to the 4th level of this mine. Therefore, his primary goal now was to find the entrance to the 4th level. He stepped into the shadows, his footsteps echoing softly in the empty passage. As they ventured deeper, the outside light was completely cut off, leaving only scattered fluorescent moss on the rock walls casting dappled and eerie green glows that barely outlined the twisted contours of the tunnel. The air grew increasingly damp and chilling, the cold seemingly penetrating their clothes and reaching their very bones. After walking for about 15 minutes, the passage widened slightly, forming a natural cave. Just then, a faint rustling sound, like claws scraping against rock, came from the darkness ahead. Lin Ming didn't stop, but his eyes instantly sharpened like a hawk's, locking onto the source of the sound. The next moment, several dark figures swooped down from the shadows of the cave ceiling like ghosts. They were the size of large hunting dogs, covered in dull, matte black fur that blended perfectly into the darkness. Pairs of scarlet eyes gleamed in the dim light, filled with cruel and hungry light. Sharp bone spurs grew from the joints of its limbs, and corrosive, viscous saliva dripped from its open mouth, hissing softly as it landed on the rocks. Shadow lurkers, low-level monsters that rely on the darkness to ambush prey, often move in small groups. They moved swiftly and silently, simultaneously attacking Lin Ming from different angles, their sharp claws aimed straight for his throat and back vital points. Their coordinated attacks were clearly those of seasoned hunters. However, faced with this sudden attack enough to throw an ordinary novice adventurer into a panic, or even kill them on the spot, Lin Ming's reaction was chillingly simple. He didn't even draw the longsword at his waist. Just as the first demon's claws were about to touch his clothes, Lin Ming's feet moved with ghostly precision, his body leaving a barely perceptible afterimage as he narrowly avoided the attacks from the front and side. The movement was precise to the millimeter, as if he had calculated every attack trajectory beforehand. At the same time, he casually raised his left hand, his fingers loosely clenched, silently reciting the basic magic incantation instilled by the system. Buzz! A semi-transparent, rhomboid magic shield, shimmering with faint ripples, instantly materialized before him. Basic magic shield. Bang! A shadow lurker that had crashed into the shield from the side struck the shield with a dull thud, flying backward in a daze. In that split second, Lin Ming's right hand finally moved. Clang! A clear sword cry echoed through the cave as the longsword was drawn, bringing with it a chilling glint. No flashy moves, no superfluous actions, just a flick of the wrist, and the longsword, like a venomous snake's tongue, pierced with pinpoint accuracy into the most vulnerable eye socket of a demon pouncing from above. Thud! The sword tip emerged from the brain. The demon didn't even have time to howl. Its crimson pupils instantly dimmed, and its body slumped to the ground. Lin Ming's movements were fluid and uninterrupted. His footwork moved like a dance within the confined space, each movement perfectly avoiding the claws and teeth, while the longsword in his hand became an invitation to death. Thrust. Slash. Slash. Each strike was concise and efficient, aimed directly at the demon's weaknesses and fatal flaws: throat, heart, joints. With each flash of swordlight, a shadowy lurker inevitably fell with a groan, dark red blood splattering onto the cold ground and rock walls, emitting a foul stench. His expression remained unchanged throughout, his eyes chillingly calm, as if he weren't engaged in a life-or-death struggle, but rather performing a mechanical operation repeated 1,000 times. The sword mastery, granted by the system, gave him astonishing control over his body and weapon, while the magic mastery allowed him to instantly cast the most practical low-level spells for support. In less than 10 breaths, the last shadowy infiltrator attempting a sneak attack from behind was precisely severed in the neck by Lin Ming's backhand sword strike, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Ha! After a short, limp hiss, the cave finally returned to a deathly silence. Only the tireless, rhythmic dripping of water continued, drip, drip, mingling with the thick, almost suffocating stench of blood in the air. 5 demonic corpses lay scattered on the ground, gradually dissipating into a wisp of black mist, leaving behind only a few small fragments of low-quality shadow and some scattered copper coins. Lin Ming flicked his wrist, shaking off non-existent beads of blood from his sword, and deftly sheathed them. His breathing remained perfectly steady. He walked to where the demons had vanished, bent down, and picked up the fragments of shadow. A cool sensation and a faint fluctuation of magical energy emanated from his fingertips. He examined the coins closely for a moment, then glanced at the few inconspicuous copper coins on the ground. His face showed neither disappointment nor delight. He simply picked them up casually and placed them in his bag, as if they were ordinary pebbles. After the simple post-battle cleanup, Lin Ming's gaze turned to the deeper darkness of the tunnel, where there seemed to be more complex branching paths and faint energy fluctuations. "Well then, let's continue," he murmured calmly, stepping over the dissipating remains of the demonic creature, his figure disappearing back into the dark tunnel. After dealing with the attack from the shadow lurkers, Lin Ming didn't linger. Like a silent shadow, he continued deeper into the mine. The passageway began to branch out, spreading like the roots of a tree, and the magical fluctuations in the air became increasingly complex and difficult to discern. Based on the vague map clues in the monster compendium and his own faint perception of energy flow, he chose the main path with the steepest downward angle and the densest interplay of earth and dark elements in the air. The deeper he went, the more eerie the environment became. The scattered fluorescent moss on the rock walls was gradually replaced by clusters of fungi emitting a faint blue glow. These grew in patches, providing slightly better lighting than before, but also casting an ominous, cold hue over this underground world. Besides the dampness and musty smell, the air was now filled with a pungent odor, a mixture of decaying plants and some unknown mineral. The dripping seemed to quicken, converging into thin streams that formed shallow, murky puddles on either side of the tunnel. After traveling for about half an hour, Lin Ming arrived at a relatively open underground cave. This was clearly the nesting area of some kind of underground creature. Numerous gnawed animal bones were scattered on the ground, and a strong, pungent stench filled the air. As soon as he stepped into the cave, a low, threatening roar echoed from its depths. Immediately afterward, several pairs of eyes, gleaming with a yellow light, lit up in the eerie blue glow of the fungus. These were cave iguanas, social monsters the size of calves, covered in thick, stony scales. They had thick limbs, sharp claws and teeth, and were adept at charging and biting. Their defenses far surpassed those of the shadow lurkers. Lin Ming stopped, his gaze calmly sweeping over the approaching group of iguanas, about 7 or 8 in number. They spread out in a fan shape, their thick tails swishing through the pebbles on the ground, clearly preparing for an attack. This time, Lin Ming didn't underestimate them. He drew his longsword directly, the blade reflecting a cold gleam in the eerie blue light. Simultaneously, he rapidly drew a line in front of him with his left hand, uttering a few short syllables. "Gale, enchant." A pale blue stream of light instantly wrapped around the blade in his hand, making the entire sword appear as if shrouded in a flowing breeze. This was the basic enchantment spell Windblade, which slightly increased the weapon's sharpness and attack speed. Just as the leading iguana roared and charged forward, Lin Ming moved. Instead of directly confronting its sharp edge, he sidestepped, deftly dodging the impact that could shatter rocks. Simultaneously, his enchanted longsword flashed like a blue lightning bolt, aimed straight at the iguana's relatively vulnerable neck where its scales met. Swoosh! The wind elemental enhanced blade was indeed much sharper, easily piercing the scales and drawing a trail of blood. The iguana roared in pain, turning to bite, but Lin Ming had already moved to its side and rear with agile footwork. His sword flashed again, targeting the joint of its supporting hind leg. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the joint was precisely severed. The massive iguana collapsed to the ground with a mournful cry, temporarily incapacitated. The battle erupted instantly. Seeing this, the remaining iguanas roared and pounced. Lin Ming's figure moved through the cave like a ghost. He made full use of the stalagmites and protruding rocks in the cave as cover, avoiding being attacked simultaneously. Each sword strike was precise and efficient, sometimes blinding, sometimes slitting throats, sometimes severing tendons, never directly clashing with their hard carapaces and skulls. The enchanted longsword played a significant role in his hands, often breaking through their defenses at crucial moments and inflicting effective damage. At the same time, he would occasionally cast the most basic arcane missile instantly. Although its power was not strong, it was extremely effective in disrupting the iguana's attack rhythm or deflecting their attempts to spit out paralyzing saliva. The battle lasted longer than before, about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. When the last iguana was pierced through the jaw from below at a tricky angle, its brain shattered, the entire cave finally fell silent again. Lin Ming's breathing was slightly rapid, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes remained calm. He sheathed his longsword, silently sensing the depletion of his magical energy. About a third of it was used. He took a sip from his water pouch, rested for a moment, and only began collecting his spoils after his breathing had calmed. A few ordinary quality earth attribute magic cores and some relatively intact lizard scales. Passing through the lair cave, the path ahead became narrower and more rugged. The terrain began to descend noticeably, the air temperature seemed to rise, and a faint smell of sulfur wafted through the air. Lin Ming's spirits lifted. According to the encyclopedia, this was usually a sign of approaching active ley lines or lava areas, meaning he was likely nearing the third level, or even the entrance to the fourth. He became even more cautious, concealing all his presence, moving in the darkness like a true shadow. Sure enough, after navigating a dangerous area filled with scorching steam vents, he arrived at a massive underground cliff. Below the precipice lay a bubbling lake of lava, radiating intense heat and a pungent sulfurous odor. Its crimson glow illuminated the vast underground space like dusk. Connecting the two sides of the precipice was only a narrow, ancient stone bridge constructed of unknown black stone. The bridge's surface was riddled with cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment. More importantly, Lin Ming noticed a more precisely crafted, man-made arched opening on the opposite bank. The edges of the opening shimmered with faint magical runes, unlike the natural caves he had previously traversed. Guarding this stone bridge was a colossal lava scorpion. Its entire body was covered in a dark red carapace, resembling cooled lava. The opening and closing of its massive pincers produced a sickening clang, and its venomous stinger was raised high, its tip gleaming with an ominous, eerie green light. It perched at the head of the stone bridge, clearly the ruler of this place. Lin Ming hid behind a boulder at the edge of the cliff, observing carefully. The aura of this lava giant scorpion was far superior to that of the previous monsters. It had at least reached the peak of level 3, and might even have touched the threshold of level 4. A direct confrontation would be unwise. He pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the lava lake, then over the structure of the stone bridge, and the giant scorpion's range. A plan slowly took shape in his mind. He needed to utilize the environment, and he also needed a bit of luck. He quietly retreated, taking out a chunk of cave iguana meat, still smelling of blood, that he had collected earlier from his bag. Then, he took a detour, arriving at the other side of the cliff, a bit further from the stone bridge, but with several smaller steam vents. He forcefully hurled the chunk of meat towards a specific spot near the lava lake's edge, a blind spot in the lava scorpion's line of sight. The sound of the meat hitting the ground and the stench of blood were enough to attract its attention. Sure enough, the lava scorpion's compound eyes flickered, emitting a low hiss, seemingly drawn to the spot. Its massive body began to move, crawling towards the meat, temporarily leaving its position at the bridgehead. Now! Without hesitation, Lin Ming re-enchanted his legs with swift wind enchantment and shot out from his hiding place like an arrow, his target the narrow stone bridge. His speed was extreme. In the interplay of dim and crimson light, he almost became a blurry black streak. However, the lava scorpion's perception far exceeded his expectations. Just as he stepped onto the middle of the stone bridge, the giant scorpion seemed to sense something was wrong, abruptly turning its head and letting out an angry roar. The giant scorpion's massive pincers slammed into the bridge, its venomous stinger flashing out like lightning, sending a jet of ghastly green venom hurtling towards Lin Ming's back. Lin Ming felt a gust of wind rush against his back. He didn't even turn around, focusing all his attention on sprinting forward and controlling his body. Just as the venom was about to hit him, he lunged forward, executing a clumsy but effective roll. The venom grazed his back, missing its mark, and landed on the stone bridge, instantly corroding a small pit in the rock, emitting hissing white smoke. The scorpion's pincers slammed down, causing the already fragile stone bridge to shake violently. Debris rained down, falling into the lava lake below and instantly vaporizing. Lin Ming dared not pause for a moment, scrambling to his feet and continuing his frantic run. Enraged by its missed attack, the giant scorpion strode heavily, giving chase. The entire stone bridge trembled under its footsteps, cracks visibly spreading. Just as they were about to reach the other side, a support point on the stone bridge near the opposite bank, finally succumbing to the heavy weight of the giant scorpion's footsteps and previous impacts, snapped with a deafening roar. At the critical moment, Lin Ming pushed off with all his might, his body leaping forward like a giant bird, landing precariously on the solid ground of the opposite bank. Behind him, the section of the stone bridge crashed down, accompanied by the resentful roar of the lava scorpion that had chased it to the edge, plunging into the churning lava below, creating a massive splash. Lin Ming knelt on the bank, slightly out of breath, glancing back at the giant scorpion that had struggled briefly in the lava before sinking, and at the path he had come from, now completely cut off. He calmed his racing heart, stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and turned his gaze to the arched opening, shimmering with runic light, so close at hand. Above the opening, the number was inscribed in an ancient common language. This was clearly the entrance to the fourth level. He adjusted his breathing, gripped his longsword tightly, and stepped into the archway shimmering with runic light, his figure disappearing into the deeper darkness of the fourth level. Passing through the arched entrance, an aura completely different from the upper levels rushed towards him. The environment of the fourth level was far more complex and eerie than Lin Ming had anticipated. Hot and cold air currents surged alternately in the air. One side of the passage emanated the scorching heat of molten lava and the sulfurous smell, while the other side exuded a chilling aura, as if one were standing at the boundary between fire and ice. The rock walls exhibited an unnatural, mottled appearance. Some parts were reddish-brown and shiny from the intense heat, while others were covered with thick frost and icicles. Based on the clues in the illustrated guide and this unique energy environment, Lin Ming deduced that the ice mist flower and lava fruit, two plants with opposing attributes, most likely coexisted at some energy balance point or on the edge of an extreme attribute zone within this layer. He carefully navigated the intricate passages, avoiding the occasional bursts of scorching steam and the cracks in the ground that emitted a chilling aura. With his keen perception of energy fluctuations, he gradually probed towards an area where the chill was even stronger and the water element in the air was unusually active. Finally, after passing through a narrow passage strewn with sharp icicles, requiring one to stoop and bend to pass, the view suddenly opened up. It was a vast underground ice cave. Compared to the sweltering heat of the outside passage, the temperature here was drastically lower, and breath turned to frost. The entire cave seemed to have been sculpted from millennia-old ice, its walls covered with a thick layer of crystal-clear ice, and countless icicles of varying lengths hanging from the ceiling like inverted swords. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, requiring extreme caution to walk upon. A faint, almost tangible white mist drifted slowly through the air, slightly obstructing visibility. In the center of the ice cave, there was a relatively open area where a small patch of strange plants grew. They were about half a foot tall, elegant in form, and entirely a translucent, icy blue. The slender branches seemed to be formed from frozen ice crystals, their tips blooming with layers upon layers of snowflake-like flowers. Wisps of white, chilling mist, visible to the naked eye, emanated from the edges of the petals. This was one of his targets, the ice mist flower. These flowers, nestled in the dim ice cave, emitted a faint, moonlit, shimmering blue light, breathtakingly beautiful yet exuding an aura of extreme cold that kept everyone at bay. A knowing glint flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. His target was right before him. However, he didn't immediately approach to pick them. The information in the illustrated compendium told him that the growth range of such large-scale elemental plants was usually guarded by elemental protectors. He held his breath, suppressing his aura to the extreme, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the floorbead and its surroundings like the finest scanner. Soon, he noticed something unusual. Behind the ice mist flower patch, near the ice wall, stood several ice sculptures almost perfectly integrated into their surroundings. Their forms were indistinct, roughly humanoid, but details were unclear, seemingly just naturally formed icicles. However, Lin Ming sensed an extremely faint yet persistent magical fluctuation emanating from them, along with a cold, emotionless gaze. Ice elemental guardians, or rather, some kind of ice core puppet naturally born from the abundant ice elemental energy of this place? Lin Ming instantly made a judgment. They were in a low-energy dormant state. If any outsider approached the ice mist flower and attempted to pick it, it would inevitably be activated. Forcing his way in wasn't impossible, but it might damage the delicate ice mist flowers or invite unnecessary trouble. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind. He needed to lure them away. He silently retreated a short distance, ensuring he was at the edge of the ice sculpture's perception range. Then, he took out a relatively hard stone from his bag, one he had previously found near the iguana's lair in the cave. He weighed it in his hand, his gaze locking onto an open ice wall behind the floorbead. Whoosh! The stone flew from his hand, tracing a low, flat arc, and struck the ice wall precisely, producing a crisp impact. The sound was particularly abrupt in the silent ice cave. Almost instantly, the previously motionless ice sculptures trembled violently. The shattered ice covering the surface crumbled away, revealing their clearer outlines. Rough humanoid figures formed from countless ice crystals, their eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light. They all turned in unison towards the source of the sound, emitting a sickeningly sharp, grinding sound. Then, with heavy, icy steps, they moved towards the spot where the stones had fallen, their backs completely exposed to their true target. An opportunity. Lin Ming didn't hesitate. His figure shot out from his hiding place like a ghost, his target the floorbead emitting the shimmering blue light. His speed was extreme, his feet trod on the smooth ice as if walking on flat ground, displaying astonishing control over his body. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the nearest ice mist flower, another change occurred. Buzz! A deep buzzing sound emanated from the center of the floorbead. Suddenly, a complex magic circle composed of eerie blue lines lit up the ice surface beneath the floorbead. Immediately afterward, the chilling air around the floorbead surged dramatically. Water molecules in the air condensed at a visible speed into countless fine, shimmering ice crystals, like a small blizzard, instantly engulfing the entire floorbead. Simultaneously, several sharp ice spikes, formed from extremely condensed cold air, seemed to possess a life of their own, suddenly piercing from the ice surface, blocking all possible paths for Lin Ming to pick the flowers. This wasn't an elemental guardian, but a preset, protective ice magic trap. Those ice elemental guardians were likely just a second line of defense, or even bait. A chilling cold instantly swept over him, and Lin Ming felt his movements slow down. Frost began to form on his hair and brow. The raging ice crystal storm not only had a physical cutting effect but also contained powerful freezing magic, attempting to freeze him in place. In this critical moment, Lin Ming remained calm. His magical energy surged rapidly, and his left hand instantly rose, fingers spread wide. Fire blast, resist fire ring. Boom! A ring of scorching crimson fire surged outwards from him. This was the most powerful low-level area of effect fire spell he currently possessed. It consumed a great deal of magical energy, but it was perfectly suited to counter the ice trap at this moment. The fire wave collided violently with the ice storm, producing a hissing sound. Large amounts of white mist rose, instantly filling the entire floor-beat area. The collision of extreme cold and extreme heat created a small-scale elemental turbulence. The raging ice storm was forcibly dispersed and melted by the fire ring, and the ice spikes protruding from the ice surface were broken and melted by the scorching fire energy. However, the explosion of the magical trap also completely alerted the ice elemental guards. They immediately abandoned their futile search, roared angrily, turned around, and charged towards the center of the white mist Lin Ming's location like several small war chariots with heavy steps. They swung their fists made of solid ice, bringing with them howling winds, and slammed them down. Lin Ming had just regained his footing from the impact of the elemental collision when he felt the fierce wind coming from behind, and his eyes sharpened. He had just cast Ring of Fire Resistance, causing a brief stagnation of magic, preventing him from immediately casting another powerful spell. Faced with several enormous ice fists crashing down, he could only rely on pure swordsmanship and agility to maneuver. His feet moved swiftly, his figure like a willow in the wind, slipping through the gaps in the ice fists at the last possible moment. His longsword transformed into streaks of lightning, precisely striking, thrusting, and jabbing at the joints of the ice elemental guards, or at the chest where their energy cores might be located. Clang, clang, clang. The blades clashed with the solid ice, sending up a series of sparks and ice shards. These guards were extremely well defended. Ordinary attacks were unlikely to cause effective damage, only slightly hindering their movements. He had to finish this quickly. Dragging it out would consume too much magic and could attract other trouble. Lin Ming's mind raced, his gaze quickly sweeping over the guard charging at the forefront. It was the largest, and its movements were relatively clumsy. That's it. Lin Ming deliberately feigned an opening, sliding backward as if about to fall. The largest ice elemental guard fell for it, taking a large stride and raising its fists like ice hammers, slamming them down. Just as the ice fists were about to strike, Lin Ming abruptly stopped his backward slide, using his waist and abdomen to twist his body at an incredible angle. He not only avoided the fatal blow but also moved like a fish close to the guard's side. At the same time, a highly compressed ball of arcane energy, radiating unstable fluctuations, arcane impact, had silently condensed in his left palm. Go! He shouted, slamming the arcane energy ball hard against the ice elemental guard's relatively vulnerable knee joint. Bang! The arcane energy erupted violently. Although it wasn't elemental counteracting damage, the powerful impact instantly disrupted the structural balance of the ice crystals. Crack! A clear cracking sound rang out as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the knees of the ice elemental guard. Its massive body instantly lost its balance, crashing forward to its knees, the immense inertia making it difficult to rise. This was exactly the effect Lin Ming wanted. Without hesitation, he leaped, lightly touching the kneeling guard's back with his toes, using the momentum to launch himself back into the air, swooping down like an eagle towards the guards behind him who were briefly thrown into disarray by their fallen comrade. In mid-air, his longsword was once again imbued with the azure light of Windblade. This time, his target was clear, the eerie blue light flickering on the heads of the guards, likely their energy cores or sensory centers. Swish! 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 The sword light flashed down like a bolt of lightning, precise and ruthless. One strike pierced the eye socket of a guard, the blue light extinguished. Another sword severed the energy transmission node at the neck of another guard, its head rolling away. The final sword, using the momentum of its descent, plunged the blade deep into the top of the last guard's head. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds echoed as the blue light in the eyes of the 3 ice elemental guards dimmed. Their massive ice crystal bodies stood frozen for a moment before collapsing, turning into a pile of lifeless ice shards scattered across the ground. Silence returned to the ice cave, broken only by Lin Ming's slightly rapid breathing and the lingering magical energy in the air. He landed on the ground, leaning on his longsword to calm his churning blood and nearly half of his depleted magic power. After confirming there were no further disturbances, he walked to the patch of ice mist flowers. Despite the elemental impact, these delicate flowers stubbornly remained in bloom, though the surrounding icy mist seemed to have thinned somewhat. He carefully took out a specially crafted shovel and alchemy box from his bag. Using skillful manipulation, he dug out 3 of the finest ice mist flowers, along with a small clump of frozen soil, and quickly placed them into the alchemy box, sealing them securely. Ice mist flowers acquired. After carefully storing the alchemy box, Lin Ming glanced at the scattered ice shards and the traces of the now ineffective magic trap, then lingered. He needed to find the lava fruit as soon as possible and then leave this perilous 4th level. His figure once again disappeared into the icy mist of the cave, stealthily moving towards the direction from which a faint, scorching aura emanated. As dawn broke, warm dappled light streamed through the creaking wooden window of Mondstadt's commoners' quarters, casting swathes of light onto the rather simple dining table of Grimm and Celia. On the table sat 2 bowls of steaming oatmeal, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and 2 pieces of leftover, somewhat dry, dark bread from yesterday. "Here, brother, this is for you." Celia handed Grimm a slice of bread lightly smeared with honey, then took the drier piece for herself. "I'll eat this, I'm not very hungry." Grimm looked at his sister's feigned nonchalance, a pang of sadness welling up inside him. He knew Celia wanted to save the better pieces for him. He took the bread, broke it in half, and shoved it back into Celia's hand without a word. "Let's eat together. We'll have money when we get back from this mission. Then we'll go to Old Jack's bakery and buy freshly baked white bread, and eat our fill with butter." Grimm's eyes were full of anticipation, as if a hopeful new life was embracing him. Celia paused, looking at her brother's determined eyes, then took the half-bread, a bright smile spreading across her face. She softly echoed, "Yes. And we'll buy a big jar of jam too." The siblings ate their simple breakfast, excitedly discussing their upcoming mission. Just yesterday, they had accepted a lucrative team quest from the Adventurers Guild to assist the Bronze Shield adventurers in exploring the middle layer of the molten abyss and collecting an alchemical material called flame mushroom. The reward was a whopping 50 gold coins per person. For them, newly minted adventurers with meager funds, this was undoubtedly a fortune. "I heard that Captain Baron of the Bronze Shield is a seasoned veteran, following him should be safe." Green took a large gulp of oatmeal, his tone filled with admiration for his senior. "Besides, this is just a gathering mission, it shouldn't be too dangerous." Celia stirred her porridge with a spoon, a barely perceptible worry flashing in her emerald eyes. "Brother, I heard that the middle levels of the molten abyss are already quite dangerous, and that Captain Baron, I always felt his gaze was a bit too sharp." She recalled the way Baron had appraised them like merchandise at the guild yesterday. She and Green were clearly just level 1 novice adventurers, yet they had received such a lucrative mission. Something about it just didn't feel right. "Don't worry, Celia." Grimm patted his chest, trying to sound more reliable. "I'll protect you. And we're just assisting, the main force is Captain Baron and the others. Once we get the money, we'll get a new house that doesn't leak and buy you a better bow." Seeing her brother's energetic demeanor, Celia swallowed back the worry that was on the tip of her tongue and smiled again. "Yes, I believe you, brother." That morning, as agreed, they met up with the Bronze Shield adventurer group at the Dragon's Breath Tavern. Besides Captain Baron, the scarred, composed level 4 warrior, there were 3 others. The taciturn, mountain-like shield guardian, Duke. The old thief, Marlowe, with nimble fingers but somewhat unfocused eyes, always carrying a faint smell of tobacco. And there was Calvin, a young fire mage in brand new mage robes, with a slightly arrogant demeanor. "You're here." Baron raised his eyelids and glanced at the Green siblings, his voice low and deep. "Remember, stay close to the group. Don't touch what you shouldn't touch, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and obey my commands. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." His words were concise, carrying an unquestionable authority. "Yes, Commander Baron." Green quickly replied, appearing somewhat reserved. Celia silently observed the team members. Duke merely nodded to them, a greeting in effect. Calvin gave a light snort, clearly not taking the 2 novices seriously. Meanwhile, the old smoker Marlowe sat leisurely in a corner, shaving tobacco with a small knife, as if what was about to happen was just a picnic. "Marlowe, stop smoking that stuff, let's get going." Baron frowned, seemingly displeased with Marlowe's habit, but didn't say anything more. Marlowe chuckled, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow by tobacco. "Boss, relax, a cigarette to perk me up, won't delay things." He slowly filled his pipe with tobacco, but didn't light it. On the carriage heading to the dungeon entrance, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Green tried to start a conversation. "Captain Baron, are we just collecting flame mushrooms this time? I heard there are many powerful monsters in the molten abyss." Baron closed his eyes to rest, not answering. Calvin scoffed. "Rookie, just do your job, why ask so many questions?" Marlowe, perhaps out of boredom, chimed in. "Kid, is the reward for flame mushrooms worth the entire Bronze Shield being mobilized? Use your brain." He smiled meaningfully, then didn't continue. Celia gently tugged at Green's sleeve, signaling him to stop asking questions. Her unease grew stronger. After entering the molten abyss, the environment became increasingly harsh. The scorching air, the acrid smell of sulfur, and the constant tremors beneath their feet kept Green and Celia on edge. They stayed close to the middle of the group, not daring to be careless for a moment. Baron's command was indeed seasoned. He consistently avoided obvious danger zones in advance or quickly dealt with low-level lava worms and firebats they encountered. Duke's sturdy shield provided reliable protection for the group. Calvin's fireball spells were highly effective against these fire-based creatures, and Marlowe, with his experienced wisdom, scouted ahead, clearing simple traps. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. After passing through a tunnel riddled with scorching steam vents, during a brief rest, Marlowe finally couldn't resist. He found a sheltered corner, lit his pipe with a hiss, took a satisfying drag, and a contented expression spread across his face. Marlowe. Baron frowned again. This isn't a place to smoke. Boss, just one puff to perk you up. This place is too oppressive. Marlowe exhaled a string of smoke rings, unconcerned. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Celia, looking at the conspicuous red dot in the dim light and the jarring smell of tobacco in the air, couldn't help but whisper to Green, brother, is it really okay to smoke here? Green also sensed something was amiss, but seeing that Commander Baron hadn't firmly objected, he didn't dare say anything more, only whispering, it should be all right, Mr. Marlowe is an expert. After a short rest, the group continued onward. Baron's expression grew increasingly serious, tinged with a hint of excitement. He didn't head towards the common area where flame mushrooms grew, but instead led the group onto a more secluded side path, where the energy fluctuations were even hotter and more violent. Captain, are we in the wrong place? Flame ferns don't usually grow this way. Grimm couldn't help but remind him. Baron stopped and turned to look at Grimm, his eyes deep and coldly calculating. Kid, a true adventurer thinks long-term. The flame fern is just a decoy. Our real target is that nest ahead, the eggs of the infernal wyvern. A dragon egg. Grimm and Celia gasped simultaneously, their faces drained of color. The infernal wyvern, that's a terrifying monster, at least level 6. With their team's strength, trying to steal its eggs? That's practically suicide. Relax. Baron's lips curled into a cruel smile. The intelligence is accurate. The dragon mother will be away hunting at this time. We have plenty of time. Afterwards, each of you will receive this much. He held up one finger. 100 gold coins. Grimm's voice trembled. It's 1,000. Baron's calm words boomed like thunder in Grimm and Celia's ears. 1,000 gold coins. A fortune enough to completely change their fate. The immense temptation, like the devil's whisper, instantly overwhelmed their reason and unease. Greed, and blind trust in Baron, their experienced leader, took over. Celia wanted to say something, but seeing the light in her brother's eyes, ignited by the enormous wealth, and the determined expressions on the faces of the rest of Baron's team, her words caught in her throat. Follow me, and keep quiet. Baron said no more, turning to lead the way. The air was thick with the acrid smell of sulfur and scorched earth. The scorching heat distorted their vision. Beneath their feet lay scorching rocks riddled with cracks, occasionally oozing a dark red glow. This was already the middle level of the Molten Abyss dungeon, far beyond the reach of novices like Grimm and Celia. We're almost there. Stay alert, both of you. Keep your hands, feet, and voices to yourselves. Baron lowered his voice, turning back to glare sternly at Grin and Celia at the back of the group, as if any mistake would be their fault. Grin gripped his longsword tightly, his palms sweaty, a mixture of tension and excitement in his hands. Celia, meanwhile, pursed her lips, her fingertips resting on the bowstring, her emerald eyes warily scanning the eerily quiet surroundings, broken only by the gurgling sound of flowing lava. For some reason, a persistent unease lingered within her. At the end of a narrow tunnel riddled with scorching steam vents, they saw the entrance to the enormous lava nest. The nest was built on a platform at the edge of a massive lava pool, constructed from black volcanic rock and the bones of an unknown creature, radiating a chilling aura. Deep within the lair, 3 enormous eggs, each half a person's height and adorned with dark red markings, were faintly visible, gleaming with an alluring yet dangerous light in the glow of the lava. Marlowe, go check the situation, and make sure to erase all traces. Baron commanded. The old thief Marlowe nodded, his gaunt figure disappearing into the shadows like a gecko, stealthily making his way towards the lair. The operation seemed to be going exceptionally smoothly. A moment later, he signaled, safe, Dragon Mother not back. Baron's face broke into a greedy smile as he waved for the group to follow. The group held their breath and crept stealthily into the lair. The heat and the smell of sulfur intensified, the ground beneath their feet covered with a layer of fine bone fragments and volcanic ash. Just as they were about to reach the 3 dragon eggs, Baron even reached out to put them into a specially designed insulated storage bag. Brother Marlowe, bringing up the rear and appearing somewhat overly relaxed, habitually pulled out his pipe and tinder from his pocket. He seemed to think the operation was about to succeed and couldn't resist taking a puff of victory smoke. With a hiss, a spark ignited the tobacco. He took a greedy drag, then flicked the burning butt, which had a distinctly artificial fragrance. He casually flicked the cigarette but towards a crevice in the rocks near the lair entrance, where dried moss and bone fragments lay piled. This seemingly insignificant action, in the deathly silent and primal dragon's lair, was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying roar, seemingly from the depths of hell, filled with boundless rage and destructive intent, exploded from the distance of the tunnel like a tangible sonic attack, rapidly approaching. Roar! The entire lair trembled violently, and rubble rained down. A chilling dragon's might swept in like a tsunami, instantly shattering everyone's mental defenses. Damn it! How did it get back? It can't be this fast. Baron's face turned deathly pale, filled with utter horror. The next moment, an enormous figure, like a burning meteorite, crashed down at the lair entrance, blocking the only escape route. It was a fully grown infernal dragon, over 10 meters long, covered in thick, dark red scales like cooled lava. Its ferocious head was blazing with fervent fury, its vertical pupils, like molten gold, were fixed on the ants within its nest who dared to covet its offspring. It had clearly been hunting, and with its dragon-like heightened sensitivity to its surroundings, it had detected the unfamiliar artificial light and the smell of tobacco, realizing the danger within the nest. It had immediately abandoned its prey and fled at full speed. The dragon mother's gaze swept across the nest, landing on the intact dragon eggs. Then, all her fury focused on the intruders. It opened its massive maw, and a destructive golden red light shone from the depths of its throat. It was the prelude to a dragon's breath attack. "Run! Run! Spread out!" Baron roared hoarsely, his voice filled with despair. Faced with an overwhelming difference in strength and speed, escape was a joke. The young fire mage attempted to chant a protective spell, but under the dragon's might, his mental focus was utterly inadequate. The shield bearer raised his heavy tower shield, but against the true power of the dragon, his defenses seemed utterly pathetic. Just as the dragon's breath was about to erupt, a fierce and selfish glint flashed in Baron's eyes, consumed by fear. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He needed a human shield, he needed to buy himself even a second to escape. His gaze instantly locked onto Grimm and Celia, who were closest to him and stood frozen in shock at the sudden turn of events. "Sorry, rookies." Baron grinned maliciously, suddenly extending his thick arm, not to pull them away to dodge, but with all his might, shoving the unsuspecting Grimm and Celia violently towards the direction from which the dragon mother was about to unleash her dragon breath. "Brother!" Celia only managed a short, startled cry. Grimm, completely caught off guard, felt a tremendous force from behind, his body flying forward uncontrollably, directly exposed to the destructive aura of the infernal dragon. Just as the terrifyingly hot dragon breath was about to engulf the siblings, in that split second, Celia displayed an instinctive reaction and a deepest protective instinct towards her brother, far beyond her years and experience. Instead of trying to dodge or push Grimm away, the instant she was pushed, she twisted her body with all her might, spreading her arms wide like a mother bird protecting her chicks, resolutely shielding Grimm. At the same time, her meager magical power erupted recklessly, attempting to condense the thinnest natural shield possible. "No! Celia!" Grimm's eyes widened in horror, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Boom! A torrent of golden-red dragon breath, like a river of lava bursting its banks, instantly engulfed Celia's petite figure and Grimm, whom she was protecting behind her. Although the shield Celia desperately formed and the force of Baron's push prevented the dragon breath from hitting them head-on, only sending ripples across their path, the destructive power was still far beyond their ability to withstand. Poof! Celia was blasted away like a kite with a broken string, the blood spurting from her mouth drawing a blinding crimson arc through the air. Her simple leather armor instantly charred and shattered, exposing large areas of her skin burned. Her life force rapidly faded like a candle flickering in the wind, and she crashed heavily onto the scorching ground, motionless. Celia! Grimm was also thrown back by the shockwave, crashing against the rock wall. He felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and a sweet taste in his throat, but he had narrowly escaped the core of the dragon's breath. He struggled to his feet, ignoring his own injuries, and scrambled to Celia's side. The girl's face was ashen, her breath faint, her chest rising and falling only very slightly. The rock beneath her was stained red and charred by her blood. Her usually bright, smiling emerald eyes were now tightly closed, her long eyelashes stained with ashen blood. "No, no, Celia! Wake up! Look at me!" Grimm, cradling his sister's still warm but rapidly dying body, let out a desperate and agonizing wail, tears mingling with the blood and ashes streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the infernal wyvern's rage had not subsided, it continued its frenzied attacks on the other targets within its lair. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Grimm and his sister drew the fire, Baron, like a defeated dog, led the remaining members of his team, rushing without looking back towards a narrow crevice on the other side of the lair that they had scouted beforehand. Although it was extremely dangerous inside, filled with unstable energy currents, he plunged in without hesitation, completely abandoning Grimm, whom he had used as cannon fodder, and the dying Celia. In the dim, scorching dragon's lair, only Grimm remained, holding his dying sister, facing the enraged infernal dragon, sinking into utter despair and boundless regret. For the first time, he clearly realized how cold and cruel this world, full of adventure and legend, truly was. Leaving the icy cave filled with a bone-chilling cold, Lin Ming followed the increasingly strong smell of sulfur and the familiar, scorching heat emanating from the depths of the earth, exploring the other side of the fourth level of the shadow mine. The scenery within the passage began to change dramatically. The rock walls, once covered in frost, were now scorched black and shiny, the temperature rising rapidly, making his breath instantly scalding hot. The hard, cold ice beneath his feet was no longer the solid chill of the ice, but some kind of porous, brittle volcanic rock, crackling slightly with each step. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid smell of sulfur mixed with metallic oxides, burning his lungs with every breath. After passing through a narrow tunnel riddled with holes, eroded by years of underground hot winds, the view suddenly opened up, bringing an even more intense visual and sensory impact. This was a vast underground lava lake cave. It was far larger than the lava lake beside the cliff on the third level. Crimson, viscous lava, with its constantly rising and bursting bubbles, formed a slowly flowing lake radiating destructive power, making the entire cave appear like a hellish inferno. The scorching heat distorted the air, blurring the view on the opposite bank. The cave walls were scorched a dark red by the intense heat, some areas even exhibiting a semi-molten, glassy sheen. Huge, grotesque black stalagmites hung from the cave ceiling, their tips constantly dripping molten rock liquid into the lava lake below with a hissing sound. Lin Ming's ultimate goal, the lava fruit, grew on the edge of this devastating place, showcasing the tenacity and peculiarity of life in extreme environments. They didn't grow in soil, but rather took root directly in the crevices of the scorching black volcanic rock near the lava lake's edge. The plant was short, barely a foot tall, its entire body a dark, crimson red. Its branches and leaves were twisted and resilient, like solidified flames. At the tips of those branches and leaves grew several irregularly shaped fruits, about the size of longans. These fruits were covered with fine, textured patterns, like cooled lava, their color a restrained, dark red, as if flames flowed within them. These were lava fruits. Unlike the ice mist flowers, which emitted light, they subtly and continuously absorbed the fire elemental energy of their surroundings, causing the air around the fruits to distort slightly due to the high temperature. However, like the ice mist flowers, these rare treasures containing pure fire element were not easily obtained. Lin Ming, hidden behind a huge piece of black basalt that insulated against some of the heat, scrutinized the area where the lava fruits grew with sharp eyes like the most sophisticated detector. Soon, he discovered the Guardian's tracks. Above the volcanic rock platform where lava fruits grew, in a recess near the scorching rock wall, lay a colossal creature. It was nearly 3 meters long, resembling a giant lizard, but its entire body was covered in a thick, dark red carapace, like cooled lava, with faint orange-red light flowing from the gaps in the carapace. It had thick limbs and a tail covered in bone spurs, resembling a meteor hammer. Most striking was its head, with a short snout and sharp, interlocking teeth that occasionally opened to exhale a small puff of black smoke carrying sparks. At this moment, it seemed to be dozing, but even in its slumber, the scorching aura and subtle oppressive power it exuded far surpassed any monster it had encountered before. Lava giant lizard, growth stage, at least level 4. Lin Ming quickly made a judgment in his mind, his expression turning serious. A level 4 monster was equivalent to a mid-level human professional, its strength far exceeding that of a low-level monster. His current combat power was only level 3, still at the low-level professional stage, making it very difficult to fight a monster of a higher level. Moreover, in this extreme environment, its strength could be maximized. A direct confrontation would have extremely low odds of victory and would easily damage the fragile lava fruit plant. Lin Ming's gaze swept across the surroundings again, his mind racing. The lava lake, the narrow rocky platform, the slumbering giant lizard, the opposite bank. An extremely risky, but perhaps the only viable, idea gradually took shape. He needed to utilize the environment, create chaos, and precisely calculate the time difference. He quietly retreated, taking several items from his baggage. The best quality shadow shards he had collected earlier, and a newly harvested ice mist flower alchemy box, radiating a chilling aura. He carefully opened the alchemy box, and a wave of cold air instantly filled the air, a stark contrast to the surrounding heat. He quickly used a special tool to scrape a small amount of pollen, shimmering with blue light and containing extreme icy energy, from the petals of an ice mist flower, carefully wrapping it in a thin, insulated film. Then, he observed the lava giant lizard's condition and the surrounding terrain again, choosing a location far enough away from both the lizard and the lava fruit plants, but close to the edge of the lava lake, with a massive hanging stalagmite above. The operation began. He first skillfully hurled several shadow fragments towards the chosen spot. The fragments landed on the scorching rock, the faint shadow energy they contained creating a subtle but undeniable fluctuation of conflict with the surrounding dense fire elemental environment. This fluctuation, for the slumbering lava giant lizard, was like a tiny spark suddenly igniting in the darkness, not intense, but enough to alert it. Sure enough, the giant lizard's heavy eyelids twitched, its nostrils flared, and the black smoke it exhaled thickened. It seemed somewhat puzzled, raising its massive head and warily gazing in the direction where the shadow fragments had landed. Now! Without any hesitation, Lin Ming used all his strength to throw the heat-insulating film wrapped in ice mist pollen precisely at the largest hanging stalagmite above the head of the lava giant lizard. Snap! An extremely slight sound. The heat-insulating membrane shattered the instant it touched the scorching stalagmite, instantly exposing the icy mist flower pollen, rich in pure, frigid energy, to the scorching air. Sizzle! A violent, ear-piercing sound, like a red-hot iron being plunged into ice water, suddenly erupted. Two diametrically opposed energies, extreme cold and extreme heat, clashed violently in the confined space like never before. A thick cloud of white mist, a mixture of ice crystals and steam, burst open, instantly enveloping the lava giant lizard's head. That sudden, bone-chilling cold. For the lava giant lizard, which was extremely reliant on fire elemental environments, it was an unbearable torture and provocation. Roar! The lava giant lizard let out a roar of extreme pain and rage, shaking the entire cave. It abruptly reared up, frantically shaking its head, which was shrouded in icy mist and even had some ice crystals formed on it. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, filled with a mad, destructive rage. Completely drawn to this sudden attack from above, it went into a frenzy, its thick tail lashing against the surrounding rock walls, sending debris flying. Chaos was created. Lin Ming, like a cheetah that had been waiting, shot out from his hiding place the instant the giant lizard stood upright, its vision obscured by the white mist and its own frenzied movements. He activated Swift Wind enchantment to its maximum, his figure almost becoming a blur of motion, flying close to the ground, his target the rocky platform where the lava fruits grew. A wave of heat washed over him, almost scorching his skin and respiratory tract. The rocks beneath his feet were scorching hot, he could feel the astonishing temperature even through his boots. But he ignored it all, his eyes were fixed on those few dark red fruits. Faster! Faster! His heart pounded like a drum, his adrenaline surged. Behind him came the deafening roars of the lava giant lizard and the thunderous crash of shattering rocks. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the nearest lava fruit, a sudden change occurred. The enraged lava giant lizard, seemingly sensing the unusual proximity of the lava fruit with some kind of heightened perception of fire, abruptly turned its head. It whirled around, its head still covered in ice shards and white mist, but its crimson eyes were fixed on Lin Ming's tiny figure. Roar! It opened its massive maw, not to roar, but to spew. A condensed pillar of lava fire, crimson with golden hues, hot enough to melt steel instantly, swept towards Lin Ming and the lava fruit plant before him like a torrent of death. It was willing to destroy a portion of the lava fruit to completely annihilate this audacious intruder. A life or death situation. Lin Ming's pupils constricted, every nerve in his body tense to the limit. He couldn't retreat would mean all his efforts were in vain. He couldn't withstand the attack either, that pillar of fire could instantly vaporize him. In that critical moment, he made an incredibly daring decision. Not only did he not retreat, but he lunged forward to meet the oncoming pillar of deathly fire. At the same time, his free left hand slammed into the scorching ground, and the remaining magic power within his body surged forth unrestrainedly. Earth Ley Line Surge, Rock Barrier. This was the most powerful earth elemental defensive spell he possessed, and also the most energy-consuming, nearly draining all his magic power. Boom! Just before the pillar of lava was about to engulf him and the lava fruit plant, a thick wall formed by the sudden uplift of underground rock blocked its path. This was a direct collision between the purest earth element and the raging fire element. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The rock wall shattered the moment it touched the lava pillar, sending debris flying like cannonballs. But this brief, less than 1 second delay bought Lin Ming an invaluable, and only, chance. The shockwave of the explosion sent him flying, but while in midair, his right hand shot out with incredible precision and stability. Not to grab, but to infuse his fingertips with the last vestige of wind elemental magic, like the sharpest scalpel, gently slicing and picking. 2 of the fullest, deepest colored lava fruits, along with a short section of their tough stems, were precisely severed and lifted, falling into the alchemical box he had prepared beforehand, its interior engraved with heat-insulating runes. Snap! The lid closed. Lin Ming himself was thrown heavily by the aftershocks of the explosion, tracing an arc through the air before crashing into the bubbling, deadly lava lake. Below lay a hellish death. Above, the enraged lava giant lizard was preparing its next attack. Lin Ming, enduring the excruciating pain that felt like his body was falling apart and the dizziness from depleted magic, struggled to twist his body in midair. Looking at the approaching crimson lake, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. With his last strength, he hurled the ordinary longsword in his hand against the rock wall to his side. Clang! The longsword embedded itself deeply in the rock. Using this negligible recoil, his trajectory was subtly altered. He barely grazed the edge of the lava lake before crashing heavily onto a relatively solid, yet still scorching hot, black volcanic rock platform with a dull thud. Puffed! He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. He didn't have time to check his injuries. He struggled to lift his head and look at the opposite bank. The lava giant lizard was roaring in frustration, but it seemed hesitant to leave the lava lake area. It merely paced angrily on the shore, spitting sparks, without launching another ranged attack. It was safe for now. Lin Ming struggled to sit up, leaning against the scorching rock, breathing heavily. He glanced at the alchemy box he was clutching tightly in his arms, intact, containing the 2 hard-won lava fruits. He glanced again at the enraged giant lizard on the opposite bank and the ravaged lava fruit orchard, a complex expression on his face, a mixture of exhaustion, lingering fear, and triumph. This damned mission was finally complete. He was just a bartender, so why did he have to do things that adventurers were supposed to do? He inwardly grumbled about the illogical nature of the system's mission, but dared not linger. With her body almost completely exhausted, she managed to find her way and staggered toward a relatively safe passageway that she remembered might lead to the upper levels. Green didn't know how he escaped. Perhaps the infernal wyvern, after destroying most of the visible traces of the intruders within its lair, was drawn to the energy turbulence caused by Baron and his companions' escape. Perhaps the Dragon Queen needed to ensure the safety of the dragon eggs and had no time to attend to him, this insignificant ant who had miraculously survived. Or perhaps it was the faint, natural life force that emanated unconsciously from Celia before her death, incongruous with the surrounding raging fire elementals, that provided a strange form of cover. He couldn't remember. His mind was filled only with the endless roar, Celia's resolute gaze as she pushed him away, the excruciating pain of the dragon's breath burning his skin, and Baroness Zhengning, hideous, treacherous face. The instinct for survival and the obsession with saving his sister, like two burning flames, sustained his shattered body, unleashing unprecedented power. He held Celia tightly, using torn clothing to barely hold her charred and mangled body in place, preventing further injury from the jolting. Like a mad, wounded beast, driven by hazy memories of his journey and a desperate yearning for light, he fled for his life through the scorching, complex, and perilous tunnels. He fell, he got up. He fell again, he got up again. His knees were scraped, his palms were cut and bleeding from sharp rocks, but he felt no pain. The roar of the infernal dragon seemed to echo endlessly behind him, each heartbeat felt like a pounding on his already fragile nerves. Finally, as he stumbled out of a narrow exit and felt the musty, cool air of the relatively normal upper levels of the dungeon, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. But he couldn't fall, Celia's breath was growing weaker and weaker. Help! Help! Someone help my sister! Grim cried out hoarsely, his voice echoing intermittently in the empty passage. He carried Celia, running like a headless fly towards the sound of footsteps and faint firelight. He encountered several groups of adventurers returning from shallower areas or preparing to venture deeper. The first group consisted of 3 well-equipped warriors. Seeing Grim covered in blood, carrying a companion whose life was uncertain, rushing towards them, they immediately raised their weapons warily. The burly leader shouted sharply, "Halt! What's going on? What's behind you?" "A dragon, a hellfire wyvern. My sister is seriously injured, please, do you have any healing potions? Or take us to a priest, please." Grim stammered, tears mingling with blood and ash streaming down his face. Upon hearing the words hellfire wyvern, the burly man's expression changed drastically. He immediately gave his companion a look, "Retreat! Go! Don't cause trouble." They didn't even glance at Celia again, disappearing swiftly at another fork in the road as if avoiding a plague. "No! Don't go! Please!" Grim's pleas were drowned out by the hollow echo. The second group he encountered consisted of 3 seemingly experienced adventurers. Seeing Grim covered in blood, carrying a companion whose life was uncertain, charging towards them, they immediately stopped warily, but did not immediately raise their weapons. The leader was a weathered-looking shield warrior who, upon seeing Celia's injuries, gasped in horror. The breath of the infernal wyvern. His voice was heavy as he quickly stepped forward to examine her, his brow furrowed. "Young man, your sister's injury is too severe. Ordinary healing potions won't work at all. She'll need a high-level priest's divine spell or an extremely precious life-saving potion to stabilize her." He glanced back at his teammates, both shook their heads helplessly. One of the female mages said softly, "We ran out of healing potions earlier, and, for this kind of injury, our potions are useless." The shield warrior, seeing the despair in Grim's eyes, sighed and pulled a small leather pouch from his robes, handing it to Grim. "There are a few silver coins and some hemostatic powder inside. It won't be of much help, take it, and quickly take her to the surface to find the priest guild. Head in that direction, if you're fast enough, perhaps." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning in his eyes was clear, hope was fading. Thank you. Grim choked out as he took the pouch, his heart turning cold. He knew the other had done his best. He hadn't gone far when he encountered 2 more rangers preparing to explore further. Seeing Celia's pitiful state, a flicker of pity crossed their eyes. He rummaged through his baggage, finally producing only a small roll of clean gauze and a small bottle of water. "I can only give her a quick cleaning to prevent infection. I'm sorry." The younger ranger, looking at Grim's bloodshot eyes and Celia's pale face, turned away with a heavy heart. "Brother, should we see them off?" The older ranger shook his head, lowering his voice. "No, we have an urgent mission, and the deadline is approaching. Besides, carrying them will slow down any of us. What if we encounter them again?" He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. He patted Grim's shoulder, his tone full of apology. "I'm so sorry, young man, I'm really sorry. You must hold on and find the priest." Watching the 2 figures hurry away, Grim's heart sank deeper and deeper. He understood their choices. Everyone had their own difficulties and tasks. In this dangerous underground city, self-preservation was already difficult, offering help often meant putting themselves in danger as well. No one was indifferent, it was just that reality was too cruel. Hope, like a candle flickering in a storm, teetered on the brink of extinction. Grim carried Celia, walking aimlessly, his steps growing heavier and heavier, his consciousness beginning to fade. Celia's body grew colder and colder in his arms. Her once bright and beautiful face was now as pale as a crumpled piece of paper, her breathing so weak it was almost imperceptible. The reactions of passers-by made him realize that Celia's injuries might truly be beyond the reach of ordinary means. He slid down against a cold rock wall, holding his sister tightly, pressing his face against her cold cheek, tears silently streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, Celia. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that you're like this," he murmured, his voice hoarse and broken, filled with endless regret and despair. If he hadn't trusted Baron so easily, if he hadn't been blinded by money, if he hadn't been so weak, how could Celia have become like this? Darkness engulfed him like a tidal wave, and he could almost see death's cold side hanging over his sister's head. Just then, a steady, clear set of footsteps approached, unhurried and deliberate. Grim raised his head blankly, his vision blurred by tears, and saw a figure emerging from the shadows of the passageway. The person wore clean, dark clothing, their steps unhurried, a stark contrast to the disheveled and tense surroundings. A sword hung at his waist, and a demon swordsman's badge adorned his chest, his face held an almost indifferent calm. It was Director Lin. Director Lin of the Dawn Tavern. A faint flame of hope, one he himself dared not believe, ignited within Grim. He grasped at a last straw, struggling with all his might to stand, but exhaustion and his injuries caused him to collapse again. Director Lin, help, help me, please save my sister. His voice was choked with sobs and a final plea. Lin Ming had clearly noticed the brother and sister in their miserable state. He stopped, his gaze calmly sweeping over the blood-soaked, disheveled green, finally settling on the girl in his arms, her life force barely a whisper. Celia's condition was indeed dire, extensive burns, internal organ damage, massive blood loss, and her life force was rapidly ebbing away. Lin Ming's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He knelt down, extending 2 fingers and gently placing them on Celia's slender, cold wrist, sensing her barely perceptible pulse and the chaotic, collapsing life energy within her. Green held his breath, his heart pounding in his throat, terrified of hearing any death sentence from Lin Ming. Lin Ming remained silent for a moment, then, under Green's desperate gaze, he did something completely unexpected. As if by magic, 2 small, transparent glass bottles appeared out of thin air in Lin Ming's hands. The bottles were filled with a deep brown liquid, constantly bubbling with fine bubbles. It was iced cola, the kind that cost 3 gold coins a glass at the Dawn Tavern. "Give it to her." Lin Ming's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. He handed one of the bottles to Green. Green froze, his mind blank. Cola? At a time like this? Isn't this a beverage? Could it save Celia's dying life? Normally, he would have been suspicious. But now, facing Lin Ming's unwavering, calm gaze, recalling the miraculous sensation of tasting the iced cola at the Dawn Tavern, and his trust in Lin Ming, any doubt in Green's heart was instantly overwhelmed by a strong will to survive. He trembled as he took the bottle of iced cola. A strange, refreshing coolness emanated from the bottle, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. Carefully and clumsily, he pried open Celia's tightly closed, bloodless lips, brought the bottle close, and slowly fed her the brown liquid, bubbling with countless lively bubbles, drop by drop. A miracle happened in the next moment. As the first sip of iced cola slid down Celia's throat, her previously faint, almost stopped breathing suddenly showed a noticeable rise and fall. A faint but undeniable blush appeared on her paper-white face. Following this, the shocking burns on her body, though not immediately healed, seemed to slow the bleeding. The charred, necrotic edges seemed to be suppressed by a cool, life-giving force. Even more miraculously, Grim could clearly feel his sister's body, which had been rapidly cooling down, beginning to radiate a faint warmth again. The life force that was draining away seemed to be forcibly held back by a powerful yet gentle force, halting its collapse and beginning to slowly recover. "Celia!" Grim called out softly in disbelief. Celia's long eyelashes fluttered. Though she couldn't open her eyes, a barely audible groan escaped her throat. "She's alive!" His sister had truly been pulled back from the brink of death. Overwhelmed with joy and a profound sense of relief, Grim instantly burst into tears. He hugged his sister tightly, as if holding a priceless treasure he had lost and found, choking back sobs, repeating over and over, "She's alive, it's so good, Celia." Lin Ming watched this scene, his face still expressionless, simply placing another unopened bottle of iced cola beside Grim. "Give her this one again in half an hour. If her condition doesn't improve." He gave the order casually, as if it were a trivial matter. However, in Green's eyes, Lin Ming at this moment seemed to be enveloped in a divine radiance. He was the savior who had rescued him and his sister from the abyss of despair. Lin Ming then took out a card and handed it to Green. "Iced cola can only heal wounds. Your sister still has dragon breath damage. Remember to take her to the tavern tonight after she wakes up. Thank you, Curator Lin. Thank you. Green took the card, sobbing uncontrollably, only able to repeat his pale gratitude over and over. He knew that words alone could not repay even a fraction of this life-saving grace. Lin Ming nodded slightly, accepting his thanks. He glanced around the passage and said, "This isn't a safe place. Can we leave? Let's get out of the dungeon." Grim nodded vigorously, struggling to carry Celia on his back. Although Celia's condition had stabilized somewhat, she was still severely injured and weak, and he himself was at his limit. Seeing this, Lin Ming didn't speak. He simply stepped forward, smoothly taking Celia from Grim's arms, and easily lifted her into his arms in a way that wouldn't aggravate her wounds. "Stay close to me." Leaving these words, Lin Ming carried Celia and strode steadily toward the exit. Grim quickly wiped away his tears, enduring the excruciating pain and weakness, staggering but determinedly following behind. Night deepened, and a tranquil atmosphere permeated the Dawn Tavern. The tavern hadn't opened yet, and Lin Ming didn't immediately begin his usual cleaning. Instead, he retrieved 2 specially made alchemical containers from the storage space beneath the bar. One container, its surface covered in a fine layer of white frost, emanated wisps of chilling air. It contained the ice mist flower. The other container was warm to the touch, a dark red light flickering between the cracks in its lid. It held the lava fruit. He placed the 2 containers on the gleaming bar counter with the same nonchalance as handling ordinary lemons and mints. If other alchemists, aware of the preciousness of these 2 ingredients, were to witness this, they would likely be utterly astonished. Elemental materials, sufficient to be the primary ingredients for crafting intermediate-level potions, were here treated like ordinary cocktail accompaniments. Lin Ming opened the ice mist flower container first. Instantly, a chilling aura permeated the air, and the temperature around the bar seemed to drop several degrees. The icy blue plant lay quietly in the box, its petals sculpted like ice crystals, emitting a shimmering blue light and a visible white mist of coldness. He carefully used silver tweezers to remove the finest ice mist flower, his movements gentle, as if afraid to disturb its extreme cold. Then, he opened the container holding the lava fruit. A surge of scorching energy instantly erupted, meeting the chilling aura of the ice mist flower in the air, producing a soft hissing sound and stirring up a small patch of hazy white mist. On the lava fruit's dark red skin, the patterns resembling cooled lava seemed to come alive, faintly shimmering with light. He used a small metal spoon, engraved with heat-insulating runes, to scoop out a plump fruit. If a customer were here, they would surely be captivated by the interplay of ice and fire energy. Lin Ming seemed oblivious to the surrounding energy. He took a specialized, thick-walled mixing glass. Instead of adding ice first, he gently placed the lava fruit at the bottom of the glass. Then, he made an unexpected move. He picked up a pestle, the wooden tool usually used to crush mint or lemon, and pressed it precisely and forcefully against the lava fruit in the glass. A soft plop sounded, not the sound of the fruit bursting, but a muffled thud as some kind of energy was released. Under the pressure of the pestle, the dark red fruit didn't turn into a pulp. Instead, it seemed to have its inner fire element activated, instantly softening and melting into a small pool of thick, hot liquid, like molten ruby, clinging to the bottom of the glass. A richer, more intense, earthy, sweet aroma filled the air, and the glass even felt slightly warm. Next, Lin Ming used tweezers to pick up the ice mist flower and held it above the mixing glass. With his other hand, he picked up a small spray bottle and gently sprayed a small amount of pure water, faintly emanating a life-giving aura, onto the ice mist flower. The moment the water droplets landed on the ice mist flower petals, a dramatic change occurred. The ice mist flower seemed to be activated, the blue light on its petals intensified, and an extreme chill erupted. The attached water droplets, along with the ice element inherent in the petals themselves, were instantly condensed and extracted, transforming into wisps of visible, shimmering blue stardust like ice crystal mist. As if possessing life, these wisps dripped down, flowing into the lava fruit slurry below. Hiss! An even more violent energy reaction rang out. The icy blue mist, upon contact with the crimson slurry, did not immediately neutralize or dissipate. Instead, it formed a wondrous sight at the bottom of the cup. The crimson liquid resembled a boiling lava lake, while the icy blue mist resembled polar blizzards. The 2 layers clearly separated, intertwined, and swirled at the bottom of the glass, like a miniature world of ice and fire, resisting yet attracting each other, achieving a precarious balance. Fine frost condensed on one side of the glass, while the other side continued to radiate intense heat. Lin Ming's gaze was focused, his hands moving swiftly. He quickly picked up a large chunk of old ice and placed it into the glass. The ice cube landed in the area where ice and fire clashed, making a soft crack sound, instantly stabilizing the turbulent energy. Then, he measured out a portion of rich, aged rum with vanilla and caramel flavors as the base, adding a touch of golden honey syrup to enhance sweetness and balance the overall spiciness. He covered the glass with the strainer and lid, held the mixing glass with one hand, and began to shake. His movements were not violent or forceful, but rather possessed a unique rhythm and stability. The sound of ice cubes striking the glass wasn't chaotic, but rather like a concerto. Sometimes there was the crisp cracking of ice, sometimes a tamed, subtle hum, as if ice and fire elements were rapidly merging. On the outside of the metal jug, one half was covered in a thick layer of white frost, while the other half remained dry and warm, creating an eerie temperature difference. After a dozen seconds, he stopped. He picked up a thick-walled, wide-mouthed, short drinking glass that had been pre-chilled. He quickly strained the liquid from the jug through a double strainer into the glass, ensuring no ice crystals or unmelted ingredients remained. As the liquid flowed into the glass, the moving particles blended, creating a color that defied description. It was a color beyond ordinary words. The liquid in the glass possessed a deep, profound quality, like the twilight's violet hue, a blend of the last warm rays of the setting sun and the deep blue of the ocean. The liquid itself was not transparent. Within it, countless tiny blue and gold specks seemed to slowly sink and rise, like stardust drifting across the night sky. And on the very top of the liquid, a thin, icy blue vortex, like the mist of dawn, floated, lingering for a long time. Lin Ming finally removed a small piece of orange peel, gently twisted it at the rim of the glass, and the resulting burst of orange oil added a bright citrus prelude to the drink. He gently placed this beverage, seemingly imbued with the laws of ice and fire, in the center of the bar, quietly admiring this new creation he had crafted. The liquor swirled quietly in the glass, its inner starlight flowing gently, icy mist swirling above, and a lingering warmth emanating from its base. It was more than just a drink, it was a work of art, a fusion of nature's power and masterful blending, silently narrating the mystery of opposites and unity. The entire tavern seemed enveloped in a wondrous, tranquil atmosphere of ice and fire dancing together, all thanks to the creation of this drink. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Elemental hymn, blending complete. Overall evaluation, perfect. Tavern business objective achieved. Tavern upgrade ready, available at any time. Upgrade? Yes/no? Lin Ming chose no from the two options provided by the system. He didn't want to start upgrading the tavern now, as business hours had already passed. The night was deep, the spire of the Starshine Magic Academy Tower casting a silent silhouette against the inky blue sky. Most of the windows were dark, except for the top floor, where Vice Dean Alva's private laboratory and study still emitted a steady magical glow. Inside, the air was slightly distorted by the restless magical energy. On the experimental table, a complex double-ringed magic circle, outlined with mithril wire and magic crystal powder, flickered with unstable light. At the center of the circle, a mass of icy blue and crimson energy attempting to merge clashed violently like two fighting pythons, emitting a teeth-grinding sizzling sound, and the escaping chill caused frost to form on the corners of the table. The leaking heat scorched the edge of a precious ancient magical parchment beside it. Alva stood before the table, his meticulously crafted dark blue mage robe stained with ice shards and scorch marks at the cuffs. His brow was furrowed, his deep blue eyes fixed on the collapsing mass of energy, as he rapidly chanted incantations to restore its balance. The stargazing stone at the tip of his walnut staff emitted a soft yet urgent glow, attempting to forcibly stabilize the situation. No, the third node transition in the energy sequence is still too abrupt. Is the barrier between the inertia of the ice element and the activity of the fire element truly insurmountable using existing elemental bridging theories? He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with barely concealed weariness and confusion. This was the 17th attempt this month, each time teetering on the brink of success only to be thwarted by the inherent repulsion of these two diametrically opposed elements. Finally, with a soft pop, the light at the center of the magic circle vanished completely. The icy blue and crimson energies exploded as if released from their restraints, transforming into a chaotic turbulent flow of elements that tossed the vessels on the experimental table about. In the end, only a mess remained, along with a lingering, slightly damp, warm current in the air, a result of the elements canceling each other out. Another failure. Alva let out a long sigh, rubbing his throbbing temples. He walked to the huge French windows, gazing at the silent academy and the sparse lights of Mondstadt in the distance. The cool night breeze ruffled his silver-gray hair, but couldn't dispel the unease in his heart. Perhaps I need to break free from my established framework and find some new inspiration, he murmured to himself. Theoretical research seemed to have reached a bottleneck, perhaps he needed some unexpected stimulation. He decided to temporarily leave the ivory tower that had confined his thoughts and take a walk in the academy's courtyard, letting the cool night air clear his head. Draping himself in a thick travel cloak, Alva, staff in hand, left the laboratory and slowly descended the spiral stone steps. His steady footsteps echoed against the ancient stone walls. Passing through the empty central hall, he pushed open the heavy door of the academy's main building, inlaid with bronze runes. However, just as he stepped out the door, ready to breathe in the fresh night air, his steps abruptly halted. His pupils contracted sharply. Right at the edge of the familiar cobblestone plaza in front of the academy, in the shade of an oak tree at least several hundred years old, a door stood silently. It wasn't the door of any building in the academy, nor was it any architectural style he recognized in Mondstadt. It was made of some dark-colored wood with natural grain, its design simple and ancient, devoid of any superfluous decoration, except for a simple brass doorbell. A faint yet chilling spatial fluctuation lingered around the doorframe. It wasn't any spatial magic effect he was familiar with, it was stable and restrained, as if it had always been there for millennia. What shocked him even more was that, with his ninth-tier mage's perception, especially his expertise in spatial magic, he was completely unable to decipher the door's existence or the source of its spatial coordinates. It was like an error forcibly embedded in the real world, an anomaly that couldn't be explained by existing magical theories. Just as every question has an answer, this door, in his eyes, was a solution without an answer, something that shouldn't exist, yet undeniably existed before his eyes. What is this? Alva instinctively gripped his staff, the light from the stargazing stone flickering slightly, revealing the extreme turmoil within him. His scholarly instincts were fully unleashed, confusion, vigilance, and an irrepressible, intense curiosity to explore the unknown instantly dispelled all the frustration stemming from the failed experiment. Is it some kind of new spatial magic creation? A trap? Or a prank? He stared at the mysterious door, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, his thirst for knowledge overcame his caution towards the unknown. He took a deep breath, regulated his breathing, and, as if facing a high-level magical puzzle awaiting its solution, strode steadily and resolutely towards the door. He reached out, not pushing the door open directly, but gently touching the cool brass doorbell first. Ding-a-ling. The crisp, melodious bell rang in the quiet night air, followed by a gentle voice, "Welcome to the Dawn Tavern." When Alva pushed open the door that defied the laws of space and stepped into the world beyond, he felt as if he had traversed more than one spatial barrier, or rather, fallen from a rigorous, rigid mathematical formula into a warm, flowing dream. First to wash over him was a complex yet harmonious fragrance. Fresh lemon and mint, rich liqueur, subtle woody notes, and a hint of elusive, soul-nourishing sweetness, these scents intertwined to create a uniquely calming atmosphere. Completely different from the ozone, sulfur, old parchment, and occasionally failed magical potion odors that permeated his laboratory. His gaze, like the most precise detection array, swept swiftly and calmly across the entire space. The enormous crystal chandelier emitted a warm amber light, soft and even, without any glare, yet clearly illuminating every corner. This light source itself was unusual, not any magical lighting technology he was familiar with, but rather seemed to be directly converting some kind of warm energy. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, mirror-like dark floor of unknown material, reflecting the shimmering light and blurry figures above. Several sets of simply designed yet tastefully elegant tables and chairs were scattered about, their cushions appearing soft and comfortable. His gaze finally settled on the nearly 5-meter-long, semicircular black stone bar counter that stretched across his field of vision. The stone. Alva's fingertips twitched slightly, barely suppressing the urge to cast a matter analysis spell. Its surface was unbelievably smooth, without any trace of artificial polishing, as if it were naturally so. An understated, restrained energy shimmered within, clearly not ordinary obsidian or basalt. The enormous cabinet behind the bar made his pupils shrink even further. Numerous glass bottles and jars were neatly arranged on it, their contents, the richness and purity of their colors far surpassed any alchemy potion shop he had ever seen. The luster refracted by the light in those liquids seemed to contain some kind of active, unconstrained elemental energy. What drew his attention most was the young man standing behind the bar. He was dressed in clean, dark clothing, his face calm, his eyes deep, wiping a wineglass with a clean, soft white cloth. His movements were fluid and steady, with an almost perfect rhythm, as if he weren't performing a task, but rather some kind of ritual. Alva keenly sensed that there were no obvious magical fluctuations emanating from this young man, but this only made it more unsettling. How could someone who controlled such a mysterious space be an ordinary person? Either his power far exceeded his perception, or he was using a completely unknown system of power. Alva's heart pounded slightly. Everything here, from the spatial structure to the interior decorations, to this mysterious man, contradicted the principles of magic he knew, yet they coexisted harmoniously, forming a unified whole. This was practically a walking, undecipherable magical miracle. However, just as he was immersed in analyzing and being shocked by the entire environment, a more distinct and violent energy fluctuation, like a lighthouse in the night, instantly seized all his attention. His gaze suddenly locked onto the bar counter, on a wide-mouthed, short drink glass that Lin Ming had just placed down. The liquid in that glass. Alva's breath caught in his throat. It was a color he had never seen before, a deep, twilight violet, as if perfectly blending the last warm rays of dusk with the deep blue of night. But this was not a static color. Inside the liquid, countless tiny blue and gold specks of light, like living stardust, slowly settled and rose, flowing and intertwining ceaselessly. And on the very top of the liquid, a thin, icy blue vortex, like a living mist, slowly rotated, lingering for a long time. What truly shook his soul was the energy fluctuation emanating from that drink, an extremely pure, yet delicately balanced state of ice and fire elements. These two inherently opposing and mutually repulsive elemental forces are now forcibly bound together in the same cup of liquid, resisting each other yet depending on each other, forming a dangerous, dynamic, and tense harmony. That was the harmony he had sought but could never quite grasp. How could this be? Alva felt his life's work on elemental magic theory being subjected to an unprecedented shock. The ice and fire he had painstakingly and repeatedly failed to achieve a stable fusion was now presented in such a tangible, stable form within a glass of wine. He instinctively took a few steps forward, completely forgetting propriety and caution, his gaze fixed intently on the glass, as if trying to dissect every single energy particle within it. He could see the extreme chill of the ice element restrained by some force, subtle and profound. He could also sense the explosive heat of the fire element, skillfully tamed, mellow and rich. The two forces were engaged in an eternal dance within the glass, clearly defined yet seamlessly integrated. "Would you like something?" A calm voice interrupted his almost obsessive gaze. Alva snapped back to reality, realizing the young owner had stopped wiping the glasses and was calmly watching him. "This is a tavern?" Alva paused, then recalled the welcoming voice he'd heard earlier. Looking around again, the layout did indeed resemble a tavern. "That drink." Alva's voice was hoarse with excitement as he pointed to the Hymn of Ice and Fire. "What's this?" "Hymn of Ice and Fire, our newest offering," Lin Ming replied succinctly. "Ice and fire, is it for sale?" Alva asked almost without thinking, his tone as urgent as a dying man in the desert seeing an oasis. He desperately needed to study this miracle up close, even experience it firsthand. This might be the key to breaking through his research bottleneck. "Of course, the price is 50 gold coins." Lin Ming quoted a price that would be astronomical for an ordinary adventurer, but for a ninth-tier mage and vice principal of the academy, it was entirely within his means. 50 gold coins? Alva didn't hesitate for a moment. Forget 50 gold coins, even 500 or 5,000, as long as he could glimpse the secret of the fusion of ice and fire, he felt it was well worth the price. He swiftly took out a heavy money pouch from an inconspicuous storage bag at his waist, which was enchanted with a spatial expansion spell, counted out 50 glittering gold coins, and solemnly pushed it in front of Lin Ming. The whole process was smooth and quick, as if afraid that if he hesitated even a second, this miracle would disappear. Lin Ming put away the gold coins, said nothing, and simply gently pushed the Hymn of Ice and Fire onto the bar counter in front of Alva. Alva almost held his breath, his hands trembling slightly as he carefully lifted the glass. The texture of the glass was very strange, half icy cold, half warm and comforting, a manifestation of the ice and fire energy. He lowered his head, gazing at the flowing stardust and swirling icy mist in his glass, like a pilgrim facing a divine oracle. Without hesitation, and with utmost solemnity and anticipation, he brought the glass to his lips, tilted his head back, and drank. The moment the first sip entered his mouth, Alva's entire world seemed to freeze, only to be utterly overwhelmed by a raging torrent of elements. There was no burning or freezing as he had expected. First to explode was the ultimate concept of ice and fire. A chilling cold, seemingly originating from the very beginning of the world, bloomed on his taste buds like billions of ice crystals. It wasn't a physical temperature drop, but an impact of the pure rules of ice, directly affecting his soul's perception. This cold was so pure, so absolute, that he felt as if he were in an absolute zero realm where even time itself could freeze. However, just before this extreme cold was about to freeze all his thoughts, another torrent, seemingly from the Earth's molten core, swept in with a violent force of destruction and rebirth. It was the roar of the essence of fire, the most primal and active form of energy, scorching, unrestrained, and brimming with boundless vitality and destructive intent. Ice and fire, two diametrically opposed, yet fundamentally intertwined forces, collided and intertwined in the most direct, violent, and primal way as they surged into his mouth, throat, and even down his esophagus. Boom! An elemental storm seemed to explode in Alva's mind. Countless incantations, runes, energy diagrams, failed experiences, vague conjectures, all the fragments of knowledge related to his research about ice and fire magic spun, danced, and collided wildly, like pieces of paper thrown into the storm. He saw how his previously constructed composite magic model, attempting to fuse ice and fire, appeared so clumsy and fragile before the true essence of ice and fire. Those forcibly constructed elemental bridges crumbled inch by inch under the collision of real rules. But at the same time, an unprecedented realization, like lightning flashing in the darkness, illuminated the fog of his thoughts. So that's it. It's not about forcibly building bridges. It's not about suppressing one aspect to accommodate the other. It's about guidance. It's about resonance. It's about finding that dynamic balance point existing within opposites. Just like this glass of wine, let the stillness of ice and the movement of fire form an inner rhythm. Let the contraction of extreme cold and the expansion of intense heat dance together at a wondrous critical point. In his mind, the previously stagnant, rigid, and contradictory nascent forms of magic began to flow, transform, and reconstruct at an unprecedented speed. Those previously incomprehensible nodes suddenly became clear, those once conflicting energy sequences found a way to coexist harmoniously. The element of ice was no longer merely about freezing and stagnation, within its extreme cold lay a power of absolute order. The element of fire was no longer merely about burning and destruction, within its extreme heat represented the most primal change and vitality. Ice could become the framework of fire, restraining its fury and giving it form. Fire could become the driving force of ice, dispelling its stillness and giving it flow. Countless inspirations, like erupting volcanoes, surged forth endlessly from the depths of his consciousness. He felt as if he had touched the door to a higher level of elemental fusion magic. Although he had only opened a crack, the magnificent and vast scene behind the door had already captivated him, making him tremble with excitement. He could feel the pure energy contained in that glass of wine affecting not only his spirit, but also gently cleansing and nourishing his magical circuits, making his magic, which had become somewhat depleted and stagnant due to long-term failed experiments, more active and pure. When he swallowed the last sip of him of ice and fire, feeling the lingering effects of ice and fire slowly subside within his body, ultimately transforming into an indescribable sense of comfort and clarity, he was speechless for a long time. He slowly set down the empty glass, the bottom making a crisp click as it touched the bar, jolting him from his profound state of enlightenment. He looked up, his gaze towards Lin Ming completely changed. The previous scrutiny, inquiry, and curiosity had all transformed into deep awe and desire. The value of this drink far exceeded 50 gold coins. It was more than just a beverage, it was a key, an inspiration, a tailor-made elemental enlightenment for his current research impasse. Master! Alva's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement, even using honorifics. Please give me another one. The same hymn of ice and fire. No, 2, 3 will do. He couldn't wait to re-enter that state of inspiration, to solidify his understanding, to explore the deeper mysteries of the laws of ice and fire. He felt his research was about to experience a qualitative leap, and this magical drink was the most important catalyst. He no longer cared where he was or who the tavern owner was. At this moment, he was simply a scholar who had seen the dawn on his path of knowledge and yearned to grasp that light. Lin Ming looked at the old mage before him, who had previously been so rigorous and austere, but now was as excited as a child who had discovered a new toy, his expression remaining calm. He didn't immediately make a move, but calmly asked, "Are you sure? One glass of this wine is already quite impactful." "Sure. I'm absolutely sure." Alva quickly assured him, even pulling out his money pouch again. "Please give me another glass. Gold coins are no problem." For him, any price was worth paying to experience that intimate connection with the elemental source, that feeling of inspiration flowing like a spring. This Dawn Tavern, in his mind, had transformed from a mysterious spatial phenomenon into a sacred temple containing supreme knowledge and wisdom. And this hymn of ice and fire was the most direct path to the depths of that temple. The moonlight, like water, flowed across the slumbering streets of Mondstadt. The night was deep and still, most windows were dark, leaving only a few scattered streetlights casting a dim, lonely glow on the cobblestones. In this silence, a figure strolled leisurely. She wore a deep purple star-embroidered robe, its hem fluttering gently in the night breeze, as if carrying the night sky itself. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, the tiny gems adorning it shimmering faintly in the darkness, echoing the real stars. Chains of various gemstones on her wrists and ankles clinked softly with each step, like whispers of fate, breaking the stillness of the night. Most striking was that her eyes were gently covered by a smooth, pale purple silk blindfold. Yet her steps were unwavering, precisely avoiding every tiny imperfection in the pavement, as if the thin layer of silk had not obstructed her vision. She was not observing the world with her naked eyes. In her perception, the world was a vast tapestry woven from countless crisscrossing, shimmering threads of fate. The threads of fate for ordinary people were thin and indistinct, converging into a hazy background. But for those destined to cross paths with her, or to create ripples in the river of fate, their threads were brighter and clearer, like guiding beacons. Tonight, she wandered here following one particularly bright thread, one with an unusual undulation. She was Selene Wild, the interpreter of fate, one of the goddess's eyes on earth. She suddenly stopped, tilting her head slightly, as if listening to some silent melody. Her gaze, veiled by a silk scarf, fell upon an inconspicuous corner of the street ahead. In her perception, the thread of fate that had guided her, shimmering with a unique radiance, was now, as if pulled by an invisible spindle, plunging straight into the ancient wooden door that had appeared out of nowhere. The door stood silently in the shadows, incongruous with the surrounding architecture, like a mark not of this world. What intrigued Selene even more was that around that door, all the threads of fate had become blurred and twisted, as if disturbed and obscured by a gentle yet powerful force, forming a misty area that she could not easily see through. Interesting. A mysterious and languid smile curved Selene's lips as she murmured softly, her voice like the tinkling of wind chimes in the night breeze. Such a thing exists, that even the threads of fate can be severed. She remembered the words a chaotic witch had spoken to her long ago. There are always places in this world that even the goddess of fate cannot reach. At the time, she dismissed it as yet another defiant exaggeration born of desperation. The goddess of fate, one of the 7 primordial goddesses, controlled the birth and destruction of every object, person, and thing in this world, the difference only in degree. But today, she truly witnessed something even fate could not reach. A place where even she could hardly fathom the trajectory of destiny, a node that attracted such unique threads of fate to converge. This in itself constituted an irresistible temptation. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips seemingly able to touch the invisible flow of fate converging towards the door. The gemstone chain on her wrist emitted a melodious tinkling. It seems that tonight's destined one was not chosen by me, but rather fate had already led me here. She murmured to herself, her tone tinged with a resigned amusement and a deep curiosity. Your Majesty at Poros, I obey your command to explore this unknown land for you. She no longer hesitated, taking elegant and determined steps towards the ancient door, reaching out her hand and pushing open the door to the unknown and the enigmatic. Ding-a-ling. The doorbell rang softly, and a few bright morning stars twinkled faintly in the distant night sky. The 9 o'clock chime seemed to echo from some far corner of Mondstadt, its lingering sound penetrating the thin wooden planks of the attic, gently striking Celia's heart. She lay in the darkness, her eyes wide open, staring at the blurry patterns on the ceiling. Her brother, Green, paced anxiously by her bedside for a long time, his rough hands repeatedly clenching and unclenching. Celia, are you all right? If anything's bothering you, please tell me. Celia took a deep breath, and the oppressive feeling of ice and fire in her chest seemed to stir slightly. Although her wounds had mostly healed, the lingering dragon breath damage still caused her excruciating pain, which she could only alleviate by applying ice packs. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting subtle shadows on her pale cheeks. As the pain subsided slightly, she gave Grim a reassuring smile. I'm all right, brother. Looking into her broken eyes, Grim knew perfectly well she was enduring pain, but he was helpless, only able to murmur repeatedly, soon, it'll be time soon. As if hearing his voice, the membership card clutched tightly in her fingers seemed to warm slightly, a strange sensation, as if space itself was gently twisting, enveloped the brother and sister. There was no dizziness, no blinding light, only a gentle pull, like being carried forward a small step by a warm current. When Celia felt the ground beneath her feet again, a complex and fragrant aroma, completely different from the damp, musty smell of the attic, filled her nostrils. That was the fresh scent of lemon, the cool scent of mint, the rich aroma of liquor. There was also a sweet fragrance she couldn't describe, one that seemed to soothe her soul. She cautiously opened her eyes. For a moment, she thought she had stumbled into a meticulously crafted dreamscape of some nobleman. Soft, bright amber light descended from above, emanating from a massive chandelier she had never seen before, composed of countless crystal prisms, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime, yet without being glaring. Under her feet was a smooth, dark floor, reflecting the dazzling light and shadow above. Several elegantly designed tables and chairs with soft cushions were scattered about, their lines clean and crisp. Most striking was the nearly 5-meter-long, semicircular black stone bar, almost spanning her entire field of vision. It resembled a massive, meticulously polished obsidian, its surface gleaming with a restrained luster. Behind the bar was a huge rectangular cabinet, neatly displaying countless crystal-clear glass bottles and jars filled with colorful liquids, refracting a dreamlike glow under the lights. And there stood that familiar figure behind the bar. Lin Ming, still dressed in his clean, dark clothes, was intently wiping a crystal wineglass with a pristine white cloth. His movements were fluid and steady, as if performing some kind of sacred ritual, seemingly oblivious to the siblings' presence. The entire pub was so quiet that only the faint sound of ice melting in a glass and her own heart pounding with nervousness could be heard. Ding-a-ling. A crisp, melodious doorbell rang behind her, breaking the silence. Syria trembled with fright, turning around abruptly to see the rustic wooden door silently close, as if she had truly just pushed it open. She froze, completely at a loss. Every inch of the air here exuded an exquisite mystery that clashed with her own. She wore a faded, old nightgown and cloth shoes stained with attic dust, a stark contrast to the pristine surroundings. She felt like a beggar who had stumbled into a temple, even her breathing becoming cautious, afraid of disturbing the tranquility, afraid that the lingering, foul scent of the underground city on her would taint this place. The oppressive feeling from the dragon's breath in her chest seemed amplified in this extreme silence and unfamiliar environment, sending waves of heat and cold washing over her, making her dizzy. Although she had already learned some information about the Dawn Tavern from Green, actually standing inside and experiencing the unexpected environment still made her uncontrollably nervous. Noticing her unusual behavior, Green took his sister's hand, gave her a reassuring smile, and then led her to the bar. The only customer in the tavern at that moment, Avar, sensed someone approaching, slightly shifted her gaze, but made no further move. It was as if the person beside her was less important than the inspiration in her mind. Lin Ming, behind the bar, looked up. His gaze calmly passed over Green and landed on the girl standing before him, who appeared incredibly small and fearful. His eyes held no surprise, no scrutiny, and none of the disdain or pity she had expected, only a calm indifference as if she had already anticipated it. He stopped wiping the glass, gently placing the gleaming cup back on the rack behind him with a crisp clink. Then, in his characteristically emotionless, flat tone, he said, "Good evening, please have a seat." No questions, no pleasantries, as if she were simply meant to be there at this time. These simple words were like a rope thrown to a drowning person, instantly pulling Celia back from her bewildered anxiety. She chose a high stool closest to the edge. The stool was higher than she had expected. She sat down with some difficulty, and Green helped her. Once settled, she withdrew her hand from her brother's, nervously clasping her hands together on her knees, her fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. She lowered her head, avoiding Lin Ming's gaze, staring only at the smooth, mirror-like black surface of the bar, where her own pale and anxious face was vaguely reflected. Green, standing nearby, anxiously inquired, "Director Lin, how should I treat my sister's injuries?" Lin Ming didn't answer immediately. He simply turned and took a clean glass from the shelf behind him, skillfully placing several crystal-clear ice cubes into it. The ice cubes clinked crisply as they fell into the glass, their sound particularly clear in the quiet tavern. Green's heart pounded gently and nervously with the clinking of the ice cubes. Just as Green was struggling internally, and Celia watched her brother with worry at this critical moment. Ding-a-ling. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang again, like another pebble thrown into a tranquil lake, breaking the already heavy atmosphere in the tavern. Almost instinctively, everyone's gaze instantly turned to the door. A silver-haired woman, dressed in a strange star-patterned robe and with pale purple silk scarves covering her eyes, entered the tavern with an elegant and mysterious air. She exuded an ethereal aura, seemingly all-knowing yet detached from worldly affairs. The gemstone chains on her wrists and ankles clinked softly in the quiet tavern as she moved. She didn't speak, but went straight to the bar and found a seat. Lin Ming paused slightly, tilting his head back to ask, "Please have a seat. The wine list is here, you can refer to it." Noticing the unusual look in her eyes, he asked again, "Do you need any help?" Seemingly sensing the probing in his gaze, Selene smiled slightly, "No need. Although my eyes are blindfolded, I see more clearly than anyone else." As she spoke, Lin Ming felt a gaze, as if it could see right through his soul, sweep over him. The feeling came quickly and went quickly, almost instantaneous, like an illusion. Seeing her answer, Green said nothing more and continued what he was doing. He turned and cleaned his bartending tools, then took out the two alchemical boxes containing the ice mist flower and lava fruit again. This time, he didn't take out the complete materials. Using tweezers, he picked up a few small, slightly damaged petals and a slightly creased leaf from the ice mist flower box, which had naturally fallen off during the previous processing. From the lava fruit container, he scraped a tiny amount of the slightly solidified dark red fruit pulp residue clinging to the side of the container with a runic spoon. The amount was extremely small, far less than what he had used for the previous bartending. "Mr. Curator, this." Seeing Lin Ming using these obviously precious materials again, Green's heart jumped into his throat. He subconsciously touched his empty purse. The few silver coins and copper coins inside probably wouldn't even buy a single petal of the ice mist flower. Lin Ming seemed not to hear his hesitation, his movements remaining calm. He took two smaller, thick-walled glasses and placed a few pure ice cubes in each. Then, he dripped the tiny remnant of the lava fruit onto the ice cubes in both glasses. The dark red liquid sizzled softly upon contact with the ice, slowly melting and seeping in, giving the ice a faint warm orange glow and radiating a gentle, slightly sweet heat. The ignored Green wasn't annoyed. He was thinking that although he couldn't afford the two drinks now, he would definitely repay Director Lin in the future. Meanwhile, Celia, who had been looking down, was also drawn to Lin Ming's clean and efficient movements, a hint of admiration appearing in her eyes as she looked at him. Lin Ming continued mixing the drinks. He gently crushed the few remaining petals and leaves of the ice mist flower with his fingers, with an almost elegant casualness, evenly sprinkling the shimmering blue ice crystal powder into the two glasses. The moment the ice crystal powder fell into the glass, it came into contact with the warm orange halo, instantly generating an even denser white mist. Unlike the intense reactions during previous cocktails, this reaction was gentle and continuous, like a fine snowfall falling within the glass. The icy mist lingered around the rim of the glass, refusing to dissipate. He didn't add any base spirit. Instead, he picked up a glass bottle filled with a clear liquid and poured it into two glasses, filling them about 8/10 full with pure water that emitted an extremely faint light force. The water met the remaining ice and fire elements in the glasses and was quickly colored. One glass became a clear warm sun orange, with flowing orange-red wisps of light within. The other leaned towards a frozen lake blue, with blue specks floating within. Both colors were much lighter than the previous ode to ice and fire, but equally wondrous. Lin Ming pushed the two drinks towards the brother and sister. The warm orange glass was placed in front of Celia, its swirling rim carrying a hint of warmth. The icy lake blue glass, on the other hand, was pushed towards Green, its blue shimmering surface radiating a refreshing coolness. "Drink it." Lin Ming's tone remained commanding and flat. "Thank you very much for your help, but please calculate the price for us, and I will make up the difference later." Looking at the two differently colored glasses in front of him, Green's gratitude was palpable, but he didn't want to take advantage of Lin Ming like that. Even though he knew he couldn't afford the 2 drinks, he still wanted a definite answer. Celia also watched Lin Ming nervously, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Lin Ming was wiping the bar with a white cloth. Hearing this, he didn't even look up, simply saying calmly, "It's free. It's just a practice piece using some leftovers, not a proper cocktail." He paused, then added, his tone still flat, "Consider it my treat. Just remember to give feedback on the taste." This explanation sounded reasonable, instantly easing Green's anxiety and embarrassment. Practice piece, leftovers, feedback on the taste, so they were used for this? Green was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with immense gratitude and relief. He quickly pulled Celia to her feet and awkwardly bowed to Lin Ming. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Director Lin. Sit down, drink it." Lin Ming repeated succinctly. The brother and sister sat down again, this time without hesitation. Celia carefully picked up the glass of warm orange juice. A strange sensation emanated from the glass, a warm yet slightly cool touch. She took a small sip. The liquid flowed smoothly down her throat, first feeling a gentle warmth slide down her throat, like a ray of sunshine seeping into her entire body. The persistent burning and chilling discomfort in her chest, caused by the dragon's breath, began to dissipate rapidly, like ice melting in the sunlight. Immediately, a cool sensation rose from her stomach, soothing any lingering dryness after the warming sensation, making her feel light and comfortable. Her pale cheeks visibly regained their color. Grim, after drinking the ice lake blue, experienced an even more immediate effect. A cool sensation instantly swept through his body, and a tingling, itchy sensation spread through the throbbing wounds on his arms and neck, a sign that the wounds were healing rapidly. At the same time, a pure energy gently replenished his depleted physical strength and a small amount of magic power, sweeping away the fatigue from the recent battles and anxieties, invigorating his spirit. 2 seemingly simple side dishes contained such miraculous effects. The brother and sister exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and joy in each other's eyes. "Young man, how did you get these wounds? I can sense that chaotic, violent energy trace is extraordinary, like the breath of a dragon." Alva, just recovering slightly from the inspirational storm brought on by his second hymn of ice and fire, suppressed the urge to immediately begin meditating and processing the surging ice-fire fusion patterns in his mind. He noticed the young brother and sister who had seemed quite weak when they entered the tavern, but were now full of energy. Especially the blonde girl, the pain that had lingered in her eyes and the faint, chaotic energy remnants carrying a dragon-like aura, and the rapidly healing, yet still faintly visible, elemental wounds on young Grim's skin, piqued his great interest. He carried his empty glass and slowly walked to the corner of the bar where Grin and Celia were. His deep blue eyes, like a starry sea, beneath his silver-gray eyebrows held a scrutinizing gaze. He could sense that the siblings' magical power was weak, even weaker than when he first became a professional. How could someone with such power have attracted the attention of a dragon? Moreover, dragons capable of breathing attacks are at least level 6 or higher. Grim and Celia were startled by the sudden question. The old mage before them possessed a dignified air, his robes were opulent and ancient, and the magical energy emanating from him was as vast as the deep sea, far surpassing that of the adventurers they usually encountered. Grim instinctively pulled Celia behind him, a flicker of wariness and hesitation crossing his face. Alva noticed their wariness, but his thirst for answers outweighed his concern for the stranger's privacy. His tone softened slightly, but still carried an imposing pressure. "Don't be so wary of young people. I just want to know what happened, perhaps I can help." He deliberately emphasized the word help. Grim glanced at his sister, then at the clearly high-ranking mage before him. Thinking of the knowledge and resources the man might possess, and recalling their previous encounter, a mixture of resentment, anger, and lingering fear welled up within him. He gritted his teeth and finally recounted their ordeal, how they were deceived by the Bronze Shield Adventurer group, how they were led into the middle layer of the molten abyss, how Baron coveted the infernal wyvern's egg, how they were betrayed in the dragon's nest, and how Celia shielded him from the dragon's breath. He told them everything in detail. His voice still choked with emotion when he spoke of Celia's critical injuries and near death. Alva listened quietly to Grim's narration. Compared to Grim's passion and anger, his face remained expressionless, as if he were listening to an experimental report unrelated to himself. Only after Grim finished speaking did he slowly open his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of realization. But he was more concerned with a certain piece of information Grim had mentioned. The infernal wyvern's egg, that's quite good intelligence. Alva's gaze deepened, as if he were examining a precious experimental sample. He looked directly at Grim. "Young man, how about we make a deal?" "A deal? Could you explain that, Archmage?" Grim completely couldn't understand what a level 1 adventurer like himself could possibly offer an Archmage a deal with. "You know the exact location of that dragon's nest. Take my men there, or you can go yourselves, and retrieve all the eggs of the infernal wyverns for me. I'll pay you 1,000 gold coins for each egg. Avar revealed his purpose, but the temptation he offered was extremely high. Dragon-type summoned creatures have always been highly coveted by professionals. Firstly, for summoning mages, a live, pure-blooded dragon egg meant the possibility of hatching and forming a contract, gaining a dragon companion with immense potential. While the infernal wyverns weren't true ancient dragons, the concentration of dragon blood within them was among the highest of all wyvern species. A fully grown infernal wyvern is not only a formidable fighter, but its dragon might also naturally suppresses lower-level monsters, and its breath is a terrifying weapon on the battlefield. On the market, the value of a single active infernal wyvern egg is enough to shake the treasury of a small kingdom, and it is virtually impossible to find one. For knight-type professions, especially the legendary dragon knights, a dragon egg with a high concentration of dragon blood is the key to unlocking the legendary realm. Through a specific ancient ritual, a knight can establish a deep connection with the dragon egg, absorbing its dragon blood essence to temper themselves. There's even a chance to acquire some dragon traits, such as immense physical strength, fire resistance, and even a long lifespan. The raging fire energy contained in the blood of the infernal wyvern is particularly suitable for warriors or knights who follow a powerful, aggressive path. More importantly, even a lifeless, unhatched egg retains unique value. The naturally engraved dragon runes on its shell, used to protect the embryo and gather elements, provide excellent samples for studying ancient dragon magic and energy shield technology. The eggshell itself is a top-tier enchanting and alchemy material. Ground into powder, it can be used to draw powerful fire-resistant spells or for forging fiery weapons. And the egg liquid, even without life, contains concentrated dragon blood essence and the essence of fire element, making it a rare catalyst for concocting high-level magic potions, conducting bloodline research, and even experimenting with elemental affinity modification. Therefore, an infernal wyvern egg, whether alive or dead, represents knowledge, power, and immense wealth. 1,000 gold coins might seem like a lot, but it's totally worth it. And this is a whelp's egg. Even if used for the purposes mentioned above, there's no need to worry about the dragon's retaliation. It's well known that dragons are a highly vengeful race, especially given their low reproductive rate. They place great importance on their offspring, and anyone who dares to covet their eggs will inevitably face fierce retaliation. However, this applies to pure-blooded dragons. Whelps are an exception. Therefore, people have settled for whelp eggs and are frantically pursuing them. At this moment, Grim is stunned by the offer. 1,000 gold coins. This number struck Grim's heart like a hammer, causing his breath to catch in his throat. This money! It's enough to lift them out of poverty, buy a decent property in Mondstadt, provide a stable life for Celia, and even support their adventure expenses and skill upgrades for a long time to come. The temptation is too great. Just like back then, even knowing the reward for the mission was unfair, he still chose to trust Baron because the price Baron offered completely robbed him of his reason. But, Dragon's Nest. Infernal wyverns. The horrific experience that almost cost him his sister flashed before his eyes. The betrayal of Baron's team, the image of Celia shielding him from the dragon's breath, pierced his heart like a cold dagger. Fear and post-traumatic stress made him instinctively want to refuse. No, no. Grim's voice trembled. It's too dangerous there. We almost died there. I'm sorry, Archmage, we may not be up to this task. His eyes were filled with the terror of that memory, and he didn't want Celia to be in that perilous situation again. Alva seemed to have anticipated his reaction and wasn't surprised. He hesitated for a moment, then took out an item from his storage bag, a cloak that looked like it was woven from flowing shadows, its surface completely devoid of reflection, even subtly distorting the surrounding light. This is a Shadowwalker's cloak, a high-level magical item. Alva calmly explained, once activated, it can greatly conceal your form, aura, and faint magical fluctuations for a short period, enough to fool most non-sensory specialized dragons. I can lend it to you, you can return it after completing the mission. Looking at Grim's struggling expression, he continued, risk and reward go hand in hand. 1,000 gold coins, plus this life-saving equipment, is worth taking another risk. Think about it, with this money, you can have a better future. Green was torn. The temptation of 1,000 gold coins was like the devil's whisper, and the shadow cloak did indeed offer a level of security he hadn't had before. But the fear and shadow in his heart were too deep. He opened his mouth, almost to refuse again. Just then, a languid and mysterious female voice, like ethereal starlight, rang out from a corner of the tavern. Young warrior, why not try to accept it? Everyone turned to look, and there stood Selene, the fortune teller whose eyes were covered by a pale purple silk scarf, sitting at a table not far away, toying with a crystal ball that shimmered with a hazy light. She seemed to have been quietly observing everything. Alva frowned, seemingly unimpressed by this cryptic fortune teller. Selene, however, seemed to sense his displeasure. A mysterious smile played on her lips as she turned towards Grin and Celia. Though blindfolded, she gave the impression of clearly observing them. I see the fear in your hearts. Her voice was ethereal yet possessed a soothing power. Fear is a warning from fate, but not an insurmountable barrier. Don't let it blind your fearless heart. I see the threads of fate binding you. Though they have endured violent tremors and distortions, they now radiate a resilient and luminous light, especially the bond between you two, which is unusually strong. At that moment, in Seleni's eyes, countless bright threads coiled around the brother and sister. Though their auras were incredibly weak, in her eyes, their light shone brighter than that of Alva, the high-ranking mage. As the Eye of Fate, walking across the continent, Selene knew that this radiance belonged only to those favored by fate. Those favored by fate will surely have their names resound throughout the continent in the future, but for now, they need a little help. She tilted her head slightly, as if deciphering an unseen message. Danger and fear are the shadows lurking beneath the light on the path of adventure, but a great adventurer must possess the courage to face any danger and fear head-on. Moreover, I can see the goddess of fate's favor upon you. This mission poses no danger to you, so why not give it a try? Remember, never lose your courage because of fear. Her words were like a prophecy, obscure yet carrying a strange certainty. Like a key, they unlocked another door in Green's heart. He recalled his encounter in the dungeon. His own weakness was the root cause of all this. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't have been so easily deceived by Baron. If he were strong enough, he could have protected his sister when the dragon's breath struck, instead of letting her stand in front of him. If one is strong enough, one won't be so desperate as to place one's hopes on passers-by. When Celia was injured, his excruciating pain and helpless anger had already planted a seed of becoming stronger in his heart. Now, nourished by Selene's words, this seed began to take root and sprout wildly. 1,000 gold coins capital to change one's life, and the foundation for acquiring greater power and better equipment. He didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessly watching someone important get hurt again. He craved power. A power strong enough to protect his sister, strong enough to control his own destiny. Green's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. He lowered his head, a final, intense struggle raging within him. The shadow of fear and the thirst for power tore at his heart like two giant pythons. Finally, he jerked his head up, a trace of lingering fear in his eyes, but more so, a resolute determination. He looked at Alva, his voice much calmer, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. "Your Excellency, Archmage, your request, we accept." He paused, then added, his tone carrying the stubbornness characteristic of youth, a reluctance to be completely controlled, "but we have our own methods. We will use the cloaks you provided, but how we infiltrate and retrieve the egg is up to us. And we need time to prepare." Alva looked at the complex light in Grimm's eyes, a mixture of fear, longing, and determination, and nodded slightly. He admired this young man who maintained a degree of autonomy even under pressure. "All right, the Shadow Walker's cloak is yours to borrow. The mission has a 1-month time limit. After you succeed, bring the dragon egg to Starshine Magic Academy to find me, or come back here." He handed over the flowing shadow cloak. "I wish you every success." Grimm solemnly accepted the cloak, which felt weightless yet substantial, sensing the strange magical power contained within it. This time, he was no longer a pawn manipulated by fate. He would actively seize the opportunity to become stronger, even if danger still lurked ahead. He glanced at Celia beside him, her eyes filled with worry yet still firmly supporting him. Then he looked at Lin Ming behind the bar, who remained calm and seemingly indifferent to everything. Finally, his gaze swept over the enigmatic fortune teller, Selene. The Dawn Tavern this night might once again become a crucial turning point in his destiny. Alva and the Green siblings left one after another, leaving only Selene as a customer in the tavern. "Have you made up your mind?" Lin Ming looked up and asked calmly. Selene shook her head, a slight smile still playing on her lips. "I never need to consider, because fate always guides me to the right answer." Selene's slender fingers casually traced the menu, finally landing on the name Mockingbird in the lower left corner. A faint, almost imperceptible glint flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He didn't ask any further questions, simply nodding calmly, as if indifferent to her choice. "Mockingbird, please wait a moment." He turned and walked towards the dazzling array of liquors. His movements remained unhurried, yet each step carried an indescribable precision and rhythm, as if he weren't mixing drinks, but rather weaving a silent symphony, or sketching a complex rune of fate. The first thing he took was a bottle of aged Mexican rum, its amber liquid imbued with the sweetness of sugarcane and the mellow richness of thyme. He precisely measured 60 ml with a measuring cup and poured it into a Boston shaker already containing a few crushed ice crystals. This rich sweetness felt like the initial, warmest base color. Then, he picked up a fresh lime, and with a swift, practiced motion, sliced it cleanly. He squeezed out a full 30 ml of fresh lime juice, the clear, tart liquid poured into the shaker, instantly delivering a sharp and invigorating stimulation. This tartness, like a sudden twist and a test, pierced the sweet facade. Next, 15 ml of white orange peel liqueur. It lacked the bitterness of Campari, yet possessed an elegant orange aroma and a subtle bittersweet aftertaste, adding a complex fragrance and a hint of bitterness to the drink. This bitterness, understated yet lingering, was like deeply buried memories and regrets. Finally, the finishing touch, 15 ml of violet liqueur. The dreamy purple liquid poured into the pitcher, mixing with the previous liquid, bringing a unique floral aroma and a deeper layer of sweetness. This shade of purple, like an unknowable romance and mystery, veiled the overall flavor in a hazy mist. He added no sugar. The sweet, sour, bitter, and aromatic flavors had already formed their own universe. With a crisp, clean click, he closed the shaker. The next moment, he gripped the pitcher with one hand and began to shake. His movements weren't violent or fierce, but rather a steady, rapid oscillation with a unique rhythm. Ice cubes collided, shattered, and spun violently in the metal jug, producing a cacophony of sounds, both noisy and harmonious, like the chirping of 1,000 birds in a morning forest. This, perhaps, is the origin of the name Mockingbird. Ice and liquor blended, chilled, and diluted in the rapid motion, their various flavor elements being stimulated, tamed, and reshaped in the collision. Selini's gaze, veiled by a silk scarf, seemed to pierce through the metal jug, following the turbulent flow and collisions within. She could feel those distinctly different flavor elements being forcibly blended together in Lin Ming's hands, like forcibly weaving several disparate threads into one. After a dozen seconds, he stopped. He took a pre-chilled, elegant butterfly-shaped glass. He strained the liquid from the jug through a fine mesh strainer into the glass. The liquor possessed a hazy, alluring pale purplish-red hue, like the last rays of dusk mingled with the lingering glow of night, clear yet enigmatic. He then removed a thin slice of lime peel, gently twisting it at the rim of the glass. The burst of citrus oil aroma, like a bright prelude, broke the previous complex atmosphere. Then, he tossed the lime peel into the glass, letting it slowly sink. Your Mockingbird. Lin Ming gently pushed the glass towards Selini. Selini extended her slender fingers, her fingertips touching the cool glass. She didn't drink immediately, but lowered her head slightly, as if inhaling the flavor of the liquor. The freshness of the lime, the sweetness of the rum, the slight bitterness of the orange peel, the mystery of the violet, all these aromas intertwined, creating an indefinable, complex, and alluring fragrance. She finally picked up her glass, her face, covered by a silk scarf, tilted slightly forward, and took a small sip. The instant the liquor touched her lips, a subtle pause occurred in her body. The first sensation was a sharp sourness. The vibrancy of the lime, like the challenge at the beginning of fate, instantly awakened all her senses, carrying an undeniable impact, as if reminding her of the capriciousness and sharpness of destiny. Following this was a rich sweetness. The warmth of the rum intertwined with the gentle allure of the violet, attempting to envelop the sharp edges of the sourness. This sweetness, like the beautiful moments and warm encounters in life, was intoxicating, like a generous gift from fate. Yet, beneath that sweetness, a hidden bitterness, like a lurking undercurrent, quietly emerges. The elegant bitterness of the white-orange liqueur intertwines with the subtle astringency of the violet liqueur, creating a complex undertone. This bitterness, not intense, is incredibly persistent, like the unspeakable regrets, the unforgettable losses, and the deep-seated anxieties of fate. It reminds us that sweetness is not eternal, and that shadows always lie beneath the surface. Finally, there is the elusive aftertaste formed by the collision and fusion of various flavors in the mouth. Sour, sweet, bitter, and fragrant, no single flavor reigns supreme. They imitate, overshadow, and complement each other. Just as a mockingbird mimics the calls of other birds, this liqueur also mimics the taste of fate. It is never singular, always a tapestry of joy and sorrow, opportunity and challenge, clarity and confusion. What truly stirred her was the gentle yet undeniable warmth that rose within her as the wine slid down her throat. This warmth acted as a catalyst, sharpening her already keen senses of destiny. Those once blurry, indistinct threads of fate now appeared crystal clear. This wine was like an extension of her abilities, or rather, a resonator, amplifying her perception of destiny. She slowly set down the glass, the pale purplish-red liquid within swirling gently. Beneath the silk scarf covering her eyes, no one could see her gaze, but the corners of her lips, which maintained a mysterious smile, seemed to deepen slightly, carrying a knowing, even slightly playful, sense of encountering a kindred spirit. It's hard to imagine that a single glass of wine could achieve such an effect. She spoke softly, her voice ethereal, as if still carrying the slight intoxication of wine and a clear, insightful understanding. Fate. Many don't believe in it, yet though it's difficult to define, it truly exists. Selini was completely immersed in her world, immersed in the loom of the goddess of fate, feeling the threads of destiny flowing, intertwining, and weaving before her eyes. But this tranquility didn't last long. Ding-a-ling. The doorbell rang cheerfully again, bringing a completely different atmosphere. Ah! This is definitely the most comfortable place. A vibrant, slightly coquettish female voice rang out first. It was Fiona. Like a fawn returning to the forest, she nimbly leaped to her usual spot, the hem of her pale blue skirt tracing a joyful arc. A black streak flashed by, and Sienna landed precisely on the nearby bar stool. Her small nose twitched slightly, as if she were already catching the sweet scent of her favorite sparkling water or ice cream in the air, her cat ears trembling with anticipation. Last to enter was Isabella. Tonight, she wore a burgundy off-the-shoulder dress that accentuated her fair skin. Her long purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and the purple rose above her left ear remained vibrant. She wore her usual languid and alluring smile, her gaze casually sweeping across the tavern's interior, as if surveying her own territory. However, when her gaze swept over the familiar figure sitting quietly in the corner, clad in a star-studded robe and a silk scarf covering her eyes, her languid smile froze instantly, transforming into undisguised surprise, and a hint of amusement tinged with complex emotions. "Oh!" Isabella raised her meticulously groomed eyebrows, her voice trembling with exaggerated astonishment, breaking the tavern's tranquility. "Am I seeing things? Look, who do I see? Isn't this our esteemed Master Cellini, who claims to know the fate of all things? What, His Majesty at Poros has finally granted you a break, allowing you to escape those pretentious crystal balls and tarot cards and experience life in a tavern." As she spoke, she strode gracefully to the empty seat next to Cellini, her gaze like hooks, scrutinizing him from head to toe, the sarcasm in her tone almost tangible. Cellini remained seated, her posture unchanged. Only slowly raising her head, the silk scarf covering her eyes seemed to reveal Isabella's defiant smile. A faint, aloof smile curved her lips. Her voice, still ethereal, carried a chilling sharpness. "I thought some sparrow was chirping away, giving me a headache. Turns out it's Lady Isabella, who brings trouble and disaster wherever she goes. I envy your ever-astounding luck. All these years, the church's witchers still haven't managed to put you at the stake. Looks like they either have terrible eyesight or are pitifully inefficient." "You!" Isabella's smile froze. A flash of anger crossed her violet eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper sarcasm. "It's better than some charlatans who swindle people by spouting vague prophecies. At least my power is real and genuine, unlike some who rely on His Majesty at Poros' authority to fool those pitiful, comfort-seeking fools with nonsense like fate will guide you and the answer lies beyond the fog, and then spend their days swaggering around. Speaking of which, how many gold coins have you swindled with this trick lately? Have you ever worried about the day your tricks are exposed and you're hanged on the cross?" Cellini gently swirled the wine in her glass, her tone calm but her words piercing. "What will become of me is none of your concern. As for whether my prophecies are accurate, I will not fill the air with uncertainty and danger wherever I go. Ms. Isabella should be more worried about her list of enemies, a list long enough to circle the continent 3 times, than about me. But even with a long list of enemies, I still live as freely as you," Isabella sneered. "It's far more interesting than some people who live their entire lives within a predetermined framework of fate, like puppets manipulated by strings. They think they're smug because they've glimpsed a sliver of destiny, not realizing that the greatest pleasure of fate lies in its unpredictability. Your way of living is a complete waste of life. Ignorance mistaken for freedom, chaos for pleasure, that's certainly your style." Cellini retorted, trying to tear apart the tapestry of fate with brute force. "What can you gain besides more chaos and pain for yourself and those around you? Your pathetic fear of the unknown has blinded you, Isabella." "I fear the unknown? What a ridiculous joke." Isabella nearly slammed her hand on the table, but her powerful self-control allowed her to lean forward slightly, lowering her voice, yet making it all the more oppressive. "I think you're afraid of change. Afraid that your eyes, which think they can see through everything, will eventually discover that some things are simply not within your pathetic set of laws of fate. You're afraid of losing control, Cellini. You're a coward at heart. And what about you, Isabella?" Cellini's voice also turned cold, like frozen lake water. "Recklessly squandering your power, trampling on the established order, dragging the fates of others into your chaotic vortex, is that courage? It's nothing but extreme selfish willfulness." The air between them seemed to freeze, their gazes clashing in the air, almost sparking invisible flames. One languid and alluring, the other aloof and mysterious, yet both were equally sharp now, like 2 drawn blades, mercilessly piercing the other's most cherished and vulnerable spot. Finally, almost simultaneously, both let out a clear, disdainful snort, turning their heads away without looking at each other again. Isabella raised her hand to signal Lin Ming to order, her tone returning to its languid state, yet still carrying a hint of lingering anger. Cellini, on the other hand, refocused her attention on the mockingbird in her glass, as if the fierce exchange had never occurred, except that the fingers gripping the glass tightened slightly. Fiona, who had been nervously watching this verbal battle, finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously patted her chest. She leaned close to Sienna's ear, who was happily licking the strawberry ice cream Lin Ming had just handed her, and asked in a low voice, full of curiosity, "Sienna, what's going on between Sister Isabella and that blindfolded lady? They seem to have known each other for a long time, but they really dislike each other." Sienna swallowed her ice cream contentedly, her cattail swaying leisurely, as if she were used to it. She also lowered her voice, explaining in a slightly childish yet mature tone, "Lord Cellini and Lady Isabella were indeed good friends before, but that was a very, very long time ago." "Really?" Fiona's eyes widened in surprise, completely unable to connect the two ladies who seemed to want to pin each other to the wall with the word good friends. Sienna nodded, taking another scoop of ice cream. Their relationship wasn't like this before. They started as adventure partners, and their relationship seemed pretty good back then. Then, how did it become like this? Fiona was even more confused. Sienna shrugged her little shoulders, her ears twitching. It seems to be because their ideologies differ? I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, Lady Selene thinks Lady Isabella acts too impulsively, too recklessly, and is prone to causing even greater chaos. And Lady Isabella, on the other hand, thinks Lady Selene is too bound by so-called destiny, living a life that's restrictive and meaningless. They argued, and it seems they completely fell out over a very important choice, and then, she stretched out her two little paws, making a gesture of spreading them apart in the air. They went their separate ways. From then on, Sienna licked the cream from the corner of her mouth and continued, it's pretty much the same every time we meet. We start mocking each other as soon as we open our mouths, and we start arguing after only a few sentences. Lady Isabella says Lady Selene is a charlatan, and Lady Selene says Lady Isabella is a walking disaster. Sigh, I'm used to it anyway. Fiona nodded, seemingly understanding, her gaze once again secretly glancing at the two beautiful women who, though no longer speaking, still exuded an aura of incompatibility. Former best friends, driven to opposition by differing understandings of the world, fate, and ways of life, have become enemies who inevitably clash whenever they meet. The complex emotions involved were far beyond what someone her age could fully comprehend, but she could clearly feel the strange sensation that permeated between the two of them, a sensation that was both cold and hot, both distant and seemingly endlessly entangled. The guests left rather quickly tonight. Isabella, feeling unlucky after encountering her archrival, left early, and Selene had already departed before her. After serving the next few groups of guests, the evening's business finally came to an end. Lin Ming stood behind the gleaming bar, meticulously wiping the rim of a stemmed glass with the last of his clean white cloths, then placing it upside down on the glass rack, neatly alongside the other crystal-clear glasses. He looked around. Under the warm yellow light, the tables and chairs were back in their places, the floor was spotless, and only a faint aroma of wine and the coolness of ice lingered in the air. It was time. Lin Ming summoned the system and selected yes from the upgrade option that hadn't been chosen before. Upgrade conditions confirmed. Initiating tavern space expansion and facility upgrades. A silent ripple spread out from Lin Ming. The first change was in the space. The already spacious tavern interior seemed to recede silently, the walls transforming into flowing light and shadow. The ceiling slowly rose, becoming deeper, and the enormous crystal chandelier adjusted its size and brightness, its warm glow now covering a wider area. The main hall had almost doubled in size, appearing more open and grand, yet the comforting warmth and tranquility remained undiminished. Next, in the new spatial layout, new areas unfolded like a scroll, seamlessly blending with the existing bar and lounge area. Deep to the right of the tavern, in what was once a relatively empty corner, a low, small stage crafted from some kind of dark wood had quietly risen. The stage wasn't large, but it was enough for 3 to 5 musicians to perform. A high-quality jazz drum set stood quietly in the corner, next to a standing microphone, an elegant acoustic guitar, and even an upright piano with a matte finish. Several comfortable low sofas and upholstered chairs surrounded the stage, forming a relatively secluded music corner. The lighting here was slightly dimmer than in the main hall, creating a more relaxing atmosphere for listening. Unfortunately, these modern instruments were completely useless in this other world, because no one knew how to play them. Perhaps he could form a band himself and reteach the members how to play these instruments. On the other side of the tavern, near the wall, 3 enormous, thin, luminous screens appeared out of thin air. The screens themselves took up almost no physical space, their edges shimmering with a faint blue glow. At this moment, strange moving images were silently playing on the screens. The images looked very familiar. It was the classic chase scene from Tom and Jerry. Talking Tom, grinning broadly, devises all sorts of hilarious traps, while Jerry cleverly escapes danger time and time again, his exaggerated expressions and incredibly fluid movements. This pure, unspoken humor and tension, played out repeatedly on the giant screen, infused the guests in this otherworldly setting with a strange, dimensional vitality. Besides these obvious entertainment facilities, some details have also subtly changed. Several new chess sets had appeared in the corner, including a set of international chess, a strategy game specific to this world, and some small tables displaying card games. The liquor shelves behind him seemed more abundant, with some previously unseen bottles with antique labels now prominently displayed. The air circulation system appeared to have been optimized, the aromas of wine and food more refreshing and pleasant. The entire upgrade process was quiet and swift, like water flowing naturally, without any earth-shattering noise, only the gentle rhythm and reshaping of the space itself. In just a dozen breaths, a richer, more layered dawn tavern had taken shape. Lin Ming stood in the center of the newly renovated tavern, his gaze calmly sweeping over the newly added music area and the huge screen silently staging a cat-and-mouse chase. His face remained expressionless, but he seemed unsurprised by these changes, as if he had already anticipated them. He walked behind the bar, poured himself a glass of water, leaned against the counter, and quietly gazed at the empty new space. The expanded tavern felt more spacious, but it also allowed ample room for future customers and more diverse interactions. The system screen reappeared, still densely packed with messages. Tavern upgrade completed. New music area completed. New entertainment area completed. New screen completed. Following this were some new positions needed after the upgrade. Bartender already assigned. Tavern waiter vacant. Live singer vacant. 2 new positions were vacant in the tavern, meaning he would need to fill them in the future. However, Lin Ming wasn't planning to think about these things now. He dragged over a chair, holding a cup of ice cream. On the table in front of him was a bottle of iced cola and a few donuts. His gaze fell on the animation on the screen, watching 2 figures chasing and playing. A long-lost smile appeared on his lips. The familiar animated scene at that moment slightly dispelled the longing for her former homeland. The next day, the morning mist hadn't completely dissipated, like a veil shrouding the abandoned training grounds on the edge of Corrado. Broken stone pillars and mottled walls cast long shadows in the dim morning light, the air filled with the scent of damp earth and grass. Against this backdrop of desolation and new life, 2 figures had already begun their morning lessons. Vera, the girl with short flaxen hair, ragged clothes, but bright eyes, gripped a rough wooden sword almost as tall as herself, swinging it forward again and again. Her movements were still noticeably clumsy, her steps somewhat unsteady, her breathing rapid from the sustained effort, fine beads of sweat covering her forehead, sliding down her dirty but focused face. Reyes stood not far away, leaning against a broken stone pillar, arms crossed. He was still wearing his tattered traveler's cloak, the hood pulled down, revealing a stubble-covered, weathered yet sharply defined face. Those lake blue eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were fixed on Vera, observing her every subtle movement. Royce saw the girl's arms, thin from malnutrition, yet brimming with astonishing determination as she swung her sword. He saw her attempt to concentrate all her strength into the tip of the blade with each strike, her movements clumsy yet imbued with an undeniable fierceness and earnestness. A faint, almost imperceptible hint of satisfaction flashed deep in his eyes. This girl possessed a resilience utterly different from her fragile appearance. "Lower your wrist." Royce's voice, though not loud, carried a metallic quality, clearly piercing the morning silence, interrupting Vera's repetitive swings. "Don't use your arm strength to swing, use your waist and abdomen to rotate, transferring the power to the blade. Feel like you're using your whole body to propel this sword, not just swinging a stick." Vera's movements abruptly stopped, her face flushing slightly at the correction, but without hesitation, she immediately adjusted according to Royce's instructions. She pursed her lips, trying to rotate her still developing waist, feeling the power rise from her feet, pass through her abdomen, and then flow into her arms and the wooden sword. This swing, while still not perfect, had a subtle improvement in overall coordination, and the sound of it cutting through the air was slightly more solid. Royce uttered a short syllable through his nose, acknowledging her adjustment. "Continue, watch your footwork, don't lose your balance. Imagine your feet are firmly planted on the ground, and move steadily, smoothly like flowing water, not jumping around like a startled rabbit." He stood there like a silent statue, only uttering a few concise, yet crucial, instructions when Vera's movements showed a clear deviation. No encouragement, no praise, only cold demands and unquestionable corrections. Vera showed no complaint, not even a hint of dissatisfaction. Her emerald eyes held only focused concentration and a pure yearning to become stronger. She memorized every word Royce spoke, diligently practicing and refining her skills through repeated repetition. Sweat soaked her tattered clothes, her arms ached and trembled from the continuous exertion, but she gritted her teeth, meticulously executing each slash and thrust. After a long while, as the rising sun fully emerged above the horizon, bathing the training ground in golden light, Royce finally moved. He straightened up, walked to the side, and casually picked up another, even older, wooden sword from a pile of discarded junk. He weighed it in his hand, then walked to Vera's side and casually assumed a starting stance. "Practice alone, and you'll never know where the gap lies." Royce's voice remained calm, yet carried an invisible pressure. "Now, try attacking me, using everything you've just practiced." Vera took a deep breath, her eyes instantly sharpening. She knew the gap between herself and Royce was insurmountable, but this was precisely the opportunity she craved to face a stronger opponent and truly feel the difference. With a low shout, she mustered all her courage, took a step forward, and her wooden sword whistled through the air as it thrust straight towards Royce's chest. Her movements were much smoother than before, carrying an unstoppable momentum. However, Royce didn't even move his feet. With a slight flick of his wrist, his wooden sword struck Vera's wooden sword with the precision of a venomous snake. "Too slow. Too obvious." He shouted coldly, simultaneously flipping his wrist, a subtle force easily deflecting Vera's sword, leaving her wide open. "Your eyes betrayed your target. Attacks must be unexpected." Vera staggered, regaining her balance, undeterred, immediately changing angle, attempting a horizontal slash at Royce's waist. "Disperse your power. Concentrate all your strength into a single line. Royce's wooden sword, once again arriving before her, blocked her attack, the recoil numbing Vera's arm. Full of openings. Where's your defense? While attacking, where is your defense? The following time was almost entirely Royce's one-sided crushing and reprimand. Distracted footwork. Off balance? Hesitation. The battlefield is ever-changing, your hesitation is death. Wrong leverage. Try again. Too naive. Do you think the enemy will just stand there and wait for you to strike? His words were like cold whips, lashing at Vera's every failed move. His responses were effortless and comfortable. Every block, every dodge, every seemingly casual counterattack precisely struck Vera's weakest points, causing her to stumble and be knocked back time and again. Several red welts from the wooden sword quickly appeared on her arms and body. Strict, almost cruel. But Vera always bit her lower lip tightly, even drawing blood. Each time she was knocked back, she immediately got up, the fire in her eyes not extinguished, but burning even brighter. She didn't cry, didn't scream in pain, but simply stared intently at Royce with her emerald eyes, trying to remember his every move, to understand the meaning behind each reprimand, then adjusting herself and charging forward again. Her resilience, her stubborn refusal to give up even in the face of absolute disparity, seemed to form a silent declaration on the morning training ground, more powerful than any shout. Royce remained outwardly cold and stern, but beneath that icy exterior, watching the girl fall and rise again and again, seeing the inextinguishable flame in her eyes, something long frozen seemed to soften slightly. This girl, perhaps, truly, is different. The morning light grew brighter, casting long shadows of the master and disciple practicing across the desolate training ground, accompanied by the crisp sound of wooden swords clashing and his cold yet tireless instructions, creating a harmonious scene. As dawn broke, dispelling the thin mist and awakening the city of Corrado from its slumber, pedestrians gradually appeared on the cobblestone streets, vendors set up their stalls, and the aroma of fresh bread and hot soup filled the air. Royce casually slung his training wooden sword over his shoulder, and Vera, covered in sweat and burdened with lessons learned, walked silently through the increasingly bustling streets. Vera followed half a step behind him, her small face a mixture of exhaustion and excitement. The red welts on her arms and body from the wooden sword still throbbed, but her emerald eyes were brighter than in the morning, constantly replaying every detail of their sparring session. Go buy something to eat, Royce said succinctly, his gaze sweeping over an old woman's steaming bread stall on the street corner. Vera nodded immediately, touching the few copper coins she and her companions had painstakingly saved in her pocket. Just as they walked towards the bread stall, Royce abruptly stopped, a clear look of surprise flashing in his lake blue eyes, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. His gaze cut through the bustling crowd, locking onto a tall, serene figure across the street. The man, dressed in clean, dark clothing, stood out starkly from the somewhat rugged, travel-worn figures around him. He simply stood there, seemingly existing in his own world, untouched by the surrounding clamor. It was Lin Ming, the enigmatic tavern owner of the Dawn Tavern. How could he be in the city of Corrado? This question flashed through Royce's mind instantly. As far as he knew, this tavern owner almost never left his establishment. After a brief hesitation, Royce changed direction and walked towards Lin Ming. Vera paused, puzzled, but immediately jogged to catch up, curiously observing the man who had prompted Mr. Royce to greet him. In her mind, Mr. Royce was a powerful, aloof outsider who knew no one in Corrado except for them, a few helpless orphans. Who was this man? Why did Mr. Royce's gaze hold a respectful solemnity that even she noticed? Director Linear. Royce approached, his voice still deep, but his tone was less cold and hard than usual, carrying a subtle politeness. I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Ming turned around at the sound of his voice, his face still bearing its unchanging calm expression, though a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter Royce here either. He nodded slightly. Mr. Royce. Is Director Lin here on business in Corrado City? Royce asked directly, his gaze inquisitive. He found it hard to imagine what could possibly warrant this mysterious figure personally leaving his domain. Yes. Lin Ming's answer was as concise as ever, looking for someone. Looking for someone? Royce's curiosity was piqued. The person Lin Ming personally sought out must be extraordinary. Whom is the curator looking for? Perhaps I can provide some clues? He had spent some time in this city and had a decent understanding of all sorts of people. Lin Ming's gaze calmly swept over the crowds on the street, finally settling on Royce's face. In that flat, emotionless tone, he stated his purpose: to hire a waiter. This answer completely surprised Royce, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hiring a waiter? The legendary Dawn Tavern, where even legendary weapons are casually hung on the wine rack, needed to go all the way to a borderland like Corrado City to hire a waiter? He looked at Lin Ming's serious expression, which remained unchanged, and then glanced at Vera beside him, who seemed somewhat bewildered by the word waiter. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He patted Vera's thin shoulder, almost jokingly, and said to Lin Ming, Waitress? What do you think of this child? She's a bit young, and might not be very strong, but she's clever and hardworking. Why don't you let her try working for you? Vera looked up abruptly, surprised at Royce, then nervously at Lin Ming. Why did he want her to be a waitress? Did Mr. Royce find her annoying and want to abandon her? Vera's little head instantly filled with all sorts of imaginations, but mostly with bewilderment. Lin Ming's gaze then fell on Vera. His gaze was calm and direct, as if assessing the practicality of an object. The girl's short, flaxen hair was slightly disheveled, her face still dusty and sweaty, her thin frame hidden beneath tattered clothes. Only her pair of bright green eyes, wide open from the tension and curiosity, radiated a wild, untamed vitality. However, Lin Ming only looked at her for a few seconds before withdrawing his gaze and turning back to Royce. In a flat, emotionless tone, he gave a reason for rejection that surprised both Royce and Vera. She can't. After a pause, under the slightly puzzled gazes of Lin Ming and Vera, he added, his tone as matter-of-fact as stating a basic fact. She doesn't have animal ears. Royce, Vera, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Royce opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. He had imagined many reasons for rejection: young age, inexperience, unknown background, but he never expected the final reason to be, no animal ears? Vera subconsciously touched her smooth human ears, her small face filled with confusion and a barely perceptible hint of disappointment. Animal ears? What are those? Why do waiters need animal ears? Royce looked at Lin Ming's still calm face, and finally could only shake his head helplessly, chuckling. Well, this requirement is indeed very unique. He understood now, this curator's thinking truly couldn't be judged by common sense. Lin Ming didn't elaborate on the topic, simply nodding slightly to Royce before turning and, as he had arrived, silently blending into the crowd, continuing his search for a suitable waiter. Royce and Vera were left standing there, exchanging bewildered glances. Vera stared in the direction Lin Ming had disappeared, her heart filled with a growing, strange curiosity about the mysterious man and his tavern that required animal ears. Royce, meanwhile, stroked his chin, looking at the girl beside him who had been eliminated because she didn't have animal ears. A mix of emotions welled up within him, ultimately culminating in a low, ambiguous chuckle. But unexpectedly, their reunion would happen so soon. Lin Ming lingered for a long time in the dark, chaotic corners of Corrado City, but his assistant's scan results remained disappointing. Throughout the entire city of Corrado, he had only encountered one imprisoned, poorly dressed Catwoman. He hadn't found a second girl with animal ears who matched the criteria. Moreover, her appearance shattered his illusion somewhat. Although both were beastmen, she was clearly more beastly in nature. Besides being able to walk upright, her behavior resembled that of a wild animal, completely unlike the perfect Sienna. Clearly, in this border city where humans are absolutely dominant, the probability of finding a healthy, usable waitress who also fits his specific aesthetic and has animal ears is extremely low. In his mind, Sienna is the perfect candidate for waitress. The thought of Sienna wearing that black and white maid outfit stirred a slight flutter in his heart. As he crossed the relatively cleaner Central Avenue again, preparing to temporarily abandon today's search, a familiar figure came into view once more. Royce was sitting with Vera on a wooden bench at a street stall, eating dry, hard black bread with cheap meat broth. Vera ate carefully, afraid of wasting even a single crumb. Lin Ming didn't stop, walking straight over. Mr. Royce. Royce looked up at the sound of his voice, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he saw Lin Ming return. He quickly regained his composure, swallowed his food, and nodded. Mr. Curator, haven't you found a suitable waiter yet? He deliberately paused slightly on the word waiter, a hint of barely perceptible teasing in his voice. Lin Ming ignored his teasing, his gaze calmly sweeping over the bustling crowd. He posed a question that had been lingering in his mind for some time. As far as I know, the city of Corrado borders the wildlands, and outside lies the territory inhabited by orcs. His tone remained calm, as if stating an objective fact. But in my travels throughout the city, I've seen very few orcs. Why? Royce picked up his rough wooden bowl, took a sip of broth, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and explained unhurriedly, the curator is very observant. The reason is simple. The human kingdoms and the orc tribes of the wilderness have long been in a state of hostility. Friction, conflict, and even small-scale wars have never truly ceased for hundreds of years. He pointed towards the towering, fortified city walls. For the people of Corridor, orcs mean savagery, danger, and plunder. Unless there's some major upheaval within the wilderness, or a very specific trade demand such as for rare minerals or herbs found only in orc territory, a very small number of strictly regulated orc caravans are allowed to conduct brief transactions in designated areas. Under normal circumstances, no orc will willingly approach this military fortress. That would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Similarly, human adventurers, unless they form a powerful team, dare not venture easily into the heart of the wilderness. Lin Ming listened quietly, his face expressionless, but Royce could sense a faint regret. So, Lin Ming concluded, I want to find suitable waiters, and the only way is to go to the wilderness? Royce raised an eyebrow, nearly choking on his soup. He hadn't expected the curator's obsession with beast-eared waiters to run so deep that he was actually seriously considering recruiting staff from the territory of a rival race. He put down his bowl, his expression turning serious. "Mr. Curator, I understand your special needs, but the wildlands are no safe haven. The environment is harsh, monsters roam freely, and more importantly, the orc tribes there are extremely hostile to outsiders, especially humans. Going there alone like this, I'm afraid." Lin Ming interrupted him, offering a suggestion that Royce hadn't expected. "Royce, you know the route, and you're strong enough. Let's make a deal." Lin Ming's gaze fell on Royce, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable certainty. "Be my guide, escort you and me into the outskirts of the wildlands to find a suitable orc settlement. The reward is a night of free vodka, unlimited." This suggestion made Royce's hand holding the bread pause. Free, unlimited vodka, that pure, invigorating spirit that could temporarily wash away his worries. The temptation was simply too great. He subconsciously licked his slightly chapped lips, a flicker of struggle crossing his lake blue eyes. He glanced at Vera, who was listening intently to their conversation, and a thought struck him. He began to haggle. "The vodka is tempting, Mr. Curator," Royce said slowly, his fingers lightly tapping the rough wooden tabletop. "But the risks of the wilderness can't be completely offset by a few drinks." He pointed at Vera. "Besides, I can't have come all this way for nothing. I still have to take care of this little one. You'll have to pay extra. Give her an ice cream, free of charge." Vera, listening to their conversation, didn't understand what they were saying, but when Royce mentioned her, she looked at him nervously, her small hand unconsciously clutching the corner of his tattered cloak. Lin Ming's gaze swept between Vera's bewildered face and Royce's seemingly casual yet resolute expression. After a moment of silence, he replied succinctly, "Okay." The deal was struck. Royce's face lit up with satisfaction. He stuffed the last bite of black bread into his mouth, dusted off the crumbs, and stood up. However, before he could elaborate on the situation in the wildlands, he seemed to suddenly remember something. A slightly mischievous and meaningful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Lin Ming and said in a strange tone, "Mr. Curator, now that the deal is done, there's something I need to say up front." He paused, as if carefully choosing his words. "Your preference for animal ears is none of my business. But since you insist on going to the wildlands to find a waiter, I have to give you a heads up." His smile deepened, tinged with a mocking shrewdness that seemed to see right through his illusions. "It's best not to have too high expectations. Reality often shatters unrealistic fantasies, completely. Perhaps you'll understand what I mean when you see the owners of those beast-eared creatures with your own eyes." His words were cryptic, yet carried a confident mockery, as if he already foresaw the crack that might appear on Lin Ming's usually calm face upon seeing real beastmen. Lin Ming looked at Royce's meaningful smile, his expression remaining unchanged. He simply replied, "It's all right, just take me there." His tone was calm, seemingly unconcerned by Royce's warning. Leaving the towering walls of Corrado, symbols of order and isolation, the scenery before him abruptly changed. A truly desolate wilderness. Desolate, vast, and full of wildness. The sky seemed to have grown even higher, tinged with an untamed blue. The path beneath our feet quickly degenerated from neat stone slabs into an uneven dirt track churned by wheels and animal hooves, eventually disappearing completely into a knee-deep sea of withered, yellow grass that rippled in the wind. The distant mountains appeared iron gray, their outlines rugged and steep. The air was thick with dry dust, humus, and some indescribable, restless energy belonging to the primeval wilderness. Lin Ming, still dressed in clean, dark clothes, walked steadily through the knee-high weeds, as if he were walking on the polished floor of a tavern, not rugged wilderness. Royce, on the other hand, had reverted to his wandering swordsman attire, his tattered cloak billowing in the wind. He walked seemingly casually, but his lake blue eyes, like those of a vigilant hawk, constantly scanned the surroundings for any movement. After traveling for about half a day, the sounds of camel bells and the dull thud of cartwheels drifted from afar. A small caravan was slowly approaching from the direction of the wilderness. The caravan's guards were all burly men, their armor and weapons showing obvious wear and dark red stains. Their eyes were fierce as they warily eyed Lin Ming and Royce, who had appeared on this remote path. The carts were pulled by a type of sturdy, multi-hoofed beast covered in thick fur. Royce went to greet them, striking up a conversation with the caravan's leader, a middle-aged human with a scarred face and shrewd eyes. He took out a few silver coins, exchanging them for some rough but filling meat pies and some information. "The nearest tribe? About a day and a half northeast, there's the Riftstone tribe, a relatively large orc settlement in the area." The caravan leader chewed on dried meat, speaking indistinctly. "Those green-skinned barbarians have a bad temper, especially towards lone humans. You two are just going to go like this? You've got some nerve." His gaze lingered for a moment on Lin Ming's overly clean and tidy clothes, then he shook his head, clearly not optimistic about their prospects. "The Riftstone tribe mainly lives by hunting and gathering. Occasionally, they'll trade with us fearless merchants for furs, animal bones, and rare ores. They worship strength. The warriors in their tribe are all muscular with bared fangs. They're not easy to deal with. The leader added, his tone tinged with a hint of apprehension about the orc's strength. Good luck, stranger. I hope you're not going to your deaths. After bidding farewell to the caravan, the two followed the directions and headed northeast. The deeper they went, the more desolate the environment became. Huge, weathered rocks lay like silent behemoths on the horizon, twisted, withered trees bearing their fangs. Occasionally, the skeletons of enormous, unusual creatures lay scattered in the grass, silently testifying to the danger of this land. Just as they crossed a dry, gravelly riverbed, danger crept in. Several greedy, low howls, accompanied by the sound of sticky saliva, came from behind the rocks on either side. 7 or 8 gnolls emerged from their hiding places. They were hunched over, with rough, yellowish-brown fur, their protruding muzzles dripping with saliva, and they held rusty machetes and crude wooden clubs. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on Lin Ming and Royce, clearly regarding the two seemingly lone travelers as easy prey. Food, fresh food. The lead gnoll hissed in broken common, revealing jagged, yellow teeth. Royce didn't even draw his sword. He looked at the lowly demons surrounding him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just as one of the gnolls eagerly pounced on the seemingly most harmless Lin Ming, Royce moved. His figure flashed like a ghost. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and the gnoll that had pounced on Lin Ming was already flying backward at an even greater speed, its chest visibly caved in, crashing into the rock, twitching twice, and then lying still. Then, Royce moved like a tiger among sheep. He didn't use any fancy fighting techniques, just simple punches, kicks, elbows, and knees, each strike precisely hitting the gnoll's joints, throats, temples, and other vital areas. His movements were lightning fast and powerful, the air filled with the sickening cracking of bones and the gnoll's short, dying screams. In less than 10 breaths, the remaining gnolls were all lying on the ground, now true corpses. Royce hadn't even allowed a single gnoll's weapon or claw to touch his clothes. He flicked non-existent blood from his hands, as if casually swatting a few annoying flies, then looked at Lin Ming, who had stood calmly in place the entire time. A few minor troubles, cleaned up. Royce's tone was indifferent, as if the brief slaughter had never happened. Lin Ming's gaze swept over the gnoll corpses on the ground, and he nodded, his face remaining expressionless. Let's keep going. The two set off again, leaving the stench of blood and death behind them and the gradually spreading twilight. Royce's displayed strength made this perilous journey seem somewhat safer, but it also highlighted the cruel nature of the wilderness. They continued deeper into this land full of unknowns and challenges, heading towards the direction of the Riftstone tribe. After traveling through the vast twilight of the wilderness for an entire night and most of the following day, as the setting sun once again painted the sky a magnificent blood red, a settlement nestled at the foot of rugged mountain walls finally came into view at the edge of Lin Ming and Royce's horizon. That was the Riftstone tribe. Unlike the stone and wood structures of human cities, the architecture of the Riftstone tribe was rugged and primitive. Most dwellings were simple structures carved into steep cliffs or natural caves, reinforced and concealed by massive animal hides, thick wooden stakes, and bundles of thatch. Scattered throughout the more open areas were low, round stone huts built from massive stones, their roofs covered with thick layers of mud and turf. The entire tribe was roughly encircled by sharpened wooden stakes, thicker than a thigh, serving as a makeshift defensive perimeter. The air was thick with the smells of smoke, the acidity of tan leather, the pungent odor of some wild animal, and a unique aura of sweat and power, born from the gathering of many strong individuals. The closer one got, the stronger the primal, powerful atmosphere became. They could even hear heavy footsteps, hoarse conversations, the clanging of metal against stone, and the occasional, menacing growl from within the tribe. Royce gestured for Lin Ming to stop at a high point overlooking the entire tribe, using the rocks and withered grass as cover to observe. Looks like we got lucky, we didn't choose the wrong place. Royce murmured, his sharp gaze sweeping over the tribe's layout and the figures moving about. This is the Riftstone tribe, just as we heard. Lin Ming's gaze calmly swept over the orcs moving below. What met his eyes was a scene completely different from the furry, cute, and lively, animal-eared girls he had imagined. These orcs were generally tall and muscular, with skin ranging from light to dark green, brown, or gray, rough like old tree bark. Their facial features were rugged, with protruding jaws and prominent fangs in their mouths, typically used for tearing prey. Their so-called animal ears varied in form from individual to individual. Some resembled the pointed ears of wolves or hyenas, standing erect on either side of their heads, turning alertly. Others had round ears like those of bears or wild boars, lying close to their heads. And some had curved horns on their heads, similar to those of goats or bulls. These orcs typically had coarse, thick fur, like the manes of wild beasts, covering their backs, arms, or chests. This was not the soft, smooth fur of felines or canines that Lin Ming had expected. Their eyes were mostly filled with wildness, vigilance, and even undisguised ferocity. While their movements were powerful, they appeared heavy and lacked the lightness and elegance that Lin Ming admired. They wore simple leather armor or rough linen, adorned with animal bones, teeth, or polished stones, and carried heavy stone axes, bone clubs, or crude iron weapons. The entire tribe gave the impression of a militarized camp filled with primal power and survival competition, rather than a place of origin for people offering friendly service. Royce, standing to the side, remained silent, but his eyes were constantly observing Lin Ming's expression. He saw a barely perceptible furrow of brow on Lin Ming's perpetually unchanging face. Though extremely subtle, Royce still caught a fleeting glimpse of displeasure. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The curator should understand his earlier warning by now. Just as they were quietly observing, a small patrol on the outskirts of the tribe spotted them. They were 5 strong orc warriors, led by a bear man wielding a massive double-blade battle axe, his face bearing gruesome scars. "Humans! How dare you approach the Riftstone tribe?" The bearman warrior roared, his voice like a drum beat. "You reckless spies, get out of the Riftstone tribe right now." The orc warriors behind him also raised their weapons, revealing their hostility. Royce stepped forward, shielding Lin Ming behind him. He knew that dealing with orcs sometimes required demonstrating strength to gain the right to speak. "We are merely travelers passing through, with no ill intentions towards the Riftstone tribe." Royce's voice was steady, carrying the chilling edge characteristic of a swordsman. "You needn't be too tense. Travelers? Humph." The bearman warrior clearly didn't believe him, 2 puffs of white breath billowing from his massive nostrils. "The Riftstone tribe doesn't welcome humans who hide their heads. Either get out of here now, or..." He brandished his battle axe, the threat unmistakable. Royce's eyes turned cold. He knew that in this situation, words were often inadequate. He slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, a faint yet powerful aura beginning to emanate from him. He didn't release his battle aura, but the killing intent honed through countless battles and countless deaths instantly tensed the orc warriors, making them feel immense pressure. Just as conflict was about to erupt. "Stop, Baroque!" An aged yet authoritative voice came from the direction of the tribe. An old orc, dressed in a worn but clean shamanic robe, his face etched with wrinkles, and wielding a bone staff inlaid with colorful feathers and gems, slowly approached, supported by a young orc warrior. His gaze first swept sternly over the bearman warrior named Balak, who growled resentfully but then sheathed his battle axe and took a step back. The old shaman then turned his gaze to Royce and Lin Ming, his gaze lingering for a moment on Lin Ming's overly clean and serene face, a barely perceptible glint of shrewdness flashing in his cloudy eyes. "Guests from afar." The old shaman's voice was hoarse, yet carried a soothing power. "While the Riftstone tribe doesn't often host humans, they wouldn't turn their swords on travelers who haven't shown hostility. I am the tribe's shaman, Greybeard." His appearance temporarily eased the tense atmosphere. Royce also released his grip on his sword hilt and nodded slightly in greeting. The Greybeard shaman glanced at the sky and said, "Night is approaching, and the wilderness at night is 10 times more dangerous than during the day. If you are merely passing through, you can rest temporarily in the designated area on the outskirts of the tribe. We will provide basic shelter, but you are not allowed to enter the tribe's territory. This is the rule of the Riftstone tribe." This was clearly a limited, wary gesture of goodwill. Royce looked at Lin Ming, his eyes seeking his opinion. After all, their purpose in coming here wasn't to clash with the orcs, but merely to observe. Lin Ming's gaze swept over the orc warriors, brimming with wild power, and the equally rugged orc women and children bustling about within the tribe, finally giving Royce an almost imperceptible nod. "Thank you for your generosity, Greybeard shaman." Royce answered on his behalf, "We accept your kindness and will rest in the designated area before leaving at dawn." The Greybeard shaman nodded, assigning a young orc warrior to lead them to a relatively flat area on the outskirts of the tribe, near a water source but naturally separated by several large rocks. Sitting around the campfire, the orcs provided fuel for the fire, but no food. Royce, looking at the still calm Lin Ming opposite him, finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, with a hint of mockery, "So, curator, do the orcs here meet your expectations?" Lin Ming silently watched the leaping flames, the firelight flickering in his calm pupils. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice still flat, yet carrying an indescribable meaning. "They're too ugly." He paused, adding, his tone carrying a hint of unresolved reluctance, "Let's go visit other tribes tomorrow, or see other races." Upon hearing this, Royce almost burst out laughing, quickly gulping down a mouthful of water he carried with him to cover it up. He had already expected this outcome. However, he didn't try to dissuade Lin Ming from his persistence, having already given him the necessary advice. Over the next few days, Royce, drawing on his past experience traveling the edges of the wilderness, took Lin Ming to visit several orc tribes of varying sizes and slightly different races. They visited the Shadowclaw tribe, renowned for their agility and hunting prowess. The orcs there were mostly leopard men and tiger men, swift in movement and with fluid lines, but their eyes gleamed with a stronger savage predatory light. Their markings and muscle lines exuded power, yet they were still far removed from the orcs Lin Ming had imagined. They had also observed the Mudscale tribes inhabiting the swampy areas from afar. The lizardmen and snakemen there possessed cold, vertical pupils and scaly skin. While their forms were unique, their chilling, slippery aura clearly didn't suit Lin Ming's aesthetic. They even risked approaching the Bloodhull warband, renowned for its ferocity and power. Composed entirely of minotaurs and boar men, their massive bodies were like mountains, their roars deafening, their tusks and horns gleaming coldly. Just getting close was suffocating. Lin Ming only glanced at them before immediately shaking his head in rejection. Without exception, these orc tribes, regardless of race, shared a common characteristic. Their bestial traits were too pronounced, their forms leaning toward strength or practical adaptation to the environment, lacking the aesthetic appeal and gentleness Lin Ming sought. Their animal ears or horns seemed more like combat organs or survival tools than decorative elements to enhance their cuteness. After repeated setbacks, even Royce was somewhat exasperated. Lin Ming hadn't expected that after wandering the wilderness for so long, the only orc who perfectly matched his aesthetic was Sienna. Perhaps Sienna's excessive perfection had given him the illusion that all orcs in this world, like Sienna, satisfied his sense of cuteness and charm. But he was terribly wrong. He now had an idea: why not just go and persuade Sienna to become a waitress at the tavern? But what kind of food should he use to do that? Macarons, tiramisu, cream puffs, or perhaps molten chocolate cake? At this moment, Lin Ming and Royce sat behind a sheltered rock, sharing their provisions. Seeing Lin Ming's calm expression, but with a hint of barely perceptible disappointment hidden deep within his eyes, Royce finally decided to stop teasing him. He sighed and said, "Mr. Curator, it seems I must tell you the truth." He brushed the food crumbs off his hands. "You're looking for someone like Miss Sienna, someone with distinct bestial features yet a near-perfect human appearance, possessing a unique yet not savage aura, right?" Lin Ming looked at him, tacitly agreeing. Such beings are extremely rare, even in the desolate lands, and indeed across the entire continent. Royce's tone became serious. There are usually only two possibilities. First, they are legendary-level magical beasts or creatures that, after breaking through to a higher level of life, possess the ability to transform. They can freely control their form, suppressing most of their bestial nature and presenting an appearance closer to perfect humanoidness, retaining only features they themselves acknowledge or cannot completely suppress, such as Miss Sienna's cat ears and tail. Such beings are powerful and arrogant. How could they work as waiters? Royce said, finding it somewhat absurd even to himself. Secondly, there are certain orc royal families or clans with extremely ancient and pure bloodlines. They inherited the most essential bloodlines of their ancestors, their bestial characteristics are more restrained and refined, and their forms are closer to those ancestors from ancient times known as demigods or wise divine beasts. They usually rule vast orc empires or live in seclusion in secret realms, holding exalted positions. They would never be stranded in border regions, let alone work as servants. He shrugged, concluding, "The orc tribes we've seen so far are of relatively diluted bloodlines, evolved for survival in harsh environments. Strength, endurance, and adaptability are their fundamental pursuits, so-called docility and beauty are insignificant in the face of survival. Therefore, finding someone who suits your taste in these ordinary tribes is basically impossible." Royce's words were like a bucket of cold water, completely explaining why Lin Ming's search had repeatedly failed. His requirements, from the very beginning, had targeted the top of the pyramid, not the common forms at the bottom. Lin Ming listened silently, his face still expressionless, but the surrounding air seemed to freeze with his silence. It seemed he either had to give up, or adjust his target, or seek out those elusive legendary creatures or orc royalty. In the midst of this silence, a faint yet exceptionally intense and mournful sound of battle drifted on the wind from the distant valley. Interspersed among it were the greedy howls characteristic of gnolls, and some, even sharper, desperate cries. Royce instantly became alert, gripping his sword hilt. Gnolls are hunting. Judging from the scale of the sounds, and the prey seems unusual. Lin Ming also looked up, gazing in the direction from which the sounds came. His senses were also incredibly sharp. Though not as keen as Royce's, he could clearly detect the abnormal energy fluctuations over their cold and fragile aura being besieged and devoured by several violent and corrupting energies. "Go check it out." Lin Ming stood up, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable determination. Royce glanced at him but didn't object. The two immediately set off, like two ghosts, silently swiftly heading towards the valley where the battle had taken place. When they reached the edge of the valley and looked down from behind the rubble, the scene before them made Royce gasp slightly. In the valley, dozens of ferocious gnolls were attacking a small group of figures. Many corpses lay on the ground. Judging from their clothing and scattered belongings, it resembled a small migrating caravan. Only a handful remained, trapped in a small circle, still putting up the fight. However, what drew Lin Ming's attention was not the numerous gnolls, but the three figures surrounded in the center, fighting desperately. They were three young girls. They possessed petite, delicate figures, their skin as white as if sculpted from ice and snow. Long, soft, drooping white ears grew from their heads, the insides tinged with a faint pink, trembling slightly with their tense movements. Their small faces were exquisitely beautiful, possessing a pitiful fragility, their large eyes filled with tears of fear and resolute determination. Their long, thin hair was as white as fresh snow, and behind them seemed to be fluffy, short, white, round tails, resembling fluffy balls of fur. In their hands they held simple, crude staffs or knives, seemingly made of ice crystals and twigs, casting weak, chilling spells or struggling to maneuver with their nimble movements. But under the gnoll's ferocious attacks, it was already on the verge of collapse, like a snow-white flower about to wither in a storm. It was the Snow Hare Clan. The name of this rare race flashed through Royce's mind. A race known for its gentleness, agility, and a slight talent for ice magic. Because of their cute and delicate appearance, they often became targets of powerful predators or slave traders. Lin Ming's gaze was fixed on the three snow rabbit girls, especially their long, snow-white ears that trembled slightly with their movements. In his usually calm and unwavering eyes, a glimmer of surprise finally shone brightly. He had been searching for a target who possessed animal ears, met his aesthetic standards of cuteness and gentleness, and seemed to have the potential to be a waiter. It seems that it has finally appeared. The scene in the valley was horrific and filled with despair. Dozens of gnolls howled greedily, their rough fur stained with blood and mud, their murky yellow eyes gleaming with cruelty and hunger. They brandished rusty swords and crude wooden clubs, surging like waves against the crumbling central defenses. The gnoll leader, an exceptionally tall and strong individual with protruding fangs, let out an excited roar, swatting away the ice crystal staff from a snow rabbit girl's hand with one claw, his other claw whistling through the air as it aimed for her throat. The girl screamed in terror, her eyes tightly shut, her long ears pressed firmly to her head, as if she had already foreseen her fate. Just then, whoosh! A sharp, incomparably powerful sword aura pierced the air, not particularly dazzling, but carrying a resolute determination to annihilate everything. The sword energy precisely grazed the gnoll chieftain's wrist. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a soft swoosh. The gnoll chieftain's claw, about to touch the girl's neck, was severed at the wrist. The severed claw hit the ground, blood gushing out. The gnoll chieftain let out a painful and furious howl. All the gnolls froze, their fierce gazes turning in unison towards the source of the sword energy. Royce slowly emerged from behind the rock, his seemingly ordinary longsword now in his hand. He still looked disheveled and unkempt, but in his lake blue eyes, the long-lost sharp light of the Duchy's radiant sun had rekindled. He didn't exude the terrifying pressure of a legendary powerhouse, but the concentrated sword intent and the precision and ruthlessness of his previous strike were enough to make these keen-sensed predators sense an instinctive danger. Get lost. Royce's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling killing intent, echoing clearly through the valley. While the gnolls were ferocious, they weren't without intelligence. They sensed that the human before them was not to be trifled with. However, the sight of their prey and the smell of blood stimulated their nerves, making them unwilling to give up easily. Several gnolls bared their teeth, letting out threatening growls, and tentatively approached. Just then, Lin Ming also slowly walked out. Unlike Royce's sharp, overt sword intent, there were no powerful energy fluctuations around him. He simply stood there calmly, his black hair and black eyes expressionless. He didn't even look at the snarling gnolls, his gaze went straight past them, landing on the three terrified snow rabbit girls, especially lingering for a moment on their long, snow-white ears that trembled slightly with fear. A barely perceptible hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This complete disregard only enraged the naturally volatile gnolls. Several gnolls, unable to contain themselves, roared and pounced on the seemingly unsuspecting Lin Ming. Royce shifted his feet, about to intervene, but saw Lin Ming merely raise his hand casually. No incantation, no light, not even a faint fluctuation of magic. Yet, an invisible and resilient wall seemed to instantly solidify in the air. The gnolls that had pounced were thrown back as if they had struck an invisible, elastic gel, crashing heavily to the ground with broken bones and howling in agony. This scene completely stunned the remaining gnolls. They couldn't comprehend what had happened, but this unknown and eerie method terrified them even more than Royce's sharp sword aura. The gnoll leader, clutching his severed wrist, glared venomously at the two men, let out a defiant roar, and turned to flee. With their leader gone, the remaining gnolls lost all will to fight, retreating like a receding tide, quickly disappearing into the rugged valley. The battle abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of the wind, the suppressed sobs of the snow rabbit survivors, and the groans of the wounded in the valley. The three rescued snow rabbit girls, still shaken, supported each other, their large, tearful eyes timidly gazing at their two saviors. One of them, slightly older, with a simple blue crystal earring, mustered her courage and stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly but still clear. "Thank you so much for saving our lives, sirs. We are from the Moonshadow tribe of the Snow Rabbit clan. My name is Ella, and these two are my sisters, Mia and Shilu." Royce sheathed his sword, regaining his slightly dejected demeanor, and waved his hand, just passing by, no need for formalities. Lin Ming stepped forward, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three girls, finally settling on Ella. "Your tribe is nearby." His voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Ella nodded hastily, a trace of sorrow on her face. "Yes, sir. Our original settlement was taken over by a group of powerful magical beasts, forcing us to migrate. We never expected to encounter gnolls here. If it weren't for you two, Her eyes reddened again. Take us to your temporary camp, Lin Ming said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Ella and her sisters exchanged glances. Although somewhat apprehensive, they couldn't refuse their savior's request, and these two, though mysterious, seemed to have no ill intentions. So, after collecting the bodies of the victims, Ella and the few surviving members of their tribe led Lin Ming and Royce to their temporary camp, located in a secluded cave. The scene in the camp was utterly desolate. The dozen or so remaining snow rabbit tribesmen were mostly pale and ragged, appearing panicked and fearful upon seeing Ella and the others bring back strangers. A small campfire burned in the center of the camp, a worn iron pot simmering a thin, mushy porridge. The snow rabbit tribe's chieftain, an elderly man with drooping ears and a faltering gait, came to express his gratitude, supported by Ella. From the chieftain's rambling, grateful, and sorrowful account, Lin Ming and Royce learned that the snow rabbit tribe, due to their inherent weakness, often became targets of other powerful races or predators, leading an extremely difficult life. This migration had been particularly devastating, with almost all of the tribe's able-bodied men perishing, leaving mostly the elderly, women, and children. Royce listened, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes, but mostly a silent acceptance born of a lifetime of worldly suffering. He glanced at Lin Ming, noticing that the mysterious curator's gaze remained mostly fixed on the three pairs of long, snow-white ears of Ella, Mia, and Shiru, which swayed gently as they spoke. Just as the old chieftain finished his lament, and the atmosphere grew somewhat somber, Lin Ming suddenly spoke, "Chief Moonshadow, let's make a deal." "A deal?" The old chieftain looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Yes, the purpose of my trip is actually to recruit a few waiters for my tavern." Lin Ming stated his purpose directly. "The members of your snow rabbit tribe perfectly fit my requirements, so I'd like to recruit a few members from your tribe. Of course, this is voluntary, and as for the compensation, I can offer 50 gold coins per person, 50 coins per month." His words stunned all the snow rabbit tribe members, especially the old chieftain. Initially, when he heard he wanted to recruit, his face showed slight displeasure. The snow rabbit tribe already had very few members, and if Lin Ming took some more, it would be difficult for their tribe to continue. But when he heard Lin Ming's offer of 50 gold coins per month, he instantly wavered. A conflicted look appeared on his face, but thinking of the tribe's current precarious situation, and the almost empty food in the pot, an idea formed in his mind. He bowed deeply to Lin Ming, his voice trembling. "Your Excellency, you saved Ella and the others, you saved the last embers of our Moonshadow tribe. We have no way to repay you. If you don't mind their clumsiness and are willing to give them a way to live, this old man begs you to take them with you." He pointed to Ella, Mia, and Shiru. "Let them follow you, Your Excellency, at least they can survive, instead of waiting to die with us old and weak. Don't worry, I won't take them away, and my tavern is safe." Lin Ming went straight to the three of them and asked their opinion. "Are you willing?" Ella hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Is the reward you mentioned real?" Lin Ming nodded, "Of course, and this is just the basic salary, there will be extra rewards for good performance." His tone was calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. "However, the work location is rather special, you'll need to use your membership cards to enter at specific times. I'll cover all your food and lodging during your work period." The enormous financial incentive, coupled with the promise of free food and lodging, completely swayed the three Ella sisters. They looked at each other, exchanging glances. Finally, Ella, as the eldest, took a deep breath, took her two younger sisters' hands, and bowed deeply to Lin Ming. "Lord Lin Ming, we are willing to follow you and work at your tavern. We will definitely do our best and live up to your expectations." Seeing their agreement, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared in Lin Ming's eyes. He nodded, flipped his hand, and 3 bronze membership cards, shimmering with a soft white light, appeared in his palm. Each card was engraved with an image of a wine bottle and glass, along with a number. "This is a membership card for the Dawn Tavern, and also your work credentials. Infuse a wisp of your magic to bind it." Lin Ming handed the card to the 3 Ella sisters. "The tavern's opening hours are 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. Be on time tonight." The 3 Ella sisters carefully accepted the magical card, as if holding a priceless treasure, and nodded solemnly, "Yes, sir. We will be there on time." Having achieved his goal, Lin Ming didn't linger. He glanced at the dilapidated camp and said calmly to the old chieftain, "Take good care of them." Then he turned and gestured for Royce to leave. After returning to Karato City, Royce, having completed his mission, parted ways with Lin Ming. Before parting, Lin Ming reminded him, "Remember to take that little girl with you tonight." "I will." Royce waved goodbye. Night fell. As night approached, a campfire flickered in the Moonshadow tribe's makeshift camp on the edge of the wilderness. Ella, Mia, and Shiru clutched the cold, bronze membership card tightly, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of the old chieftain and the remaining tribesmen, filled with worry and hope, the three sisters nodded encouragingly to each other, simultaneously channeling a faint, chilling magic into the card. Instantly, the bottle and glass image on the card glowed with a soft white light, enveloping the three figures. A strange sense of weightlessness washed over them, as if they were passing through a brief, tranquil tunnel. When their feet touched solid ground again, the sight before them took their breath away, leaving them utterly stunned. Warm, bright, luxurious, their limited vocabulary couldn't find the right words to describe what they saw. Beneath their feet was a mirror-like dark floor, reflecting the enormous chandelier above, composed of countless crystal-clear glass pieces, radiating a warm amber glow. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance, a blend of rich wine, subtle fruit, and a clean, crisp aroma, completely different from the pervasive smells of dust, herbs, and smoke that permeated the tribe. A nearly 5-meter-long semicircular black stone bar, like a sleeping dragon, possessed elegant curves and a surface so smooth it reflected images. Behind the bar stood a massive, floor-to-ceiling cabinet, displaying countless glass and crystal bottles of various shapes and colors. The liquids within refracted a mesmerizing, dreamlike luster under the lights, like a treasure trove. Several incredibly comfortable high stools were casually placed in front of the bar, and further away were several sets of uniquely designed tables and chairs with soft cushions. The entire space's layout, colors, and lighting exuded an exquisite and luxurious feel they had never experienced before. This is Lord Lin Ming's tavern? Mia, the quietest of the three sisters, exclaimed softly, instinctively clutching her older sister Ella's sleeve. Her long ears were taut with tension. So beautiful, even more beautiful than the human royal palace and grandpa chief stories, isn't it? Hilu, the youngest and most lively and innocent, stared wide-eyed with curiosity, her initial tension softened by intense excitement. Ella, as the older sister, tried to calm herself, but her slightly trembling voice betrayed her inner turmoil. This is the Dawn Tavern. We'll be working here from now on. She took a deep breath, trying to compose herself, her eyes searching the tavern for Lin Ming. Just then, on one side of the tavern, a huge, pitch-black, smooth, water-like mirror suddenly lit up. Soft light emanated from the mirror's surface, and moving, brightly colored images began to appear on it. The picture shows a blue cat that always looks exasperated, and a gray mouse that is incredibly clever and cunning. They are engaged in a chase in a house filled with all sorts of strange furniture. The cat's movements are exaggerated and clumsy, while the mouse is incredibly agile. They set traps for each other, creating all sorts of hilarious and comical situations. What captivated Sheila most was the strange, upbeat music with a rhythmic quality she'd never heard before emanating from the mirror, along with various amusing sounds and effects from Tom and Jerry that she couldn't understand but could sense. Wow! Sister, look! That magic crystal! The cat and mouse inside, they're moving, and making sounds. Sheila was instantly drawn to it. Forgetting her nervousness, forgetting where she was, her small body involuntarily moved closer to the screen. Her long, snow-white ears twitched nervously or relaxed as the cat and mouse chased each other on screen, and she let out small gasps and giggles. Ella and Mia were also stunned by the magical images, but they were more restrained than Shilu, though their gazes were also firmly fixed on them, their hearts filled with disbelief. That's a television, it's showing the cartoon Tom and Jerry. A calm voice sounded behind them. The three sisters were startled and quickly turned around, only to see Lin Ming already standing behind the bar, still dressed in his clean, dark clothes, his expression indifferent, seemingly unsurprised by their arrival. His gaze swept over the three sisters, lingering for a moment on their long ears, which were trembling with shock and excitement. Lord Lin Ming. Ella quickly pulled the still somewhat bewildered Mia and the lingering, screen-gazing Shilu, and bowed respectfully. Lin Ming responded calmly, since you're here, let's begin the pre-job training. First, you need to familiarize yourselves with the work environment and service procedures. He gestured for the three sisters to approach the bar. This is the bartending and food preparation area. Customers mainly take orders here. These are the glasses, bartending tools. Lin Ming began to introduce the bar's basic layout, functional areas, and the names and basic uses of various utensils and equipment they had never seen before, in his flat, unchanging tone. Ella tried hard to concentrate on memorizing, while Mia seemed to struggle a bit. Shilu's gaze kept drifting to the screen still playing Tom and Jerry, until Lin Ming glanced at her, at which point she stuck out her tongue and quickly focused on the lesson. Lin Ming explained quickly, covering basic information, mainly to give them a general idea. Then, he took out 3 neatly folded sets of clothing. They were 3 sets of clothing, primarily black and white, with exquisite designs. The fabric looked soft and textured, adorned with delicate lace and delicate ruffles. These are your work uniforms, Lin Ming said, handing them the clothes. Go to the changing room in the back and change. Make sure you're dressed neatly, paying attention to details. Work, uniforms? Ella took the clothes, the feel was soft and smooth, completely different from the rough linen and animal hide she was used to wearing. She stared blankly at the intricate ties, the layers of the skirt, and the lace-trimmed headdress, a look of bewilderment and unease on her face. Mia and Shiloh exchanged equally bewildered glances. Their Snow Rabbit tribe's traditional clothing was simple and loose. They had never seen such elaborate garments before. The three sisters, clutching their clothes, walked somewhat helplessly into the dressing room Lin Ming had indicated. After the dressing room door closed, soft, confused voices and rustling sounds of dressing quickly filled the air. "Sister Ella, where is this ribbon tied? This dress has so many layers. Is this how the support is positioned? The headdress, how do you secure this headdress? My ears seem to be in the way. Hilu, don't pull. That's not how you tie the ribbon. But I can't reach the buttons at the back." After a long while, the dressing room door was carefully pushed open a crack. Ella, blushing, peeked out, her voice barely audible. "Lord Lin Ming, we don't seem to know how to dress." Lin Ming's face remained expressionless, as if he had expected this. "Come out, I'll guide you." The three sisters emerged hesitantly, their maid outfits askew. Ella's apron was tied in a knot, and her petticoat seemed misplaced, making the hem look odd. Mia's headdress was askew, covering one ear and making her look somewhat comical. Silly was even worse, only half the back buttons were fastened, and one side of her skirt's ruffles was tucked inside, making her look like she had just escaped from a chaotic bundle. Seeing each other's appearance, the three sisters blushed even more, especially Ella, whose ears turned a deep pink with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Lin Ming calmly walked up to them and began to guide them in correcting their attire. He didn't help them personally, but simply pointed out the problems and the correct way to wear their clothes using clear and concise language. "Ella, untie the apron ties, cross them like this, and tie a neat bow at the back. Tuck the petticoat inside the innermost petticoat to spread the skirt. Mia, put on the headdress properly, making sure it doesn't cover your ears. Just secure it in front of your bun." The Snow Rabbit tribe's ears are a distinctive feature, there's no need to hide them. "Hilu, fasten all the buttons at the back, pull out the ruffles, and smooth them out." His voice was devoid of impatience, mockery, or any unusual emotion. It was as if he were instructing them on a perfectly ordinary work process. This purely businesslike attitude gradually relaxed the three sisters. Following his instructions, they hurriedly helped each other, rearranging their clothes. During this process, Lin Ming's gaze occasionally swept over their long necks, made even more slender by bending and raising their arms, and their long, snow-white ears that trembled slightly as they worked to adjust their garments. Lin Ming had originally intended to change his work uniform from a maid outfit to a bunny girl outfit, reflecting the characteristics of the Snow Rabbit tribe and his own slight quirk. However, upon further reflection, given the conservative nature of the people in this other world, a bunny girl outfit would be too daring for them. Therefore, he abandoned the idea, planning to implement it later when the opportunity arose. Finally, after a minor struggle, the three sisters were finally dressed in their maid outfits. When they stood side by side before Lin Ming again, even with his almost demanding rational aesthetic sense and consistently calm demeanor, a barely perceptible hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. The well-fitting black and white maid outfits perfectly accentuated their petite and delicate figures. The black dresses made their snow-white skin appear even more fair and translucent, while the white ruffled aprons and headdresses added an air of purity and gentleness. Long, soft, snow-white ears hung naturally from either side of their lace-trimmed headdresses, trembling gently with their slightly nervous and shy breaths. These ears complemented the overall look perfectly, not out of place, but rather as a finishing touch, lending them a unique and endearing charm. As the older sister, Ella possessed an air of composure she tried to maintain, but her slightly flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes betrayed her shyness. Mia stood quietly, her hands folded in front of her apron, her long eyelashes lowered, adding to her serene appearance. Hilu, on the other hand, curiously tugged at the ruffles of her skirt and touched her hair ornament, her face showing novelty and a touch of pride, her bright eyes brimming with excitement. The three Snow Rabbit girls, dressed in exquisite maid outfits, stood in this luxurious and mysterious tavern, like three edelweiss flowers that had strayed into the mortal world, pure, delicate, and strangely harmonious with their surroundings, creating a scene that would captivate any observer. Lin Ming quietly observed them for a few seconds, then nodded slightly, his tone still calm, but seemingly softened almost imperceptibly. "Very good, uniforms are acceptable. Next, we'll conduct training on service etiquette and basic order-taking procedures." He turned and walked to the bar, beginning to explain how to greet guests, how to deliver menus, how to record orders, how to serve drinks, and basic polite phrases. The three Ella sisters quickly composed themselves and listened attentively. They knew that from this moment on, they were no longer the Snow Rabbit tribe girls struggling to survive in the wilderness, but rather waitresses at the Dawn Tavern. Wearing these beautiful clothes they had never dared to dream of before, standing in this dreamlike place, they were about to begin a completely new life. Meanwhile, on the huge screen, the chase scene from Tom and Jerry continued, Tom the cat being outmaneuvered by Jerry the mouse, letting out comical screams, which made Shilu, who had secretly glanced at him, unable to help but smile again, her long ears twitching happily. With a little time to spare before the official opening, the Dawn Tavern was brightly lit, filled with a tranquil anticipation of welcoming guests. The three sisters, Ella, Mia, and Shilu, dressed in brand new maid outfits, stood nervously and expectantly before Lin Ming, awaiting his final instructions. Lin Ming's gaze swept calmly over them. After a brief training session, Ella, as the eldest, appeared the most composed. Mia was attentive and quiet, while Shilu, unable to conceal her natural liveliness and curiosity, her long ears constantly twitching at the slightest sound in the tavern. Ella, Mia. Lin Ming spoke, his voice as steady as ever. You two will be responsible for greeting guests and serving drinks. Ella, you will guide guests to their seats and deliver menus. Mia, you will be responsible for safely delivering the mixed drinks from the bar to the guests' tables, observing their needs, but without disturbing them too much. Yes, Lord Lin Ming. Ella nodded immediately, striving to make her posture appear more professional. Mia responded softly, her hands nervously clasped in front of her apron. Then, Lin Ming's gaze fell on the youngest, Shiru. Shiru blinked her big eyes, waiting for her task, her face showing eager anticipation. Shiru, Lin Ming said, his tone seemingly unchanged, but a closer listen revealed a subtle softening, different from his tone towards Ella and Mia. You stay at the bar. Stay at the bar? Hilu paused, her long ears tilting in confusion. Wasn't the bar where Lord Lin Ming mixed drinks? What could she possibly be doing there? Ella and Mia also cast questioning glances at her. Lin Ming didn't explain much, but simply turned and walked to the back of the bar, then pulled over a specially prepared high stool and placed it next to his usual standing spot. That spot was close to the bar rack and the work surface, allowing him a clear view of Lin Ming's entire bartending process, but without obstructing his movements. Sit here, he gestured to Hilu. Although confused, Hilu obediently walked over and somewhat clumsily climbed onto the stool, which was a bit too high for her petite frame. Her feet, clad in small black leather shoes, dangled in mid-air, swinging gently. Seeing this, Ella and Mia, though still harboring doubts, dared not ask further. They exchanged a glance and, following Lin Ming's instructions, began the final checks and preparations in the outer area, familiarizing themselves with the table seating and procedures. Just then, Shilu felt a warm hand gently land on her head. She froze. It was Lord Lin Ming. Lin Ming stood beside her, one hand casually resting on the bar, the other beginning to move. His fingers first gently ran through her smooth, silvery hair, as if combing it, or perhaps simply feeling its softness. Then, his fingers naturally moved upwards, touching her most sensitive and cherished feature, her long, snow-white rabbit ears. Shila's breath caught in her throat, her cheeks flushing crimson at a visible speed, like the sunset painting snow. Ears are a very private and sensitive part of the snow rabbit tribe. They are never touched by outsiders except for the closest family members. Lord Lin Ming's fingers possessed an undeniable yet exceptionally gentle strength, his fingertips lightly caressing the soft downy hairs along the edge of her ear, occasionally pinching the most tender part at the base of her ear. A complex emotion, a mixture of intense shame, slight panic, and an indescribable sense of comfort, swept over Zilu. She felt her ears burning hot under his touch, even trembling slightly involuntarily. She wanted to pull away, but her body was frozen in place. Recalling her grandfather's instructions and Lord Lin Ming's imposing presence, she could only sit there stiffly, head bowed, her hands gripping her skirt tightly, even the tips of her ears turning pink, as if they were about to bleed. She dared not look up at Lin Ming, only feeling his calm, unwavering gaze upon her, and the electric-like sensation of his touch on her fingers. The tavern was quiet, she could clearly hear her own heart pounding like a drum. Lin Ming seemed completely immersed in the pleasure of petting the rabbit. Looking at Shilu's almost flushed face, and her long ears growing softer and more docile in his hands, a faint trace of satisfaction flickered deep in his eyes. Compared to Ella and Mia, who needed to handle specific tasks, having this most lively little rabbit, who best suited his aesthetic preferences, by his side for close care was clearly more to his liking. When there's nothing to do after mixing drinks, petting a rabbit is a rare and relaxing experience. But at the same time, the sensation of another pair of ears involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Sienna's always alert, erect black cat ears. Unlike the long ears in his hands, which were incredibly soft and covered in longer, fluffier, and softer fur, like holding a warm, living cloud of rabbit ears, Sienna's short fur was smooth and dense, like the finest velvet. When stroked, one could clearly feel the support of the cartilage beneath, full of strength and alertness. When you tried to knead the base of the ear, it would twitch sensitively or even lower, showing impatience and haughtiness, as if saying, "Don't touch me." But if someone familiar continued to stroke it, the taut cartilage would gradually relax, and a comfortable purring sound would emerge from its throat, carrying a wild, alluring, yet elusive, temptation. After a while, perhaps sensing that Zilla was about to faint from excessive embarrassment, Lin Ming finally stopped what he was doing. As if rewarding a docile pet, he took out a small, exquisite glass jar from under the bar. Inside were many small, translucent white cubes that emitted a faint, cool fragrance. He opened the jar, took one out, and held it to Zilla's lips, whose head was still bowed and cheeks flushed. "Open your mouth." Zilla subconsciously opened her mouth slightly, and Lin Ming gently placed the cool little cube into her mouth. The next moment, an extremely strong, cool, and stimulating taste exploded in Zilla's mouth. It was a taste she had never experienced before, like ice melting on her tongue, with a strange sweetness. A cool sensation shot straight to her head, instantly clearing her mind, which had been somewhat dazed from shyness. She even couldn't help but shiver slightly, and her long ears, which had been somewhat limp from being rubbed, perked up again, swaying energetically. So cool. What a unique taste. Shiru couldn't help but exclaim softly, her big eyes filled with surprise, temporarily forgetting her earlier shyness. A barely perceptible smile flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He took out two more and handed one to Ella and Mia, who were curiously watching from a short distance away. The two sisters imitated Shiru, putting the small cubes into their mouths. Similarly, the strong coolness and unique sweetness made them widen their eyes instantly. Mia was even stimulated to let out a soft exhale and cover her mouth with her hand, while Ella felt the cool sensation slide down her throat, dispelling the last bit of tension and bringing a strange sense of comfort. These are mints. Lin Ming calmly explained, observing the three sisters' distinct yet equally surprised reactions. They can be used to refresh the mind and freshen breath. I've put them here, you can have one during your breaks. Having tasted mints for the first time, a magical snack not found in this other world, their uniquely cool taste and refreshing effect completely captivated the three Snow Rabbit girls. Shiru had already squinted her eyes, her little tongue carefully licking the candy in her mouth, enjoying the lingering coolness. The heat from her earlier shyness seemed to have been somewhat dispelled by this novel and delicious treat. Ella and Mia also felt the cool, sweet aroma filling their mouths, seemingly less nervous about the work that was about to begin, their minds gradually calming down. Lin Ming looked at the three rabbit-eared maids before him, attracted by the mints and temporarily forgetting their nervousness, especially Shiru, who had become lively again, sitting on a high stool swinging her legs, intently enjoying the candy, and with satisfaction, he withdrew his gaze. He gently patted Shilla's head, making her ears twitch again, then turned to check the bearware, preparing to welcome the first customer of the evening. The tavern's lights bathed the room softly, signaling the imminent start of tonight's business hours, filled with a minty sweetness and a certain secret indulgence. As night deepened, the bells on the eaves of the Dawn Tavern rang out with a clear, melodious ding-ailing. The violet light faded quietly, and Isabella's tall, graceful figure appeared in the doorway. Tonight, she wore a wine-red, off-the-shoulder velvet dress, which made her skin appear even whiter, and the purple rose headdress above her left ear seemed more vibrant than ever. She stepped inside as usual, her gaze casually sweeping across the tavern's interior. However, the next moment, a rare, clear look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face, which always carried a hint of languor and playfulness. The tavern seemed quite different from before. The space felt more spacious and layered than she remembered. The once somewhat monotonous walls now had floating, softly glowing magical wall lamps, their light creating a more intimate and warm atmosphere. A previously empty corner now held an exquisite shelf made of some kind of dark wood and metal, displaying some strange devices she had never seen before, which seemed to automatically play soothing background music. The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly the huge, dark screen on one side of the tavern wall, silently playing a series of beautiful landscape paintings. Oh! Isabella's red lips parted slightly, letting out a soft sigh of surprise. It's been a while since I've been here, and the place has become increasingly exquisite, Mr. Curator. She walked slowly towards the bar, her high heels clicking crisply and rhythmically on the polished floor. However, her gaze was quickly drawn to three petite figures bustling around the bar. They were three girls dressed in exquisite black and white maid outfits. They possessed snow-white skin, their long, silver hair neatly styled in buns at the back of their heads, adorned with lace-trimmed headdresses. But what was most striking were their long, soft, snow-white rabbit ears. The ears trembled gently with their movements. As they carefully wiped the table, as they clumsily but earnestly learned to set the table, as they whispered amongst themselves in nervousness, their long ears seemed to possess an independent life, vividly expressing their emotions. Ella was struggling to recall the tray-carrying posture Lin Ming had taught her. Mia was meticulously checking the unfamiliar wine names on the menu, while Shilu, while stealing glances at the changing scenery on the wall screen, tried to fold her napkin into the standard shape Lin Ming had demonstrated, resulting in a rather awkward ball. Isabella's gaze lingered on the three pairs of swaying rabbit ears and their delicate, shy faces. In her deep purple eyes, surprise quickly gave way to an intense interest and amusement. She walked to the bar, elegantly sat on a high stool, elbows resting on the counter, fingers interlaced to support her chin, her gaze passing over Lin Ming, who was wiping the glasses, and landing on the three Snow Rabbit girls, who were visibly more nervous at her arrival. Mr. Curator, she drawled, her voice laced with a sweet and inquisitive smile, you've only been closed for a few days, and your place has been completely transformed. Not only is the tavern more beautiful, but you've also added several adorable young ladies. Her gaze, like the finest paintbrush, traced the outlines of the three Ella sisters, lingering particularly long on their undeniably striking ears, as if admiring some rare treasure. Could you tell me from which wasteland, or from which deep forest, did you abduct these three delicate little rabbit-eared beauties? She chuckled softly, her tone almost overflowing with teasing. Look at those long ears, look at those pitiful little faces. Curator, your taste is truly consistent, and it's only getting more unique. Lin Ming put down his gleaming wineglass, raised his eyelids, and calmly met Isabella's probing and teasing gaze. His expression remained unchanged, as if Isabella had simply remarked on the pleasant weather. I don't do human trafficking. He introduced them in a flat tone, as if stating a perfectly ordinary fact. They are the tavern's newly hired waitresses, Ella, Mia, and Shilu. They were formally hired, have signed labor contracts, and are being paid. Just waitresses. Isabella raised an eyebrow, her smile deepening. But the curator is quite lucky, members of the Snow Rabbit clan aren't so easy to come by. At this moment, feeling Isabella's seemingly piercing gaze and the witch-like teasing, the three Snow Rabbit sisters became even more nervous. Ella tried to remain calm, but her slightly reddened ears betrayed her. Mia almost buried her head in her chest, and the youngest, Shiru, instinctively shrank behind Ella, nearly dropping the crumpled napkin in her hand. Isabella took in their reactions, finding them quite amusing. She beckoned to the three sisters, softening her voice, but the teasing remained. Don't be afraid, cute little rabbits. I'm just curious, what sweet talk did your seemingly aloof curator use to trick you? Oh no, invite you here. Lin Ming ignored the barb in Isabella's words and turned to the three sisters, saying, This is Ms. Isabella, a gold member of the tavern. According to the training procedure, go and hand the menu to the guests and inquire about their needs. Ella took a deep breath, mustered her courage, picked up an exquisite menu, and walked with still somewhat stiff steps to Isabella. She bowed slightly and said in a slightly trembling but clear voice, Good evening, Ms. Isabella. This is the tavern's menu. Please take a look. As she approached, her long, snow-white ears drew closer to Isabella. Isabella could even see the extremely fine, soft downy hairs on her ears. Instead of immediately taking the menu, she extended her slender, lace-gloved fingers and lightly tapped Ella's earlobe, which trembled slightly with nervousness. Such adorable ears, she chuckled. They must feel so nice to touch. Ella gasped softly, her ear recoiling sensitively, her cheeks instantly turning bright red, like a ripe apple. Ms. Isabella. Lin Ming's voice rang out at the opportune moment, still calm, yet carrying an undeniable interruption. Please do not disturb my staff. Isabella then slowly took the menu, flipping through it as if nothing had happened, but the smile in her eyes remained undiminished. All right, the curator is certainly protective. She glanced at the menu while continuing to observe the three bunny-eared maids, who seemed even more flustered by the earlier incident, out of the corner of her eye. Ding-a-ling. The tavern doorbell rang again, and Fiona, dressed in a dark green dress, and Sienna, still wearing a black dress and sporting lively cat ears, walked in one after the other. Sister Isabella, Fiona's cheerful voice trailed off. She had clearly noticed the changes in the tavern as well. Why are there so many more things here? The already exquisite space seemed even more spacious and brighter. Many magical wall lamps, emitting a soft glow, floated on the walls like tiny moons, illuminating every corner with a warm and romantic ambience. The air was filled with soothing and wondrous music she had never heard before, as if from another world. Fiona looked around curiously, as if it were her first time here. However, her gaze was quickly captured by something even more captivating than the changes in her surroundings. Wow! Fiona's eyes lit up with the light of someone discovering a new continent. She had always loved all kinds of furry little animals, especially gentle and adorable rabbits. These three living, breathing girls with rabbit ears, dressed like exquisite dolls, instantly captured her heart. Forgetting about Isabella, she unconsciously walked towards Mia, who was closest to her. Mia was bent over, carefully arranging a menu, her soft, long ears drooping obediently on either side of her cheeks, rising and falling slightly with her breath. Fiona was completely captivated by those ears. They looked so soft, so adorable, like the finest velvet, making one want to touch them. So cute. Fiona exclaimed unconsciously, her face showing a mixture of extreme affection and curiosity. Almost instinctively, she cautiously reached out, her slender fingers gently exploring Mia's unsuspecting, slightly trembling ears. Her movements were light, with the elegance of a noble woman, but the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. She desperately wanted to touch them, to see if they were as soft as they looked. Mia was focused on her work when she suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching. She instinctively looked up and saw a pale hand reaching towards her ear. Startled, she gasped and recoiled like a frightened rabbit, instinctively covering her ears with her hands, her face filled with panic and confusion. Her long ears tensed instantly, turning warily towards Fiona. Fiona! Isabella's voice interrupted Fiona's inappropriate behavior. Realizing she had done something wrong, she quickly withdrew her hand, forcing an embarrassed smile and waving her hands frantically. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. I just thought your ears were so cute, I wanted to touch them. Her voice trailed off, filled with embarrassment. Sienna, following behind her, merely glanced at her suddenly bewildered companion before moving past her and sitting down next to Isabella. Looking at the three girls before her, all with adorable bunny ears but each with a different expression, she felt a certain place that belonged solely to her being quietly taken over by the others. Although she personally didn't care much, the feeling still made her somewhat uncomfortable. After settling into her high stool, she glared fiercely at Lin Ming, leaving him bewildered as he was about to strike up a conversation. However, Lin Ming didn't dwell on her change in mood and, wanting an answer, leaned closer. He wiped a glass, his gaze calmly falling on Sienna's black cat ears, which swayed gently with her idly swinging legs. He asked, his voice still characteristically flat, "Sienna. What?" Sienna replied irritably, her emerald green cat eyes glancing at him, still holding a lingering hostility towards the rabbit-eared maid and dissatisfaction with Lin Ming's fickle nature. Lin Ming seemed oblivious to her slight mood, cutting straight to the point in a gentle tone, "I want to ask a question about your kind. Do you know where the other shadow cats might be found?" Cough cough. Sienna choked on her sparkling water. She put down her glass, looking at Lin Ming with a mixture of astonishment and utter mockery, as if she'd heard the funniest joke. "Heh." She let out a clear, cold laugh, her black cat ears instantly perking up warily, her tail impatiently slapping the chair. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to this time? Touching the rabbit's ears wasn't enough, now you're eyeing us shadow cats? Are you trying to find a few more rare breeds like me to enrich your collection?" Her tone was sharp, laced with obvious sarcasm. Lin Ming neither confirmed nor denied it, simply watching her silently, waiting for her to continue. Seeing his expression, Sienna's sneer deepened. She crossed her arms and said in a tone that was almost one of pity for his delusions, "I advise you to give up this daydream as soon as possible. Not to mention that in the nearly 100 years since I awakened, I've traveled far and wide, and apart from myself, I haven't sensed even a trace of any other shadow cat. Whether they are dead or alive, whether they live in seclusion or have completely vanished, no one knows." She paused, a complex and unfathomable light flashing in her cat-like eyes, perhaps loneliness, perhaps disillusionment with the current state of her kind, but it was quickly covered by a more realistic coldness. Even if, there really are other shadow cats in this world." Sienna lowered her voice, a hint of barely perceptible apprehension in her tone. "Do you think finding them is easy? The true home of the shadow cats is the Shadow Realm. If you want to find them, you have to go there." But, she shifted her focus, her tone carrying a resolute air of finality, "the Shadow Realm is no longer a place you can enter at will. Since that ancient catastrophe, the fall of the Shadow Goddess, the Shadow Realm, in order to protect itself, or rather, because it lost its core support, has long since entered a state of complete self-isolation. It's like a stubborn rock encased in countless spatial turbulences and the deepest shadows, its connection to the prime material plane extremely weak and unstable." Sienna stared at Lin Ming, saying each word clearly, without a special bloodline connection, without an ancient contract token, or possessing the absolute power to tear apart spatial barriers, it's simply impossible to find the entrance, let alone enter safely. Even I, now, have to rely on my innate abilities to find extremely rare, brief, and dangerous gaps to return, and I have to pay a considerable price. And each time I force my way through, it consumes a huge amount of my power, and I might even be torn apart by the chaotic spatial forces, or attract those already crazed remnants from the depths of the Shadow Realm, those remnants that only know how to devour." Lin Ming listened quietly, without interrupting. His gaze swept over Sienna's cat ears, which trembled slightly with excitement, as if analyzing the value of every piece of information in her words. He caught the words remnants, crazy, and devour, which differed from his previous understanding of the Shadow Realm. Moreover, a barely perceptible fear flashed in Sienna's eyes when she mentioned these words. This also hinted at a terrible anomaly that might be occurring within the Shadow Realm. "Don't even think about tokens of the contract." She twitched her lips, revealing a small, pointed canine tooth, her smile filled with bitterness and mockery. "After the Shadow Goddess fell, her temple collapsed, her authority vanished, and even her name is almost forgotten by the world. Those sacred artifacts that once contained her divine power were either destroyed in the War of the Gods, or lost all their brilliance and reduced to mere mortal iron, or simply lost in some corner where even spacetime is distorted. Find those things? Mr. Curator, that's a million times more hopeless than finding a needle in a haystack. The Shadow Realm now, it's dead, do you understand? It's no longer the cradle that nurtured us, but a vast, cold, and dangerous tomb." Sienna took a deep breath, trying to calm her overly agitated emotions, but to little avail. She stared at Lin Ming, enunciating each word as if trying to etch them into his mind. "So, give up. In this world, I might be the only shadow cat left. Even if there are other survivors, they must be hiding in corners even more difficult to find than the Shadowlands, or they're no longer pure shadow cats." She spoke the last sentence softly, yet it carried a deep, unspoken fear. She concluded with a tone that implied, "So, Mr. Curator, I suggest you just focus on running your tavern and playing with your rabbits. Searching for other shadow cats? That idea is as unrealistic as trying to get Lady Isabella to be your waitress." Having said that, she stopped looking at Lin Ming, picked up her sparkling water again, turned her head away, and showed him the back of her head and her still erect, rejecting cat ears, indicating that the topic was over. Sienna's rapid-fire taunts and warnings were like ice water splashed on the silent bar. Her emerald green cat-like eyes burned with offended anger, and deeper, a barely perceptible pain, like a wound being touched. Lin Ming's expression remained impassive, as if Sienna's fierce reaction were merely water droplets condensing and sliding down the rim of his glass. He set down his crystal-clear glass, the soft clinking sound particularly clear in the brief silence. He glanced at Sienna's sulking back, then at the gleaming glass in his hand, as if deep in thought. The plan to find the shadow cat seemed more difficult than anticipated, but for Lin Ming, the word impossible was never the final answer. He was merely marking this path as extremely difficult, requiring careful consideration. But danger? Having died once, he wasn't afraid of such things. The following afternoon, Lin Ming arrived in Mondstadt again. Passing through the still bustling and vibrant city gates, the familiar atmosphere of Mondstadt enveloped him. The clanging of blacksmiths, the cries of vendors, and the rough laughter of adventurers intertwined to create a unique symphony for this border fortress. Lin Ming walked steadily, his dark eyes calmly sweeping over the bustling streets, heading straight for the Fountain Plaza in the city center. That was the heart of Mondstadt's information flow and gathering of people, and also the place where bards most often showcased their singing talents and earned rewards. This time, his destination was not the Adventurers Guild, but the bard Cynthia, whom he had met once before. The afternoon sun made the fountain's water droplets sparkle like shattered diamonds. Children played by the pool, and several groups of weary adventurers rested, exchanging information about the dungeons. In a corner of the square, beneath the enormous oak tree, said to be hundreds of years old, a small crowd had already gathered. The melodious sound of a harp, like a clear spring, reached Lin Ming's ears before the singing. The music was pure and ethereal, carrying a subtle melancholy, easily carving out a tranquil space amidst the clamor. Lin Ming slowly approached, his gaze passing through the gaps in the crowd, landing on the familiar figure beneath the oak tree. She was still wearing that pristine pale yellow dress, her long, light golden hair cascading like a waterfall woven from sunlight, loosely held back by a simple silver ribbon, a few strands falling beside her fair cheeks. Her head was lowered, her eyelids slightly drooping, long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, her slender fingers skillfully plucking the strings of the pearwood harp in her arms. Then, she raised her head, her azure eyes gazing at the sky as if searching for the traces of clouds, and a clear, ethereal voice rose. The wind sweeps across the dragon's spine peaks. Snow covers forgotten poems. Who makes a wish under the starlight, weaving longing into a crown? Her voice, like the music she played, possessed a unique penetrating power. Unlike the impassioned grandeur of some bards, nor deliberately sentimental, it narrated calmly and gently, yet it seemed to seep directly into the listener's heart, stirring ripples of longing for distant places, for memories, and for the softest corners of their souls. The surrounding crowd listened quietly, whether rugged warriors or shrewd merchants, their faces unconsciously relaxed, their eyes revealing varying degrees of reminiscence or longing. The children also stopped playing, nestled beside the adults, their wide eyes immersed in the scene depicted in the song. Lin Ming stood quietly on the outskirts of the crowd, undisturbed. He listened to her song. The lyrics seemed to tell an ancient legend about waiting and loss. His face remained as calm as ever, but in his deep black eyes, Cynthia's image was clearly reflected, and he savored the indescribable pure power emanating from her voice. The song ended, its lingering melody resonating. After a moment of silence, sincere but not enthusiastic applause rose from the crowd. Some copper coins and a few scattered silver coins were tossed into the violin case in front of her. Cynthia bowed slightly in thanks, a faint, polite smile on her face, but a hint of barely perceptible confusion seemed to linger deep within her emerald eyes. Just as she was about to begin the next piece, she noticed a figure that stood out in the crowd. Black hair, black eyes, a calm, expressionless face completely different from the surrounding audience, some captivated, some relaxed. It was the gentleman who had once given her a bouquet of baby's breath. Cynthia paused slightly, then gave him a friendly, slightly inquiring smile. Seeing that she had noticed him, Lin Ming no longer lingered outside the crowd. He stepped through the automatically parting crowd and approached Cynthia. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin Ming." Cynthia's voice held a hint of surprise and curiosity. "I didn't expect to see you again. You remember my name?" Lin Ming was slightly surprised. Despite only having met her briefly, the girl had remembered his name. Cynthia gave him a polite smile. "Sir, are you here to hear some music? I can sing you another song." Lin Ming shook his head. "No, I came here today for you." Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Cynthia's eyes. "Your singing voice is very special." Lin Ming got straight to the point, his tone as calm as stating an objective fact, but for someone as taciturn as him, this was already high praise. Cynthia's face flushed slightly, as if she were delighted by a professional's affirmation. "You flatter me, sir. I'm just making a living. No need to belittle yourself." Lin Ming's gaze swept over the loose coins in her violin case, then refocused on her face. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Lin Ming, and I'm the manager of a tavern. My tavern needs a resident singer, and I think you're a perfect fit. Cynthia was clearly stunned, her emerald eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Singing at your tavern? She hadn't expected the man before her to invite her to sing at his tavern, but it was undoubtedly an acknowledgement of her talent. Yes, Lin Ming nodded. Working hours are at night, coinciding with the tavern's opening hours. Payment is weekly, 12 gold coins per week, with additional payments for customer tips. Room and board are included. His terms were simple and direct, without any embellishment, yet incredibly tempting. A stable, well-paid work environment, a platform that might allow her voice to be heard by more people. Cynthia's heart pounded involuntarily. Looking into Lin Ming's calm, seemingly all-seeing black eyes, she felt as if she were in an unreal dream. Why me? She couldn't help but ask, her voice trembling slightly. Your voice is very beautiful, that's enough. Lin Ming's answer was still concise. He didn't offer any more praise, but his sincere recognition was enough to create subtle ripples in Cynthia's heart. Faced with this temptation, Cynthia took a deep breath, a hint of panic flashing in her emerald eyes. Do I need a little time to think about it, Mr. Lin Ming? Sure. Lin Ming wasn't surprised. You still have time. If you've made up your mind, you can come to the Adventurers Guild to find me at 7 p.m. I'll be waiting for you there. With that, he nodded slightly to Cynthia, then turned and left. His black figure quickly disappeared into the surging crowds of Mondstadt, without a trace of lingering. Cynthia stood there, clutching her harp, motionless for a long time. The afternoon sun filtered through the oak branches, casting dappled shadows on her. As night fell, the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild Hall remained brightly lit and bustling with activity. Adventurers who had completed their daily quests gathered here to exchange tasks, drink ale, and share information. The air was thick with the smells of sweat, alcohol, and clamor. Lin Ming stood as promised by a relatively quiet pillar on one side of the hall. He was still dressed in inconspicuous dark clothing, an oddity against the vibrant atmosphere, like a static, out-of-place speck. He waited calmly, his gaze sweeping towards the entrance. Half an hour had passed since the appointed time, but soon he saw Cynthia. She had changed out of her bard's pale yellow dress and was now wearing simple, plain clothing, her light blonde hair simply tied back, still clutching her pearwood harp. However, what truly drew Lin Ming's attention was the tall woman beside her, a figure resembling a guardian knight. The woman was almost as tall as Lin Ming, dressed in well-maintained but weathered leather armor, with a broadsword at her waist. Her long brown hair was tied in a neat ponytail. Her face was beautiful but with strong features, and her sharp, gray-blue eyes scanned her surroundings like a hawk's, carrying the wariness and scrutiny characteristic of a seasoned warrior. She followed closely behind Cynthia, half a step behind, her posture full of protectiveness. Before even approaching Lin Ming, the female warrior leaned down slightly and whispered in Cynthia's ear, her voice filled with unwavering resolve and worry. Your Highness, please reconsider. To show your face in a tavern of unknown origin, it's too dangerous. How can someone of your noble status engage in such work? What if you are recognized by others, or encounter someone with ill intentions? Cynthia stopped, turned to face the female warrior, her emerald eyes flashing with a determination that contradicted her gentle appearance. Allison, I believe in Mr. Lin Ming. He's not like others, lacking the hypocrisy and greed of those nobles, and, she paused, her voice soft yet clear, I don't want to live forever under your protection, living in the shadow of the past. I need to live my own way, even if it's just with my voice. This is my own choice. But your Highness. The female warrior, called Allison, frowned, wanting to persuade her further. Cynthia had already spotted Lin Ming by the pillar. A slightly apologetic smile appeared on her face. Without giving Allison a chance to dissuade her, she quickly walked towards Lin Ming. Allison, helpless, could only follow immediately. Her gray-blue eyes, like those of a vigilant guard, were fixed on Lin Ming, filled with scrutiny and undisguised wariness. Lin Ming looked at Cynthia approaching, and the powerful female warrior behind her clearly a bodyguard, a faint hint of doubt flashing across his calm eyes. Good evening, Mr. Lin Ming, Cynthia said with a slight bow, her tone still polite and gentle. I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's all right, Lin Ming replied, turning his gaze to Allison behind her. Cynthia immediately understood and stepped forward to introduce her. This is Allison, she's a very important member of my family. She was worried about me traveling alone to an unfamiliar place, so she came with me. She skillfully avoided mentioning guards or anything that might reveal her identity. Allison stepped forward, meeting Lin Ming's gaze at him directly. Her voice, unlike Cynthia's, wasn't soft, it carried a warrior's crispness and directness. Mr. Lin Ming, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Allison Melina, Princess. Cynthia's safety is my primary responsibility. Before agreeing to her accepting your invitation, I must first verify the reliability of you and your tavern. Her words carried an undeniable force, as if conducting a qualification check before diplomatic negotiations. Lin Ming remained unmoved by the subtle pressure emanating from Allison, simply nodding slightly in understanding. Sure. Seeing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Cynthia quickly took over, a blush creeping across her face. She said to Lin Ming, Master Lin, thank you so much for your invitation. However, I haven't seen your Dawn Tavern in person yet, and I'm not familiar with the environment or the work there. Allison is just concerned for me, so we were thinking, if possible, could we take a look around the tavern first before making a decision? Her request was reasonable, tinged with caution and respect for the unknown. Lin Ming glanced at the resolute Allison, then at Cynthia, whose eyes held both anticipation and a hint of trepidation, and didn't hesitate. Follow me, he said briefly, then turned and walked towards a quiet, less crowded corner inside the guild hall. Cynthia and Allison exchanged a glance and immediately followed. A few unused wooden crates were piled up in the dim light of the corner, almost unnoticed. Lin Ming stopped in front of a weathered stone wall. It appeared completely empty. Under Allison's questioning and increasingly wary gaze, Lin Ming reached out and made a simple gesture towards the empty wall, as if pushing open an invisible door. The next moment, something strange happened. A very faint hum, seemingly emanating from space itself, resounded. Then, to Allison and Cynthia's astonishment, the air before them began to ripple with visible, shimmering waves, like pebbles thrown into water. At the center of the ripples, an ancient, heavy wooden door, its edges shimmering with starlight, slowly appeared out of thin air. The door was intricately carved with images of wine bottles and glasses, now radiating a soft, mysterious glow, creating a striking visual contrast with the surrounding dilapidated environment. Allison's pupils contracted sharply, her hand instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Spatial magic? To open a stable spatial portal with such effortless ease? This was completely beyond her comprehension of an ordinary tavern owner. What level of magical control and understanding of spatial laws did this require? The man before her instantly surged in her mind, his danger and mystery reaching their peak. She almost immediately drew her short sword to shield Cynthia behind her. Cynthia also gasped in surprise, her emerald eyes wide. Although Lin Ming had always seemed mysterious to her, witnessing this extraordinary scene was still beyond her wildest imagination. Ignoring their shock, Lin Ming pushed open the starlight portal and stepped aside to let them pass. Inside, warm, bright lighting, soothing music, and an indescribable atmosphere of tranquility and luxury enveloped him like from another world. This contrasted sharply with the bustling chaos of the Adventurers Guild outside. Welcome, Lin Ming's voice remained calm, breaking the brief silence, to the Dawn Tavern. As Cynthia and Allison followed Lin Ming through the starlight-studded doorway and truly entered the Dawn Tavern, all the outside noise seemed to vanish instantly, leaving them gripped by an almost frozen awe. The first thing to overwhelm their senses was the indescribable warmth and brightness. A massive crystal chandelier cast an amber glow, rendering every inch of the space dreamlike. The mirror-like dark floor reflected the dazzling lights above, making it feel like walking on a starry sky. A complex and captivating fragrance filled the air, the richness of aged liquor, the caramelized aroma of coffee, the creamy scent of desserts, and a subtle, soothing freshness a world apart from the stench of sweat and ale in the guild hall. A wondrous, soothing, and ethereal melody flowed from nowhere, lingering in their ears and involuntarily relaxing their minds. All of this gave Cynthia and Allison a strong sense of unreality. This is the main hall, the primary area for guests to relax and drink. Lin Ming's calm voice broke their silence. Like a professional tour guide, he began to introduce the various areas, his finger casually pointing. Over there are the relatively private booths. The area near the walls is reserved for future music performances, with its own independent sound and light barrier to ensure undisturbed performances and optimal sound effects. As he introduced the music area, his gaze seemed to casually sweep over the harp in Cynthia's arms. Following his direction, Cynthia looked at the slightly elevated area bathed in soft light, and her heart skipped a beat. Could this be the stage where she might one day sing? She felt both nervous and a little excited. Allison forced herself to snap out of her shock at the luxurious surroundings. Her gray-blue eyes, sharp as an eagle's, scanned every corner, searching for potential safety hazards, escape routes, and any hidden dangers lurking within seemingly ordinary devices. The more extraordinary this tavern was, the more vigilant she had to be. Lin Ming seemed oblivious to the turmoil within Allison, or perhaps he simply didn't care. He walked straight to the semicircular black stone bar, a work of art in itself, and said, "Have a seat. What would you like to drink? It's on me." His tone remained flat, as if he were entertaining an old friend. However, the instant Lin Ming finished speaking, Cynthia's gaze was drawn to a striking spot on the towering liquor rack behind the bar. There, amidst countless bottles shimmering with a mesmerizing light, hung a longsword. The sword's blade shimmered with a faint silver light, exuding a cool and noble aura even under the warm lamplight. The intricate and ornate ancient patterns on the hilt, and the two unique volcanic dwarven characters near the guard, the character's silver vine seemed to possess some kind of oath-like power. Like a red-hot iron, it instantly burned Cynthia's eyes. She was struck as if by a silent bolt of lightning, frozen in place, the harp in her arms nearly slipping from her grasp. Her emerald green eyes widened instantly, pupils contracting, filled with disbelief, shock, and a flood of deliberately forgotten, painful memories washing over her. No, impossible, she murmured absently, her voice barely a whisper, trembling violently. She staggered forward instinctively, her trembling finger pointing at the sword, as if wanting to touch it, yet afraid it was just a fragile illusion. Allison, who had been cautiously observing Lin Ming's bartending movements, turned immediately upon hearing Cynthia's unusual expression. When her gaze followed Cynthia's finger and landed on Silver Vine, this battle-hardened, iron-willed warrior was struck as if by a hammer, her entire body jolting violently. The color drained from her face instantly, and her gray-blue eyes flashed with extreme shock and disbelief, even more intense than when she had seen the spatial portal. That sword, the legendary weapon symbolizing the oath of protection for the Duchy of Heathrine, representing the glory and responsibility of the royal family. She had witnessed it countless times on the waist of Prince Royce, seen its gleaming light at the kingdom's celebrations, and searched for its lost form in the nightmare of the kingdom's destruction. How could it be here, in this mysterious tavern, completely unrelated to Heathrine? Your Highness! Allison's voice was sharp and hoarse with extreme shock. She rushed to Cynthia's side, instinctively shielding her with her body, staring incredulously at the silver vine on the shelf, exclaiming in a trembling voice, that could be, the silver vine. The oath of protection, silver vine. Her voice was exceptionally clear in the silent tavern, carrying a fear and tremor she herself hadn't even realized she possessed. Cynthia didn't answer, or rather, she was unable to express the turmoil churning within her. Tears welled up in her eyes without warning, blurring the familiar sword belonging to her most beloved brother. The laughter and joy in the gardens of Heathrine Palace, her brother's upright figure practicing with the silver vine sword, the despairing chaos and separation of the day the city fell, countless fragments of sealed memories surged forth at this moment, almost overwhelming her. Her eyes held both bewilderment at the presence of the silver vine and fear. She dreaded the answer that would shatter her defenses. Because the silver vine was a symbol of Heathrine's glory, and as her brother's sword, it was almost always with him. But now, could it be that even her second brother had met with misfortune? The thought of this absurd possibility made Cynthia's expression become dazed. Lin Ming, who had just taken out the cocktail shaker, paused slightly upon hearing Allison's exclamation and seeing Cynthia's violent reaction. He raised his eyelids, glanced at the silver vine hanging on the wine rack, then at Cynthia, whose eyes were brimming with tears and who seemed on the verge of collapse, and at Allison, whose entire body was tense and on high alert. A faint hint of surprise seemed to flicker across his calm black eyes. He put down the implements he was holding and, in his eternally unchanging, flat tone, asked, "You recognize this sword?" Cynthia seemed not to hear his question. Her entire being was consumed by the hanging silver harp. Her emerald eyes were fixed on the sword, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, dripping onto the pearwood harp in her arms with a soft tinkling sound. She took another small step forward, her voice trembling violently with an almost desperate plea. "Mr. Lin Ming, please, can you take it down? Let me see it?" Her gaze was filled with longing and an almost pious earnestness, as if it were not merely a sword, but half of her lost world. Allison, too, struggled to recover from her extreme shock. She bit her lower lip, her gray-blue eyes glancing between Yin Luo and Lin Ming, her expression incredibly complex. There was the excitement of regaining a sacred object, but also a deep suspicion and wariness about how Lin Ming possessed the sword, and worry about the second prince's unknown fate. She didn't speak, but her tense posture revealed her equally urgent feelings. Lin Ming silently observed her for a few seconds. The intense emotion contained in her tear-filled blue eyes was something he rarely saw in his guests. He hesitated slightly. After all, Yin Luo was pawned by Royce, but he had promised Royce that he would safeguard the sword until the day he redeemed it. Seeing Cynthia's near collapse and Allison's tense yet equally inquisitive gaze, he finally nodded. After a brief hesitation, he asked no further questions or explanations, but simply turned, stood on tiptoe, and easily retrieved the longsword, gleaming with a faint silver light, from the bar. He took the sword, walked back to the bar, placed it flat on the smooth black stone counter, and pushed it toward Cynthia. As he held the silver sword toward Cynthia, the blade seemed to sense something, emitting a barely perceptible hum. "Please." Lin Ming held the silver sword horizontally, offering it to Cynthia. Cynthia almost held her breath, her hands trembling as she reached out, carefully accepting the longsword, which felt incredibly heavy to her, as if receiving a sacred object. The moment the sword touched her, the familiar, almost blood-related heaviness and the faint magical fluctuations instantly convinced her that this was indeed her brother Royce's sword, the Guardian's Oath, Silver Vine. Her fingertips trembled as they traced the cool, smooth blade, finally resting on the clearly engraved volcanic dwarven script near the hilt Silver Vine. The familiar touch completely shattered her last defenses. "It's it really is it, my brother's Silver Vine." She choked back sobs, her voice broken, clutching the sword tightly to her chest, as if trying to merge it into her own body, or as if embracing a long-lost relative. Even though she already knew the answer in her heart, she couldn't hold back her tears when the real touch flowed through her fingertips. The destruction of her homeland and the news that her only remaining relative had finally arrived, but was likely devastating, finally broke the girl's heart. Allison leaned closer, examining every detail of the sword, especially the tiny flaming griffin emblem representing the Heathrine royal family on the hilt. She closed her eyes tightly for a moment, then opened them again, her eyes filled with sorrow and confirmation. Yes, Your Highness, this is indeed the oath of protection. Silver Vine. Suddenly, Cynthia abruptly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lin Ming, her voice filled with unprecedented urgency and questioning. Curator Lin Ming, this sword, where did you get it? How did it get here? Please tell me. Seeing Cynthia's anxious, desperate expression, as if grasping at a last straw, Lin Ming understood immediately that her relationship with Royce was far from ordinary. Her hastily uttered brother, and her urgent question about the origin of the silver vine, practically said it all. He calmly replied, a guest pawned it here. Pawned? Cynthia was stunned. This word clashed drastically with her perception of her brother and the silver vine's inseparable, blood-bound bond. Her brother, why would he pawn the silver vine, a symbol of Heather's vow of protection? Which guest? What's his name? Cynthia pressed impatiently, leaning forward slightly with excitement. This is very important to me. Please tell me. A brief silence fell over the tavern, broken only by the soft background music. Allison clenched her fists, also awaiting Lin Ming's answer. Just as Cynthia was on the verge of despair from the silence, Lin Ming finally spoke. His voice remained steady, clearly uttering the name that held such immense weight for Cynthia. Royce. The name, like a final verdict, like a thunderclap in the darkness, exploded in Cynthia's ears. Royce, brother. She murmured, repeating the name, her expression instantly becoming incredibly complex and indescribable. Joy, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged into her heart. First, her brother was alive. The brother she thought had perished in the destruction of their kingdom, the brother she missed day and night, the brother she felt guilty for not being able to live and die with, was actually still alive in this world. Overwhelming joy almost made her faint. But what followed was a deep sense of bewilderment and piercing pain. Silver Vine, the oath of protection. Silver Vine. This was not merely her brother's sword, but the symbol of the Duchy of Heathrine, a testament to the royal family's oath to protect its people. It carried her father's expectations, the kingdom's glory, and the faith of countless Heathrine citizens. Her brother, how could he pawn it? Just like pawning an ordinary item, leaving it in this tavern? Had he encountered unimaginable hardship? Or, had he completely abandoned Heathrine, abandoned his oath of protection, abandoned everything from the past? Joy and heartache, hope and despair, a torrent of conflicting emotions clashed and churned within Cynthia's heart. She clutched the cold silver hilt tightly, as if only in this way could she support her faltering body. Tears flowed even more profusely. Allison stood by, watching Cynthia's state, her eyes filled with heartache and solemnity. She was equally shocked and delighted that Prince Royce was still alive, but the fact that Yinluo had appeared in a tavern and had been killed by the second prince himself was like a thorn in her heart. Lin Ming observed their reactions without asking anything, simply standing quietly, like an detached observer. After a long while, Cynthia, her emotions slightly calmed, slowly released her grip. She raised her head, revealing a pair of resolute eyes. Mr. Lin Ming, Brother Wan will come back, won't he? Recalling Royce's drunken state with Vera in the tavern last night, Lin Ming nodded. I understand. Cynthia seemed to have made up her mind. Mr. Lin Ming, I accept your invitation. Lin Ming paused for a moment, then smiled. Welcome to the company, Miss Cynthia. Brother Wan, Cynthia will be here waiting for you, waiting for the day we meet again. Meanwhile, Royce, whom Cynthia longed for, was in trouble. The story begins in the morning. The mornings in Karato City always carry a raw, untamed vitality. The sunlight hasn't completely dispelled the chill of the night, the air is thick with the smells of coal smoke, stale garbage, and cheap food. In a relatively secluded corner of the slums, in a makeshift hideout made of tattered planks and discarded canvas, Vera and her young family members huddle together, their faces showing a rare mix of excitement and nervousness. Did you see? It really is 5 silver coins. A boy named Little carefully clutches a slightly dull silver coin, his eyes sparkling. And 50 coppers. A little girl with crooked braids adds, her name is Lena, one of the youngest children in the group. Vera held a crumpled quest slip torn from the bulletin board outside the Adventurers Guild. Written in rough handwriting, clear the rockback rat's nest at the entrance to the abandoned mine in the west of the city. Estimated number 5 to 8. Reward 5 silver coins, 50 copper coins. Warning: rockback rats are aggressive and have sharp claws and teeth. Recommended for those with basic combat experience. For regular adventurers, this would be a trivial quest they wouldn't even glance at, but for Vera and her companions, it was a fortune enough to improve their lives for more than half a month. Sister Vera, are we really going? A slightly older boy named Carl swallowed hard, his face filled with fear. Rockback rats, I heard they can bite off a person's finger when they go berserk. Vera took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her emerald eyes swept over her companions, filled with anticipation, fear, but mostly a thirst for food. She knew the risks, but the opportunity was rare. "We'll go," her voice was clear and firm. "But we can't go alone." Her gaze fell on a figure not far away, leaning against a crumbling wall, wrapped in a tattered cloak, seemingly still fast asleep from a hangover. After spending this time together, Royce had left an incredibly powerful impression on her. Although she didn't know exactly how strong he was certainly far more capable than the guards and the escort team. Vera picked up a small piece of rye bread they had saved, wrapped in clean leaves, walked to Royce's side, and gently placed it beside him. "Mr. Royce." Her voice was soft but clear enough. "We've taken on a job, to the old mines in the west of the city. Could you come with us? You don't need to lift a finger, just stay by our side, and watch over us." She carefully chose her words, handing him the mission sheet as well. "We can share the payment, with you." Royce didn't even lift an eyelid, as if he hadn't heard her. The pungent smell of alcohol still lingered around him, clashing with the fresh morning air. Vera didn't give up, nor did she say anything more, she simply waited quietly. The other children watched them, holding their breath. After a long while, just when Vera thought he wouldn't respond anymore and was about to give up, Royce let out a muffled, slurred laugh, sounding like self-mockery or mockery of their overestimation of themselves. But he didn't refuse the bread, nor did he push away the task sheet. He slowly rose, his movements stiff from drunkenness and prolonged confinement. He pulled his cloak tighter around himself and, without a word, began to walk unsteadily towards the west of the city. This was almost tantamount to tacit approval. A flicker of joy crossed Vera's eyes, and she quickly called for the children to follow. The entrance to the abandoned mine in the west of the city reeked of mildew and the stench of wild beasts. Sunlight was blocked by towering rock walls, making it much colder and more gloomy than outside. The half-collapsed wooden minecart tracks and scattered rubble spoke of the desolation. Following the rough map on the quest sheet, they quickly found traces of rock-backed rat activity, black, granular droppings scattered on the ground, and fresh scratches on the rock walls. "Ready!" Vera whispered, and the children immediately scattered, taking out their makeshift weapons, sharpened wooden sticks, short clubs tied with stone chips, and 2 rusty daggers, their most prized possessions. As they had planned, they attempted to use the terrain and sound to lure the rock rats into the prearranged trap area. A relatively narrow, pebble-strewn area, its surface sprinkled with talcum powder. Royce leaned against a large rock in the shadow, seemingly one with it. His eyes were closed, as if he were asleep again, oblivious to the tense atmosphere. At first, things went smoothly. The children successfully lured 4 rock rats out of 2 smaller burrows by throwing stones and shouting. These creatures were about the size of a house cat, their backs covered in hard, grayish-brown carapaces, bearing sharp teeth and emitting threatening squeaks. Under Vera's command, the children, using their numbers and makeshift traps, managed to subdue the 4 creatures, albeit clumsily and sustaining several scratches on their bodies. They eventually finished them off with heavy objects. Just as the children breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to clean up the battlefield, a sudden change occurred. From the depths of the largest main mine shaft, a sharper, more ferocious screech erupted. Immediately afterward, 3 significantly larger, blood-red rock-backed rats charged out. They were faster, their carapaces darker, clearly elite individuals enraged by the commotion outside not mentioned on the mission log. "Damn it!" Vera's heart tightened. The children's formation was instantly broken. Carl's wooden stick was snapped in 2 by a large rock-backed rat, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Lena screamed, cornered against the rock wall by another, in grave danger. Royce, who had seemed asleep, snapped his eyes open the instant the strange scream rang out. His eyes were no longer blurry with drunkenness, but a calm, sharp lake blue, like that of an icy lake. He saw the largest rock-back rat charging at Lena, its crimson eyes filled with madness. Without time to think, almost instinctively, he moved. There was no earth-shattering force, not even the drawing of a weapon. He simply and seemingly casually kicked away a fist-sized rock at his feet. Whoosh! The rock, with a piercing whistling sound, struck the rock-back rat precisely at the junction of its raised, relatively vulnerable neck and carapace. Crack! A soft sound of bone breaking. The charging momentum of the ferocious rock-back rat came to an abrupt halt. It was sent flying like a tattered sack, crashing into the rock wall, twitching twice, and then remaining motionless. The other 2 were also stunned by the sudden attack. In that brief moment, Royce's figure flashed into the battlefield like a ghost. He didn't use any flashy techniques, just simple movement, blocking, and striking. He pointed his fingers like a sword, striking one of the rock-back rats at its joint. The beast immediately howled and collapsed. He sidestepped another's pounce, his elbow striking down precisely in the gap between its skull and carapace. A dull thud. The rock-back rat collapsed to the ground without a sound, dark red blood seeping from its mouth and nose. In a flash, 3 elite rock-back rats, enough to wipe out this small team, were dead. A deathly silence fell over the mine, broken only by the children's heavy breathing and heartbeats. Vera stared blankly at Royce, who stood in the center of the arena, slowly coming to a stop, as if seeing him for the first time. He stood there, still wearing that tattered cloak, but the aura emanating from him was no longer the decadent smell of alcohol, but a chilling, ruthless aura. However, this aura lasted only a moment. Vera keenly noticed that Royce's hand, which had been clenched like a sword, now hanging at his side, was trembling almost imperceptibly. His breathing seemed slightly more rapid than usual, though he tried to hide it. What made her heart clench even more was that, as he casually ran the back of his hand across his chin, she seemed to glimpse several fine, black spiderweb-like lines flashing across his pale palm before disappearing beneath his skin. Was it an illusion? Royce didn't look at the children, nor at the spoils on the ground. He slowly turned and walked back into the shadow of the giant rock, his steps seeming heavier than before. He leaned against the rock wall, pulling his hood down again, concealing all his emotions and strangeness in the shadows, as if his earth-shattering attack had been nothing more than an illusion. But Vera knew it wasn't. She quickly went to Lena's side, and after confirming that the little girl was only frightened and unharmed, her gaze returned to Royce in the shadows. She bit her lower lip, not immediately offering her thanks, but silently taking out several common herbs used to stop bleeding and reduce bruising from her small bag, carefully crushing them with a stone. She walked to Royce's side, saying nothing, but gently taking his trembling hand that hung down. His fingers were icy cold. Royce's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, as if he wanted to pull away, but ultimately did not move. Vera lowered her head, carefully wiping away the fine blood that had seeped from his fingers from the sudden exertion, which might have even aggravated some internal injury, then applied the crushed herbs and carefully bandaged it with a clean strip of cloth. Her movements were focused and practiced, carrying a composure beyond her years. Royce watched her silently as she finished, his eyes beneath the hood complex and unreadable. The crisis was over, and the children began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the valuable claws, teeth, and the relatively intact, hard carapace from the rockback rat. Despite the fright, the bountiful harvest still brought smiles to their faces. The youngest, Lena, took a wild berry from her small pocket wrapped in clean leaves, a berry she had treasured for a long time, reluctant to eat it. The berry was slightly wilted, yet translucent red. She timidly approached Royce, stood on tiptoe, and gently placed the berry in the rough, unbandaged palm of his large hand. "Here, for you to have." Lena's voice was barely audible, tinged with a hint of pleading and pure gratitude. Royce lowered his head, looking at the small, bright red berry in his palm. It was so small, so light, yet it felt incredibly heavy. He could almost see how the little girl had resisted temptation countless times during her hunger pangs, saving it until now, just to give it to the person she considered most important at this crucial moment. At this moment, the pain he had been suppressing in his body seemed less intense. He slowly clenched his fist, tightly enveloping the berry. Then, he raised his head, his gaze, for the first time truly and earnestly sweeping across each child's face, finally settling on Vera's emerald green eyes, filled with worry, doubt, yet also with unwavering trust. The chill of the mind seemed to dissipate somewhat. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarser and drier than usual, like rusted gears starting to turn again, yet carrying an unprecedented, faint but real determination. "Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to use a sword, how to survive." Hearing this, the children's faces lit up with happy smiles. They wanted to practice swordsmanship like Vera and become powerful swordsmen someday. But Vera watched Royce's departing figure, a rare hint of worry appearing in her eyes. Although she didn't know what had happened, Mr. Royce seemed unusually serious today, his serious demeanor reminiscent of the first day they met. This was abnormal. Could it be related to the black markings that had appeared on Mr. Royce's body earlier? Back in Corrado City, he found a secluded spot. Royce finally couldn't hold back any longer. A suppressed groan, as if squeezed from deep within his throat, escaped his lips. He abruptly raised his hand to his chest, his knuckles turning white from the force. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and his face turned deathly pale, not the paleness of drunkenness, but the ashen pallor of life being rapidly drained away. A chilling, deathly aura, completely different from the damp cold of the mind, spread from within him without warning. It was a chill originating from the depths of his soul, as if capable of freezing his blood and suffocating his life. His once clear, lake blue eyes were now shrouded in a deeper, more somber shadow. Damn it, why, now? His vision began to blur, the surrounding light distorting and swirling in his eyes. Countless cacophony of fragmented auditory hallucinations filled his ears, the piercing clang of clashing weapons, the deafening roar of collapsing buildings, and those desperate cries and wails. "No, hold, the East Gate." He murmured unconsciously, his voice hoarse and broken, as if fighting an unseen enemy. The chilling, deathly aura surrounding him intensified suddenly, even forming an invisible force field that sent shivers down the spines of anyone who tried to approach him. He didn't know how much time had passed before he gradually regained his senses from the pain. Watching the spiderweb-like black patterns slowly fade, a desolate, lifeless light flashed in his eyes. He knew what it was, a curse directed at him. Withered twilight. Royce, you've become so lazy. Royce looked up and gave a self-deprecating bitter smile. His comfortable life these past few days had almost made him forget that he was still a man burdened with a curse, terminally ill and uncertain whether he would even see the world tomorrow. This was also why he chose to give up on restoring Heatherine's glory. He couldn't even see his own future, so how could he talk about Heatherine's future? What puzzled him was that after the suppression from the vodka at the Dawn Tavern these past few days, the curse's effects hadn't appeared for a long time. Why had it resurfaced today, and so violently? As Royce was still pondering why the curse's power, which had been dormant for so long, had suddenly erupted, his unfocused peripheral vision caught a familiar color, and a pair of eyes brimming with crystalline tears, filled with a worry that almost overwhelmed him. Vera stood a few steps away, her small figure appearing particularly frail in the shadows of the ruins. Tears had already washed two clear streaks across her dirty little face, and her bright, green eyes, like newly sprouted leaves, were unusually clear, churning with fear, helplessness, and deep concern, as intense as an impenetrable fog, crashing directly into Royce's lifeless heart, stirring violent ripples. When did she arrive? How much did she see? Royce's heart tightened suddenly, and almost instinctively, he tried to put on his cold, aloof mask again. He forced a smile, attempting a relaxed, natural one, even though this simple gesture felt as stiff and painful as if the muscles in his face had rusted away. When did you arrive? His voice was still terribly hoarse, but he deliberately slowed his pace and lowered his voice, trying to make it sound like a casual, unintentional greeting, hoping to dispel the heavy, suffocating atmosphere between them. However, his pretense crumbled before Vera's torrent of tears. Vera's tears fell even more fiercely because of his seemingly casual question. She shook her head violently, her disheveled flaxen hair clinging to her wet cheeks, her voice trembling with uncontrollable sobs and violent choking. From the beginning, I was worried about you, so I followed you. She looked at Royce's face, which was trying to appear calm, yet looked more vulnerable and pale than ever before. The pent-up resentment that had been blocked by an invisible force, the anxiety of watching him suffer in human pain without being able to help, and the heartache that had arisen from nowhere but clung to her heart like vines, erupted completely like a volcano at this moment. Like a young animal driven by immense fear and grief, she rushed forward without hesitation or hindrance. Her small hands, trembling slightly with tension and fear, gripped Royce's still frighteningly cold hand tightly, holding it with all her might, as if letting go would cause him to vanish like smoke. Mr. Royce. She threw herself before him, her small face streaked with tears, which streamed down her cheeks like broken pearls. What happened? What's wrong with you? Your hand is so cold, colder than ice. You looked so painful just now. What were those black things? They're inside you, right? It's those black things that are causing you so much pain, isn't it? Her words were incoherent, bombarding him with questions like a machine gun, gripping his hand tightly, trying to dispel the piercing cold with her own meager, life-giving warmth. Those green eyes, soaked with tears, gazed at him stubbornly, even with a hint of pleading, relentlessly seeking an answer, a promise that could put her mind at ease. Royce was completely stunned. The girl's scalding tears, drop after drop, fell incessantly onto the back of his cold hand, each drop carrying a burning temperature that made his very soul tremble. She held on so tightly, her unreserved, pure worry and dependence like the purest, most fervent light, instantly shattering all the cold, hardened defenses he had tried to rebuild. He looked at the girl before him, sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling slightly, at the pure fear flowing in her eyes, solely for his pain. There wasn't a trace of self-interest in it. Silence permeated the corner of the ruins. Only Vera's suppressed sobs and Royce's still somewhat disordered breathing could be heard. Finally, his hand, the one she hadn't gripped tightly, equally cold, with a barely perceptible, lingering tremor, rose extremely slowly and clumsily. Then, gently, with a long-lost, almost stiff tenderness, it landed on Vera's flaxen, somewhat rough and dirty hair. His movements were clumsy, as if it were his first time, even hesitant, but when his palm landed, it carried an indescribable weight, an attempt to soothe. It's all right. He heard his own voice say, much calmer than he had expected, even carrying a dry tenderness he himself hadn't noticed. Just an old injury. It flares up occasionally like today. He avoided the heavy, despairing word curse, wanting to comfort her heart, which was aching from tension. Actually, calling it an old injury wasn't entirely inaccurate. His thoughts returned to the great war that had destroyed his kingdom. Sultan was extremely wary of his talent. Not only did his own country's mage corps and legendary professionals target him, but he also invited 3 legendary reinforcements to surround him, and he didn't disappoint everyone's expectations. Under this desperate encirclement, he not only broke through the encirclement but also killed one of the opposing legendary figures. But the others knew that letting him live posed a tremendous threat to them and their nation. Therefore, a legendary dark mage, at the cost of his life, cast the ancient forbidden curse, Withering Twilight. It usually lurked deep within his soul, eroding his will and life force. But if he wasn't careful, it would awaken like a venomous snake, gnawing at his soul and bringing endless agony. Before encountering the Dawn Tavern, the curse's power erupted daily, and the tavern's magical drinks seemed to suppress it. Since that day, he hadn't felt the curse's power erupt for a long time, and Royce had gradually ignored its existence. But today's sudden eruption reminded him that it had never left, until one day he could no longer bear the burden and perished along with it. He looked into Vera's emerald eyes, still filled with doubt, fear, and an overwhelming, unyielding worry. He paused, as if making a decision, and added, his voice low but strangely clear and resolute, "Don't worry. Until I teach you to protect yourselves, until I see you, truly able to survive on your own, I will not fall." This wasn't a promise to Heather's spirit, nor a vow to past glory, but a vow to the weeping girl before him, to the children she protected, struggling to survive in the mud. Though he could no longer see his own future, he used his remaining time to create a future for these children. He didn't want to seek revenge against Isudan, because as long as Isudan couldn't confirm his death, they would continue to live in anxiety and fear. The last rays of the setting sun finally pierced through the layers of ruins, landing precisely on the two like a spotlight on a stage, casting their intertwined figures and long shadows on the mottled ground. That light carried the last warmth of the day, seemingly temporarily dispelling some of the coldness and deathly stillness that surrounded Royce. Vera looked up, her eyes blurry with tears, at Royce's profile, which was still heartbreakingly pale in the setting sun, yet unusually resolute, as if a light emanated from within. She tightly grasped his large hands, which seemed to have warmed slightly from her body heat, and nodded heavily with all her might, filled with unwavering trust. The massive, interconnected canopies of ancient trees formed a natural dome, slicing the starry sky into fragments. Only the brightest moonlight, like a silver veil, filtered through the leaves, scattering across the ground covered in soft moss and glowing mushrooms. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers, and a vibrant, magical life force. Fireflies, carrying tiny lanterns, flitted among the ferns, while in the distance, the low hooting of owls and the murmuring of streams drifted by. This wasn't a forest from a fairy tale, but the outskirts of the Silvermoon Forest, the elven habitat. The Silvermoon Forest at night wasn't a deathly darkness. Lena, barefoot, trod lightly across the thick moss, making almost no sound. Her long, silvery hair shimmered softly in the moonlight, as if she herself were part of the forest's light source. But now, her brow was slightly furrowed, and a hint of worry lingered in her forest-green eyes. "Can you feel it, Zerafi?" she whispered to her companion on her shoulder. Zerafi, now shrunk to the size of a falcon, its bright golden vertical pupils like two small lamps in the darkness, tilted its head and let out a low, resonant groan in agreement. As a wind dragon, it was more sensitive to the flow of energy. In recent days, an unsettling sense of decay had permeated the forest's edge near human territory. This wasn't the natural withering of the seasons, but a unnatural decay with a sense of forced demise. The vegetation didn't turn a normal yellow, it simply turned to grayish-black dust. The animal carcasses showed no wounds, yet seemed to have been instantly drained of all life force. This power was weak, yet it continued to erode the forest's boundaries. And tonight, Lena Lee had followed this unsettling residual energy to the very edge of the forest. She stopped before a distinctly abnormal, circular, decaying area, about 10 feet in radius. Nothing grew here, the earth was cracked and parched, even the moonlight seemed dimmed. Like some kind of curse? But it also seems like a powerful necromancy? Lena knelt down, her fingertips lightly brushing against the cracked earth. She could sense the lingering, lifeless, and twisted energy within, a stark contrast to the life force of nature. This power instinctively repelled and worried her, a believer in the mother goddess of life. Just then, a faint, painful mental connection entered her mind. She looked up and saw a lark with wings twisted at an unnatural angle, perched on a half-withered branch of an ancient tree not far away. It seemed to have been injured by the abnormal energy field of this area, unable to fly back to its nest, its spirit filled with fear and pain. Lena's heart clenched. She immediately forgot about her investigation. Rescuing this vulnerable life became her primary task. "Don't be afraid, little one." She soothed him softly in Elvish, taking a few fragrant silverleaf leaves from a small vine pouch at her waist. However, she needed something more potent, a calming flower that could soothe the mind and heal bone wounds, a flower that typically grew on the edges of woodlands or near streams where energy was pure. She focused her mind, unleashing her nature senses, which rippled outwards like water. Most of the area was haunted by the unpleasant lingering scent of decay, but in a certain direction, she caught a faint yet exceptionally pure and stable trace of nature, like a lone cabin with a warm light shining through a stormy night, utterly out of place amidst the chaos. "Over there." She gestured to Zerafi, then began to move quickly and silently in the direction she sensed. Passing through tangled bushes and winding around gnarled tree roots, the closer she got, the clearer the pure, stable feeling became. Finally, she parted a clump of drooping wisteria blossoms, glistening with night dew, and the sight before her made her freeze. The expected forest clearing or babbling brook did not appear. In its place stood a weathered stone wall covered in ancient ivy. This wall stood abruptly at the edge of the forest, like a remnant of a massive structure, utterly incongruous with its surroundings. In the very center of the stone wall stood a simple-looking door made of dark wood. The door was undecorated, with only an old brass handle. The pure and steady aura that had drawn her there emanated faintly from behind this door. "What is this?" Lenali murmured, puzzled. She had never seen such a structure in the forest. The elves of the Silvermoon Forest revered harmony with nature and would never build such an incongruous stone wall and wooden door. Zerafai's also took flight from her shoulder, circling the door twice and chirping curiously. Its dragon instincts told it there was no danger behind the door. Instead, there was a temperature that made its scales feel comfortable. Lenali hesitated, then reached out, her fingertips touching the cool wooden door. She could sense that the space beyond the door seemed independent of the forest, forming a peculiar buffer zone, isolating it from the withered aura of the outside world and the restlessness of the forest itself. This power wasn't naturally formed, nor was it evil, it was simply a neutral rule she couldn't comprehend. Could this be some ancient magical relic? Or the secluded abode of a powerful being? But at this moment, the thought of rescuing the injured lark overwhelmed her caution towards the unknown. She glanced back at the path she had come from. The shadows of the forest swayed in the moonlight, and the unsettling sense of withering still lingered in the distance. Taking a deep breath, Lenali made up her mind. She nodded to Zerafi, then reached out and grasped the cold doorknob. Creak! With a soft sound, the door was slowly pushed open. From within, warm, bright light poured out, accompanied by the crisp sound of bells and a complex aroma, a blend of mellow fragrance, the scent of wood, and a certain tranquil power. Ding-a-ling! Lenali, with a mix of trepidation and boundless curiosity, stepped into the light, followed closely by Zerafi, who flew in with equally intrigued curiosity. Their figures disappeared behind the door, which closed silently, once again blending into the ivy-covered stone wall, as if it had never been opened. At the edge of the forest, only moonlight, the night wind, and the faint chirping of insects remained. The door closed silently behind her, completely shutting out the cool whispers and rustling of the forest night. A warm, dry scent, mingled with the aroma of aged wood, rich wine, and an indescribable tranquility, enveloped Lenali like a soft blanket. This scent was completely different from the damp freshness of the forest, yet strangely, it wasn't repulsive. Instead, it felt like a secluded haven, soothing her tense nerves. She found herself in a space far larger than she had imagined. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the soaring ceiling, its countless facets refracting the light into a warm, honey-like amber halo, bathing every corner, not the coldness of moonlight, but more like the warm afternoon sun filtering through the trees on an autumn day. Under her feet was a smooth, dark floor, reflecting the hazy light and shadow above. A nearly 5-meter-long, semicircular black stone bar, like a silent behemoth, lay dormant in the center. Behind it stood a massive, floor-to-ceiling cabinet, displaying countless glass bottles of various shapes and sizes. The liquids within shimmered like jewels under the lights, as if sealing miniature dreams. Behind the bar, a young man with black hair and black eyes, dressed in a dark uniform, was meticulously polishing a crystal-clear wine glass. His movements were fluid and precise, imbued with an almost zen-like focus, as if no external disturbance could penetrate the tranquility surrounding him. Sensing the movement at the door, he looked up, his gaze calmly sweeping over the new customer. It lingered briefly on the miniature Zerafi, his eyes showing no emotion, treating him no differently from any other patron. Meanwhile, in a corner of the tavern, a stunningly beautiful woman in an elegant long dress, with waist-length purple hair, leaned back languidly, holding a drink with distinct layers, as vibrant as a frozen sunset. She observed the newcomer with keen interest, noticing the distinctive pointed ears on either side of her head. Her violet eyes gleamed with insight and amusement, a faint smile playing on her lips. She then looked towards the bar and chuckled. "Master Curator, your tavern is becoming increasingly amazing. You even managed to bring in elves from Silvermoon Forest." Hearing this, Lin Ming simply looked up without speaking. Although it was his first time seeing elves from this world, he didn't show much curiosity. Meanwhile, the black-haired catgirl Sienna, who had been contentedly licking her ice cream from her silver spoon, tensed up the moment she sensed the dragon's presence, letting out a barely audible, territorial growl. Zerafi, perched on Lenali's shoulder, first curiously surveyed the strange place with its bright golden vertical pupils, then met Sienna's wary gaze. The dragon's pride made it instinctively raise its small head, its wing membranes trembling slightly, emitting a low, resonant hiss that seemed to stir the invisible elements in the air for a moment. The rabbit maid, Ella, who was about to step forward to greet the guest, froze in place at this sudden turn of events. The pure-blooded dragon race naturally possesses a bloodline suppression over lower-ranking orc races. Even though Zerafi meant no harm, the unintentional, life-level pressure he exuded still sent a chill down Anna's spine, leaving her momentarily stunned and helpless. "Welcome to Dawn Tavern." Lin Ming broke the delicate tension with his characteristically calm, even voice. He set down his gleaming glass, his gaze falling on Lenali, who was clearly in control. "What would you like to order?" His voice was like a deep pool, undisturbed, yet strangely, it relaxed Lenali's tense nerves. She gently patted Zerafia's head, signaling it to suppress its aura, then somewhat awkwardly walked to the bar. This refined and enclosed environment was completely different from the forest she was accustomed to, where the sky was her roof and the earth her mat. "Hello." Her voice was ethereal, carrying a hint of forest dampness and the uncertainty of entering unfamiliar territory. Is this a place that serves drinks? She noticed the cups in the other customers' hands. Yes, this is a tavern. Lin Ming pushed a beautifully crafted menu with a leather cover, smooth to the touch, in front of her. Lena Lily curiously flipped through it. The names Mojito, Tequila Sunrise, and Cuba Libre sounded like ancient dragon incantations to her, strange and complex. Zirafi, on the other hand, was completely captivated by the enormous, exquisitely cut crystal chandelier above the bar, constantly reflecting a mesmerizing light. That dazzling light had a natural attraction for dragons. Its bright golden vertical pupils didn't blink, its small claws unconsciously scratching at the vine armor on Lena Lily's shoulder, as if it were about to take flight at any moment and claim those glittering treasures for itself. I don't quite understand these things," Lena said honestly, a faint blush of embarrassment rising on her beautiful face, like a newly blossoming peach blossom. "Do you recommend a drink? Or, spring water would be fine too." Lin Ming's gaze swept over her pure green eyes, then glanced at the little wind dragon on her shoulder, its eyes lingering on the crystal chandelier, a fleeting moment of contemplation as brief as a falling leaf. "Perhaps you could try a mojito," he said, his voice still steady. "The tartness of lime, the coolness of mint, the sweetness of syrup, and the fizz of soda water, it tastes refreshing, like a woodland after the rain." A woodland after the rain, Lena's eyes brightened slightly, as if starlight had fallen into a clear pool. This description instantly captivated her. "Then this one will do. Thank you. And this friend? Would you like one?" Lin Ming's gaze turned to the restless Zirafi. Lena quickly explained, her tone naturally protective. "Its name is Zirafi, and it's still a juvenile and cannot be exposed to alcohol." She remembered the ancient teachings of the elves and dragons. Lin Ming nodded, as if it were the most natural rule. "Don't worry, this shop will not serve alcoholic beverages to minors." He turned and took out a clear glass bottle from below, containing a pinkish liquid. He poured the water into a glass filled with glistening ice cubes. Countless tiny bubbles immediately rose joyfully, emitting a soft, hissing sound, like a miniature celebration. He pushed the glass towards Lena. "This is lychee sparkling water, alcohol-free, sweet, and carbonated. It should like it." Lin Ming didn't know if the wind dragon could understand human language, but the dreamy pink color and the constantly rising, bursting, and regenerating bubbles immediately captured Zirafia's full attention. Finally, it couldn't resist any longer. It gracefully flew down from Lena Li's shoulder, carefully landing on the cold rim of the glass, curiously peering at the liquid that emitted such alluring sounds and sweet fragrance. Lena Li looked at Lin Ming, hesitated for a moment, and then took a small lily of the valley from her vine-covered pouch. The flower, its petals glistening with natural dew and radiating a soft, moon-white glow, was adorned with natural dewdrops. The flower trembled slightly at her fingertips, as if whispering, "Excuse me, may I pay with this?" Her voice held a hint of hesitation. "This is a moonlight lily of the valley. It makes a melodious sound under the moonlight, and wearing it can calm the mind." She had picked this moonlight lily of the valley from Elder Serena's garden. Although it wasn't considered a particularly rare flower in the garden, Elder Serena had told her that moonlight lily of the valley was quite valuable in the human world. Lin Ming's gaze lingered on the extraordinary lily of the valley for a moment, and the assistant system's appraisal information echoed in his mind. "Moonlight lily of the valley, a specialty of Silvermoon Forest, contains pure moonlight and natural vitality, possessing excellent calming and mild healing effects. Value, 80 gold coins." "Yes." Lin Ming calmly accepted the flower. It emitted a cool and comforting fragrance in his hand. "This is enough to cover your drinks," and he glanced at Ella, who was trying to stick her head into the glass. "I can also give you a complimentary creme brulee." When the mojito, studded with crushed ice and vibrant green mint leaves, and the creme brulee, served in a small white porcelain cup, topped with glistening amber caramel and exuding a rich, creamy, and sweet aroma, were brought to the table, Lena Li and Zirafi were involuntarily drawn in. Lena Li carefully picked up the mojito, the cool glass seeping into her fingertips. She took a small sip, and the sharp tartness of the lime and the crisp coolness of the mint instantly exploded in her mouth, followed by the gentle sweetness of the syrup and the lively, bubbly sensation of the soda bubbles. This complex yet harmonious flavor seemed to truly evoke the taste of a forest after a storm, sunlight filtering through the mist, and the plants bursting with life. This unique experience surprised her. The wine here seemed even better than the fruit wine brewed by Elder Serena. Zirafi, however, was completely won over by the caramel pudding. Abandoning all restraint, it grabbed the silver spoon Lin Ming offered with its tiny paws and eagerly scooped up a spoonful, putting it in its mouth. The soft crackling of the caramel crust, the silky, cool, melt-in-your-mouth texture of the pudding itself, made the immature wind dragon let out a satisfied, trembling woof-woof. Even its shrunken but still present tail sway happily from side to side. The night mist in Silvermoon Forest seemed thicker than when they left, carrying a refreshing coolness that washed away the lingering, unfamiliar scents from the warm tavern. Lena Li and the shrunken Zirafi walked along the familiar forest path, the thick moss beneath their feet soft and still. "Zirafi, Can you feel it? That place, it's so dreamlike, like a meticulously woven dream. Lena Lee whispered to her companion on her shoulder, her mind still replaying the coolness of the mojito and the sweet aftertaste of the cream brulee. Zirafi let out a satisfied, bubbly gurgle, its bright golden vertical pupils gleaming in the darkness, seemingly still savoring the sweet taste it had never experienced before. It nuzzled Lena Lee's cheek with its little head in agreement, but the glittering chandeliers and delicious food inside had left a deep impression on it. Lena affectionately ruffled its hair, pondering to herself, that curator is strange too, he seems completely unsurprised by anything. Passing through the last curtain of shimmering vines, she arrived at her treehouse atop a massive silver oak tree. However, in the soft glow of a few moonlit lilies swaying in the breeze at the treehouse entrance, an unexpected figure stood silently. It was an elderly wood elf woman, her long silver hair flowing like moonlight, interspersed with strands of vibrant green. She wore a robe woven from deep green vines and moonlit moss, leaning on a smooth, ancient wooden staff, radiating a serene aura that resonated with the forest itself. This was Elder Serena, one of the most important elders of the Wood Elves, a senior member of the Elven Council, the head of the Moonspeaker lineage, and the elf Lena respected most. Lenalai, Elder Serena's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable seriousness, like the whisper of an ancient tree. Although you are the one carrying out today's patrol, you must remember the return time. The forest night is not always safe. Lenalai's heart tightened slightly. She quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Elder Serena, I apologize for worrying you. There were some unexpected circumstances today. Elder Serena's deep green eyes were fixed on her, as if she could see through the slight unease she was trying to hide. Tell me, what happened during today's patrol? She didn't press further, and Zirafi on Lenalai's shoulder, under her authoritative gaze, obediently withdrew all its dragon might, as if pretending to be a beautiful bird. Lena took a deep breath and recounted her findings from the evening's patrol. Yes, Elder. At the edge of the forest, near the Grey Rock Hills, I discovered an abnormal, withered area. The vegetation had turned to ash, the land was lifeless, and there lingered a very unsettling odor, yet it didn't seem like normal decay. I tried to trace its source, but the traces were too faint, and she hesitated. The energy in that area is chaotic, interfering with my natural senses. Elder Serena listened quietly, her face showing no surprise, only her finely lined eyes seemed to deepen further. She sighed softly, a sigh heavy with helplessness and a barely perceptible worry. So, even that area is starting to be eroded. She murmured, her ancient wooden cane tapping the ground unconsciously. This is no accident, child. In recent months, similar withered spots, like stubborn moss silently spreading across the forest's surface, have appeared at many borders. We've tried to purify it, but with little effect. That force is strange, it's constantly shifting, and its source is elusive. Lena's heart sank. Even Elder Serena and the other elders of the tribe found it troublesome. The situation was clearly more serious than she had imagined. A brief silence fell before the treehouse, broken only by the rustling of the leaves in the night wind and the almost inaudible, melodious rustling of the moonflower lilies. Elder Serena keenly sensed Lenal's hesitation. This child had grown up before her eyes, no subtle emotion escaped her notice. Is there anything else, Lena? Her voice softened, carrying the concern characteristic of an elder. I noticed your hesitation. It seems you've discovered something else. Lena pursed her lips, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. What kind of reaction would revealing the tavern's existence elicit? Questions? Warnings? Or, she wasn't sure. But recently, the entire elven realm seemed shrouded in gloom. Although nothing appeared to have changed on the surface, the council elders all seemed deeply worried. She looked up, meeting Elder Serena's eyes that seemed to hold all the secrets of the forest. And for the sake of the elves, she finally made her decision. Elder, there's something else, but I don't know if it's related to the withering phenomenon in the forest. While I was tracing the trail of withering, searching for a tranquil flower to heal an injured lark, I sensed a very pure and stable aura. She began to recount, trying to keep her tone calm. I followed my senses, passing through wisteria bushes, and then I saw an ancient stone wall covered in ivy, with a wooden door on it. Elder Serena's brow furrowed slightly. A stone wall? A wooden door? On the edge of the forest? I've never heard of such ruins. Yes, it stood out starkly in the forest, unlike any elven architecture, Lena Lee continued. Then I pushed open the door, and inside was a human tavern called Dawn. A tavern. Even with Elder Serena's composure, an expression of disbelief crossed her face. Her voice was filled with astonishment. You mean, a human tavern broke through the ancient barrier of the forest and appeared within our territory? Her expression was even more shocked than when Lena Lee reported the anomaly. This was simply unheard of. Because what she was thinking now was much more far-reaching than Lena Lee's. The reason the elves had been able to peacefully reside in the Silvermoon Forest for tens of thousands of years was precisely because of the ancient and powerful barrier at the edge of the forest. And this boundary was reinforced by generations of powerful elves. Ordinary spatial magic could never have infiltrated it so silently. If Lenalee's account is true, and a human tavern could silently cross the border and open a passage, it suggests that an unknown or secretly breached vulnerability has appeared at the forest's boundary. Both possibilities are unacceptable to the elves. It seems to exist outside the forest, Elder. Lenalee struggled to describe the strange feeling. The space inside is vast, the decorations are peculiar, and I even traded a moonlit lily of the valley for a drink and a dessert. Elder Serena fell completely silent, a flicker of uncertainty in her deep eyes. A mysteriously appearing tavern friend or foe? A coincidence? Or part of some grand plan? Is it connected to the withering power at the forest's edge? Moonlight, like water, spilled across the clearing in front of the treehouse, elongating the shadows of the two elves, one old and one young. The forest night seemed to grow even deeper and more unpredictable because of this sudden news. Elder Serena spoke slowly after a long silence, her voice low and serious. Lenalee, take me to see that place, now, immediately. She had to see for herself what this tavern, which had suddenly appeared on the edge of the forest, truly was. Seeing her serious expression, Lena nodded. The forest is darkest and coldest before dawn, even the nocturnal creatures have mostly returned to their burrows, with only the most stubborn owls occasionally letting out a few short cries. Lena led Elder Serena along the path she clearly remembered, back to the edge of the forest. The heavy morning dew dampened their clothes and hair, and the air was filled with the crispness unique to dawn. However, when Lena parted the wisteria blossoms that she remembered, laden with night dew, all she saw before her was a damp rock wall covered in dense ivy, heavy and real, as if it had stood there since time immemorial. The simple wooden door, the abrupt stone wall, had vanished without a trace. It's here, Lena's voice trembled slightly. She stepped forward, futilely parting the layers of vines, but her fingertips touched only cold, rough, solid rock. It's definitely here. Elder Serena, I swear. Elder Serena stood silently behind her, her deep green eyes carefully scanning the rock face and surroundings. Her natural senses spread out like ripples on water, sensing the flow of energy in this place. There were no lingering fluctuations of spatial magic, no distorted traces of illusion, and no unusual aura not belonging to the forest. Everything seemed so natural, as if Lena's experience last night had truly been just an overly vivid dream. Lena turned around anxiously, only to see the elder's calm gaze. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed by self-doubt, her fingertips inadvertently touched a hard corner in the small vine pouch at her waist. She abruptly pulled out something, a uniquely textured metal card. Its bronze background was printed with a simple image of a wine bottle and glass. It was a membership card for the Dawn Tavern. The card gleamed faintly with a metallic sheen in the dim morning light. Look at this, Lenalee handed the card to Elder Serena, her voice regaining its firmness. This was given to me by the curator when I left. He said it was a membership card. Elder Serena took the card. The cool touch on her fingertips and the faint yet unfathomable power of rules contained within it finally moved her. This wasn't elven craftsmanship, nor was it the creation of any race she knew. Its undeniable existence silently confirmed Lenalee's words. She handed the card back to Lenalee, her gaze returning to the ordinary rock wall, and slowly said, "There's no need to search anymore, child. Some things only open their doors to specific individuals when they choose to. Forcing a search is futile." Her tone held no blame, only a deep, calm acceptance, as if she had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. "It seems you've encountered a place beyond our comprehension. Keep it, but I will report to His Majesty what happened tonight, and you must not reveal it to anyone." The tavern's disappearance brought her a sigh of relief, though she wasn't sure if it would reappear. But a chance occurrence was more palatable than a permanent spatial portal. Lena clutched the membership card tightly, its cool touch calmed her turbulent emotions slightly. As the first rays of sunlight, like golden swords, pierced the thick canopy of the Silvermoon Forest, showering warmth and vitality upon the earth. In the highest council hall of Dawn City, a magnificent tree city built upon the oldest mother trees in the heart of the forest, a meeting of elders concerning the forest's current state was underway. The council hall was circular, its dome naturally woven from intertwined, vibrant branches, sunlight filtering through the gaps and casting dappled, flowing light on the floor. At the center stood a massive, seamlessly integrated wooden round table, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. Seated at the head of the table was the ruler of the Silvermoon Forest, Queen Alice Ryan, the Elf Queen. She possessed an otherworldly beauty, her platinum gold hair shone like frozen sunlight, and she wore a crown woven from the tender branches of the eternal tree and the star-tier gem. Her emerald eyes held wisdom and a hint of barely perceptible worry. Seated around the round table were representatives and elders of the various forest tribes. The representative of the Moon Speakers was naturally the highly respected Elder Serena, her expression serene, as if nothing had happened the previous night. The leader of the Forest Walkers, responsible for patrolling the forest, was a resolute-faced, sharp-eyed male elf named Calvin. He wore light leather armor, carried a longbow on his back, and exuded the aura of a hunter. The Starry Night Scholars were the sages of the elven race, represented by an elderly man with white hair and beard, wearing a crystal monocle. Before him lay a scroll emitting a faint magical glow. The Lightweavers were mostly elven life priests and healing clerics, their representative being a gentle and graceful female elf named Leandra, whose fingertips were enveloped in a soft, healing glow. Gentlemen, Queen Alice Ryan's clear and majestic voice echoed in the council hall, I have summoned you all because of the withered erosion that has recently appeared in many places on the edge of the forest. It comes and goes without a trace, is difficult to purify, and its range seems to be slowly expanding. Calvin, what have the forest walkers discovered? Calvin reported in a deep voice, Your Majesty, we have increased patrols at all border nodes. This force is extremely strange. It doesn't seem like some kind of magical attack, but rather more like a kind of decay at the level of rules. It appears in random locations, stays for short periods, but each time it completely destroys all life in a small area, and the residual aura interferes with our tracking spells. We have tried to capture it, but to no avail. Elundile adjusted his monocle and continued, The Starry Night Tower observed that when these withered spots appear, the surrounding elemental balance is briefly and violently disrupted, especially the energy of life and nature is forcibly drained. This is something no known necromancy or sorcery could achieve. We suspect it's related to the mutation of the Tree of Life. Its current state has affected the surface from its roots. Leandra added worriedly, We Lightweavers have tried all known healing spells and diluents of the Fountain of Life on the eroded land, but the effects are minimal. The land itself seems dead, refusing the return of life. The atmosphere in the council chamber grew heavy. Even the Starry Night Scholars and Lightweavers were helpless. The problem was clearly more serious than anticipated. Moreover, this series of events seemed to involve the elven race's taboo, the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was originally a sacred tree upon which the elves depended for survival, but since its mutation many years ago, it has become a taboo for the elven race. Despite the elves' numerous attempts to save the Tree of Life, all had failed. Elder Serena had listened silently until now. When she finally spoke, her calm voice drawing everyone's attention regarding this withering power. The Moonspeakers may not have made any new discoveries, but last night something strange happened, whether related or not. She briefly recounted Lenalee's ordeal, the mysteriously appearing tavern, the isolated space, and the wooden door that vanished without a trace by morning. Finally, she mentioned the undecipherable membership card that served as evidence. A tavern that appeared within the forest's barrier? Calvin frowned, the first to express doubt. Elder Serena, are you sure this isn't some kind of sophisticated illusion, or that the child is hallucinating? I confirmed the existence of that card with my own eyes, Calvin, Serena replied calmly. It contains a power of rules that I cannot understand. Moreover, you and I both know Lenalee's character very well. Elundile's eyes flashed with intense interest, a space independent of the prime material plane, unaffected by barriers? This is incredible. If we could study that place. Queen Alice Ryan raised her hand, stopping any potential argument. Her gaze was deep, as if weighing everything. She looked at Serena. Elder Serena, are you sure that Tavern just appeared by chance in the forest? It seemed she shared Serena's concerns about this suddenly appearing tavern. Elder Serena shook her head, for she too was uncertain. Queen Alice Ryan sighed. Then let you Moonspeakers continue to observe this matter. You know the current situation in the forest. You should remain vigilant for any unusual activity. Yes, Your Majesty, Elder Serena nodded slightly. The Queen's gaze swept over the other elders, checking if they had any further reports, but a figure in the corner caught her attention. A little behind the Lightweaver Leander sat a young elven girl. She had long, platinum gold hair, similar to the Queen's, braided into an elegant yet vibrant updo, adorned with tiny, unopened star-shaped flowers. Her features inherited the exquisite beauty of the elven royalty, yet still retained a touch of youthful innocence and liveliness. Her emerald eyes, which should have been focused on the meeting, were now somewhat unfocused, gazing at the shifting light spots on the dome, her slender fingers unconsciously tracing circles on her knees. This was Princess Alicia, the Elven Queen's only daughter. Seeing Alicia's absent-minded appearance, the Queen's beautiful brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, a hint of disappointment and sternness flashing in her eyes. Alicia. The Queen's voice was not loud, but carried a clear, admonishing tone, like a clear spring striking a stone, instantly rousing the princess from her reverie. Alicia's body trembled slightly, and she immediately came back to her senses. Realizing her lapse in composure, a blush of shame flushed her fair cheeks. She quickly straightened her posture, her emerald eyes refocusing as she looked earnestly at her mother, the Queen. What are your thoughts on this meeting? Alicia knew this was the Queen's reprimand for her daydreaming during the meeting, and she involuntarily lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. But she quickly found a plausible and seemingly profound reason for herself. I was just thinking, whether this withering power and the sudden appearance of the tavern foreshadow some kind of change we haven't yet understood that is approaching. I was so engrossed in my thoughts that I failed to pay attention. It was my fault. She quickly admitted her mistake while secretly feeling relieved that she had at least absorbed some of the meeting's content while lost in thought. The queen gave her a deep look, not exposing her subtle pretense, but the admonition in her eyes was clear. As the future guardian of Silvermoon Forest, you need to learn not only strength and knowledge, but also how to maintain a clear mind and focused judgment amidst the chaos of information and unknown changes. Every meeting concerns the people and future of the forest, allowing no room for negligence. Yes, Your Majesty. Alicia will remember your teachings. The princess lowered her head, humbly accepting the instruction. She knew her mother was right. Seeing her daughter's composed demeanor, the queen didn't press the matter further, turning instead to the assembled members. Since there are no other urgent matters to discuss, then regarding the withering. The queen's gaze swept across the room, carrying an undeniable resolve. Calvin, continue increasing patrols, attempting to capture more specific energy samples. Elundile, concentrate your efforts on searching for similar records or clues in ancient texts and astrological observations. Leandra, do your utmost to maintain stability in the eroded areas and prevent further spread. We must find the root cause as soon as possible. The balance of the Silvermoon Forest cannot be disrupted. The meeting concluded in a somber atmosphere. Princess Alicia rose with the elders, bowing to her queen mother, who sat regally in the main seat, to take her leave. Her eyes were lowered, striving to maintain the dignified bearing befitting royalty, but her fingertips, concealed by the wide sleeves of her robes, were slightly clenched. After the meeting, Alicia felt a tightness in her chest. The shame and grievance she felt from being publicly criticized by the queen clung to her heart like vines. Instead of returning to her treehouse, she instinctively headed towards the city's oldest and most tranquil building, the Library of Dawn, constructed of countless living logs and a glazed tile dome. The library was utterly silent, save for dappled sunlight filtering through the colorful glazed roof, casting flowing dappled patterns of light on the weathered wooden floors. Stepping through the library's doors, the sounds of the outside world seemed to vanish instantly. A profound tranquility, imbued with the wisdom of countless ages, descends. Time itself seems to slow down, becoming viscous. The towering bookshelves are not man-made, but rather naturally formed from the surviving branches of the Tree of Memory, displaying leather scrolls tanned with elven craftsmanship and weighty tomes written with special ink. There are even magical leaves, sealed within transparent resin, whispering and singing on their own. The air is filled with a complex aroma, the scent of ink from the scrolls, the rich, heavy smell of ancient parchment, the faint fragrance of living wood, and a subtle, almost imperceptible, ozone odor emanating from certain magical texts. Dappled sunlight filters through the colorful glass dome, casting ever-changing, dreamlike patches of light on the floor. Occasionally, a scholar elf, tending the library, walks by silently, like a gentle shadow. Alicia ascended the spiraling wooden staircase with practiced ease, reaching the second floor. In the best spot by the window, she saw that familiar figure. An elegant young woman sat quietly, bathed in the warm, golden afternoon sunlight. She possessed long, shimmering silver hair, like moonlight woven into a tapestry, casually cascading down her back, the ends almost touching the ground. Her skin was almost translucent, her features exquisitely crafted, as if the work of the most skilled sculptor, emanating an ethereal, otherworldly beauty. She wore a simple white elven dress, which only accentuated her otherworldly aura. At that moment, she held a thick, ancient book, annotated in both dragon and elven languages, titled Ancient Astrology and Elemental Tides, reading intently, her long, silver eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath her eyes. This was Olivia, a legendary silver dragon who lived in seclusion in Dawn City in the form of an elven maiden. Alicia approached quietly, almost silently settling on the cushion opposite her. Like a wronged little animal, she rested her chin on the smooth tabletop and sighed softly. Olivia looked up from her book, revealing eyes as pure as the purest amethyst. Seeing Alicia's expression, a gentle smile flickered in her eyes, like a spring breeze rippling across a frozen lake. She closed the book, showing no displeasure at being disturbed. Instead, with slender, perfect fingers, her nails gleaming like pearls, she picked up a bookmark made from a fallen leaf of the eternal tree and carefully marked the spot she had just been reading. Silver dragons always approached knowledge with an almost reverent solemnity. "What's wrong, our princess? What's making you so troubled, like a silver leaf wilted by the wind and rain?" Her voice was clear and melodious, with a unique, echoing rhythm that was very pleasing to the ear. "Olivia." Alicia pouted and poured out everything that had happened at the meeting, how her mother had noticed her daydreaming, how she had publicly reprimanded her, the mysterious tavern elder Serena had mentioned, and that damned withering that even the elders couldn't handle. "I just find all those ancient rituals and those endless, agonizing meetings so incredibly boring." Alicia finally complained, looking expectantly at Olivia, hoping for her agreement. "Mother, she just doesn't understand me. She always thinks I'm still an immature child." Olivia listened quietly, her amethyst eyes gleaming with wisdom. She didn't immediately offer words of comfort, but instead extended a slender, perfect finger and gently tapped the cover of the book she had just been reading. "Alicia, look at this book. It records the trajectories of the stars and the fluctuations of elements thousands of years ago. It's dry, tedious, and much of its content seems completely unrelated to the forest today." Her voice was calm. But it was precisely this seemingly mundane knowledge that helped our ancestors predict a devastating elemental turbulence, allowing the elves and dragons to avert it. What your majesty is teaching you is not merely etiquette and political maneuvering, but also the patience to see beyond appearances and the insight to discern the seemingly insignificant. These abilities, at some crucial moment in the future, may protect everything you cherish more than any powerful spell or sharp blade. She leaned slightly forward, her gaze gentle as she looked at the princess. As for that tavern, an existence that can ignore the forest's barrier, whose creations even the moonspeakers cannot decipher, its very existence is a pebble capable of stirring up a tidal wave in the river of fate. Your curiosity is not wrong, it can even be described as keen. Your mother's caution stems from a responsibility to the entire race. Neither of you is wrong, you simply occupy different positions. These insightful and wise words, like a clear spring, gently washed away the agitation in Alicia's heart. She knew Olivia was right, but, Olivia, understanding is one thing, doing is another. Alicia muttered softly, her expression still somewhat dejected, like a child who hadn't received their favorite toy. I still find it so hard, those responsibilities, those expectations, sometimes they feel so heavy I can't breathe. Olivia looked at her, a hint of affection flashing in her eyes. She thought for a moment, her voice becoming lighter. Then, think about it from another angle. If that tavern is really that magical, able to even break through the elven barrier, isn't that a very interesting thing? Silver dragons are a race with an inexplicable fervor for knowledge. Even a saint-level powerhouse couldn't easily break into an elven barrier, yet a human tavern could silently connect to the interior of the forest. This undoubtedly challenged her worldview. For a silver dragon who loved knowledge, this was an irresistible temptation. Interesting? Alicia looked up. Of course. Olivia's lips curved into a pleased smile. Think about it, an unknown space, a completely new power system that might overturn our understanding. Maybe, she blinked, that one day we can find an opportunity to go and see it together. These words instantly ignited a light in Alicia's eyes. All unpleasantness was cast aside, replaced by an excitement mixed with a thirst for adventure. Yes, exploring the unknown, unveiling the mysteries, isn't that the most thrilling thing? And with Olivia. You're right, Olivia. Alicia sat up straight, her face regaining its radiance. I can't let myself sink like this. I have to prepare, whether it's for dealing with the withering, or for. Seeing the princess regain her spirits, the silver dragon girl smiled slightly and picked up the heavy tome again. But beneath her lowered eyelids, a barely perceptible hint of seriousness flickered deep within her amethyst eyes. The afternoon sun, like molten gold, flowed slowly and viscously through the massive arched window on the second floor of the library. Spots of light moved silently across the floor and bookshelves, marking the passage of time. In the air, dust motes danced silently in the beams of light, mingling with the scent of books to create a tranquil requiem. The dappled light shifted from the east window to the west, finally being replaced by the cool starlight. The stained glass of the dome filtered the moonlight into a soft silver veil, gently enveloping the serene hall of knowledge. In this tranquility, only Olivera maintained her elegant and focused posture. She had already changed books twice, from ancient astrology to the conjecture of elemental morphology transmutation, and then to the theory and application of spatial anchors, written in dragon language cipher. Her reading speed was remarkable, her amethyst eyes sparkling with the joy of absorbing knowledge. Across from her, Princess Alicia presented a completely different picture. Alicia's initial excitement and desire to confide had long been eroded by the excessive tranquility and the reassuring aura surrounding Olivia. At first, she could muster the energy to listen as Olivia, in her melodious voice like a clear spring cascading over stones, softly explained certain obscure passages from the book Ancient Astrology and Elemental Tides, occasionally interjecting with a few naive questions. But gradually, the discussions about star trajectory deflection and the influence of elemental tides on the underlying structure of the magic network became more soporific than the oldest elven lullabies. Her eyelids began to grow heavy, as if weighed down by small lead weights. Her head bobbed slightly, golden hair falling and brushing against the smooth wooden tabletop. Therefore, according to observations from the Third Era, when the blue moon and the crimson star converge in the constellation of the Eye of the Mage, it often triggers magical vortices in the southern seas. Olivia's voice was gentle and steady, like a deep but slowly flowing river of knowledge. The only response was a very soft murmur, resonating through her nose. Olivia raised her eyes and saw that the princess opposite her had completely given up struggling. Her arms were crossed, supporting her cheeks, her head turned to the side, and her breathing had become long, and even she had fallen asleep. Sunlight outlined her serene sleeping face, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows on her fair skin, like an innocent child. A helpless yet indulgent smile appeared in Olivia's amethyst eyes. She gently put down the ancient book in her hands, the movement so gentle that it made no sound. She stood up, walked to the window, and slightly pulled back the heavy curtains embroidered with silver ivy, blocking out the potentially glaring sunlight. Then, she took a light, soft blanket woven from moonlight silk from a nearby bookshelf and carefully draped it over Alicia. Having done this, she sat back down and reopened her book. To her, Alicia's brief rest was merely a charming interlude in her long study. As a silver dragon with a long lifespan, she was long accustomed to time flowing on different scales. To her, an afternoon of deep reading was essentially no different from a moment's nap for an elf. When Alicia finally groggily awoke, the deep night sky and countless glittering stars greeted her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and sat up somewhat dazedly. How long have I been asleep? Her voice was hoarse from just waking up and tinged with embarrassment. Not long, just enough to witness the transition from sunset to sunrise. Olivia closed the thick tome she was holding, which was thick enough to be used as a brick, and smiled. For us, time is always plentiful, isn't it? The constitution of high-level elves and the presence of the legendary silver dragon meant they wouldn't feel hungry even if they missed a meal or two. Alicia stretched, the drowsiness not completely gone, but her mind was already mostly refreshed. Good to see you're awake. Olivia stood up, gracefully smoothing non-existent wrinkles in her skirt. Would you like to sit in my treehouse? We haven't finished the wisteria berry wine from last time. Yes, of course. At the mention of wisteria berry wine, Alicia's eyes lit up instantly, as if stars had fallen into her emerald irises. Olivia smiled and stood up, her long silver hair shimmering softly in the starlight and moonlight. She was about to say something when she abruptly stopped. Her previously gentle and relaxed expression vanished instantly, her amethyst eyes sharpening suddenly, like a hawk spotting its prey. An invisible, legendary aura of power briefly emanated from her, causing the surrounding air to freeze for a moment. She whirled around, her gaze like lightning, shooting towards the deep, rarely visited corridor on the second floor of the library. Olivia? Alicia was startled by her sudden alertness. Following her gaze, she saw only the shadowy end of the corridor lined with ancient bookshelves. What's wrong? Olivia didn't answer immediately. All her senses, the dragon's far superior vision and hearing, and her extraordinary perception of energy and space were at their peak. She clearly detected a faint spatial fluctuation, utterly out of place with the harmonious energy field of the elven forest. This fluctuation wasn't the violent tremor of a powerful spatial spell, but rather more like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, the ripples gentle yet carrying an unusual order. Her gaze, like the most precise javelin, was fixed firmly on the depths of the second-floor corridor, where had once stood a row of storage compartments holding ancient maps and discarded scrolls, at the far end of which was a wall covered in glowing moss. But now, before that wall, the spatial scene was undergoing a subtle and eerie distortion. The light seemed to refract there, and the air rippled like water. Then, under Alicia's incredulous gaze, the outline of a door gradually became clear and solid. It was an ancient, dark wooden door, its material indiscernible. There were no ornate decorations on the door, only the natural patterns left by time. A barely perceptible power of law flowed along the edge of the doorframe, a power that stirred even the very essence of the Olivia dragon race. It stood there quietly, abruptly embedded in what was once the wall, as if it had existed there since time immemorial, or perhaps merely a fleeting phantom. Above the lintel hung a small bell, seemingly made of brass. What is that? Alicia covered her mouth, her emerald eyes widening in shock. She instantly recalled the scene Elder Serena had described at the meeting earlier that day. The tavern that had mysteriously appeared and disappeared at the edge of the forest, as described by Elder Serena, the simple wooden door that Lenalee had described. Could this be it? It hadn't appeared at the fragile edge of the forest, but directly in the heart of the elven realm, deep within the heavily guarded library of Dawnlight City, protected by countless magical enchantments. The implications of this sent a chill down Olivia's spine. Olivia stepped forward, subtly shielding Alicia behind her. Her beautiful face was devoid of its usual gentleness, replaced by the calm and scrutiny of an apex predator. She could sense that behind this door lay a powerful, independent spatial order she couldn't fully decipher. The silver dragon's curiosity and duty to protect her friend clashed fiercely within her. She stared at the door, silent for a long time. Finally, in her sharp eyes, an irrepressible desire for inquiry, characteristic of a learned and legendary creature, triumphed over her initial wariness. She turned her head slightly and whispered to the tense yet curious Alicia behind her, her tone carrying a decisive question. It seems our fruit wine night will have to be postponed a little. How about it, my dear princess? Are you interested? Going to take a look now? On the edge of the slums of Corrado City, a vacant lot half surrounded by abandoned building materials awoke in the morning light. A thin mist, like a damp, cold veil, clung to the crumbling walls and ruins. The children Carl, Little Two, Lena, and 3 or 4 other orphans of similar age stood in a row, their small bodies shivering slightly in the cold wind, but their eyes were unusually focused, all fixed on the tall figure in the center of the space. Royce stood before them, his back ramrod straight beneath his tattered cloak, like an ancient blade sheathed in its worn sheath, dusty yet still possessing an inner sharpness. His lake blue eyes swept over each child, his gaze like icy streams, washing away their lingering sleepiness and listlessness. Today, practice footwork. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached every child's ears. The essence of combat isn't just about attacking. You can only attack if you're alive. And living often depends on your footwork. He demonstrated personally, his movements slow and clear. Forward, backward, sidestep, turn, every movement required how the feet landed, how the center of gravity shifted, how to maintain balance and be ready to exert force while moving. This wasn't some advanced combat technique, just the most basic, and easily overlooked, survival skills of the battlefield. Carl, your heels are too heavy. Are you trying to signal your arrival to the enemy? Royce's voice carried an undeniable sternness. Little two, where are your eyes looking? Look at your opponent, look around you, not at your feet. Lena, center of gravity, remember center of gravity. Don't move with your neck. His criticism was direct and harsh, offering no words of encouragement. But strangely, the children weren't discouraged. Instead, they focused even more intently on imitating and adjusting. Because they could sense that behind Mr. Royce's stern gaze lay an almost demanding sense of responsibility. Vera stood at the very front of the group, her comprehension was the highest, and her movements were closest to Royce's standards. Her emerald eyes were fixed on every subtle movement of Royce, as if trying to etch them into her mind. Vera. Royce walked up to her. Yes, Mr. Royce. Attack me. Vera didn't hesitate. She crouched, lunged forward, and thrust her rusty dagger straight at Royce's abdomen, her most practiced and effective tactic. Royce didn't even move his feet. He merely shifted his body slightly, his left hand gripping her sword-wielding wrist with the precision of an iron clamp, pulling it to the right, while simultaneously, his right foot subtly tripped her ankle. Bang! Vera lost her balance and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Did you see that? Royce released her, looking down at her calmly. Your eyes were only focused on my body, but you ignored my feet. When I turned to the side, my center of gravity shifted, making my trip inevitable. Footwork connects to your attack and foreshadows your opponent's movements. Vera got up, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and didn't cry out in pain, but her eyes brightened even more. I understand, Mr. Royce. During a training break, the children sat around Royce, sharing dry rye bread. Carl mustered his courage and asked, Mr. Royce, you must have been a very skilled swordsman, right? Royce's hand, holding his water bag, paused almost imperceptibly, then he resumed his normal motion, took a sip of water, and didn't answer. Little Toe looked curiously at the empty sword belt at Royce's waist. Where's your sword? Someone as skilled as you must have had a very cool sword, right? This time, Royce's silence lasted longer. He gazed at the blurry outline of the city of Corrado in the distance, his eyes seeming to pierce through time and space, landing on some distant place. Just when the children thought he wouldn't answer, he spoke in a low, almost murmured tone, tinged with complex meaning. A sword is just a tool. He turned his gaze to the children. What you need to learn now is not to rely on some divine weapon, but how to become yourselves the most reliable weapons. He stood up, interrupting the brief rest. Alright, let's continue. Next is reaction training. I will attack you with wooden sticks. What you need to do is not block, but dodge. The training resumed, the sound of wooden sticks cutting through the air, the children's hurried footsteps, and the occasional cry of pain echoing across the open space. Royce's figure moved through the air, his movements still possessing that bone-deep precision and efficiency. Each strike pushed the children to their limits perfectly, yet without truly injuring them. Vera watched his figure moving about, noticed the slight furrow in his brow from the intense movements, and saw his face even paler than before the training. The worry in her heart resurfaced. She could sense that Mr. Royce seemed to be in a hurry, with an almost self-consuming urgency, wanting to cram as much information as possible into their minds and etch it into their bodies within the limited time available. Mr. Royce, Vera couldn't help but speak after parrying Royce's stick, her voice breathless. You don't need to be in such a rush. Please don't put so much pressure on yourself. Royce's movements paused for a fleeting moment, but Vera caught it. He didn't look at Vera, but turned to the next child, answering in his usual hoarse voice, devoid of emotion. Focus on the enemy before you. Vera, on the battlefield, distraction is death. He neither admitted nor denied it. But this almost tacit agreement made Vera's heart sink deeper and deeper. This afternoon, we'll go outside the city for combat training. She watched Royce's seemingly aloof profile, yet incredibly patient with every correction to Carl's movements, and the fleeting, gentle look in his eyes when he occasionally glanced at youngest Lena, a look he himself probably didn't even notice. The training ended at dusk. The children were exhausted, but their eyes held a sharpness and confidence they hadn't shown before. Supporting each other, covered in dust and sweat, and carrying the valuable knowledge they had learned that day, they walked towards the slums. The world outside Corrado City is far more vast and holds far more secrets than the city's filthy streets. To conduct more realistic combat training and to avoid potential spies within the city, Royce, along with Vera and her small team, traveled to a desolate valley dozens of miles from the city. This place is known locally as Whispering Valley. Legend has it that long ago, on a certain evening, a meteor struck this place, the impact altering the landscape and leaving behind a lingering, eerie echo. The wind, as it cuts through the jagged rocks, always produces a mournful sound. The valley's landscape is indeed bizarre. The rocks on both sides are an unnatural dark red, as if scorched by fire and eroded by wind and rain over the years, their surfaces riddled with honeycomb-like holes. Vegetation is sparse, with only a few tenacious, thorny, drought-resistant shrubs clinging to the ground. A faint, unpleasant odor, a mixture of sulfur and metallic rust, filled the air. Deeper still, a faint, yet unsettling, trace of magic could be detected. This magic wasn't elemental agitation, but a deeper, more profound stillness and resentment, as if accumulated over countless years. "Watch your step, stay alert." Royce's voice was low and deep in the valley wind. His lake blue eyes sharply scanned the surroundings. "The energy environment here is complex and may interfere with your senses." The children nodded nervously, gripping their wooden weapons, now somewhat more presentable thanks to Royce's guidance. Vera walked beside him, her emerald eyes equally wary. She could sense the oppressive atmosphere here, different from that of Corrado City. The training lasted for a while, primarily focusing on stealth, tracking, and counter-tracking drills utilizing the complex terrain. As they ventured deeper into the valley, rounding a cluster of towering stone formations resembling the fangs of a colossal beast, Royce, leading the way, abruptly stopped, gesturing for everyone to halt and take cover. His gaze was fixed intently ahead, as if he had suddenly discovered something. In the center of a relatively flat depression stood several massive, incomplete stone pillars, and the outline of a half-collapsed building, buried by sand and vines. The building style was ancient and bizarre, unlike anything found in any contemporary human empire. Carved on the massive stones were faded reliefs, revealing twisted tentacles, inhuman eyes, and strange symbols signifying the end of some cycle. What made Royce's pupils constrict most sharply was a heraldic emblem, though its edges were damaged, still discernible above the building's only remaining, relatively intact lintel. It was an abstract spiral, seemingly composed of three twisted shadows, with a dark red gemstone at its center, like a setting sun, the emblem of the kingdom of Sultan. This emblem, like a red-hot branding iron, instantly seared his retina, scorching his memories. Sultan, the treacherous neighboring kingdom that betrayed its promises, conspired with a tyrant, and ultimately led to the downfall of the Duchy of Heathrine. But this was more than just the emblem of Sultan. Royce's heart felt as if it were being clenched by an icy hand, his breath catching in his throat. He stared intently at the emblem, the eerie carvings on the surrounding buildings, and the lingering shadow magic imbued with a powerful sense of annihilation and corruption. These features perfectly matched the fragmented information he had painstakingly gathered during his investigation into the destruction of Heathrine. The Twilight Order. The name exploded in his mind like a thunderclap, delivering a shock 10 times stronger than the discovery of Sultan's traces. He had always suspected a far greater force behind Sultan, suspecting that Heathrine's demise was not a simple kingdom power struggle. Even during that war of annihilation, some of the legendary figures who besieged him were members of external factions, and the curse upon him was the work of one of them. The Twilight Order, a name that only occasionally surfaced in the most secret records and the delirious murmurs of the dying. A fanatical cult that believed in the end of an era and dedicated itself to guiding the world towards eternal twilight. This was the ultimate target of his suspicions. Royce had also suspected that Sultan was not merely a participant, but rather a henchman of the Twilight cult? Or perhaps, they themselves were pawns infiltrated and supported by the cult to execute some kind of plan? Could this ruin have been an early stronghold of the cult? A site for some horrific experiment or ritual? But why here? And so close to the Golden Lion Empire's territory? While the wilderness was unclaimed land where all nations could roam freely, building a ritual site so close to the Golden Lion Empire's border city-states was undoubtedly a provocation. Or perhaps the Twilight cult simply didn't care about the Golden Lion Empire's opinions, a cult's modus operandi indeed. Countless thoughts slithered into his mind like venomous snakes, bringing a chilling dread. Just then, Vera's voice interrupted his thoughts, tinged with surprise at discovering something. "Mr. Royce, look at this." She carefully picked up a palm-sized fragment of black metal from a corner of a collapsed stone tablet. The fragment was neither iron nor stone, icy cold to the touch, its surface unusually smooth, even reflecting a blurry human image. Yet, its edges were shrouded in a faint, unsettling aura of darkness, akin to that of the ruins themselves. The instant Vera's fingers touched the fragment, her body shuddered violently, as if struck by an invisible electric current. Her emerald eyes instantly lost focus, and her face paled. I think I heard many people screaming, and many black things moving." She shook her head, her voice still trembling with fear. Royce immediately stepped forward, almost roughly snatching the fragment from Vera's hand. The sensation in his hand was even clearer, a chilling, chaotic coldness that seemed to erode the mind. He resisted the urge to discard it, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the fragment and the surrounding ruins. He crouched down, carefully searching beneath the rubble of the steel, his fingertips touching several fragments of parchment, not yet completely weathered, of a peculiar material. The handwriting was mostly blurry, but a few glaring words, like "will-o'-the-wisps burning in the darkness," caught his eye. Container Adaptability Test Report, No. 17. Shadow Realm Coordinates Stability 73%. Abnormal Fluctuation. Sacrifice Ritual, Efficiency Optimization, Soul Stripping. Guide Bloodline, Crucial. Each word struck Royce's heart like a heavy hammer. Vessel? Guide Bloodline? Sacrifice? Soul Stripping? He abruptly looked up at Vera, whose face was still somewhat pale. Could her special ability to sense this fragment be the guide bloodline mentioned above? Was she the vessel or the crucial link these madmen were searching for? A tremendous sense of crisis washed over him like ice water, instantly sobering him up. But he quickly suppressed all his shock, anger, fear, and resolve, forcing them deep into the depths of his eyes. He stood up, his face regaining its usual slightly weary calm. "It's nothing," he said to the children who had gathered around, their faces filled with worry, in as indifferent a tone as possible, even tinged with annoyance. He casually stuffed the black fragments and parchment scraps into his pocket, the movement seemingly effortless, yet carrying an undeniable air of finality. Just some ancient junk, carrying a bit of residual energy that disturbs the mind. Nothing strange about it. The energy field here is too polluted, it's no good for you. Today's training is cancelled. We're going back. Before investigating the Twilight cult's activities in this area and figuring out their plans, he didn't want Vera and these innocent children to remain in this dangerous place any longer. After safely returning Vera and the children to their hidden hideout in the slums, the storm in Royce's heart didn't subside, instead, it intensified. The intertwined emblems on the rock walls, the sinister whispers of the black fragments, the chilling words on the parchment, especially the image of the guide's bloodline intertwined with Vera's pale, terrified face, gnawed at his sanity like a nightmare. He couldn't wait any longer, he couldn't let these children, especially Vera, approach that cursed land even a step further. He had to shoulder the burden of uncovering the truth alone. The night became his best cover. In the drafty shack on the edge of the slums, the children had long since fallen into a deep sleep, their breathing even and steady. Vera huddled in a corner, her eyelids heavy, but the eerie whispers brought by the black fragments in the valley during the day kept echoing in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she managed to drift off to sleep, Royce, like a ghost merging into the night wind, once again silently returned to Ridge Valley. The desolation of the day seemed even more eerie at night. The wind howled through the cracks in the rocks, its mournful cries like the whispers of departed souls. He lit no torch, relying solely on the keen senses of a legendary warrior and his instinct for danger, precisely locating the rock wall etched with the evil emblem in the darkness. His daytime discovery pointed to an entrance here. He searched patiently, his fingertips brushing against the cold rock, sensing the faint, lingering flow of energy. Finally, at the base of the rock wall, behind an extremely concealed, cleverly disguised crevice, he found the mechanism, a hidden door requiring a specific magical frequency or physical skill to activate. This posed no challenge to the former master swordsman, Heath Rhine. He drew his fingers like a sword, his battle aura pulsating slightly with a unique rhythm. Click! A slight mechanical click echoed as a massive boulder, seemingly integrated with the rock wall, slowly slid open, revealing a dark, downward-pointing opening, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. A pungent, nauseating stench of decay mixed with the smell of age-old dust assaulted the senses. The air was thick and icy, as if capable of freezing the blood. The entrance wasn't entirely dark, a faint, eerie reddish light, seemingly emanating from nowhere, pulsed like the heartbeat of a dying creature, barely outlining distorted contours between the massive stone pillars and collapsed archways. Without hesitation, Royce slipped inside, gently restoring the stone door to its original position. Absolute darkness instantly engulfed him, but after a brief adjustment, his lake blue eyes could barely see, aided by the faint starlight filtering through the cracks in the opening. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of dust and gravel, the crunching sound particularly jarring in the deathly silence. Reyes immediately adjusted his breathing and pace, becoming as silent as a cat. He explored along a dilapidated main corridor. On the walls lining the corridor, faded murals remained. He peered closer, his heart clenching again. The murals did not glorify gods or record history, but depicted countless twisted beings howling and dissolving in flames and darkness, ultimately merging into a gigantic, chaotic vortex of tentacles and eyeballs. The murals were ancient and frenzied, filled with a fanatical worship of destruction and the end. Twisted creatures worshipped burning stars, enormous eyeballs hovered above mountains of corpses and seas of blood, symbols of order were entangled and torn apart by tentacle-like shadows. The style of these murals was completely different from any art form of any civilization on the continent that Royce knew, filled with an aura of madness and despair. The Twilight Order. He was almost certain. Only a madman who believed in the twilight of the epic would worship and depict such a scene. Twilight of the epic, eternal slumber. Below a relatively complete mural, he deciphered a proverb inscribed in an ancient common language, the edges of the characters also wreathed in that unsettling shadowy magic. The combination of the royal coat of arms of the Sultan and the insignia of the order now held a more certain and terrifying confirmation in his mind. The Sultan's royal family had probably already been completely infiltrated by the Twilight Order, and might even be one of the Order's agents in the upper world. At the end of the passage was a relatively spacious vestibule. Scattered among the ruins were decaying wooden crates and broken pottery jars, the dark aura intensifying. Royce held his breath, suppressing his presence to the extreme, becoming one with the stone wall itself. He heard faint footsteps and hushed conversation ahead. Two figures clad in grayish-brown cloaks and wearing hoods that obscured their faces stood guard before a heavier stone door, inscribed with twisted runes. The energy emanating from them was cold and obscure, the distinctive aura of low-ranking members of the Twilight Order. The search area for the container needs to be expanded, the higher UPS are running out of patience. A hoarse voice said. The north is so vast, finding it won't be easy. I heard the guide's sensors have recently detected something, but very weak, pointing towards Corridor City. The other voice responded, tinged with impatience. The container. The guide. Corridor City. Royce's heart sank. Their conversation almost confirmed his worst suspicions. Vera was their target. Moreover, the Order had active informants in the Corridor City area. But to figure out their specific plans and hideout, he had to go inside and find more evidence. Like a true shadow, he silently circled around to the flanks and rear of the two guards, using the pillars in the front hall as cover. No aura was used, no sword flash, only the purest, most honed killing technique. A precise hand chop struck the first guard's neck, while his other hand clamped down on his mouth and nose like an iron clamp, causing him to collapse. The other guard sensed something was wrong and tried to turn around, but Royce's knee slammed into his lower back, and his other hand gripped his head and twisted it sharply. Crack! The slight sound of bone cracking was exceptionally clear in the silence. The two guards died instantly, without even uttering a sound. Royce dragged them into the shadows and searched one of them, finding a black metal token engraved with a spiral eye symbol, seemingly the key to the stone door before them. He pressed the token into the groove in the center of the stone door. The runes glowed with a dim light, and accompanied by a heavy scraping sound, the stone door slowly opened inward. The scene behind the door caused even Royce, who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood, to feel a strong sense of physical unease. This was a massive, circular temple's main hall. The hall's dome had partially collapsed, revealing a corner of the night sky, but the eerie, crimson light seemed to originate from the walls themselves, illuminating the entire space like a hellish anteroom. At the center of the hall stood an altar constructed of massive black stones. The altar was an irregular circle, its surface covered with eye-shaped spiral symbols similar to the emblem at the entrance, along with countless intricate, twisted runes that seemed to record some kind of malevolent ritual. At the center of the altar was a vast, dried, blackened stain, which, even after countless years, still exuded a chilling stench of resentment and blood. Royce approached the altar, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over every rune, every engraving. At the edge of the altar, he discovered scattered fragments of black crystal, similar in material to Vera's shard. They resembled the remnants of some depleted energy. The soaring dome, inlaid with crystals emitting a ghastly green glow, cast an eerie, ghostly light over the entire space. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, almost tangible. The walls were no longer adorned with murals, but rather with a vast and intricate array of magical formations painted with a mixture of metallic powder and pigment. At the heart of these formations were the intertwined black dragon of Isudan and the Eye of Twilight. The lines of the formations extended to the ground, connecting the altar and several smaller, cage-like stone chambers surrounding the hall. The iron bars of the chambers were rusted, and scattered within were bones and tattered clothing. This was far more than just a stronghold, it was a place where countless evil rituals, even human sacrifices, had been performed. Royce, suppressing his churning stomach and raging fury, began a meticulous search. Suddenly, a faint, almost inaudible whisper, as if from a distant time and space, resonated directly in his mind. It wasn't a sound heard through his ears, but a direct assault on his very soul. Praise the twilight, all things return to one. Soul, separated, from the vessel. Guide, to the destination. Countless fragments of chaotic, fanatical, and painful thoughts surged like a tide, attempting to erode his sanity. It was this altar. It retained the vast negative spiritual energy condensed during the evil rituals of the past, forming a domain akin to memory echoes. Royce groaned, his eyes gleaming with silver light. His powerful will, like a rock, firmly guarded the clarity of his mind, repelling the chaotic whispers. He forced himself to calm down, carefully discerning the fragmented information. Container adaptability, 17th attempt, failed. Coordinates, locked, a purer key is needed. Sultan, the offering, of diminished quality. The opening must be completed, before, the next tide. Fragmented information, corroborated by the records on the parchment in his possession, gradually pieced together a chilling outline. The Twilight Order was conducting some horrific ritual here, its purpose being to open a door, and opening this door required a special container or guide. The kingdom of Isultan was providing them with the offerings needed for the ritual. Behind the altar, he found a stone table scattered with more documents. These documents were much more complete than the fragments found elsewhere. Isultan's channels are stable, providing materials and supplies. The Withered Twilight's application to the Heathrine royal family has yielded significant results and can be widely implemented. Preparations for the Twilight ritual requires a guide's bloodline to channel the power of the Shadow Realm, locating the key Vera, suspected orphan from Corridor City. The temple's energy node is 70% activated. The final stage requires the vessel to be in place. The contents of the documents were shocking. They not only confirmed Isultan's collusion with the Twilight Order and revealed a more sinister curse conspiracy behind Heatherine's destruction, but also directly exposed Vera's full name and location. Key, vessel, channeling the power of the Shadow Realm. These words combined all pointed to a terrifying conspiracy brewing within the Twilight Order. He couldn't stay any longer. He had to leave Corridor City with Vera immediately. Just as he was about to stuff the most crucial document into his robes, two crimson lights suddenly shone from the largest, previously unnoticed shadow deep within the temple. A pressure far more powerful than the guards, filled with decay and madness, swept in like a tidal wave. Intruder, one who covets the secrets of the gods, die. A figure clad in tattered priest's robes, hunched over, but with eyes burning with blood-red flames, slowly emerged from the shadows. He held a twisted staff, seemingly formed from shadow itself, emanating dark magic of at least the 7th rank. It was the priest left behind to guard this temple. Without a word, the priest swung his staff, and a condensed shadow arrow, carrying a chilling aura and a soul-corroding effect, instantly tore through the air and shot towards Royce. Royce's pupils constricted sharply. A battle was unavoidable. His dormant battle aura surged within him at an unprecedented speed, his body gliding sideways with lightning speed, narrowly avoiding the shadow arrow. The shadow arrow struck the stone wall behind him. The hard rock rapidly melted and turned black as if corroded by strong acid. A prolonged battle was unacceptable. He had to end it quickly, otherwise attracting more enemies, or alerting the priest, would have unimaginable consequences. His cursed body couldn't withstand such intense, continuous combat. A fierce glint flashed in Royce's eyes. He held nothing back. He let out a low roar, and his long-absent battle aura, tinged with a pale golden hue, surged from his body like flames. Although far from its peak, the inherent pressure of a legendary powerhouse still caused a flicker of surprise in the scarlet eyes of the remaining priest. Thunder! Royce didn't answer. He pointed his fingers like a sword, transforming himself into a golden bolt of lightning, charging straight at the priest. He had no sword, but his fingers, imbued with his resolute will and the flames of vengeance, were now the sharpest sword. Swoosh! The battle aura condensed at his fingertips sliced through the priest's hastily erected shadow shield like a hot knife through butter, piercing his heart. The priest stared in disbelief at the empty hole in his chest, the light in his crimson eyes rapidly dimming. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but only managed a wheezing, gasping sound before collapsing to the ground. Royce gasped for breath, his face ashen. Forcibly channeling his battle aura, especially unleashing attacks imbued with lightning techniques, had greatly exacerbated the withering twilight within him. The excruciating pain felt like countless red-hot needles piercing his soul and meridians. Fortunately, he hadn't activated much battle aura, so the pain came and went quickly. But he couldn't care less now. Royce quickly stuffed the most important documents into his robes, glanced at the priest's corpse and the evil temple, and without hesitation, turned and fled swiftly along the same path. Only when he returned to the valley's night and breathed in the cold, clean air did he silently breathe a sigh of relief. He leaned against the cold rock wall, gazing up at the crescent moon obscured by dark clouds, his hands clutching the blood-stained parchment tightly. The truth was darker than he had imagined. Vera, Karad, even the entire north had become a piece of the Twilight Order's vast chessboard of intrigue. The bell jingled silently, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, shattering all hesitation and deliberation. Olivia and Alicia exchanged a glance, both seeing an unyielding curiosity and resolve in each other's eyes. Report to the elders? Before that, perhaps they should confirm the truth behind the door themselves. Olivia stepped forward, subtly shielding Alicia behind her, took a deep breath, and gently pushed open the dark wooden door with her pale hand. Creak! The sound of the hinges turning was softer and smoother than expected, as if it had been used frequently. As the door opened, a warm, bright light flowed out, accompanied by a fresh, delicate scent, a blend of herbs and some unknown spice. But even before the light and scent arrived, a beautiful, ethereal voice filled the air. The voice, like a babbling brook in the forest, carried a perfectly balanced melancholy and ethereal quality, singing melodies and languages they had never heard before. Its gentle, melodious sound instantly soothed their racing hearts. As the two stepped inside, the scene before them opened up dramatically. Compared to the ancient tranquility of the library, this was a warm, bright space, brimming with exotic charm. A huge crystal chandelier hung down, casting a soft amber glow that illuminated the polished dark floor and several neatly arranged, clean tables and chairs. A relaxing, slightly intoxicating aroma filled the air. Their gaze was immediately drawn to a corner of the tavern. There, a young woman in a simple long dress, with long, light blonde hair, sat on a high stool, holding an exquisitely crafted wooden harp. Her eyelids were slightly lowered, her thick eyelashes casting shadows on her cheeks, and her red lips parted slightly, from which flowed a captivating voice. Her singing voice seemed to possess a magical quality, making the surrounding air tranquil and imbued with a sense of history. Not far in front of her, at a small round table, sat a girl with snow-white, drooping ears, dressed in a black and white maid's dress. There were no customers to serve at the moment. She rested her chin on her hands, her pale red eyes gazing intently at the singing girl. Her long, fluffy ears trembled gently with the rhythm of the song, her face filled with undisguised rapture and admiration. The scene was as beautiful as an illustration depicting a moment of leisure in another world. Just as Alicia and Olivia were captivated by this harmonious scene, a soft and polite voice interrupted their gaze. "Good evening, esteemed guests. Welcome to the Dawn Tavern." Another girl, also dressed in a maid's outfit and also sporting a pair of long, snow-white ears, had quietly appeared beside them. Her smile was gentle and professional, and she gave a slight bow in greeting. "Is this your first time here? Please come with me to the bar." Alice was still a little stunned, but Olivera quickly suppressed her amazement, regained her composure, and nodded slightly to her. "Thank you for your trouble." The rabbit-eared maid led them past several empty tables to the nearly 5-meter-long, semicircular black stone bar in the center of the tavern. Behind the bar was a huge cabinet, filled with all sorts of bottles and jars containing brightly colored liquids, their surfaces gleaming alluringly under the lights. But when their gazes fell upon the figure quietly wiping glasses behind the bar, their hearts skipped a beat. It was a young man with black hair and black eyes, his face calm, even somewhat indifferent, dressed in sharply tailored dark clothing they had never seen before. His movements were unhurried, with an unusual rhythm, as if wiping the glasses was a sacred ritual. Most striking were his eyes, like a deep, still pool, calm and undisturbed, showing no trace of human emotion or anything else when he looked at them. Could he be the owner of this mysterious tavern? The rabbit-eared maid settled them on the high stools at the bar and softly said to the man, "Mr. Manager, we have 2 new guests." Then she quietly withdrew to tidy up the tableware nearby. Alicia, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned forward slightly, her emerald eyes boldly scrutinizing Lin Ming, and asked, "Hugh, you're the curator here? The owner of this tavern?" Lin Ming smoothly placed the sparkling clean wine glass back on the rack behind him. He raised his eyes, calmly meeting Alicia's probing gaze, his voice as emotionless as his personality. "I am the curator here, Lin Ming. As for the owner..." He paused slightly, seemingly choosing his words carefully. "You can understand it this way, I'm in charge of running this place." His answer was somewhat vague, but this only added to his mystique. A thoughtful glint flashed in Olivera's purple eyes. She could sense that the man before her possessed no powerful energy fluctuations, like an ordinary person, but it was precisely this ordinariness, in this place, that made him seem extraordinary. Moreover, his overly calm demeanor was itself unusual. "This is truly a wondrous place," Alicia murmured. Despite being mentally prepared, and thanks to Elder Serena's account at the morning meeting, she was still astonished by everything she saw upon entering this mysterious tavern. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to Cynthia, who was still singing, and the rabbit-eared maid, completely absorbed in her performance. "Is that singing lady, and those eared maids, all your employees? Miss Cynthia is the resident singer tonight." Lin Ming introduced simply, without delving into the rabbit-eared maid's background, instead steered the conversation back to his job. "Is this your first time here? What would you like to drink?" He turned, his fingertips tracing the dazzling array of bottles on the shelf behind him, finally settling on a bottle of liquor that shimmered with a soft emerald green light. "Judging from your demeanor, you seem to have a connection to the forest. Perhaps you could try today's special Moonlight Dream." His voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable air of recommendation. During this period, Lin Ming began to stop being completely fixated on the cocktails of his original world and instead chose to blend them with the ingredients of this world. Tonight's special cocktail, Moonlight Dream, is one of its creations. Coincidentally, most of the ingredients in this cocktail are based on local specialties of the Silvermoon Forest, making it perfect for entertaining these 2 elves who are clearly from the Silvermoon Forest. At this moment, Lin Ming didn't realize that Olivia wasn't actually a pure elf, because her shape-shifting ability made her indistinguishable from a real elf. "Moonlight Dream?" Alicia repeated the poetic name, her interest fully piqued. Lin Ming began preparing the bartending equipment, introducing the drink in his characteristically calm tone as he worked. This drink is based on the refreshing tartness of ripe, glowing berries from the depths of the Silvermoon Forest, infused with the botanical aroma of gin, then a touch of elderflower liqueur for a mysterious, complex floral scent, and finally brightened with freshly squeezed lime juice, giving it a dreamy hue reminiscent of a moonlit forest. The taste is refreshing and layered, perhaps it will feel somewhat familiar to you. Every ingredient he described, especially the glowing berries, surprised Alicia and Olivera. These were clearly plants unique to the Silvermoon forest. Why were these rare plants from outside the forest treated as casually as vegetables and fruits in his backyard here? Just as Lin Ming began skillfully mixing the liquor, the shaker tracing a graceful arc in his hand, Olivia finally spoke. Her voice carried the characteristic coolness and inquisitiveness of a silver dragon. Director Lin, may I ask a question? How did your tavern appear in the Dawn City Library? As far as I know, even a legendary mage would find it difficult to breach its spatial defenses so silently. She hadn't forgotten her purpose. Finding the method by which the tavern could silently break through the forest barrier and exploring unknown knowledge were what truly interested her. Lin Ming's movements didn't falter. He poured the mixed liquor into a pre-chilled martini glass. The liquid displayed an extremely beautiful, gradient violet color, deep as the night sky at the bottom, gradually becoming clearer towards the top, as if truly containing a wisp of moonlight. He raised his eyes to look at Olivia, his dark eyes so deep they seemed to devour light. The tavern has its own rules. He gently pushed the dreamlike moonlight dream towards Alicia, its rim adorned with a small bunch of fresh, deep blue berries and an edible silver foil crescent. It can appear anywhere on this continent, location has never been an obstacle. His answer was still evasive, because in reality, he couldn't fully understand the tavern's operating rules. After all, he was merely a user, not the owner. As he himself said, as long as a customer is deemed high value by the tavern itself, it can appear anywhere on the continent, regardless of space or distance. However, his confidence made Oliveira's heart sink slightly. She realized that getting a direct answer from this tavern owner would be extremely difficult. This tavern, and its owner, were far more mysterious than they had imagined. Their conversation ended abruptly. Alicia's attention was now completely captivated by the breathtakingly beautiful drink before her. She carefully picked up the wine glass, as if holding a handful of moonlight from the forest, her eyes filled with amazement and anticipation. Tiny droplets of water condensed on the glass, chilling her fingertips. The gradient violet liquid within swirled under the light, as if preserving a miniature forest shrouded in twilight and moonlight. She brought the glass to her nose, first inhaling the familiar sweet aroma of night-blooming berries. Then came the unique juniper and herbal fragrance of gin, the indescribable allure of elderflower, and a sharp, refreshing hint of lime, layering upon layer to create a complex yet harmonious olfactory tapestry. She couldn't resist taking a small sip. The cool, smooth liquid exploded with intense refreshment the moment it touched her tongue. The lively, bright tartness of the night-blooming berries danced first, then was gently enveloped by the vegetal notes of gin. The rich aroma of elderflower quietly blossomed in the middle of her mouth, bringing a mysterious and elegant sweetness. The slight tartness of the lime perfectly balanced the overall sweetness, preventing it from becoming cloying. As she swallowed the liqueur, a lingering aftertaste of berries and flowers lingered in her mouth, while a gentle warmth rose calmly from her stomach, slowly spreading throughout her body, dispelling the last trace of chill from the library and bringing an indescribable comfort and relaxation. So delicious. Alicia's emerald eyes widened, filled with pure amazement and enjoyment. She instinctively looked at Oliveira, her voice filled with incredulous excitement. Olivia, this is even better than your wisteria berry wine. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Olivia's fruit wines were already considered top-notch by her, but this moonlight dream surpassed them all in its layers of flavor, balance of taste, and that soul-stirring comfort. Oliveira didn't respond immediately. She was also absorbed in her own tasting. She picked up her own glass, her posture even more elegant, her savoring more delicate. Her amethyst eyes narrowed slightly, her powerful senses completely absorbed in the dual analysis of her taste buds and energy perception. Indeed, a very complex flavor. Olivia slowly set down her glass, her voice trembling slightly. It's not just a piling up of flavors, the taste of each ingredient is brought to its fullest potential, yet they blend perfectly without any conflict. As a learned silver dragon, she was no novice in brewing. At this moment, her inner impulse took over, and she tried to analyze every detail in this drink. The luminous berries must be harvested on a new moon night to retain their purest tartness. This gin is definitely not made from ordinary grains, it seems to incorporate the essence of several rare herbs. The extraction method of the elderflower liqueur is also extremely exquisite, preserving the core essence of the flower, and the violet syrup, it's not simply boiled, it's as if magic instantly locked in the fragrance of the flower in its bloom. Her analysis was precise and professional, and the more she analyzed, the deeper her astonishment grew. This drink represented not only superb bartending skills, but also a profound understanding of the ingredients and an almost demanding processing technique. However, just as she savored the complex and wonderful aftertaste, an extremely faint yet incredibly familiar, warm aura, seemingly originating from the very source of life, like the deepest resonance, quietly emerged from the very depths of the wine, lingering in her senses. This aura, pure, boundless, containing the most primal life force. Almost simultaneously, Alicia also abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with immense shock replacing the enjoyment she had felt. She might not possess Olivia's analytical abilities, but as a member of the Elven royal family, her familiarity with that aura was ingrained in her very being. The water of life. Alicia gasped, her voice trembling with utter astonishment. She stared incredulously at the glass in her hand, then abruptly turned to Olivia. Olivia's expression was equally grave. She nodded slowly but firmly to Alicia. Clearly, this was no illusion. Both of them, an elven princess and a legendary silver dragon, had clearly tasted and sensed the flavor of the water of life, infused into the base of the wine, subtly masked by other flavors, yet its essence indelible. How could this be? The fountain of life was a sacred relic of the Silvermoon Forest, the foundation upon which the elves had guarded for countless years. Every drop that flowed caused a tremendous uproar. Even ordinary elves rarely witnessed it in their lifetime. Even Olivia, as one of the elves' closest friends, only received a very small amount as a gift, reserved for research or emergency relief. And now, in a human-run, mysterious tavern, they were actually tasting the water of life in a special cocktail. This wasn't just luxurious, it was mind-blowing. Using the water of life to brew wine? It was like setting stars on pebbles to pave a road, or melting down a crown to make an ordinary coin. But most importantly, why did this tavern possess the water of life? The two women stared at each other, each seeing a monstrous shockwave in the other's eyes. The previous ease, curiosity, and even admiration for the wine were all overwhelmed by this earth-shattering discovery. Alicia's heart pounded. She felt her worldview had been utterly shattered. Who exactly was this mysterious curator Lin? Where did he get the water of life? Olivia's thoughts drifted even further. The appearance of the water of life raised the level of mystery and danger in this tavern even higher. The ability to freely draw upon the water of life meant he either possessed a stable source of it, perhaps even independent of the Silvermoon Forest, or he possessed the ability to obtain it from the elven sacred spring, something the elves were completely unaware of. Either possibility was enough to cause a massive upheaval in the Silvermoon Forest. Behind the bar, Lin Ming calmly wiped another glass, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil within his two customers, showing no reaction to their casual mention of water of life. His composed face, in the eyes of Alicia and Olivia, became increasingly unfathomable. A tavern where one could freely traverse elven barriers. A cocktail containing the elven sacred relic, water of life. All of this pointed to a possibility that sent chills down Olivia's spine. The resources and power wielded by Director Lin and the Dawn Tavern behind him likely far exceeded the reach of the elves, even surpassing her imagination. What began as a curious exploration now seemed to have unveiled a bottomless mystery. The remaining moonlight dream wine in the glasses, its beautiful color now appearing profoundly deep and heavy in their eyes. Alicia felt as if a silent thunderbolt had struck her mind, leaving it buzzing and shattering all her thoughts in that instant, leaving only an unbelievable thought echoing wildly. Her emerald eyes widened instantly, her gaze towards Lin Ming filled with utter shock and questioning. Her chest heaved violently, and almost without thinking, she opened her mouth. The words, "How do you possess the water of life?" They almost burst from her throat, brimming with the instinctive protectiveness and fury of an elf towards a sacred object. However, just as the first syllable was about to escape her lips, a gentle yet irresistible force tugged at the hem of her garment, abruptly pulling her back from the brink of losing control. Alicia turned her head in astonishment, meeting Olivia's deep, star-like purple eyes. The silver dragon girl's face lacked its usual gentleness and languor, replaced by an extremely serious, even warning, solemnity. She said nothing, only shaking her head slightly but firmly at Alicia. Her eyes seemed to say, "Calm down, Alicia. Don't be impulsive. Now is not the time to question." The words Alicia was about to say caught in her throat, as if doused with ice water, instantly sobering her up. She understood the deeper meaning in Olivia's eyes. Yes, an existence that could freely use the water of life to brew wine, an existence that could ignore the elven spatial barrier to open a tavern here. The implications behind it were terrifying. A hasty questioning might not only yield no answers, but could even trigger unpredictable consequences. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her turbulent emotions, but the knuckles of her fingers gripping the wineglass turned slightly white from the force, revealing the far-fetched unease within her. Olivia felt slightly relieved to see her calm down. She knew Alicia was straightforward, but when facing the unknown abyss, caution was the only option. She needed time to process this earth-shattering discovery and consider how to respond. Just then, from a corner of the tavern, Cynthia's melodious voice rang out once more. Perhaps to ease the subtle tension created by the two new guests, she had chosen a more ethereal piece this time, imbued with a touch of homesickness. Her voice, like a veil soaked in moonlight, gently caressed everyone's heart. The song temporarily drew their attention, and Olivia's gaze involuntarily fell upon the wooden harp in Cynthia's arms. The harp's lines were beautiful, its wood warm and smooth, clearly well-made, and meticulously maintained by its owner. Looking at the familiar instrument, a barely perceptible hint of nostalgia flickered in Olivia's amethyst eyes. As a silver dragon who had lived for countless years, Olivia possessed an artistic talent that would astound even elven poets. Music, especially strings, was an indispensable companion throughout her long life. She once played her harp beneath the oldest tree in the Silvermoon Forest, accompanying the stars. She also played her bagpipes atop a snow-capped mountain, harmonizing with the howling wind. For her, musical instruments were like books, another language for understanding the world and expressing emotions. Cynthia's playing was masterful, her emotions genuine, already at a master level. But Olivera's long-dormant musical soul was subtly stirred by the familiar instrument and the wondrous surroundings. The piece ended, its lingering notes filling the tavern with a brief silence, as if everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere depicted in the song. Olivera gently set down her glass, the secret contained within Moonlight Dream temporarily suppressed in her heart. She rose and walked gracefully towards the bard. What a beautiful voice, like the first rays of sunlight in the forest at dawn, full of warmth and hope. Your piano skills flow as naturally as a stream. Olivia stood before Cynthia, her voice clear and sincere, carrying the appreciation of an expert. Is this the distant wind? To be able to portray that ethereal longing and unwavering hope so movingly at such a young age is truly admirable. Cynthia looked up at the beautiful young woman with silver hair and purple eyes, her ethereal slightly embarrassed by Olivia's precise and poetic praise, a faint blush rising on her fair cheeks. She bowed slightly humbly. You flatter me. I sang simply from the heart, it's my honor to bring you joy. Not at all. Olivia smiled slightly. She rarely praised others, especially in music and knowledge, areas where she herself was a master. The human girl before her possessed a pure, unadulterated spirituality in her singing, especially considering her young age and remarkable achievements. This was the reason for Cynthia's admiration. Her gaze returned to the harp in the girl's arms, her eyes revealing a pure love and longing. I have a favor to ask, may I borrow your harp? Cynthia paused, looking at Olivera with some surprise. She could see the unadulterated passion for music in the other's eyes, a shared resonance among music lovers. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, friendliness and trust in a fellow enthusiast prevailed. Of course, Cynthia stood up, carefully handing over her cherished harp and offering her seat. I can tell you're also someone who understands and loves music. Please, this seat is yours now. Olivia's eyes flashed with gratitude as she solemnly accepted the harp, as if receiving a sacred object. Thank you so much for your trust, beautiful lady. She gracefully sat down on the high stool, adjusted her posture, and gently cradled the harp in her arms. The moment her long, slender fingers touched the strings, an indescribable aura emanated from her. The previous solemnity, inquiry, and surprise seemed to vanish. At this moment, she seemed to merge with the instrument in her arms, becoming a pure musical spirit. Even Alicia, who had been troubled, was completely drawn to Olivia's sudden gesture. Olivia closed her eyes, took a deep breath, as if sensing the rhythm flowing through the tavern's air, or perhaps recalling echoes from a distant forest. Then, her fingertips gently plucked the strings. Zhang! A clear, mountain spring-like melody rang out, instantly captivating everyone's ears. Unlike the ethereal, story-laden melody Cynthia had just sung, this was a pure, ancient elven piece. The music seemed to come alive, flowing from Olivia's fingertips, initially gentle and soothing, like moonlight softly illuminating a winding path in the woods. Then, the sound gradually became ethereal and melodious, like the night wind whispering secrets through ancient trees, recounting millennia-old mysteries. Her technique was unparalleled, vibrato, glissando, harmonics, all sorts of complex fingering techniques flowed effortlessly, yet without a trace of artifice, only a natural, effortless beauty. The music sometimes sang like pearls falling onto a jade plate, crisp and lively. At other times, it flowed like silk gliding over skin, soft and lingering. Every note seemed meticulously crafted, yet brimming with natural, unrestrained dynamism. Even more captivating was that, while playing, Olivera softly began to sing. She didn't use common language, but rather the ancient and beautiful language of dragons. However, through her unique voice and the transformation of the melody, even those who didn't understand the lyrics could clearly feel the emotions contained within. Her singing voice was completely different from Cynthia's human voice, ethereal, clear, and possessing an otherworldly penetrating power, as if it came from the clouds, or from the heart of the forest. The sound was sometimes soaring, like a dragon soaring through the heavens, chasing the stars, sometimes lingering, like a silver dragon lying dormant in a secret lake, chanting to the moon. The song and the harp melody intertwined perfectly, constructing a grand, ancient, and dreamlike atmosphere. It was the vibrant life of the Silvermoon Forest before its undisturbed existence, the magnificent night sky where stars and moon shone, the freedom and solitude of dragons soaring above the sea of clouds, the profound beauty of eternity and fleeting moments flowing in the river of time. Inside the tavern, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Ming, who had been wiping glasses, stopped and leaned quietly against the bar, his dark eyes reflecting the performer's figure, a faint hint of appreciation flickering in his calm gaze. The two rabbit-eared maids had long forgotten their work, their long, snow-white ears stood erect, and their pale red eyes were wide open, filled with fascination and wonder, as if they had witnessed something sacred and beautiful. Alicia was completely immersed in her friend's performance. Listening to the familiar elven melody, blended with the unique, dragon-like vastness and ethereal quality of Olivia, she felt a slight warmth welling up in her eyes. Olivia's performance lasted for nearly 10 minutes. As the last note faded away like dissipating moonlight, she gently pressed the strings, the lingering sound swirling and disappearing in the warm air of the tavern. The entire tavern fell into absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed still immersed in the dreamlike world of the music, unable to snap out of their reverie. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Lin Ming broke the silence. He clapped softly, though he offered no words of praise, his action spoke volumes. They had thought Cynthia's singing was unmatched, but it turned out there was another master. That one sound seemed to be a signal. Instantly, crisp and enthusiastic applause erupted from the rabbit-eared maids and Cynthia herself. Cynthia looked at Olivia, her eyes filled with excitement and admiration, the ecstatic joy of encountering a true kindred spirit and master. Alicia also clapped vigorously, her emerald eyes sparkling with pride and emotion. Olivera slowly opened her eyes, a lingering trace of the immersion she had felt while playing, shimmering in her purple pupils. She carefully handed the harp back to the excited Cynthia, saying softly, "Thank you for your instrument, it's a truly beautiful instrument." Then, she returned to the bar and sat down again beside Alicia. But no sooner had she settled in than Lin Ming, behind the bar, suddenly spoke up, "Miss Olivera, I have a part-time singer job available here. Would you be interested?" Hearing this, Olivera smiled wryly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Curator, I'm not interested in that at the moment." 2 days had passed since that night she barged into the Dawn Tavern. When Alicia saw Olivia again, it was in the corner of the second floor of their usual library, in the afternoon. The sunlight was still warm, but Alicia felt as if a long time had passed. In these 2 days, Olivia seemed to have vanished into thin air, her whereabouts elusive. Alicia had come to look for her several times. Sometimes she saw her buried in piles of ancient books, her long silver hair casually gathered, her brows furrowed, her fingers flying quickly across the yellowed pages. Other times, she was nowhere to be seen, having disappeared to some older library or archive in Dawn City. Now, Olivia finally appeared, but she was clearly in poor condition. Her once flawless, moonlit face bore obvious fatigue, and faint dark circles even appeared under her eyes, clearly the result of excessive mental and physical exhaustion. However, in stark contrast to her physical exhaustion were her amethyst eyes. Far from being weary, they burned with an almost fiery, astonishingly bright light, like the excitement of discovering a rare treasure. Upon seeing Alicia, Olivera immediately rushed forward, grabbing her wrist with a slightly urgent grip. "Alicia!" Her voice was hoarse with exhaustion, but even more so with an irrepressible joy. "I found it." "Found what?" Alicia was taken aback by her sudden action and state, her emerald eyes filled with curiosity and concern. "You've been disappearing and coming and going these past 2 days, looking for something?" "That's right. This is it." Olivera nodded vigorously, her other hand carefully placing a large, heavy ancient book, its cover wrapped in some kind of dark animal hide and its edges worn, which she had been clutching tightly to her chest, onto the table. The book landed with a dull thud, stirring up a few specks of dust, a testament to its antiquity. "This is the result of my 2-day search." Olivera gently stroked the rough cover of the ancient book, her eyes fixed on it as if it were a priceless treasure. "Ever since returning from that tavern, I've had a vague impression in my mind. I'm sure I've seen a description of a similar place in some book. That spatial characteristic, independent of the world, that pattern of operation following specific rules, but I just can't remember which book it was. So, I had to reread every book I could possibly have found in the Silvermoon Forest and in the Dragon Clan's inherited memories over the past few centuries, books recording ancient secrets, spatial anomalies, and lost eras." Her tone carried the exhilaration and pride of a researcher overcoming a difficult challenge. Heaven knows how many obscure, dusty ancient scrolls and tomes she had pored over in those 2 days, how many deeply buried fragments of memory she had stirred up. For a silver dragon who loved knowledge but also valued elegance and rest, this was nothing short of a sleepless, relentless academic challenge. She carefully opened the ancient book. The pages were made of a tough plant fiber, a deep brown in color. The writing on them wasn't the common Elvish or human script, but a more ancient, twisted, seemingly magical rune. It was ancient Elvish, a script that even among the elves, only a select few learned scholars could fully decipher. Olivia's fingertip touched one of the pages, which, besides the text, also contained a seemingly random illustration drawn with simple lines. A blurry, building-like outline floated in the chaos, surrounded by starlight-like glimmers. "Look here," Olivia's voice was low, carrying the solemnity of revealing a great secret. "This book is titled Fragments of the Epic, the Legacy of the Gods and the Lost Realms. Most of its contents record legends of the fall of powerful gods and the shattering and dissipation of their creations or realms around the time of the last Twilight War. Much of it is fantastical and considered mythology." Her finger traced several lines of ancient text, explaining them word by word to Alicia. "When the foundations of order crumble and the threads of fate break, some courtyards existing in the cracks of the world will appear. They are neither divine kingdoms nor mortal realms, but rather the embodiment of ancient covenants, the nodes where rules intersect. Their form is indeterminate, sometimes a palace, sometimes a tower, sometimes a corner where one can rest, exchange, and harmonize all things. They operate according to their own ancient laws, guided by fate rather than by power, traversing the boundary between reality and illusion, responding to the call of specific souls, or the violent fluctuations at the level of the world's rules. Some scholars call it the garden of all things. Legend has it that within it, one can even find miracles long lost in the river of time, and taste the origin and rules of the world. However, with the changing of eras and the collapse of the divine war, the garden's traces have vanished, leaving only fragments and remnants, perhaps a recluse, or awaiting the arrival of a new era. Reading this, Olivia raised her head, her gaze burning as she looked at Alicia, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. A corner where one can rest, exchange, and harmonize all things, guided by fate rather than by power. And that traversing the boundary between reality and illusion. Alicia, don't you understand? This description almost perfectly matches the tavern we found in the library. Alicia gasped, her emerald eyes filled with shock. The garden of all things, Alicia murmured, repeating the ancient name, feeling a profound sense of history and mystery wash over her. So, the Dawn Tavern could very well be the garden of all things mentioned in ancient records, the one that vanished with the changing of eras? Very likely. Olivera nodded vigorously, her weary face radiating the light of discovery. It didn't appear by chance, but it's not some evil place either. According to records, it was a haven untouched by conflict, a temporary resting place for travelers from different eras. Its reappearance might itself signify that our world is facing some enormous upheaval, one that could be called an epoch-making event. She pointed to the starlight glitter in the illustration. These, perhaps, symbolize their ability to connect with or draw upon the resources and rules of different worlds. Olivera's voice lowered again, tinged with immense solemnity. This might explain why the tavern possesses the water of life and uses it so extravagantly. Because for a garden capable of harmonizing all things, possibly connecting countless worlds, even touching the very essence of the world, the sacred object we cherish might just be one of many ingredients in its inventory? What they perceived as extravagance and impossible might, in their eyes, be as natural as a chef using ingredients. This conjecture was so astonishing that Alicia was speechless for a moment. If this were true, then the level represented by Lin Ming and his tavern was far higher and more terrifying than they had previously imagined. That seemingly ordinary tavern represented an incredible existence that transcended worldly understanding, capable of directly touching and utilizing the fundamental rules of the world. A profound silence fell over the terrace, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. The two girls looked at each other in silence, but their eyes held an unprecedented solemnity, a mixture of excitement and unease at being swept into a grand narrative. Ever since Olivera discovered clues about the garden of all things in the ancient texts, the shock and thirst for knowledge within the two women spread like wildfire. However, theoretical speculation ultimately needs real-world verification. Just as Alicia was still processing her astonishing conjecture, Olivera took another step. That morning, before the mist had completely dissipated, Olivera mysteriously arrived at Alicia's treehouse, her face displaying a mixture of tension and excitement. "Alicia, quick, come with me." She abruptly pulled the still sleepy princess to her feet. "Olivia? Where are we going so early in the morning?" Alicia rubbed her eyes, looking at her unusually behaving friend with confusion. Olivia simply turned back and gave her a meaningful smile, her purple eyes gleaming like a cat that had discovered a new toy. "Don't ask so many questions, just follow me, you'll find out soon enough." Her voice carried a barely suppressed urgency and an anticipation of a major hypothesis about to be confirmed. Alicia couldn't refuse her, so, filled with doubt, she followed Olivia quickly through the gradually awakening streets of Dawn City. They didn't head towards the Tree of Life in the city center, nor towards the library, but instead went straight to the outskirts of Silvermoon Forest, to the area shrouded in gloom. The closer they got to the edge of the forest, the heavier the atmosphere became. The once vibrant life and harmonious magical fluctuations gradually thinned and became chaotic. The birds' cheerful chirping disappeared, replaced by an unsettling silence. Even the sunlight seemed pale and powerless, unable to penetrate the invisible gloom that permeated the area. Finally, Olivia stopped before an area that stood out starkly against the surrounding verdant greenery. Alicia gasped, her heart clenching as if gripped by an icy hand. Before her lay a horrifying sight. The land was no longer its fertile brown, but an ominous, scorched black, cracked and hardened, devoid of vegetation except for a few scattered, twisted, withered tree remains, like desperate arms reaching towards the sky. A faint, eerie stench, like rusted metal mixed with decaying vegetation, filled the air. This area stood in stark and brutal contrast to the surrounding vibrant forest, like an ugly, slowly spreading scar on the earth. Even more chilling was the atmosphere of silent weeping. Alicia could clearly feel the pain and despair emanating from this land itself, the lingering lament of life forcibly stripped away, of the natural order distorted. As an elf intimately connected to the forest, this feeling was especially intense. An indescribable sorrow welled up in her heart, causing her eyes to slightly burn. "This is it." Olivia's voice also lowered. She surveyed the desolate land, her eyes filled with solemnity and a hint of reluctance. "Olivia, why did you bring me here?" Alicia's voice carried a trace of sadness. The decay here is more severe than described in the report from the last council meeting. I know, and it's precisely because it's serious that we need to try. Olivia took a deep breath, turning to Alicia, her expression incredibly serious. Alicia, what you're about to see may overturn our understanding, and even the entire Elder Council's, so I need you as a witness. As she spoke, under Alicia's questioning gaze, she carefully opened her palm. A faint magical light gathered in her palm, and the next moment, a small, exquisitely crafted crystal vial appeared in her hand. The vial was transparent, clearly showing that it contained about a small amount of liquid. The liquid had an extremely familiar, dreamlike violet color, deep at the bottom and gradually becoming clearer towards the top. Even in the dim morning light, it still reflected a captivating glimmer, as if sealing a condensed starry sky and moonlight within it. Alicia's pupils suddenly contracted, and her breath caught in her throat. The color, the texture. This could it be? She looked up abruptly, staring at Olivia in disbelief, her voice trembling with excitement. An unbelievable thought formed in her mind. Olivia nodded, confirming her guess, a sly, confident smile playing on her lips. That's right, it's the moonshadow dream we drank at the tavern that day. I secretly kept this small bottle. You! Alicia was speechless, stunned by Olivia's boldness and meticulousness. In that situation, she actually thought to preserve a sample. Don't worry, I did it very discreetly. Director Lin probably won't care about such a negligible amount. Olivia explained, but her eyes never left the crystal bottle in her hand. Now, let's test how this drink, containing a trace of the water of life, described in ancient texts as the manifestation of rules, will react to this decay at the level of rules, which even the light weavers and the spring of life are powerless against. Her gaze returned to the blackened, scorched earth, her eyes sharpening. She selected a section that appeared most severely corroded, resembling a lump of charcoal. Get ready, Alicia. Olivia whispered a reminder, while her other hand discreetly took out a black stone the size of a pigeon egg, smooth on the surface, with what seemed like dark clouds swirling inside a shadow stone used for recording images. She subtly infused it with a wisp of magic, putting it into working order. Then, under Alicia's tense, almost breathless gaze, Olivera gently pried open the seal of the crystal bottle with her fingertips. She tilted the bottle, carefully dripping a single drop of that dreamlike violet wine onto the scorched, black earth that symbolized despair. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. That drop of crystalline wine, carrying its inner starlight and moonlight, like an elegant dancer, slowly descended into the realm of death. Drip! A sound so faint it was almost imperceptible. The instant the wine touched the scorched earth, a sudden change occurred. There was no violent explosion, no blinding light, yet what unfolded before our eyes was more awe-inspiring than any grand magical effect. Where the liquid landed, the thick, inky blackness seemed to have met its natural nemesis, or like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, rapidly receding and dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't a physical wiping, it was more like a purification and covering at the level of rules. The pitch-black color was erased as if by an invisible eraser, revealing the original color of the soil beneath. Even more unbelievable was that the lingering, suffocating aura of withered decay, in that instant, seemed to be scorched, emitting a silent, soul-level shriek and wail, before rapidly vanishing and disintegrating, as if it had never existed. The entire process was as fast as lightning, yet filled with a sacred and irresistible meaning. That drop of moonlight dream was like a piece of alum thrown into a murky pool, instantly settling and purifying all the turbidity. And this was only the beginning. When that small area of blackness was completely purified, revealing fertile soil, an even more miraculous scene unfolded. One by one, tender, verdant blades of grass, as if finally released from long-suppressed repression, burst forth from the center of the spilled liquid, growing with an abnormal speed, quickly forming a small, vibrant green meadow. Then, several delicate, softly glowing white moonflowers quietly bloomed among the grass, their petals still glistening with morning dew, releasing a pure, natural fragrance. The desolate, scorched earth, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a small, vibrant patch of clean air, even more alive than the surrounding normal forest. This small oasis formed a stark yet hopeful contrast to the vast, dark wasteland around it. Alicia was completely stunned. She covered her mouth tightly with her hand to stifle a gasp. Her emerald eyes widened, filled with utter shock, ecstasy, and an almost divine astonishment. She could clearly feel the pure and vibrant life force emanating from that newly born land, a restoration of order. Olivia, however, maintained an astonishing composure throughout. The shadow stone in her hand faithfully recorded every moment from death to life, the dripping of wine, the fading darkness, the sprouting of grass, the blooming of flowers, until the small oasis stabilized. She slowly stopped recording with the shadow stone and carefully put it away. Then, she let out a long sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing, a smile mixed with exhaustion and immense satisfaction appearing on her face. She looked at Alicia, who was still in shock. "Is this because of the water of life?" Alicia asked eagerly. "You know, Alicia, it's not just the water of life that has this effect. Olivia's voice was slightly hoarse with excitement, but her eyes shone like stars. If the power of the water of life alone could heal the withering, then the withering power in the forest wouldn't have remained until today. The withering in the forest was entirely caused by chaotic pollution at the level of rules, and this cup of wine contains rules that can combat withering. That is the power of order. It can repair and expel chaos at the level of rules, thereby healing withering. Therefore, the power of the garden of all things can truly combat, and even reverse, withering. Pointing to the newly sprouted oasis, her tone was unwavering. Now, we have the most direct evidence. This isn't just our speculation, it's an irrefutable fact that can be presented to all the elders, even Her Majesty the Queen. The garden of all things may be the greatest hope and turning point in the crisis of the withering. Alicia gazed at the small oasis stubbornly radiating life and light in the deathly darkness, then at the half-empty crystal bottle in Olivia's hand, her heart churning with turmoil. Her gaze remained fixed on the vibrant green and flowers stubbornly growing in the scorched wasteland. The miraculous effect Olivia had brought was like the first ray of sunlight breaking through thick clouds, instantly illuminating her heavy heart. What should we do next, Olivia? Alicia's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She turned to her friend, her emerald eyes flashing with unprecedented determination. We must do something. We can't let this hope remain just here. Olivia carefully put away the last remaining bottle of Moonshadow Dream and the shadow stone that recorded the miracle. The excitement on her face gradually gave way to a thoughtful calm. She looked at Olivia, her tone clear and decisive. Go and persuade the Council of Elders and Her Majesty. But, Olivia, Alicia said worriedly, you know the reaction of the Council of Elders and the Queen Mother when we reported last time. They are full of suspicion and distrust towards the tavern, especially regarding the water of life. Captain Calvin may even consider it a potential threat. We have no proof, just this last bit of wine and a shadow stone. Can we persuade them? A complex expression flashed across Olivia's face at the mention of Her Majesty and the elders. She recalled the urgent report she'd given after returning from the tavern. With the excitement of discovering a new continent mixed with a touch of unease, she recounted everything she and Olivia had seen and heard at the Dawn Tavern, especially the clearly discernible scent of the life-giving water in the moonlit dream. She spoke without reservation, even with a hint of eagerness to prove it, to her mother, seated high in the council chamber, and to the solemn elders. She remembered how urgently she'd emphasized that she and Olivia had repeatedly confirmed it was neither a hallucination nor an illusion. However, the response wasn't the curiosity or attention she expected, but rather a palpable heaviness and oppression. A sharp glint flashed in the Queen's deep eyes, one she couldn't decipher. Elder Serena frowned, and Calvin, the leader of the Forest Walkers, immediately raised strong doubts, suggesting it might be some extremely clever deception or provocation targeting the elven sacred object. The atmosphere in the council chamber plummeted to freezing point after her report. Afterward, all she knew was that her mother had issued an order for Calvin's forest walkers to strengthen vigilance and surveillance along the edge of the forest, especially the area where Lenalee had initially discovered the tavern. Alicia still couldn't accurately judge the attitude behind that vigilance. Was it a necessary caution and wariness towards the unknown, or did it already carry some underlying hostility and rejection? The thought of the latter sent a shiver down her spine. I know what you're worried about, Alicia. Olivia noticed her anxiety and reassured her calmly. The caution, even suspicion, of the higher UPS is understandable. The water of life is vital to the race's survival. A mysterious, unpredictable external entity that can use it will naturally trigger the highest level of vigilance. But Alicia, things are different now. Olivia calmly analyzed. Last time, we only had verbal descriptions and an unrepeatable story. This time, however, we have irrefutable evidence. Her tone shifted, her voice rising slightly, carrying an undeniable authority. Look around us. She pointed to the vast, still desolate, black earth, her tone heavy. Results are always more convincing than processes. The Council of Elders and the Lightweavers have spent so much time, used countless methods, and even slowing the spread of the withering has proven so difficult, let alone completely purifying it. This in itself demonstrates that the withering is not an ordinary force, but a thorny problem involving the rules themselves. Her gaze returned to Alicia's face, becoming incredibly sharp. And now, we possess the only proven power to effectively combat, even reverse, the withering. And the effect, you and I have both witnessed firsthand, how effective it is. This is an undeniable fact. No matter how complex their views on the tavern's existence may be, they must carefully consider this unique and effective solution. She gently patted the spot where the shadow stone was stored again, a spot that seemed to contain the power of 1,000 armies. That tavern, whether it's called Dawn or the Garden of All Things, it is now our only viable path to resolving this crisis. We cannot ignore the hope it holds for the forest's survival just because of its mystery and potential risks, Olivia said firmly. To throw the baby out with the bathwater would be the greatest folly. Olivia's position in the Silvermoon Forest was unique. She wasn't a pure elf, her homeland was Dragon Island on Sky Peak, but she had lived in the forest long enough that she had developed a deep love for it. Alicia was also convinced by Olivia's clear and powerful logic. and the slight hesitation she had felt earlier vanished. Yes, when it came to the survival of their people, any concerns should give way. She nodded vigorously. You're right, Olivera. We must let them see this. So, the key now is how to persuade them. Olivia's lips curled into a confident, almost sly smile. However, I'm not too worried about it, because we possess more than just this miraculous moment recorded by the Shadow Stone. She took out the ancient book, Fragments of the Epic, her fingertips tracing its rough cover as if drawing strength from it. Knowledge is the best weapon, and the strongest shield. Olivia's voice carried a scholarly certainty. The one-sided account of two young people like us in a single image might not be enough to completely dispel the deep-seated doubts of those elders who have lived for hundreds of years or even longer. But what if our words could corroborate the authoritative records passed down from antiquity? She turned the pages, finding the descriptions of the Garden of All Things, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. The elven upper class's hostility towards the tavern stemmed from two main issues. First, the tavern's mysterious ability to freely enter and exit its space, especially when their allegiance was uncertain. This ability to effortlessly pass through barriers and enter the forest was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the higher UPS. This feeling of being unable to control their situation was extremely unsettling. This was why Olivia understood the elders and the queen's animosity towards the tavern. But now, the ancient texts were revealing a glimpse into the identity of this mysterious tavern. The identity of the Court of All Things, a self-contained entity transcending conflict and governed by its own rules, is crucial. It signifies that the tavern is not a sinister place of unknown origin, but rather a transcendent entity with ancient roots, potentially adhering to principles of neutrality and protection. A neutral, ancient haven, possibly a safe haven for dealing with global crises, is far more likely to transform the tavern from a potential enemy into an ancient, potentially cooperative transcendent entity, compared to a mysterious force that repeatedly intrudes into its territory. The second point concerns the water of life. A key reason for the Elven High Command's swift shift in attitude towards the tavern was the mysteriously sourced water of life within it. But now, with the Court of All Things identity, the explanation for the water of life becomes simpler. Descriptions in ancient texts as manifestation of rules and fragments of the world's origin explain why the tavern's drinks contain the power of the water of life. This was clearly not theft or desecration, but rather a manifestation of the other party's inherent power, thus alleviating the elven race's anger and unease over the outflow of the sacred artifact. Finally, based on all of the above, specific strategies were proposed for contacting, communicating with, and even seeking cooperation with the Court of All Things. It was emphasized that this was not surrender or recklessness, but simply a rational and hopeful strategic choice in the face of a crisis at the level of world rules. It was believed that with the wisdom of Her Majesty and the elders, they would carefully consider this suggestion. Let's go! Alicia, let's go and persuade Her Majesty and the elders. Having said this, they didn't linger, turning and leaving this land symbolizing despair and rebirth, heading towards the council hall at the heart of Dawn City. Sunlight pierced through the forest mist, gilding their figures with a golden edge. Dawn City, Supreme Council Hall. Sunlight filtered through the seven-colored glazed dome, casting dappled shadows, but it couldn't dispel the oppressive atmosphere of scrutiny and doubt that permeated the area around the round table. Queen Alice Ryan, the Elf Queen, sat regally in the main seat, her platinum gold hair gleaming coldly beneath her crown. Her emerald eyes calmly gazed at her daughter, Alicia, standing before the round table, and the silver dragon maiden, Olivera, beside her, revealing no emotion. Around the round table sat the elders. Calvin, leader of the Forest Walkers, frowned. Elundile, the Star Scholar, adjusted his monocle. Leandra, representative of the Lightweavers, looked worried, while Elder Serena, the Moon Speaker, remained as composed as ever, her gaze lingering on Olivera for a moment longer. Alicia, Olivera. The Queen's clear voice broke the silence. You have once again requested an emergency meeting, claiming to have found the key to dealing with the withering. We hope you bring truly good news. Her tone was steady, yet carried an undeniable authority. Convening a council of elders was no simple matter, and the fact that she had made an exception for it was enough to demonstrate the importance the elven race now placed on the withering of the forest. Alicia took a deep breath, stepped forward, and her emerald eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. Yes, Your Majesty, esteemed elders, she said, we have indeed come today with hope for curing the withered. She glanced at Olivia beside her, signaling her to begin. Olivia bowed slightly, her posture elegant yet respectful. She didn't rush to present the most crucial evidence, but instead first drew everyone's attention back to the imminent crisis. Your Majesty, elders. Her voice was clear and steady, carrying the ethereal rhythm unique to silver dragons. First, please allow us to reiterate the threat the power of decay poses to our forest. It is not an ordinary disease or curse, but a decay that touches upon the very fabric of the rules. The divine magic of the Lightweavers, the diluted lifespring, even the analysis of the Starry Night scholars, have yet to find a cure. Its spread, though slow, has never truly ceased. Every moment, the land groans, life ebbs away. Her words stirred the deepest anxieties in the hearts of all the elves present, and the atmosphere in the council chamber grew even heavier. Galvin said in a deep voice, "Miss Olivia, we are well aware of the severity of the crisis, but as you said, we have exhausted all methods, yet we still cannot stop the spread of decay?" His tone carried a hint of frustration. They, the elves, prided themselves on being a superior race, yet they couldn't even resolve the trouble on their own doorstep. Wasn't that ironic? That's precisely why we need to confront all methods. Olivia met his gaze without flinching, her purple eyes gleaming with rationality. We have indeed brought a method to cure the withered, perhaps even the only effective way. But judging its effectiveness cannot be based on mere speculation and wariness, it requires evidence. However, this method may seem too absurd and unacceptable to you all, but I leave the choice to you. She finally took out the magic stone, the size of a pigeon's egg. Magic flowed in, and a clear light screen unfolded in the center of the round table. Within the light screen was the scorched, dark wasteland on the outskirts of the forest. The shocking sight caused the elders to frown. Then, the image focused, and a hand holding a crystal bottle appeared. The dreamlike violet liquid within caused the queen's eyes to flicker almost imperceptibly. Then, under everyone's breathless gaze, a drop of moonlight dream fell. A miracle had occurred. Darkness receded like a tide, and grass and flowers sprouted and grew at an absurd speed, instantly transforming the barren land into a vibrant oasis. The entire process was silent, yet more awe-inspiring than any thunderclap. This is. The Lightweaver, Leander, couldn't help but exclaim. As a life priestess, she could sense the immense and pure power of life's rules contained within the scene, a power even she couldn't attain. Behind his monocle, the starry night scholar Elundile's eyes widened, muttering, "The overlay of rules, directly dispelling the concept of decay, how is this possible?" Even Calvin, whose expression had always been cold and hard, showed an expression of disbelief. The projection on the screen ended, and the council chamber fell into a deathly silence, broken only by heavy breathing. The evidence, irrefutable evidence, was laid bare before them. I believe that after seeing this scene recorded by the Shadow Stone, you elders are quite curious about what I was holding in my hand at the time, aren't you? Olivia didn't keep them in suspense. She directly produced the remaining fragment of Moonshadow Dream. This is actually the wine we drank at the Dawn Tavern. Looking at the bottle in her hand, Calvin frowned slightly. So your method is to persuade us to cooperate with this mysterious tavern, to entrust the fate of the forest to an unknown entity that suddenly appeared, and might even desecrate our sacred relics. Olivia knew that merely demonstrating a miracle wasn't enough. The root of the fear and hostility had to be eliminated. She timely produced the ancient fragments of the epic. Elders, your majesty, her voice pulled everyone back from their shock. The origins of the Dawn Tavern are indeed unknown, but its true identity may be far more ancient and transcendent than we imagine. She opened the ancient book, pointing to passages written in ancient, ornate script, and read aloud. When the foundations of order crumble, and the threads of fate break, some courtyards existing in the cracks of the world will appear. They are neither divine kingdoms nor mortal realms, but rather the embodiment of ancient covenants, the nodes where rules intersect. These descriptions from ancient authoritative texts instantly elevated the Dawn Tavern from a suspicious, mysterious place to a transcendent entity with ancient origins and a neutral principle. Elder Serena spoke for the first time, her voice tinged with realization. So, the independent spatial rules that Lenely sensed all match these ancient records. In that case, the tavern's appearance wasn't a malicious intrusion, it was simply acting according to its own rules. Olivia seized the opportunity to make her final statement. Your Majesty, elders, withering is erosion at the level of rules, while the Garden of All Things possesses the power of restoration at the level of rules. The ancient texts record its transcendence of conflict, which means it is likely not our enemy. If so, why can't we try to contact and communicate with it, and seek help within its rules? She looked intently at the Queen. In the face of a crisis for the survival of our race, caution is necessary, but to be complacent and reject the only hope because of potential unknown risks is not the act of a wise person. We propose a change in our strategy regarding the Dawn Tavern, shifting from defense and vigilance to tentative contact and communication, exploring the possibility of cooperation against the withering. Alicia stepped forward, her tone earnest and firm. Your Majesty, Olivia is right. We have witnessed miracles and received confirmation of ancient wisdom. This is our only, and most hopeful, path. For the Silvermoon Forest, for all our people, please give us, and the forest, a chance. Silence fell once more in the council chamber, everyone deeply contemplating and weighing their options. Queen Alice Ryan's gaze slowly swept over each elder present. Finally, her eyes settled on her daughter, Alicia, and the silver dragon, Olivera. Their eyes were clear and resolute, filled with the courage and wisdom to fight for the future of their people. After a long silence, the Queen spoke slowly, her voice carrying the decisiveness of a ruler. Since the evidence is conclusive and the reasoning is sound, with ancient records and present-day miracles corroborating each other, we have no reason to ignore this hope. However, we cannot be complacent about outsiders. Invite them to the forest for a visit, assess them first, and then make further plans. Alicia, since you proposed this, you will follow up. The queen looked at her daughter, her gaze softening slightly, seemingly satisfied with her performance today. Yes, your majesty. Alicia lowered her eyes in agreement. Although she hadn't achieved her intended goal, the current outcome was still satisfactory to her. Inside the Dawn Tavern, time seemed to flow more slowly and gently than outside. Amber light streamed from the enormous crystal chandelier, bathing everything in a warm glow. The air was filled with the subtle aromas of alcohol, fried food, and a faint, refreshing fruit scent, creating a languid atmosphere that soothed the mind and body. Behind the bar, Lin Ming, unusually not wiping glasses or mixing drinks, leaned against the counter, his gaze, unusually gentle, fixed on a small figure before him. It was Shiru, the youngest of the three sisters, a bunny-eared maid. She was standing on tiptoe, diligently arranging a row of delicate wine glasses on the upper shelf. She wore a well-fitting black and white maid dress, her long, snow-white ears drooping slightly, swaying gently to a rhythm only she knew. Her adorable little face was puffed out, her expression earnest, as if she were completing a crucial mission. A barely perceptible tenderness flickered in Lin Linming's eyes as he looked at Zilla's earnest little face, a slight smile playing on his lips. He reached out and naturally placed his hand on Zilla's head, gently stroking her soft hair and sensitive earlobes. His movements were practiced and natural, as if he were petting a docile little animal. Zilla's ears twitched sensitively, emitting a soft, comfortable nasal sound. If she had been touched like this by the tavern manager during her first few days there, she would have instantly blushed from the tips of her ears to the roots of her neck, jumping away like a startled rabbit. But now, after Lin Ming's occasional feeding of snacks and gentle stroking, Zilla, though still shy, was able to accept the intimacy more readily. She even unconsciously tilted her head slightly, pressing her little head closer to Lin Ming's warm palm, like a kitten being comfortably stroked. Lin Ming's smile deepened. Zilu, rest for a bit. With that, he lifted her from under his arms and placed her on the chair in front of him, ignoring her consent. Then, with his other hand, he took a golden, glistening French fry from a small bamboo basket wrapped in plant leaves. He didn't hand it to her directly, but deliberately waved it in front of Zilla's nose. The enticing aroma of fried food immediately made her long ears perk up, and her pale red eyes instantly opened, filled with anticipation. Seeing her adorable, drooling expression, Lin Ming slowly and gently placed a fries into her slightly open mouth. Zilla immediately took a big bite with a whoosh, her cheeks puffing out like a little hamster hoarding food, chewing contentedly with soft crunch sounds. Her pure expression of wholeheartedly enjoying her food, coupled with her slightly trembling long ears, created an incredibly heartwarming scene. Watching her eat, Lin Ming's heart softened, and he couldn't help but reach out the hand that had just stroked her head, gently pinching her chubby, soft, round face. Director. Hilulu mumbled something indistinctly, but didn't flinch. Instead, she instinctively nuzzled Lin Ming's hand, which was still lingering in her hair, expressing her dependence and affection. To her, although the curator was sometimes a bit mischievous and liked to tease her, the snacks he gave her were delicious, his hands were warm, and life at the tavern was a million times better than the days of fear and anxiety she had in the tribe. On the other side of the tavern, at a small round table for staff to rest, Hilulu's two older sisters, eldest Ella and second eldest Mia, sat leisurely. In front of them sat a plate of golden, tempting fries and 2 glasses of bubbly, ice-cold cola. The two girls also had snow-white, droopy ears, and their appearances were 7 or 8 parts similar to Hilulu's, but they possessed a more graceful and elegant beauty. Unlike their younger sister, they didn't receive special attention from the curator, which pleased them. At this moment, their gaze was drawn to a magical light screen hanging above the bar. On the screen, a brightly colored cartoon with adorable characters, which Lin Ming had somehow acquired, was playing. It featured the daily lives of talking robotic cats and hapless elementary school students, captivating the two bunny-eared girls. They chuckled softly at the funny parts, sharing fries, and enjoying their simple yet novel leisure time. Ella watched more quietly, a faint smile playing on her lips, while Mia was much more lively. At interesting parts, she couldn't resist pointing at the screen and whispering something in Ella's ear, eliciting gentle nods from Ella, her eyes filled with wonder and delight. Their long, white ears perked up and flattened with the unfolding story, completely immersed in this otherworldly entertainment. In the tavern's music area, the bard Cynthia had temporarily ended her performance. She sat on her special high stool, holding a glass of non-alcoholic lychee sparkling water that Lin Ming had specially prepared for her. Tiny bubbles rose in the glass, making a soft hissing sound. Her slender fingers turned the pages of a brand new sheet music book on her lap, an adaptation of an old folk song she had recently collected. Her brow was furrowed with focus and contemplation. Occasionally, she would put down her glass, pick up the wooden harp she was holding, and casually pluck a few strings, producing a few scattered yet still beautiful notes, as if experimenting with the melody, searching for a feeling. The crisp notes, like pearls falling on a jade plate, didn't seem out of place in the tranquil atmosphere, rather, they were like background music accompanying this leisurely break, adding a touch of elegance. However, leisurely time always passes quickly. The crisp sound of the brass bells on the tavern's eaves broke the languid silence inside, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Lin Ming, who was tidying up the glasses, looked up, a fries he had originally intended to feed Zilla still between his fingers. Cynthia in the music area stopped strumming her strings, and Ella and Mia also turned their attention away from the animated film on the screen. Entering were the elven princess Alicia and the silver dragon girl Olivia. Unlike their previous exploration, which was filled with curiosity and a touch of unease, this time their expressions held a clearer purpose and a more composed seriousness. Alicia's emerald eyes swept across the tavern, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she witnessed the heartwarming, everyday scene, but she quickly regained her composure. Olivia, on the other hand, remained ethereal and serene, her amethyst eyes fixed directly on Lin Ming behind the bar. Hilo immediately stepped forward, politely greeting him in the soft, rabbit-eared common language. "Good evening, esteemed guests. Welcome back to Dawn Tavern." Olivera nodded slightly to Shilu, her gaze never leaving Lin Ming. She and Alicia walked straight to the bar and sat down on the familiar high stools. "Good evening, Director Lin," Olivera said first, her voice clear and melodious. "Good evening," Alicia followed, her tone much more composed than before. Lin Ming casually placed the fries he was holding into the small dish Shilu hurriedly brought over, gesturing to her. Shilu obediently stepped aside and continued enjoying her snacks with her sisters. He picked up a clean white handkerchief, slowly and deliberately wiped his hands, and calmly replied, "Good evening, both of you. What would you like to order tonight?" Olivia didn't answer directly, but elegantly crossed her legs, revealing two sections of her fair calves touching. "As you know, Mr. Curator, we're not familiar with your tavern yet. Do you have any recommendations for tonight? If possible, we'd like to try something different from last time." Her gaze swept over the dazzling array of bottles on the shelf, filled with inquiry and anticipation. A hint of understanding seemed to flash in Lin Ming's dark eyes. He turned almost without hesitation, taking a bottle of strong liquor with a warm amber sheen from the middle shelf. "In that case," Lin Ming's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable recommendation. "Then tonight, how about trying today's special Corona Him?" "Corona Him?" Alicia repeated this name, full of power and light, a stark contrast to the tranquil dreaminess of Moonshadow Dream she had drunk last time. Lin Ming began preparing the bartending equipment, his movements still unhurried, yet seemingly possessing a unique rhythm. Based on the rich and sweet flavor of aged rum, infused with the vibrant, sun-kissed juice of fresh blood oranges, a touch of cinnamon syrup for a warm, spicy aroma, and finally a few drops of ginger liqueur for a perfectly balanced spiciness and vibrancy. Its taste is like the first rays of dawn piercing the darkness, he explained as he smoothly and effortlessly began his preparation. Unlike other cocktails that require vigorous shaking in a shaker, the preparation of Corona Him was more like a ritual of fire and sunlight. He precisely measured 60 milliliters of the amber-colored aged rum with a measuring cup and poured it into a wide-mouthed glass. Then, he took a plump blood orange and with swift, deft strokes, squeezed out a full 45 milliliters of vibrant, juicy red juice, its vivid color instantly bringing the drink to life. Next, he added 10 milliliters of golden red cinnamon syrup and a mere 5 milliliters of ginger liqueur. Instead of stirring immediately, he did something unexpected. He picked up a small sugar cube, rubbed it a few times on the cut flesh of the blood orange to saturate it with juice, and then gently placed it into a special metal spoon. He gestured for Olivera and Alicia to wait a moment, and then briefly seared the juice-soaked sugar cube with a blowtorch. With a soft plop, the edge of the sugar cube instantly caramelized, releasing an enticing aroma. A blue flame flickered briefly in the spoon before extinguishing. He then placed the warm, caramel-scented sugar cube, spoon in hand, into the glass. A miracle occurred. The instant the sugar cube touched the liquid, a warm, fragrant aroma seemed to rise from the rim of the glass. The liquid, under the light, seemed to ignite, displaying a brilliant hue reminiscent of molten gold, tinged with a blood-orange blush. He then used a long stirring rod to quickly and forcefully stir, perfectly blending the caramel aroma, the warmth of the cinnamon, the spiciness of the ginger, the richness of the rum, and the vibrant flavor of the blood orange. Finally, he sliced off a thin round slice of blood orange and placed it on the rim of the glass, like a miniature sun. Instead of using a straw, he pushed the Corona Him, which seemed to be imbued with sunlight, directly in front of Olivera. At the same time, he quickly prepared another drink for Alicia. "It will taste even better with this." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out a small dish of freshly baked, still warm vanilla cookies from under the bar. The cookies exuded a rich aroma of butter and vanilla, and were small and cute in shape. Olivia and Alicia watched the entire preparation process with almost breathless rapt attention. Unlike the cool, dreamy tone of the previous Moonlight Dream, this Corona Him was born with warmth, power, and a visual impact. Olivia was the first to pick up her glass of Corona Him. The glass was perfectly warm, a stark contrast to the icy coolness of Moonlight Dream, and the flavors were completely opposite. She took a gentle sniff, and a rich, vibrant aroma filled her nostrils, the sweet sunshine of ripe blood oranges, the festive warmth of cinnamon, the deep, sugarcane-growing notes of rum, and a subtle yet invigorating hint of ginger. She parted her red lips and took a sip. The taste was incredibly rich, full-bodied, and intensely flavorful. The first sensation on her taste buds was the unreserved, sun-kissed sweetness and slight tartness of the blood orange, instantly igniting her palate. Then, the smooth and complex aroma of aged rum surged up like a warm tide, carrying notes of caramel, vanilla, and a hint of wood, firmly supporting the exuberant fruitiness. Next, the unique, warm spiciness of cinnamon began to permeate, as if draping this culinary feast with a luxurious and warm blanket. Finally, a subtle spiciness from the ginger liqueur exploded gently deep in the throat, not harsh, but rather like a beam of light awakening all the senses, dispelling any possible sweetness and leaving an incredibly clear and vibrant aftertaste. This drink seemed to enact a complete journey from dawn to noon in the mouth, from the breaking light of blood orange, to the warm earthiness of rum, to the rich atmosphere created by cinnamon, and finally finishing with the fiery touch of ginger, like the midday sun. Alicia's experience was equally intense. This Corona hymn is different from the fresh and natural style that she prefers due to her elfin constitution, but it brings an unprecedented taste experience in a domineering and bright way. That warm power seemed to dispel the gloom that had settled in her heart, bringing a hopeful courage. She instinctively picked up a vanilla biscuit and took a small bite. The biscuit's crispness, the rich butter, and the vanilla's aroma complemented the lingering liquor in her mouth perfectly. The biscuit's gentle sweetness balanced the slight harshness of the liquor's later stages, while the liquor's complex flavors enhanced the biscuit's texture. What a wonderful feeling. Alicia couldn't help but murmur, "It's like my body is filled with power." She looked at Olivera. Olivia also tasted a biscuit, savoring it with the liquor, her purple eyes gleaming with amazement. She put down her glass, looked at Lin Ming, her gaze becoming even more profound.